Section 1 of England, Scotland, Ireland and Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sonia. The World Story. A History of the World in Story, Song and Art. Volume 10. England, Scotland, Ireland and Wales. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 1. Elizabeth signing the death warrant of Mary, Queen of Scots, by Julius Schrader, German painter, 1815 to 1900, painting frontispiece. This scene has been described in the following words by James Anthony Froude, the English historian. The long suspension of the sentence made it doubly difficult to enforce, but she, Elizabeth, desired Howard to tell Davison, who in Walsingham's absence was acting as sole secretary, to come to her, and to bring the warrant with him. Davison, who was walking in the park, came hastily in, and after a few words with Lord Howard, fetched the warrant from his room, placed it purposely among some other papers, and took it to his mistress. She talked of indifferent matters, and inquired what he had with him in his hand. He said he had documents for her signature, and among others one which Lord Howard had told him that she had sent for. She glanced over his portfolio, subscribed the sheets one after another, the warrant among them, and threw it with the rest upon the floor. It seemed as if she had meant to let it pass as if by accident. But if this was her purpose, she changed her mind. She spoke particularly of it. She said she had delayed so long in order to show how unwillingly she had consented, and she asked Davison if he was not sorry to see such a paper signed. He replied that he was sorry the Queen of Scots had made it necessary, but it was better that the guilty should suffer than the innocent. She smiled, went through some other business, and then bade him take the warrant to the Chancellor, get it sealed as quietly as he could, say nothing to anyone, and then send it to the persons to whom it was addressed, who were to see execution done. For herself, she desired to be troubled no further on the subject till all was over. End of section 1. This recording is in the public domain. Section 2 of England, Scotland, Ireland and Wales. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. England, Part 1. The Stuart Kings. Historical note. Elizabeth, the last of the Tudor monarchs, died in 1603, and was succeeded by James I of the House of Stuart, the son of Mary, Queen of Scots. James was King of Scotland, and by his accession to the throne of England, the two countries were united under one head. The Stuart kings were firm believers in the divine right of kings to rule as they chose, but unfortunately this belief was united with an incapacity for ruling wisely. James was succeeded in 1625 by his son Charles I, who began his reign by quarrelling with Parliament because it refused to grant him supplies to carry on an unpopular war with Spain. The result was that for the greater part of the first 15 years of his reign he ruled without Parliament, raising money by various illegal taxes and forced loans. This in itself was enough to arouse the wrath of his subjects, but he made even more trouble for himself by introducing new ceremonies in the Church, and by attempting to establish episcopacy in Presbyterian Scotland. The last measure resulted in an uprising in Scotland, and as the king was without money, he was forced to call what is known as the Long Parliament. Under the leadership of Pym and Hampden, this parliament sternly set about the task of depriving the king of the opportunity for further abuse of his power. An ill-planned attempt of the king's to arrest the leaders of Parliament fanned to a flame the popular discontent, and resulted in 1642 in the outbreak of civil war. In this conflict, known as the Great Rebellion, the king was supported by the greater part of the Episcopalian nobles and gentry and their retainers, cavaliers as they were called; Parliament by the middle classes, the merchants and yeomanry, nicknamed the Roundheads, from the Puritan fashion of wearing the hair cut short. End of section 2. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 3 of England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 10, England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 3. King James I and his Goldsmith, between 1603 and 1624, by Sir Walter Scott. The goldsmith to the royal household, and who, if fame spoke true, oftentimes acted as their banker, for these professions were not as yet separated from each other, was a person of too much importance to receive the slightest interruption from sentinel or porter. And, leaving his mule and two of his followers in the outer court, he gently knocked at a postern gate of the building, and was presently admitted, while the most trusty of his attendants followed him closely, with the piece of plate under his arm. This man also he left behind him in an anteroom, where 3 or 4 pages in the royal livery, but untrussed, unbuttoned, and dressed more carelessly than the place, and nearness to a king's person seemed to admit, were playing at dice and draughts, or stretched upon benches and slumbering with half-shut eyes. A corresponding gallery, which opened from the anteroom, was occupied by 2 gentlemen, ushers of the chamber, who gave each a smile of recognition as the wealthy goldsmith entered. No word was spoken on either side, but one of the ushers looked first to Harriet, and then to a little door half covered by the tapestry, which seemed to say, as plain as a look could, "Lies your business that way?" The citizen nodded, and the court attendant, moving on tiptoe, and with as much caution as if the floor had been paved with eggs, advanced to the door, opened it gently, and spoke a few words in a low tone. The broad Scottish accent of King James was heard in reply. "Admit him instanter, Maxwell. Have you harbored sae long at the court, and not learned that gold and silver are ever welcome?" The usher signed to Harriet to advance, and the honest citizen was presently introduced into the cabinet of the sovereign. The scene of confusion amid which he found the king seated was no bad picture of the state and quality of James's own mind. There was much that was rich and costly in cabinet pictures and valuable ornaments, but they were arranged in a slovenly manner, covered with dust, and lost half their value, or at least their effect, from the manner in which they were presented to the eye. The table was loaded with huge folios, amongst which lay light books of jest and ribaldry, and amongst notes of unmercifully long orations and essays on kingcraft were mingled miserable roundels and ballads by the royal prentice, as he styled himself, in the art of poetry, and schemes for the general pacification of Europe, with a list of the names of the king's hounds, and remedies against canine madness. The king's dress was of green velvet, quilted so full as to be dagger-proof, which gave him the appearance of clumsy and ungainly protuberance, while its being buttoned awry communicated to his figure an air of distortion. Over his green doublet he wore a sad-colored nightgown, out of the pocket of which peeped his hunting-horn. His high-crowned grey hat lay on the floor, covered with dust, but encircled by a carcanet of large bala rubies, and he wore a blue velvet nightcap, in the front of which was placed the plume of a heron, which had been struck down by a favourite hawk in some critical moment of the flight, in remembrance of which the king wore this highly honoured feather. But such inconsistencies in dress and appointments were mere outward types of those which existed in the royal character, rendering it a subject of doubt amongst his contemporaries, and bequeathing it as a problem to future historians. He was deeply learned, without possessing useful knowledge, sagacious in many individual cases, without having real wisdom, fond of his power, and desirous to maintain and augment it, yet willing to resign the direction of that and of himself to the most unworthy favorites. A big and bold asserter of his rights in words, yet one who tamely saw them trampled on in deeds, a lover of negotiations, in which he was always outwitted, and one who feared war, where conquest might have been easy. He was fond of his dignity, while he was perpetually degrading it by undue familiarity, capable of much public labor, yet often neglecting it for the meanest amusement, a wit, though a pedant, and a scholar, though fond of the conversation of the ignorant and uneducated. Even his timidity of temper was not uniform, and there were moments of his life, and those critical, in which he showed the spirit of his ancestors. He was laborious in trifles, and a trifler where serious labor was required, devout in his sentiments, and yet too often profane in his language, just and beneficent by nature, he yet gave way to the iniquities and oppression of others. He was penurious, respecting money which he had to give from his own hand, yet inconsiderately and unboundedly profuse of that which he did not see. In a word, those good qualities which displayed themselves in particular cases and occasions were not of a nature sufficiently firm and comprehensive to regulate his general conduct, and showing themselves as they occasionally did, only entitled James to the character bestowed on him by Sully, that he was the wisest fool in Christendom. That the fortunes of this monarch might be as little of a piece as his character, he, certainly the least able of the Stuarts, succeeded peaceably to that kingdom, against the power of which his predecessors had with so much difficulty defended his native throne. And lastly, although his reign appeared calculated to ensure to Great Britain that lasting tranquillity and internal peace which so much suited the king's disposition, yet during that very reign were sown those seeds of dissension which, like the teeth of the fabulous dragon, have their harvest in a bloody and universal civil war. Such was the monarch who, saluting Harriet by the name of Jingling Geordie, for it was his well-known custom to give nicknames to all those with whom he was on terms of familiarity, inquired what new clatter traps he had brought with him to cheat his lawful and native prince out of his siller. God forbid, my liege, said the citizen, that I should have any such disloyal purpose. I did but bring a piece of plate to show to your most gracious majesty, which both for the subject and for the workmanship I were loath to put into the hands of any subject until I knew your majesty's pleasure anented. Body me, mon, let's see it, Harriet, though by my saul, Steenie's service a plate was so dear a bargain, I had maced pon my word as a royal king to keep my ain gold and silver in future, and let you, Geordie, keep yours. Respecting the Duke of Buckingham's plate, said the goldsmith, your majesty was pleased to direct that no expense should be spared, and what signifies what I desired, mon? When a wise mon is with fools and barons, he maun e'en play at the chucks, but you should have had mair sense and consideration than to gie baby Charles and Steenie their own gate. They wad hae floored the very room with silver, and I wonder they didna. George Heriot bowed and said no more. He knew his master too well to vindicate himself otherwise than by a distant allusion to his order, and James, with whom economy was only a transient and momentary twinge of conscience, became immediately afterwards desirous to see the piece of plate which the goldsmith proposed to exhibit, and dispatched Maxwell to bring it to his presence. In the meantime he demanded of the citizen whence he had procured it. From Italy, may it please your majesty, replied Heriot. It has naething in it tending to papistry, said the king, looking graver than his wont. Surely not, please your majesty, said Heriot. I were not wise to bring anything to your presence that had the mark of the beast. You would be the mar beast yourself to do so, said the king. It is well kenned that I wrestled with Dagon in my youth, and smote him on the ground sill of his own temple, a good evidence that I should be in time called, however unworthy, the defender of the faith. But here comes Maxwell, bending under his burden like the golden ass of Apuleius. Heriot hastened to relieve the usher and to place the embossed silver, for such it was, and of extraordinary dimensions, in a light favourable for his majesty's viewing the sculpture. Saul of my body, mon, said the king, it is a curious piece, and as I think fit for a king's chamber, and the subject, as you say, Master George, vera adequate and beseeming, being as I see the judgment of Solomon, a prince in whose paths it weel becomes a leaving monarchs to walk with emulation. But whose footsteps, said Maxwell, only one of them, if a subject may say so much, hath ever overtaken. Haud your tongue for a false fleeching loon, said the king, but with a smile on his face that showed the flattery had done its part. Look at the bonny piece of workmanship, and haud your clavering tongue, and whose handiwork may it be, Geordie? "It was wrought, sir," replied the goldsmith, "by the famous Florentine Benvenuto Cellini, and designed for Francis I of France, but I hope it will find a fitter master." "Francis of France!" said the king. "Send Solomon, king of the Jews, to Francis of France. Body of me, mon, it would have kived Cellini mad, had he never done onything else out of the gate. Francis, why, he was a fighting fool, mon, a mere fighting fool. Got himself ta'en at Pavia, like our ain David at Durham. Lang syne. If they could hae sent him Solomon's wit and love of peace and godliness, they wad hae doen him a better turn. But Solomon should sit in other gate company than Francis of France." "I trust that such will be his good fortune," said Harriet. "It is a curious and vera artificial sculpture," said the king in continuation; "but yet methinks the carnifex, or executioner there, is brandishing his gully ower near the king's face, seeing he is within reach of his weapon. I think less wisdom than Solomon's wad have taught him that there was danger in edged tools, and that he wad have bidden the smake either sheathe his shable or stand farther back." George Heriot endeavoured to alleviate the objection by assuring the king that the vicinity betwixt Solomon and the executioners was nearer in appearance than in reality, and that the perspective should be allowed for. "Gang to the deil wi' your perspective, man," said the king. "There canna be a waur perspective for a lawfu' king wha wishes to reign in Louvre and die in peace and honour, than to have naked swords flashing in his een. I'm accounted as brave as maist folks, and yet I profess to ye I could never look on a bare blade without blinking and winking. But a'thegither it is a brave piece." "And what is the price of it, mon?" The goldsmith replied by observing that it was not his own property, but that of a distressed countryman. "Whilk you mean to mock your excuse for asking the double of its worth, I warrant," answered the king. "I ken the tricks of you Burrows town merchants, mon." "I have no hopes of baffling your Majesty's sagacity," said Harriet. "The piece is really what I say, and the price £150 sterling, if it pleases your Majesty to make present payment." £150, mon, and as mony witches and warlocks to raise them," said the irritated monarch. "My saul jingling Geordie, ye are minded that your purse shall jingle to a bonny tune. How am I to tell you down £150 for what will not weigh as many merks? And ye ken that my very household servitors and the officers of my mouth are 6 months in arrear." The goldsmith stood his ground against all this objurgation, being what he was well accustomed to, and only answered that if his Majesty liked the piece and desired to possess it, the price could be easily settled. It was true that the party required the money, but he, George Heriot, would advance it on his Majesty's account, if such were his pleasure, and wait his royal conveniency for payment for that and other matters, the money meanwhile lying at the ordinary usage. "By my honour," said James, "and that is speaking like an honest and reasonable tradesman, we maun get another subsidy frae the Commons, and that will make a compting of it. Away wi' it, Maxwell, away wi' it, and let it be set where Steenie and Babby Charles shall see it as they return from Richmond. And now that we are secret, my good and auld friend Geordie, I do truly opine that, speaking of Solomon and ourselves, the whole wisdom in the country left Scotland when we took our travels to the Southland here." George Heriot was courtier enough to say that the wise naturally follow the wisest, as stags follow their leader. "Troth, I think there is something in what thou sayest," said James, "for we ourselves, and those of our court and household, as thou thyself, for example, are allowed by the English, for as self-opinioned as they are, to pass for reasonable good wits, but the brains of those we have left behind are all astir, and run clean hurdy-gurdy, like sae mony warlocks and witches on the devil's Sabbath e'en." "I am sorry to hear this, my liege," said Heriot. "May it please your grace to say what our countrymen have done to deserve such a character?" "They are become frantic, mon, clean brain-crazed," answered the king. "I cannot keep them out of the court by all the proclamations that the heralds roar themselves hoarse with. Yesterday, nay, farther gain, just as we were mounted and about to ride forth, in rushed a thorough Edinburgh gutter-blood, a ragged rascal, every dud upon whose back was bidding good day to the other, with a coat and hat that would have served a peace bogle, and without havings or reverence thrusts into our hands like a sturdy beggar some supplication about debts owing by our gracious mother, and sick like trash, whereat the horse bangs on end. And but for our admirable sitting, wherein we have been thought to excel base sovereign princes as well as subjects in Europe, I promise you we would have been laid end lang on the causeway. Your Majesty, said Harriet, is their common father, and therefore they are the bolder to press into your gracious presence. I am pater patriae well enough, said James, but one would think they had a mind to squeeze my puddings out, that they may divide the inheritance. Ood's death, Geordie, there is not a loon among them can deliver a supplication as it so be done in the face of Majesty. I would I knew the most fitting and beseeming mode to do so, said Harriet, were it but to instruct our poor countrymen in better fashion. By my halidom, said the king, ye are a civilized fellow, Geordie, and I carena if I fling away as much time as may teach ye. And first, see ye, sir, ye shall approach the presence of Majesty thus, shadowing your eyes with your hand to testify that you are in the presence of the Vicegerent of heaven. Very weel, George, that is done in a comely manner. Then, sir, ye shall kneel, and make as if ye would kiss the hem of our garment, and latch of our shoe, or such like. Very weel enacted. Whilk we, as being willing to be debonair and pleasing towards our lieges, prevent thus, and motion to you to rise. Whilk, having a boon to ask as yet, you obey not, but gliding your hand into your pouch, bring forth your supplication, and place it reverentially in our open palm. The goldsmith, who had complied with great accuracy with all the prescribed points of the ceremonial, here completed it to James's no small astonishment by placing in his hands the petition of the Lord of Glenvarloch. What means this, ye false loon? Said he, reddening and sputtering. Hey I been teaching you the manual exercise that ye soul present your piece at our ain royal body? Now by this light I had as lief that ye had bended a real pistolet against me, and yet this hae ye done in my very cabinet, where naught sould enter but at my ain pleasure. I trust your Majesty, said Harriet, as he continued to kneel, will forgive my exercising the lesson you condescended to give me in the behalf of a friend. Of a friend, said the king, so much the war, I tell you. If it had been something to do yourself good, there would have been some sense in it, and some chance that you would not have come back on me in a hurry. But a man may have 100 friends, and petitions for every ane of them ilk ane after other. Your Majesty, I trust, said Harriet, will judge me by former experience, and will not suspect me of such presumption. I canna, said the placable monarch. The world goes daft, I think. Sed semel and sene vimus omnes. Footnote. But we are all crazy at some time. End of footnote. Thou art my old and faithful servant. That is the truth. And were it anything for thy own behoof, man, thou shouldst not ask twice. But troth, Steenie loves me so dearly that he cares not that any one should ask favors of me but himself. Maxwell, for the usher had re-entered after having carried off the plate, get into the antechamber wi' your lang lugs. In conscience, Geordie, I think as that thou hast been mine ain old fiduciary, and wert my goldsmith, when I might say with the ethnic poet, non mea renedet in domo lacunar. Footnote. No gilded ceiling glitters in my house. Horace has non eber neque aureum mea renedet in domo lacunar. End of footnote. For faith, they had pillaged my mither's old house, say, that beechen bickers and treen trenchers and Latin platters were whiles the best at our board, and glad we were of something to put on them, without quarreling with the metal of the dishes. Do you mind, for thou wert in maidst of our complots, how we were fain to send sacks of the blue banders to Harry the Lady of Logan House's dowcot and poultry yard, and what an awful plaint the poor dame made against Jock of Milch and the thieves of Annandale, while were as sackless of the deed as I am of the sin of murder. It was the better for Jock, said Harriet, for if I remember weel, it saved him from a strapping up at Dumfries, which he had weel deserved for other misdeeds. Ay, mon, mind ye that, said the king, but he had other virtues, for he was a tight huntsman, moreover, that jock of Milch, and could hollow to a hound till all the woods rang again. But he came to an Annandale end at the last, for Lord Torthorwald ran his lance out through him. Cock snails, man, when I think of these wild passages in my conscience, I am not sure but we lived merrier in old Holyrood in these shifting days than now when we are dwelling at heck and manger, cantabit vacuus. We had but little to care for. And if your majesty please to remember, said the goldsmith, the awful task we had to gather silver vessels and gold work enough to make some show before the Spanish ambassador. Verra true, said the king, now in a full tide of gossip, and I mind not the name of the right leal lord that helped us with every unks, and that his native prince might have some credit in the eyes of them that had the Indies at their beck. I think, if your majesty, said the citizen, will cast your eye on the paper in your hand, you will recollect his name. Ay, said the king, say ye say, mon, Lord Glenvarloch, that was his name indeed. Justice et tenax propositi, a just man, but as obstinate as a baited bull. He stood whiles against us, that Lord Randall Oliphant at Glenvarloch, but he was a loving and a leal subject in the main. But this supplicator, mon be his son. Randall has been long gone, where king and lord must go, Geordie, as weel as the like of you. And what does his son want with us? The settlement, answered the citizen, of a large debt due by your majesty's treasury for money advances to your majesty in great stated emergency about the time of the raid of Ruthven. I mind the thing weel, said King James, odds death, mon. I was just out of the clutches of the Master of Glamis and his complices, and there was never any siller mar. Welcome to a born prince, the mar, the shame and pity that crown king should need sick a petty sum. But what need he done us for it, mon, like a Baxter at the breaking? We ought him the siller, and we'll pay him with our convenience, or make it otherwise up to him. We'll ease enow between prince and subject. We are not in mediatatione fugi, mon, to be arrested thus peremptorily. Alas, and it please your majesty, said the goldsmith, shaking his head, it is the poor young nobleman's extreme necessity, and not his will, that makes him importunate, for he must have money, and that briefly to discharge a debt due to Peregrine Peterson, conservator of the privileges at Campvere, or his hale hereditary barony and estate of Glenvarloch will be evicted in virtue of an unredeemed wadset. How say ye, mon? How say ye? Exclaimed the king impatiently. The carle of a conservator, the son of a Low Dutch skipper, evict the auld estate and lordship of the house of Oliphant? God's bread, man, that mon not be. We mon suspend the diligence by writ of favour or otherwise. I doubt that may hardly be, answered the citizen. If it please your majesty, your learned counsel in the law of Scotland advise that there is no remede but in paying the money. Ouds fish, said the king, let him keep hod by the strong hand against the carle, until we can take some order about his affairs. Alas, insisted the goldsmith, if it like your majesty, your own pacific government, and your doing of equal justice to all men, has made main force a kittle line to walk by, unless just within the bounds of the Highlands. Weel, mon, said the perplexed monarch, whose ideas of justice, expedience, and convenience became on such occasions strangely embroiled. Just it is we should pay our debts, that the young mon may pay his, and we must be paid, and in verbo regis he shall be paid. But how to come by the siller, mon, is a difficult chapter. Ye mon try the city, Geordie. To say the truth, answered Harry, please your gracious majesty, what betwixt loans and benevolences and subsidies the city is at present. Donna tell me of what the city is, said King James. Our exchequer is as dry as Dean Giles's discourses on the penitentiary psalms. Ex nihilo nihil fit. It's ill taking the breeks off a wild Highland mon. They that come to me for siller shall tell me how to come by it. The city ye mon try, Harriet, and dunna think to be called Jingling Geordie for nothing. And in verbo regis I will pay the lad if you get me the loan. I want it, haggle on the terms, and between you and me, Geordie, we will redeem the brave all the state of Glenvarloch. But wherefore comes not the young lord to court Harriet? Is he comely? Is he presentable in the presence? No one can be more so, said George Harriet, but I understand ye, said his majesty, I understand ye, res Augusta domi, pure laud, and his father a right true leal Scots heart, though stiff in some opinions. Hark ye, Harriet, let the lad have £200 to fit him out, and here, taking the carcanet of rubies from his old hat, ye have had these in pledge before for a larger sum, ye old Levite that you are. Keep them engaged till I gie ye back the siller out of the next subsidy. If it please your majesty to give me such directions in writing, said the cautious citizen. The deal is in your nicety, George, said the king. Ye are as precise as a Puritan in form and a mere nullifidian in the marrow of the matter. May not a king's word serve you for advancing your pitiful £200? But not for detaining the crown jewels, said George Harriet. And the king, who from long experience was inured to dealing with suspicious creditors, wrote an order upon George Harriet, his well-beloved goldsmith and jeweller, for the sum of £200 to be paid presently to Nigel Oliphant, lord of Glenvarloch, to be imputed as so much debts due him by the crown, and authorizing the retention of a carcanet of Bala rubies with a great diamond, as described in a catalogue of his majesty's jewels, to remain in possession of the said George Harriet, advancer of the said sum, and so forth, until he was lawfully contented and paid thereof. By another rescript his majesty gave the said George Harriet directions to deal with some of the moneyed men upon equitable terms for a sum of money for his majesty's present use, not to be under 50,000 merks, but as much more as could conveniently be procured. And has he only lair, this Lord Nigel of ours? Said the king. George Harriet could not exactly answer this question, but believed the young lord had studied abroad. He shall have our own advice, said the king, how to carry on his studies to mayst advantage, and it may be we will have him come to court and study with Steenie and Bobby Charles. And now we think on it away, George, for the bairns will be coming hame presently, and we would not as yet take end of this matter we have been treating anent. Propera pedem. O Geordie, clap your mule between your huff, and God den with you. Thus ended the conference between the gentle King Jamie and his benevolent jeweller and goldsmith. End of section 3. This recording is in the public domain. Section 4 of England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 10, England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 4, The Gunpowder Plot, 1605, by David Hume. Under James I, both Catholics and Puritans were fined and imprisoned, and treated in all ways with the utmost unfairness and severity. Naturally, plots were made against the king. The most notorious was the Gunpowder Plot, a scheme for blowing up the Parliament House with gunpowder. This was to be done on the 5th of November. That day is still known as Guy Fawkes's Day, and the old rhymes are not yet forgotten. Don't you remember the 5th of November? The gunpowder treason and plot. I see no reason why gunpowder treason should ever be forgot. The Editor. In the spring and summer of the year 1604, the conspirators hired a house in Piercy's name, adjoining to that in which the Parliament was to assemble. Towards the end of that year they began their operations. That they might be less interrupted and give less suspicion to the neighborhood, they carried in store of provisions with them, and never desisted from their labors. Obstinate in their purpose, and confirmed by passion, by principle, and by mutual exhortation, they little feared death in comparison of a disappointment, and having provided arms together with the instruments of their labor, they resolved there to perish in case of a discovery. Their perseverance advanced the work, and they soon pierced the wall, though 3 yards in thickness, but on approaching the other side, They were somewhat startled at hearing a noise which they knew not how to account for. Upon inquiry they found that it came from the vault below the House of Lords, that a magazine of coals had been kept there, and that as the coals were selling off, the vault would be let to the highest bidder. The opportunity was immediately seized. The place hired by Piercy, 36 barrels of powder lodged in it, the whole covered up with faggots and billets, the doors of the cellar boldly flung open, and everybody admitted as if it contained nothing dangerous. Confident of success, they now began to look forward and to plan the remaining part of their project. The king, the queen, Prince Henry, were all expected to be present at the opening of Parliament. The duke, by reason of his tender age, would be absent, and it was resolved that Piercy should seize him or assassinate him. The Princess Elizabeth, a child, likewise was kept at Lord Harrington's house in Warwickshire, and Sir Everard Digby, Rookwood Grant, being let into the conspiracy, engaged to assemble their friends on pretence of a hunting match, and seizing that princess, immediately to proclaim her queen. So transported were they with rage against their adversaries, and so charmed with the prospect of revenge, that they forgot all care of their own safety, and trusting to the general confusion which must result from so unexpected a blow, they foresaw not that the fury of the people, now unrestrained by any authority, must have turned against them, and would probably have satiated itself by a universal massacre of the Catholics. The day so long wished for now approached, on which the Parliament was appointed to assemble. The dreadful secret, though communicated to about 20 persons, had been religiously kept during the space of near a year and a half. No remorse, no pity, no fear of punishment, no hope of reward had as yet induced any one conspirator either to abandon the enterprise or make a discovery of it. The holy fury had extinguished in their breasts every other motive, and it was an indiscretion at last, proceeding chiefly from these very bigoted prejudices and partialities, which saved the nation. 10 days before the meeting of Parliament, Lord Monteagle, a Catholic, son to Lord Morley, received the following letter, which had been delivered to his servant by an unknown hand. My lord, out of the love I bear to some of your friends, I have a care of your preservation. Therefore I would advise you, as you tender your life, to devise some excuse to shift off your attendance at this Parliament. For God and man have concurred to punish the wickedness of this time. And think not slightly of this advertisement, but retire yourself into your country, where you may expect the event in safety. For though there be no appearance of any stir, yet I say they will receive a terrible blow, this Parliament, and yet they shall not see who hurts them. This counsel is not to be contemned, because it may do you good, and can do you no harm, for the danger is past as soon as you have burned the letter, and I hope God will give you the grace to make good use of it, unto whose holy protection I commend you. Monteagle knew not what to make of this letter, and though inclined to think it a foolish attempt to frighten and ridicule him, he judged it safest to carry it to Lord Salisbury, Secretary of State. Though Salisbury, too, was inclined to pay little attention to it, he thought proper to lay it before the king, who came to town a few days after. To the king it appeared not so light a matter, and from the serious earnest style of the letter he conjectured that it implied something dangerous and important. A terrible blow, and yet the authors concealed. A danger so sudden and yet so great. These circumstances seemed all to denote some contrivance by gunpowder, and it was thought advisable to inspect all the vaults below the Houses of Parliament. This care belonged to the Earl of Suffolk, Lord Chamberlain, who purposely delayed the search till the day before the meeting of Parliament. He remarked those great piles of wood and faggots which lay in the vault under the upper house, and he cast his eye upon Fawkes, who stood in a dark corner and passed himself for Piercy's servant. That daring and determined courage which so much distinguished this conspirator, even among those heroes in villainy, was fully painted in his countenance, and was not passed unnoticed by the chamberlain. Such a quantity also of fuel for the use of one who lived so little in town as Piercy appeared a little extraordinary, and upon comparing all circumstances it was resolved that a more thorough inspection should be made. About midnight Sir Thomas Knevet, a justice of peace, was sent with proper attendants, and before the door of the vault, finding Fawkes, who had just finished all his preparations, he immediately seized him, and turning over the faggots, discovered the powder. The matches and everything proper for setting fire to the train were taken in Fawkes's pocket, who, finding his guilt now apparent, and seeing no refuge but in boldness and despair, expressed the utmost regret that he had lost the opportunity of firing the powder at once, and of sweetening his own death by that of his enemies. Before the council he displayed the same intrepid firmness, mixed even with scorn and disdain, refusing to discover his accomplices, and showing no concern but for the failure of the enterprise. This obstinacy lasted for 2 or 3 days, but being confined to the Tower, left to reflect on his guilt and danger, and the rack being just shown to him, his courage, fatigued with so long an effort, and unsupported by hope or society, at last failed him, and he made a full discovery of all the conspirators. End of section 4. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 5 of England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Julie Burks. The World's Story, Volume 10. England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 5. A Charge with Prince Rupert, 1643, by Thomas Wentworth Higginson. The struggle between King Charles and his Parliament broke into open warfare in 1642. In the early part of the Civil War, success lay with the Royalists, chiefly because their soldiers were better fitted for war and their generals were of much better training and quality. The most able cavalry leader was Prince Rupert, nephew of King Charles. The Editor. Prince Rupert, Prince Robert, or Prince Robber, for by all these names was he known, was the one formidable military leader on the royal side. He was not a statesman, for he was hardly yet a mature man. He was not, in the grandest sense, a hero, yet he had no quality that was not heroic. Chivalrous, brilliant, honest, generous, not dissolute, nor bigoted, nor cruel. He was still a royalist for the love of royalty, and a soldier for the love of war, and in civil strife there can hardly be a more dangerous character. Through all the blunt periods of his military or civil proclamations, we see the proud, careless boy fighting for fighting's sake, and always finding his own side the right one. He could not have much charity for the most generous opponents. He certainly had none at all for those who, as he said, printed malicious and lying pamphlets against him almost every morning, in which he found himself saluted as a nest of perfidious vipers, a night-flying dragon prince, a flapdragon, a caterpillar, a spider, and a butterbox. He was the king's own nephew, great-grandson of William the Silent, and son of that Elizabeth Stuart from whom all the modern royal family of England descends. His sister was the renowned Princess Palatine, the one favorite pupil of Descartes, and the chosen friend of Leibniz, Malebranche, and William Penn. From early childhood he was trained to war. We find him at 14, pronounced by his tutors fit to command an army. At 15, bearing away the palm in one of the last of the tournaments. At 16, fighting beside the young Turin in the Low Countries. At 19, heading the advanced guard in the army of the Prince of Orange. And at 23, we find him appearing in England the day before the royal standard was reared and the day after the king lost Coventry. This training made him a general, not, as many have supposed, a mere cavalry captain. He was one of the few men who have shown great military powers on both land and sea. He was a man of energy unbounded, industry inexhaustible, and the most comprehensive and systemic forethought. It was not merely that, as Warwick said, he put that spirit into the king's army that all men seemed resolved. Not merely that, always charging at the head of his troops, he was never wounded, and that, seeing more service than any of his compeers, he outlived them all. But even in these early years, before he was generalissimo, the Parliament deliberately declared the whole war to be managed by his skill, labor, and industry, and his was the only name habitually printed in capitals in the Puritan newspapers. He had to create soldiers by enthusiasm and feed them by stratagem, to toil for a king who feared him and against a queen who hated him, to take vast responsibilities alone, accused of negligence if he failed, reproached with license if he succeeded. Against him he had the wealth of London, entrusted to men who were great diplomatists, though new to power, and great soldiers, though they had never seen a battlefield till middle life. On his side he had only unmanageable lords and penniless gentlemen, who gained victories by daring and then wasted them by license. His troops had no tents, no wagons, no military stores. They used those of the enemy. Clarendon says that the king's cause labored under an incurable disease of want of money, and that the only cure for starvation was a victory. To say, therefore, that Rupert's men never starved is to say that they always conquered, which, at this early period, was true. He was the best shot in the army and the best tennis player among the courtiers, and Pepys called him the boldest attacker in England for personal courage. Seemingly without reverence or religion, he yet ascribed his defeats to Satan, and at the close of a letter about a marauding expedition, requested his friend Will Legge to pray for him. Versed in all the courtly society of the age, chosen interpreter for the wooing of young Prince Charles and La Grande Mademoiselle, and mourning in purple with the royal family for Marie de Medicis, he could yet mingle in any conceivable company and assume any part. He penetrated the opposing camp at Dunsmore Heath as an apple seller, and the hostile town of Warwick as a dealer in cabbage nets, and the pamphleteers were never weary of describing his disguises. He was charged with all manner of offences, even to slaying children with cannibal intent, and only very carelessly disavowed such soft impeachments. But no man could deny that he was perfectly true to his word. He never forgot one whom he had promised to protect, and, if he had promised to strip a man's goods, he did it to the utmost farthing. And so must his pledge of vengeance be redeemed tonight. And so, riding eastward, with the dying sunlight behind him, and the quiet Chiltern Hills before, through air softened by the gathering coolness of these midsummer eves, beside clover fields and hedges of wild roses, and ponds white with closing water lilies, and pastures sprinkled with meadows sweet like foam, he muses only of the clash of sword and the sharp rattle of shot, and all the passionate joys of the coming charge. The long and picturesque array winds onward, crossing Chiselhampton Bridge, not to be recrossed so easily, avoiding Thame with its church and abbey, where Lord General Essex himself is quartered, unconscious of their march, and the cavaliers are soon riding beneath the bases of the wooded hills towards Postcombe. Near Tetsworth, the enemy's first outpost, they halt till evening. The horsemen dismount, the flagon and the foraging bag are opened, the blackjack and the manchet go around. Healths are drunk to successes past and glories future, to Queen Mary's eyes and to Prince Rupert's dog. A few hours bring darkness. They move on eastward through the lanes, avoiding, when possible, the Roman highways. They are sometimes fired upon by a picket, but make no return, for they are hurrying past the main quarters of the enemy. In the silence of the summer night, they stealthily ride miles and miles through a hostile country, the renegade Uri guiding them. At early dawn they see, through the misty air, the low hamlet of Postcombe, where the beating up of the enemy's quarters is to begin. A hurried word of command, the infantry halt. The cavalry close and sweep down like nighthawks upon the sleeping village. Safe enough, one would have supposed, with the whole parliamentary army lying between it and Oxford to protect it from danger. Yet the small party of Puritan troopers awake in their quarters with Rupert at the door. It is well for them that they happen to be picked men, and have promptness, if not vigilance, forming hastily, They secure a retreat westward through the narrow street, leaving but few prisoners behind them. As hastily the prisoners are swept away with the stealthy troop who have other work before them, and before half the startled villagers have opened their lattices, the skirmish is over. Long before they can send a messenger up over the hills to sound the alarm bells of Stoken Church, the swift gallop of the cavaliers has reached Chinnor, 2 miles away, and the goal of the foray. The compact, strongly built village is surrounded. They form a parallel line behind the houses on each side, leaping fences and ditches to their posts. They break down the iron chains stretched nightly across each end of the street and line it from end to end. Rupert, Will Legge, and the Forlorn Hope, dismounting, rush in upon the quarters, sparing only those who surrender. In 5 minutes the town is up. The awakened troopers fight as desperately as their assailants, some on foot, some on horseback. More and more of Rupert's men rush in. They fight through the straggling street of the village, from the sign of the Ram at one end to that of the Crown at the other, and then back again. The citizens join against the invaders. The prentices rush from their attics. Hasty barricades of carts and harrows are formed in the streets. Long musket barrels are thrust from the windows. Dark groups cluster on the roofs, and stones begin to rattle on the heads below, together with phrases more galling than stones, hurled down by women. Cursed dogs, devilish cavaliers, papist traitors. In return, the intruders shoot at the windows indiscriminately, storm the doors, fire the houses. They grow more furious and spare nothing. Some townspeople retreat within the church doors. The doors are beaten in. Women barricade them with woolen packs and fight over them with muskets, barrel to barrel. Outside, the troopers ride round and round the town, seizing or slaying all who escape. Within, desperate men still aim from their windows, though the houses on each side are in flames. Melting lead pours down from the blazing roofs, while the drum still beats and the flag still advances. It is struck down presently. Tied to a broken pikestaff, it rises again, while a chaos of armor and plumes, black and orange, blue and red, torn laces and tossing feathers, powder stains and blood stains, fills the dewy morning with terror, and opens the June Sunday with sin. 60 and more of the townspeople are slain. 60 are led away at the horses' sides, bound with ropes, to be handed over to the infantry for keeping. Some of these prisoners, even of the armed troopers, are so ignorant and unwarlike as yet that they know not the meaning of the word quarter, refusing it when offered, and imploring mercy instead. Others are little children, for whom a heavy ransom shall yet be paid. Others, cheaper prisoners, are ransomed on the spot. Some plunder has also been taken, but the soldiers look longingly on the larger wealth that must be left behind in the hurry of retreat, treasures that otherwise no trooper of Rupert's would have spared: scarlet cloth, bedding, saddles, cutlery, ironware, hats, shoes, hops for beer, and books to sell to the Oxford scholars. But the daring which has given them victory now makes their danger. They have been nearly 12 hours in the saddle and have fought 2 actions. They have 25 miles to ride, with the whole force of the enemy in their path. They came unseen in the darkness. They must return by daylight, and with the alarm already given. Stoken church bell has been pealing for hours. The troop from Postcombe has fallen back on Tetsworth, and everywhere in the distant vignettes are hurrying from post to post. The perilous retreat begins. Ranks are closed. They ride silently. Many a man leads a second horse beside him, and one bears in triumph the great captured Puritan standard with its 5 buff Bibles on a black ground. They choose their course more carefully than ever, seek the by-lanes, and swim the rivers with their swords between their teeth. At one point in their hushed progress, they hear the sound of rattling wagons. There was a treasure train within their reach, worth £21,000, and destined for the parliamentary camp, but the thick woods of the Chilterns have sheltered it from pursuit, and they have not a moment to waste. They are riding for their lives. Already the gathering parties of Roundheads are closing upon them, nearer and nearer. As they approach the most perilous point of the wild expedition, their only return path across the Cherwell, Chiselhampton Bridge, Percy and O'Neill with difficulty hold the assailants in check. The case grows desperate at last, and Rupert stands at bay on Chalgrove Field. It is Sunday morning, June 18, 1643. The early church bells are ringing all over Oxfordshire, dying away in the soft air among the sunny English hills, while Englishmen are drawing near one another with hatred in their hearts, dying away, as on that other Sunday 8 months ago, when Baxter, preaching near Edge Hill, heard the sounds of battle, and disturbed the rest of his saints by exclaiming, "To the fight!" But here are no warrior preachers, no bishops praying in surplices on the one side, no dark-robed divines preaching on horseback on the other, no king in glittering armor, no Tudor Harvey in peaceful meditation beneath a hedge, pondering on the circulation of the blood, with hotter blood flowing so near him. All these were to be seen at Edgehill, but not here. This smaller skirmish rather turns our thoughts to cisatlantic associations. Its date suggests Bunker Hill, its circumstances Lexington. For this, also, is a marauding party, with the Percy among its officers, brought to a stand by a half-armed and an angry peasantry. Rupert sends his infantry forward to secure the bridge and a sufficient body of dragoons to line the 1.5 miles of road between them, the remainder of the troops being drawn up at the entrance of a cornfield several hundred acres in extent, and lying between the villages and the hills. The Puritans take a long circuit, endeavoring to get to windward of their formidable enemy, a point judged as important during the 17th century in a land fight as in a naval engagement. They have with them some light field pieces, artillery being the only point of superiority they yet claim. But these are not basilisks, nor falconets, nor culverins, culevers, nor drakes, dracons, nor warning pieces. They are the leathern guns of Gustavus Adolphus, made of light cast iron and bound with ropes and leather. The Roundhead dragoons, dismounted, line a hedge near the cavaliers, and plant their swine feathers. Under cover of their fire the horse advance in line, matches burning. As they advance, one or two dash forward at risk of their lives, flinging off the orange scarfs which alone distinguish them, in token that they desert to the royal cause. Prince Rupert falls back into the lane a little, to lead the other forces into his ambush of dragoons. These tactics do not come naturally to him, however, nor does he like the practice of the time, that two bodies of cavalry should ride up within pistol shot of each other and exchange a volley before they charge. He rather anticipates, on his style of operations, the famous order of Frederick the Great. The king hereby forbids all officers of cavalry, on pain of being broke with ignominy, ever to allow themselves to be attacked in any action by the enemy, but the Prussians must always attack them. Accordingly, he restrains himself for a little while, chafing beneath the delay, and then, a soldier or two being suddenly struck down by the fire, he exclaims, "Yea, this insolency is not to be endured. The moment is come." "God and Queen Mary!" shouts Rupert. "Charge!" In one instant that motionless mass becomes a flood of lava. Down in one terrible sweep it comes, silence behind it, and despair before. No one notices the beauty of that brilliant, chivalrous array. All else is merged in the fury of the wild gallop. Spurs are deep, reins free, blades grasped, heads bent. The excited horse feels the heel no more than he feels the hand. The uneven ground breaks their ranks. No matter. They feel that they can ride down the world. Rupert first clears the hedge. He is always first. Then comes the captain of his lifeguard. Then the whole troop jumble after them. In a spectator's piquant phrase, the dismounted Puritan dragoons break from the hedges and scatter for their lives. But the cavalry bear the charge better than they have done since Worcester. That is, now they stand it an instant. Then they did not stand it at all. The prince takes them in flank and breaks them in pieces at the first encounter. The very wind of the charge shatters them. Horse and foot, carbines and petronels, swords and poleaxes are mingled in one struggling mass. Rupert and his men seem refreshed, not exhausted, by the weary night. They seem incapable of fatigue. They spike the guns as they cut down the gunners, and if any escape, it is because many in both armies wear the same red scarfs. One Puritan, surrounded by the enemy, shows such desperate daring that Rupert bids release him at last, and sends afterwards to Essex to ask his name. One cavalier bends, with a wild oath, to search the pockets of a slain enemy. It is his own brother. O'Neill slays a standard-bearer, and thus restores to his company the right to bear a flag, a right they had lost at Hopton Heath. Legge is taken prisoner and escapes. Urry proves himself no coward, though a renegade, and is trusted to bear to Oxford the news of the victory, being raised to knighthood in return. For a victory, of course, it is. Nothing in England can yet resist these high-born, dissolute, reckless cavaliers of Rupert's. I have seen them running up walls 20 feet high, said the engineer consulted by the frightened citizens of Dorchester. These defences of yours may possibly keep them out half an hour. Darlings of triumphant aristocracy, they are destined to meet with no foe that can match them, until they recoil at last before the plebeian pikes of the London train bands. Nor can even Rupert's men claim to monopolize the courage of the king's party. The brilliant show troop of Lord Bernard Stuart, comprising the young nobles having no separate command, a troop which could afford to indulge in all the gorgeousness of dress, since their united incomes, Clarendon declares, would have exceeded those of the whole Puritan Parliament, led by their own desire the triumphant charge at Edgehill, and 70 of their bodies were found piled on the spot where the royal standard was captured and rescued. Not less faithful were the Marquis of Newcastle's lambs, who took their name from the white woolen clothing which they refused to have dyed, saying that their heart's blood would dye it soon enough, and so it did. Only 30 survived the battle of Marston Moor, and the bodies of the rest were found in the field, ranked regularly side by side, in death as in life. But here at Charlegrove Field no such fortitude of endurance is needed. The enemy are scattered, and as Rupert's cavaliers are dashing on in their accustomed headlong pursuit, a small but fresh force of Puritan cavalry appears behind the hedges and charges on them from the right, 2 troops hastily gathered and in various garb. They are headed by a man in middle life and of noble aspect. Once seen, he cannot easily be forgotten, but seen he will never be again, and, for the last time, Rupert and Hampden meet face to face. The foremost representative men of their respective parties, they scarcely remember, perhaps, that there are ties and coincidences in their lives. At the marriage of Rupert's mother, the student Hampden was chosen to write the Oxford Epithalamium, exulting in the prediction of some noble offspring to follow such a union. Rupert is about to be made General-in-Chief of the Cavaliers. Hampden is looked to by all as the future General-in-Chief of the Puritans. Rupert is the nephew of the king, Hampden the cousin of Cromwell, and as the former is believed to be aiming at the crown, so the latter is the only possible rival of Cromwell for the protectorate, the eyes of all being fixed upon him as their pater patriae. But in the greater qualities of manhood, how far must Hampden be placed above the magnificent and gifted Rupert, in a congress of natural noblemen, for such do the men of the Commonwealth appear, He must rank foremost. It is difficult to avoid exaggeration in speaking of these men whose deeds vindicate their words, and whose words are unsurpassed by Greek or Roman fame, men whom even Hume can only criticize for a mysterious jargon, which most of them did not use, and for a vulgar hypocrisy which few of them practiced. Let us not underrate the self-forgetting loyalty of the Royalists, the Duke of Newcastle laying at the King's feet £700,000, and the Marquis of Worcester £1,000,000, but the sublimer poverty and abstinence of the parliamentary party deserve a yet loftier meed. Vane surrendering an office of £30,000 a year to promote public economy, Hutchinson refusing a peerage and a fortune as a bribe to hold Nottingham Castle a little while for the king, Eliot and Pym bequeathing their families to the nation's justice, having spent their all for the good cause, and rising to yet higher attributes as they pass before us in the brilliant paragraphs of the courtly Clarendon, or the Chester modern estimates of Forster, it seems like a procession of born sovereigns, while the more pungent epitaphs of contemporary wit only familiarize, but do not mar, the fame of Cromwell, Cleveland's Caesar and a Clown, William the Conqueror, Waller, Young Harry, Vane, Fiery Tom, Fairfax, and King Pym. But among all these there is no peer of Hampden, of him who came not from courts or camps, but from the tranquil study of his Davila, from that thoughtful retirement which was for him, as for his model, Coligny, the school of all noble virtues, came to find himself at once a statesman and a soldier, receiving from his contemporary Clarendon, no affectionate critic, the triple crown of historic praise as being the most able, resolute, and popular person in the kingdom. Who can tell how changed the destiny of England had the Earl of Bedford's first compromise with the country party succeeded, and Hampden become the tutor of Prince Charles? Or could this fight at Chalgrove Field issue differently, and Hampden survive to be general instead of Essex, and protector in place of Cromwell? But that may not be. Had Hampden's earlier counsels prevailed, Rupert never would have ventured on his night foray. Had his next suggestions been followed, Rupert never would have returned from it. Those failing, Hampden has come, gladly followed by Gunter and his dragoons, outstripping the tardy Essex, to dare all and die. In vain does Gunter perish beside his flag. In vain does Cross, his horse being killed under him, spring in the midst of battle on another. In vain does that great-spirited little Sir Samuel Luke, the original of Hudibras, get thrice captured and thrice escape. For Hampden, the hope of the nation, is fatally shot through the shoulder with 2 carbine balls in the first charge. The whole troop sees it with dismay. Essex comes up, as usual, too late, and the fight of Chalgrove Field is lost. End of Section 5. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 6 of England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nemo. The World's Story, Volume 10, England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 6. Sir Nicholas at Marston Moor, 1644. By Winthrop, Mackworth, Praed. It was not until Oliver Cromwell had reorganized the army, filling it with sober Puritans who fought for principle, that success deserted the Royalists. The first decisive victory of the Roundheads was at Marston Moor, where the gallant cavaliers of Prince Rupert were swept away by the stern charge of Cromwell's Ironsides. The Editor. To horse, Sir Nicholas, the clarion's note is high. To horse, Sir Nicholas, the huge drum makes reply. Ere this hath Lucas marched with his gallant cavaliers, and the braze of Rupert's trumpets grows fainter in our ears. To horse, Sir Nicholas, white Guy's at the door, and the vulture whets his beak o'er the field of Marston Moor. Up rose the Lady Alice from her brief and broken prayer, and she brought a silken standard down the narrow turret stair. Oh, many were the tears that those radiant eyes had shed, as she worked the bright word glory in the gay and glancing thread. And mournful was the smile that o'er those beauteous features ran, as she said, "It's your lady's gift, unfurl it in the van. It shall flutter, noble wench, where the best and boldest ride through the steel-clad files of Skippon and the black dragoons of Praed. The recreant soul of Fairfax will feel a sicklier qualm, and the rebel lips of Oliver give out a louder psalm, when they see my lady's gewgaw flaunt bravely on their wing, and hear her loyal soldiers shout for God and for the King. 'Tis noon, the ranks are broken along the royal line. They fly, the braggarts of the court, the bullies of the Rhine. Stout Langley's cheer is heard no more, and Astley's helm is down, and Rupert sheathes his rapier with a curse and with a frown, and cold Newcastle mutters as he follows in the fight, "The German boar had better far have supped in York tonight." The knight is all alone, his steel cap cleft in twain, his good buff jerkin crimsoned o'er with many a gory stain, but still he waves the standard, and cries amid the rout, "For church and king, fair gentlemen, spur on, and fight it out." And now he wards a Roundhead's pike, and now he hums a stave, and here he quotes a stage play, and there he fells a knave. Good speed to thee, Sir Nicholas, thou hast no thought of fear. Good speed to thee, Sir Nicholas, but fearful odds are here. The traitors ring thee round, and with every blow and thrust, "Down, down," they cry, "with Belial, down with him to the dust." "I would," quoth grim old Oliver, "that Belial's trusty sword this day were doing battle for the saints and for the Lord." The Lady Alice sits with her maidens in her bower. The grey-haired warden watches on the castle's highest tower. What news, old Anthony? The field is lost and won. The ranks of war are melting as the mists beneath the sun, and a wounded man speeds hither. I am old, and cannot see, or sure I am that sturdy step my master's step should be. I bring thee back the standard from his rude and rough affray, as e'er was proof of soldiers' thews, or theme for minstrel's lay. Bid Hubert fetch the silver bowl, and liquor quanlum suff. I'll make a shift to drain it, ere I part with boot and buff. Though Guy through many a gaping wound is breathing out his life, and I came to thee a landless man, my fond and faithful wife. Sweet, we will fill our money bags and freight a ship for France, and mourn in merry Paris for this poor realm's mischance. Or, if the worst betide me, why, better axe or rope than life with Blenthal for a king and Peters for a pope. Alas, alas, my gallant Guy, out on the crop-eared boar, that sent me with my standard on foot from Marston Moor. End of section 6. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 7 of England, Scotland, Ireland and Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Story, Volume 10, England, Scotland, Ireland and Wales, edited by Eva March Tappan, Section 7. The Battle of Naseby, by Obadiah, bind their kings in chains and their nobles with links of iron, sergeant in Ireton's regiment, 1645, by Thomas Babington Macaulay. The army of Cromwell was of remarkable caliber. High wages were given to the soldiers, and only those who were sober and God-fearing were permitted to join its ranks. Oath, theft, gambling, and drunkenness were unknown. As Macaulay says, the most rigid discipline was found in company with the wildest enthusiasm. One peculiarity of the Puritan was his choice of given names for his children. He was not satisfied with simple biblical names of one word, but frequently adopted a whole phrase, such as zeal of the land, praise God, etc. The Battle of Naseby between the forces of Charles I and those of Cromwell resulted in the utter defeat of the king. The royal army was nearly annihilated. The Man of Blood was the name given by the Puritans to King Charles. The Editor. Oh, wherefore come ye forth in triumph from the north, with your hands and your feet and your raiment all red? And wherefore doth your rout send forth a joyous shout? And whence be the grapes of the winepress which ye tread? O evil was the root, and bitter was the fruit, and crimson was the juice of the vintage that we trod. For we trampled on the throng of the haughty and the strong, who sat in the high places, and slew the saints of God. It was about the noon of a glorious day of June, that we saw their banners dance, and their cuirasses shine, and the Man of Blood was there with his long essenced hair, and Astley, and Sir Marmaduke, and Rupert of the Rhine. Like a servant of the Lord, with his Bible and his sword, the general rode along us, to form us to the fight, when a murmuring sound broke out, and swelled into a shout, among the godless horsemen upon the tyrant's right. And hark! Like the roar of the billows on the shore, the cry of battle rises along their charging line. For God, for the cause, for the church, for the laws, for Charles, King of England, and Rupert of the Rhine. The furious German comes, with his clarions and his drums, his bravos of Alsatia and pages of Whitehall. They are bursting on our flanks. Grasp your pikes, close your ranks. For Rupert never comes but to conquer or to fall. They are here. They rush on. We're broken, we're gone. Our left is borne before them like stubble on the blast. O Lord, put forth thy might. O Lord, defend the right. Stand back to back in God's name, and fight it to the last. Stout Skippen hath a wound. The centre has given ground. Hark, hark! What means the trampling of horsemen on our rear? Whose banner do I see, boys? It's he, thank God, it's he, boys. Bear up another minute, brave Oliver is here. Their heads all stooping low, their points all in a row, like a whirlwind on the trees, like a deluge on the dikes, our cuirassiers have burst on the ranks of the accursed, and at a shock have scattered the forest of his pikes. Fast, fast the gallants ride, in some safe nook to hide, their covered heads predestined to rot on Temple Bar, and he turns, he flies, shame on those cruel eyes, that bore to look on torture, and dare not look on war. Ho, comrades, scour the plain, and ere ye strip the slain, first give another stab to make your search secure, then shake from sleeves and pockets their broad pieces and lockets, the tokens of the wanton, the plunder of the poor. Fools, your doublets shone with gold, and your hearts were gay and bold, when you kissed your lily hands to your lemons today. And tomorrow shall the fox, from her chambers in the rocks, lead forth her tawny cubs to hole about the prey. Where be your tongues that late mocked at heaven and hell and fate, and the fingers that once were so busy with your blades? Your perfumed satin clothes, your hatches and your oath, your stage plays and your sonnets, your diamonds and your spades? Down, down forever, down with the mitre and the crown, with the Belial of the court and the Mammon of the Pope. There is woe in Oxford halls, there's wail in Durham stalls. The Jesuit smites his bosom, the bishop rends his hope. And she of the 7 hills shall mourn her children's ills, and tremble when she thinks on the edge of England's sword. And the kings of earth in fear shall shudder when they hear what the hand of God hath wrought for the houses and the ward. End of section 7. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 8 of England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. Read for LibriVox.org by Aaron Grassi. Charles I Insulted by Soldiers. By Paul Delaroche, French painter, 1797 to 1856. Painting, page 46. It is said that when the king passed through the crowds of soldiers at the close of the trial, some reviled him, some blew whiffs of tobacco smoke in his face, and that even in his own bedroom soldiers were permitted to smoke and drink. Whatever the faults of Charles may have been, he certainly behaved during those last days of his life with a dignity and Christian composure that in the minds of many have gone far to win pardon for his serious offences as a sovereign. The effect produced by the execution of the king has been described by Macaulay as follows. In no long time it became manifest that those political and religious zealots to whom this deed is to be ascribed had committed not only a crime, but an error. They had given to a prince hitherto known to his people chiefly by his faults an opportunity of displaying on a great theatre before the eyes of all nations and all ages some qualities which irresistibly call forth the admiration and love of mankind. The high spirit of a gallant gentleman, the patience and meekness of a penitent Christian. Nay, they had so contrived their revenge that the very man whose life had been a series of attacks on the liberties of England now seemed to die a martyr in the cause of those liberties. No demagogue ever produced such an impression on the public mind as the captive king, who, retaining in that extremity all his regal dignity, and confronting death with dauntless courage, gave utterance to the feelings of his oppressed people, manfully refused to plead before a court unknown to the law, appealed from military violence to the principles of the Constitution, asked by what right the House of Commons had been purged of its most respectable members, and the House of Lords deprived of its legislative functions, and told his weeping hearers that he was defending not only his own cause, but theirs. His long misgovernment, his innumerable perfidies, were forgotten. From that day began a reaction in favor of monarchy and of the exiled house, a reaction which never ceased till the throne had again been set up in all its old dignity. End of section 8. This recording is in the public domain. Section 9 of England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. Read for LibriVox.org by Aaron Grassi. England, Part 2. The Rule of Oliver Cromwell. Historical note. At the beginning of the Civil War, the parliamentary party was composed for the most part of men who were Presbyterians in religion and moderates in politics. As the struggle progressed, there arose a new and radical party that was destined to wrest control of the state from both Royalists and Presbyterians. This party, or sect, was known as the Independents. Its leader was Oliver Cromwell, a country gentleman who, at the outbreak of the Civil War, had raised a company for Parliament, and soon attained a commanding position by the discipline and zeal of his soldiers, the Ironsides as they were called, and by the uniform success of his operations. Soon after the appointment of Cromwell as Lieutenant General in 1645, the first period of the Civil War was ended by the overwhelming defeat of the Royalists at Naseby. In the following year, the king surrendered to the Scots, and was by them delivered up to the English Parliament. Then followed 3 years of treaties and intrigues between the king and Parliament, until the army, weary of the fruitless negotiations, seized the king and drove the Presbyterian members from Parliament. By the remaining members, known as the Rump Parliament, the king was accused of treason, tried before a special court of justice, found guilty, and executed on the 30th of January, 1649. All parties except the Independents were united by this act against Cromwell, who as commander of the army was held chiefly responsible. Yet such was his genius and resolution that he was able to overpower and crush everything that crossed his path, to make himself more absolute master of his country than any of her legitimate kings had been, and to make his country more dreaded and respected than she had been during many generations under the rule of her legitimate kings. For 9 years Cromwell and his soldiers ruled England, and at his death in 1658, Richard Cromwell, his son, quietly succeeded to the title of Lord Protector. End of section 9. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 10 of England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 10, England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 10. The Trial and Execution of King Charles I, 1649, by Jacob Abbott. And now a design to which at the commencement of the Civil War no man would have dared to allude, and which was no less inconsistent with the Solemn League and Covenant than with the old law of England, began to take a distinct form. The austere warriors who ruled the nation had during some months meditated a fearful vengeance on the captive king. When and how the scheme originated, whether it spread from the general to the ranks, or from the ranks to the general, whether it is to be ascribed to policy, using fanaticism as a tool, or to fanaticism bearing down policy with headlong impulse, are questions which even at this day cannot be answered with perfect confidence. It seems, however, on the whole, probable that he who seemed to lead was really forced to follow, and that he sacrificed his own judgment and his own inclinations to the wishes of the army. For the power which he had called into existence was a power which even he could not always control, and that he might ordinarily command, it was necessary that he should sometimes obey. Cromwell had to determine whether he would put to hazard the attachment of his party, the attachment of his army, his own greatness, nay, his own life, in an attempt which would probably have been vain, to save a prince whom no engagement could bind. With many struggles and misgivings, and probably not without many prayers, the decision was made. Charles was left to his fate. The military saints resolved that, in defiance of the old laws of the realm, and of the almost universal sentiment of the nation, the king should expiate his crimes with his blood. Thomas Babington Macaulay. Everything connected with the trial was conducted with great state and parade. The number of commissioners constituting the court was 133, though only a little more than half that number attended the trial. The king had been removed from Hurst Castle to Windsor Castle, and he was now brought into the city and lodged in a house near to Westminster Hall, so as to be at hand. On the appointed day the court assembled. The vast hall and all the avenues to it were thronged. The whole civilized world looked on, in fact, in astonishment at the almost unprecedented spectacle of a king tried for his life by an assembly of his subjects. The first business after the opening of the court was to call the roll of the commissioners, that each one might answer to his name. The name of the general of the army, Fairfax, who was one of the number, was the second upon the list. When his name was called, there was no answer. It was called again. A voice from one of the galleries replied, "He has too much wit to be here." This produced some disorder, and the officers called out to know who answered in that manner, but there was no reply. Afterwards, when the impeachment was read, the phrase occurred, "of all the people of England," when the same voice rejoined, "No, not the half of them." The officers then ordered a soldier to fire into the seat from which these interruptions came. This command was not obeyed, but they found, on investigating the case, that the person who had answered thus was Fairfax's wife, and they immediately removed her from the hall. When the court was fully organized, they commanded the sergeant-at-arms to bring in the prisoner. The king was accordingly brought in and conducted to a chair covered with crimson velvet, which had been placed for him at the bar. The judges remained in their seats with their heads covered while he entered, and the king took his seat, keeping his head covered too. He took a calm and deliberate survey of the scene, looking around upon the judges and upon the armed guards by which he was environed, with a stern and unchanging countenance. At length silence was proclaimed, and the president rose to introduce the proceedings. He addressed the king. He said that the Commons of England, deeply sensible of the calamities which had been brought upon England by the Civil War, and of the innocent blood which had been shed, and convinced that he, the king, had been the guilty cause of it, were now determined to make inquisition for this blood, and to bring him to trial and judgment, that they had for this purpose organized this court, and that he should now hear the charge brought against him, which they would proceed to try. An officer then arose to read the charge. The king made a gesture for him to be silent. He, however, persisted in his reading, although the king once or twice attempted to interrupt him. The president, too, ordered him to proceed. The charge recited the evils and calamities which had resulted from the war, and concluded by saying that the said Charles Stuart is and has been the occasioner, author, and continuer of the said unnatural, cruel, and bloody wars, and is therein guilty of all the treasons, murders, rapines, burnings, spoils, desolations, damages, and mischiefs to this nation acted and committed in the said wars, or occasioned thereby. The president then sharply rebuked the king for his interruptions to the proceedings, and asked him what answer he had to make to the impeachment. The king replied by demanding by what authority they pretended to call him to account for his conduct. He told them that he was their king, and they his subjects, that they were not even the Parliament, and that they had no authority from any true Parliament to sit as a court to try him, that he would not betray his own dignity and rights by making any answer at all to any charges they might bring against him, for that would be an acknowledgment of their authority, but he was convinced that there was not one of them who did not in his heart believe that he was wholly innocent of the charges which they had brought against him. These proceedings occupied the first day. The king was then sent back to his place of confinement, and the court adjourned. The next day, when called upon to plead to the impeachment, the king only insisted the more strenuously in denying the authority of the court, and in stating his reasons for so denying it. The court was determined not to hear what he had to say on this point, and the president continually interrupted him, while he, in his turn, continually interrupted the president too. It was a struggle and a dispute, not a trial. At last, on the fourth day, something like testimony was produced to prove that the king had been in arms against the forces of the Parliament. On the fifth and sixth days the judges sat in private to come to their decision, and on the following day, which was Saturday, January 27, they called the king again before them, and opened the doors to admit the great assembly of spectators, that the decision might be announced. There followed another scene of mutual interruptions and disorder. The king insisted on longer delay. He had not said what he wished to say in his defence. The president told him it was now too late, that he had consumed the time allotted to him in making objections to the jurisdiction of the court, and now it was too late for his defence. The clerk then read the sentence, which ended thus: For all which treasons and crimes this court doth adjudge that he, the said Charles Stuart, is a tyrant, traitor, murderer, and public enemy, and shall be put to death by the severing of his head from his body. When the clerk had finished the reading, the president rose and said deliberately and solemnly, The sentence now read and published is the act, sentence, judgment, and resolution of the whole court. And the whole court rose to express their assent. The king then said to the president, Will you hear me a word, sir? President. Sir, you are not to be heard after the sentence. King. Am I not, sir? President. No, sir. Guards, withdraw the prisoner. King. I may speak after sentence by your favour, sir. Hold, I say, sir, by your favour, sir, if I am not permitted to speak. The other parts of his broken attempts to speak were lost in the tumult and noise. He was taken out of the hall. One would have supposed that all who witnessed these dreadful proceedings, and who now saw one who had been so lately the sovereign of a mighty empire, standing friendless and alone on the brink of destruction, would have relented at last, and would have found their hearts yielding to emotions of pity. But it seems not to have been so. The animosities engendered by political strife are merciless, and the crowd through which the king had to pass as he went from the hall scoffed and derided him. They blew the smoke of their tobacco in his face and threw their pipes at him. Some proceeded to worse indignities than these, but the king bore all with quietness and resignation. The king was sentenced on Saturday. On the evening of that day he sent a request that the Bishop of London might be allowed to assist at his devotions, and that his children might be permitted to see him before he was to die. There were 2 of his children then in England, his youngest son and a daughter. The other 2 sons had escaped to the Continent. The government granted both these requests. By asking for the service as of an episcopal clergyman, Charles signified his firm determination to adhere to the very last hour of his life to the religious principles which he had been struggling for so long. It is somewhat surprising that the government were willing to comply with the request. It was, however, complied with, and Charles was taken from the palace of Whitehall, which is in Westminster, to the palace of St. James, not very far distant. He was escorted by a guard through the streets. At St. James's there was a small chapel where the king attended divine service. The Bishop of London preached a sermon on the future judgment, in which he administered comfort to the mind of the unhappy prisoner, so far as the sad case allowed of any comfort, by the thought that all human judgments would be reviewed, and all wrongs made right at the great day. After the service, the king spent the remainder of the day in retirement and private devotion. During the afternoon of the day, several of his most trusty friends among the nobility called to see him, but he declined to grant them admission. He said that his time was short and precious, and that he wished to improve it to the utmost in preparation for the great change which awaited him. He hoped, therefore, that his friends would not be displeased if he declined seeing any persons besides his children. It would do no good for them to be admitted. All that they could do for him now was to pray for him. The next day the children were brought to him in the room where he was confined. The daughter, who was called the Lady Elizabeth, was the oldest. He directed her to tell her brother James, who was the second son, and now absent with Charles on the Continent, that he must now, from the time of his father's death, no longer look upon Charles as merely his older brother, but as his sovereign, and obey him as such, and he requested her to charge them both from him to love each other, and to forgive their father's enemies. "You will not forget this, my dear child, will you?" added the king. The Lady Elizabeth was still very young. "No," said she, "I will never forget it as long as I live." He then charged her with a message to her mother, the queen, who was also on the Continent, tell her," said he, "that I have loved her faithfully all my life, and that my tender regard for her will not cease till I cease to breathe." Poor Elizabeth was sadly grieved at this parting interview. The king tried to comfort her. "You must not be so afflicted for me," he said. "It will be a very glorious death that I shall die. I die for the laws and liberties of this land, and for maintaining the Protestant religion. I have forgiven all my enemies, and I hope that God will forgive them." The little son was by title the Duke of Gloucester. He took him on his knees and said in substance, "My dear boy, they are going to cut off your father's head." The child looked up into his father's face very earnestly, not comprehending so strange an assertion. "They are going to cut off my head," repeated the king, "and perhaps they will want to make you a king, but you must not be king as long as your brothers Charles and James live, for if you do, very likely they will some time or other cut off your head." The child said with a very determined air that then they should never make him king as long as he lived. The king then gave his children some other parting messages for several of his nearest relatives and friends, and they were taken away. In cases of capital punishment in England and America, there must be, after the sentence is pronounced, written authority to the sheriff or other proper officer to proceed to the execution of it. This is called the warrant, and is usually to be signed by the chief magistrate of the state. In England the sovereign always signs the warrant of execution, but in the case of the execution of the sovereign himself, which was a case entirely unprecedented, the authorities were at first a little at a loss to know what to do. The commissioners who had judged the king concluded finally to sign it themselves. It was expressed substantially as follows: "At the High Court of Justice for the trying and judging of Charles Stuart, King of England, January 29, 1648, whereas Charles Stuart, King of England, has been convicted, attainted, and condemned of high treason, and sentence was pronounced against him by this court to be put to death by the severance of his head from his body, of which sentence execution yet remaineth to be done. These are therefore now to will and require you to see the said sentence executed in the open street before Whitehall, upon the morrow, being the 30th day of this instant month of January, between the hours of 10 in the morning and 5 in the afternoon of the said day, with full effect, and for so doing this shall be your sufficient warrant." 59 of the judges signed this warrant, and then it was sent to the persons appointed to carry the sentence into execution. That night the king slept pretty well for about 4 hours, though during the evening before he could hear in his apartment the noise of the workmen building the platform, or scaffold as it was commonly called, on which the execution was to take place. He awoke, however, long before day. He called to an attendant who lay by his bedside, and requested him to get up. "I will rise myself," said he, "for I have a great work to do to-day." He then requested that they would furnish him with the best dress, and an extra supply of underclothing, because it was a cold morning. He particularly wished to be well guarded from the cold, lest it should cause him to shiver, and they would suppose that he was trembling from fear. "I have no fear," said he. "Death is not terrible to me. I bless God that I am prepared." The king had made arrangements for divine service in his room early in the morning, to be conducted by the Bishop of London. The bishop came in at the time appointed, and read the prayers. He also read in the course of the service the 29th chapter of Matthew, which narrates the closing scenes of our Saviour's life. This was in fact the regular lesson for the day, according to the episcopal ritual, which assigns certain portions of Scripture to every day of the year. The king supposed that the bishop had purposely selected this passage, and he thanked him for it, as he said it seemed to him very appropriate to the occasion. "May it please your majesty," said the bishop, "it is the proper lesson for the day." The king was much affected at learning this fact, as he considered it a special providence, indicating that he was prepared to die, and that he should be sustained in the final agony. About 10 o'clock, Colonel Hacker, who was the first one named in the warrant of execution of the 3 persons to whom the warrant was addressed, knocked gently at the king's chamber door. No answer was returned. Presently he knocked again. The king asked his attendant to go to the door. He went and asked Colonel Hacker why he knocked. He replied that he wished to see the king. "Let him come in," said the king. The officer entered, but with great embarrassment and trepidation. He felt that he had a most awful duty to perform. He informed the king that it was time to proceed to Whitehall, though he could have some time there for rest. "Very well," said the king, "go on, I will follow." The king then took the bishop's arm, and they went along together. They found, as they issued from the palace of St. James into the park through which their way led to Whitehall, that lines of soldiers had been drawn up. The king, with the bishop on one side, and the attendant before referred to, whose name was Herbert, on the other, both uncovered, walked between these lines of guards. The king walked on very fast, so that the others scarcely kept pace with him. When he arrived at Whitehall, he spent some further time in devotion with the bishop, and then at noon he ate a little bread and drank some light wine. Soon after this, Colonel Hacker, the officer, came to the door and let them know that the hour had arrived. The bishop and Hacker melted into tears as they bade their master farewell. The king directed the door to be opened and requested the officer to go on, saying that he would follow. They went through a large hall, called the banqueting hall, to a window in front, through which a passage had been made for the king to his scaffold, which was built up in the street before the palace. As the king passed out through the window, he perceived that a vast throng of spectators had assembled in the streets to witness the spectacle. He had expected this, and had intended to address them, but he found that this was impossible, as the space all around the scaffold was occupied with troops of horses and bodies of soldiers, so as to keep the populace at so great a distance that they could not hear his voice. He, however, made his speech, addressing it particularly to one or two persons who were near, knowing that they would put the substance of it on record, and thus make it known to all mankind. There was then some further conversation about the preparations for the final blow, the adjustment of the dress, the hair, etc., in which the king took an active part with great composure. He then kneeled down and laid his head upon the block. The executioner, who wore a mask that he might not be known, began to adjust the hair of the prisoner by putting it up under his cap, when the king, supposing that he was going to strike, hastily told him to wait for the sign. The executioner said that he would. The king spent a few minutes in prayer, and then stretched out his hands, which was the sign which he had arranged to give. The axe descended. The dissevered head, with the blood streaming from it, was held up by the assistant executioner for the gratification of the vast crowd which was gazing on the scene. He said as he raised it, "Behold the head of a traitor." The body was placed in a coffin covered with black velvet, and taken back through the window into the room from which the monarch had walked out in life and health but a few moments before. A day or two afterward it was taken to Windsor Castle upon a hearse drawn by 6 horses and covered with black velvet. It was there interred in a vault in the chapel, with an inscription upon lead over the coffin, King Charles, 1648. End of Section 10. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 11 of England, Scotland, Ireland and Wales. Read for LibriVox.org by Aaron Grassi. Cromwell in Whitehall. By Julius Schrader. Germany, 1815 to 1900. Painting, page 60. From the banqueting hall of this palace, Charles I was led forth to die on the scaffold that had been erected under its windows. Cromwell, who more than any other man in England had been responsible for the execution of the king, is here represented as gazing sternly, but with no one knows what thoughts, at the portrait of Charles, before which rest the hat, gloves, and riding whip of the monarch. End of section 11. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 12 of England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. Read for LibriVox.org by Nemo. A Royalist Description of Cromwell's Men by Samuel Butler. That stubborn crew of errant saints whom all men grant to be the true church militant, such as do build their faith upon the holy text of pike and gun, decide all controversies by infallible artillery, improve their doctrine orthodox with apostolic blows and knocks, call fire and sword and desolation a godly, thorough reformation, which always must be going on and still be doing, never done, as if religion were intended for nothing else but to be mended. A sect whose chief devotion lies in odd, perverse antipathies, and falling out with that or this, and finding somewhat still amiss, more peevish, cross, and splenetic, than dog distract or monkey sick, that with more care keep holy day, the wrong, than others the right way, compound for sins they are inclined to, by damning those they have no mind to, still so perverse and opposite, as if they worshipped God for spite. The self-same thing they will abhor one way and long another for. Free will they one way disavow, another, nothing else allow. All piety consists therein, in them, in other men all sin. Rather than fail they will defy that which they love most tenderly, quarrel with mince-pies, and disparage their best and dearest friend plum porridge, fat pig and goose itself oppose, and blaspheme custard through the nose. End of section 12. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 13 of England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. The World's Story, Volume 10, England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 13. How Cromwell Dissolved Parliament, 1653, by François-Pierre Guillaume Guizot. Cromwell wished to summon a new parliament, but the assembly then in session refused to adjourn, and led by Sir Henry Vane, was about to pass a dissolution bill, according to which the membership should remain unchanged, and none who might be elected to fill vacancies could be admitted unless the members approved. The Editor. Cromwell was informed that the Parliament was sitting, and that Vane, Martin, and Sidney were pressing the immediate adoption of what they called the Dissolution Bill. The members of the House who were with Cromwell at Whitehall went off immediately to Westminster, but Cromwell himself remained with his officers, determined still to wait, and not to act unless forced to do so by extreme necessity. Presently Colonel Ingoldsby arrived, exclaiming, "If you mean to do anything decisive, you have no time to lose." The House was on the point of coming to a vote. Vane had insisted with such warmth and earnestness on passing the bill that Harrison had deemed it necessary, most sweetly and humbly, to conjure his colleagues to pause before they took so important a step. Cromwell left Whitehall in haste, followed by Lambert and 5 or 6 officers, and commanded a detachment of soldiers to march round to the House of Commons. On his arrival at Westminster, he stationed guards at the doors and in the lobby of the House, and led round another body to a position just outside the room in which the members were seated. He then entered alone, without noise, clad in plain black clothes with grey worsted stockings, as was his custom when he was not in uniform. Vane was speaking, and passionately descanting on the urgency of the bill. Cromwell sat down in his usual place, where he was instantly joined by St. John, to whom he said that he was come to do that which grieved him to the very soul, and that he had earnestly with tears prayed God against. Nay, that he had rather be torn in pieces than do it, but there was a necessity laid upon him therein, in order to the glory of God and the good of the nation. St. John answered that he knew not what it meant, but did pray that what it was which must be done might have a happy issue for the general good, and so saying he returned to his seat. Vane was still speaking, and Cromwell listened to him with great attention. He was arguing the necessity of proceeding at once to the last stage of the bill, and with that view adjured the House to dispense with the usual formalities which should precede its adoption. Cromwell, at this, beckoned to Harrison. "Now is the time," he said. "I must do it." "Sir," replied Harrison anxiously, "the work is very great and dangerous." "You say well," answered Cromwell, and sat still for another quarter of an hour. Vane ceased speaking. The speaker rose to put the question, when Cromwell stood up, took off his hat, and began to speak. At first he expressed himself in terms of commendation of the Parliament and its members, praising their zeal and care for the public good. But gradually his tone changed. His accents and gestures became more violent. He reproached the members of the House with their delays, their covetousness, their self-interest, their disregard for justice. "You have no heart to do anything for the public good," he exclaimed. "Your intention was to perpetuate yourselves in power. But your time is come. The Lord has done with you. He has chosen other instruments for the carrying on his work that are more worthy. It is the Lord hath taken me by the hand and set me on to do this thing." Vane, Wentworth, and Marston rose to speak to him, but he would not suffer them to speak. "You think, perhaps," he said, "that this is not parliamentary language. I know it, but expect no other language from me." Wentworth at length made himself heard. He declared that this was indeed the first time that he had ever heard such unbecoming language given to the Parliament, and that it was the more horrid in that it came from their servant, and their servant whom they had so highly trusted and obliged, and whom, by their unprecedented bounty, they had made what he was. Cromwell thrust his hat upon his head, sprang from his seat into the center of the floor of the House, and shouted out, "Come, come, we have had enough of this. I'll put an end to your prating. Call them in." He added briefly to Harrison. The door opened, and 20 or 30 musketeers entered under the command of Lieutenant Colonel Worsley. "You are no Parliament," cried Cromwell. "I say you are no Parliament. Be gone. Give way to honester men." He walked up and down the floor of the House, stamping his foot and giving his orders. "Fetch him down," he said to Harrison, pointing to the speaker, who still remained in his chair. Harrison told him to come down, but Lenthal refused. "Take him down," repeated Cromwell. Harrison laid his hand on the speaker's gown, and he came down immediately. Algernon Sidney was sitting near the speaker. "Put him out," said Cromwell to Harrison. Sidney did not move. "Put him out," reiterated Cromwell. Harrison and Worsley laid their hands on Sidney's shoulders, upon which he rose and walked out. "This is not honest," exclaimed Vane. "It is against morality and common honesty." "Sir Harry Vane, Sir Harry Vane," replied Cromwell, "you might have prevented this extraordinary course, but you are a juggler, and have not so much as common honesty. The Lord deliver me from Sir Harry Vane." And amidst the general confusion, as the members passed out before him, he flung nicknames in the face of each. "Some of you are drunkards," he said, pointing to Mr. Challoner. "Some of you are adulterers," and he looked at Sir Peter Wentworth. "Some of you are corrupt, unjust persons," and he glanced at Whitelocke and others. He went up to the table on which the mace lay, which was carried before the speaker, and called to the soldiers, "What shall we do with this bauble? Here, take it away." He frequently repeated, "It is you that have forced me to this, for I have sought the Lord night and day, that he would rather slay me than put me upon the doing of this work." Alderman Allen told him that it was not yet gone so far but all things might be restored again, and that if the soldiers were commanded out of the house and the mace returned, the public affairs might go on in their course. Cromwell rejected this advice, and called Allen to account for some £100,000, which, as treasurer of the army, he had embezzled. Allen replied that it was well known that it had not been his fault that his account was not made up long since, that he had often tendered it to the House, and that he asked no favor from any man in that matter. Cromwell ordered him to be arrested, and he was led off by the soldiers. The room was now empty. He seized all the papers, took the dissolution bill from the clerk, and put it under his cloak, after which he left the house, ordered the doors to be shut, and returned to Whitehall. At Whitehall he found several of his officers, who had remained there to await the event. He related to them what he had done at the house. When I went there, he said, I did not think to have done this. But perceiving the Spirit of God so strong upon me, I would not consult flesh and blood. A few hours later in the afternoon, he was informed that the Council of State had just assembled in its ordinary place of meeting, in Whitehall itself, under the presidency of Bradshaw. He went to them immediately, followed only by Harrison and Lambert. Gentlemen, he said, if you are met here as private persons, you shall not be disturbed. But if, as a Council of State, this is no place for you, and since you can't but know what was done at the House this morning, so take notice that the Parliament is dissolved. Sir, answered Bradshaw, we have heard what you did at the House in the morning, and before many hours all England will hear it. But, sir, you are mistaken to think that Parliament is dissolved, for no power under heaven can dissolve them but themselves. Therefore take you notice of that. All then rose and left the room. On the following day, the 21st of April, this announcement appeared in the Mercurius Politicus, which had become Cromwell's journal. The Lord General delivered yesterday in Parliament divers reasons wherefore a present period should be put to the sitting of this Parliament, and it was accordingly done, the Speaker and the members all departing, the grounds of which proceedings will, it is probable, be shortly made public. And on the same day a crowd collected at the door of the House to read a large placard, which had probably been placed there during the night by some cavalier who was overjoyed at finding his cause avenged on the Republicans by a regicide. It bore this inscription, "This house to be let, unfurnished." End of section 13. This recording is in the public domain. Section 14 of England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. The World's Story, Volume 10. England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 14. Praise God Barebones Parliament, 1653. By Edward, Earl of Clarendon. After Cromwell's dissolution of the Long Parliament, or Rump Parliament, as it was also called, he assumed executive authority, and sent a request to the independent or congregational churches of the land that they should name persons to form a new Parliament. Cromwell's council chose, chiefly from among the persons thus named, the Little Parliament, which, from the name of one member, the Royalists called the Barebones Parliament. The Editor. There were amongst them some few of the quality and degree of gentlemen, and who had estates and such a proportion of credit and reputation as could consist with the guilt they had contracted. But much the major part of them consisted of inferior persons, of no quality or name, artificers of the meanest trades, known only by their gifts in praying or preaching, which was now practised by all degrees of men but scholars throughout the kingdom. In which number, that there may be a better judgment made of the rest, it will not be amiss to name one, from whom that Parliament itself was afterwards denominated, who was Praise God, that was his Christian name, Barebone, a leather seller in Fleet Street, from whom, he being an eminent speaker in it, it was afterwards called Praise God Barebones Parliament. In a word, they were a pack of weak, senseless fellows, fit only to bring the name and reputation of Parliament lower than it was yet. It was fit these new men should be brought together by some new way, and a very new way it was. For Cromwell, by his warrants, directed to every one of them, telling them of the necessity of dissolving the late Parliament, and of an equal necessity that the peace, safety, and good government of the Commonwealth should be provided for, and therefore that he had, by the advice of his council of officers, nominated divers persons fearing God, and of approved fidelity and honesty, to whom the great charge and trust of so weighty affairs was to be committed, and that having good assurance of their love to and courage for God, and the interest of his cause, and the good people of this Commonwealth, he concluded in these words, I, Oliver Cromwell, Captain General and Commander-in-Chief of all the forces raised, or to be raised within this Commonwealth, do hereby summon and require you personally to be and appear at the council chamber at Whitehall, upon the 4th day of July next, then and there to take upon you the said trust. And you are hereby called and appointed to serve as a member for the county of, etc. Upon this wild summons, the persons so nominated appeared at the council chamber upon the 4th of July, which was near 3 months after the dissolution of the former Parliament. Cromwell, with his council of officers, was ready to receive them, and made them a long discourse of the fear of God and the honor due to his name, full of texts of Scripture, and remembered the wonderful mercies of God to this nation, and the continued series of providence by which he had appeared in carrying on his cause, and bringing affairs into that present glorious condition, wherein they now were. He put them in mind of the noble actions of the army in the famous victory of Worcester, of the applications they had made to the Parliament for a good settlement of all the affairs of the Commonwealth, the neglect whereof made it absolutely necessary to dissolve it. He assured them by many arguments, some of which were urged out of Scripture, that they had a very lawful call to take upon them the supreme authority of the nation, and concluded with a very earnest desire that great tenderness might be used towards all conscientious persons, of whatever judgment soever they appeared to be. When he had finished his discourse, he delivered to them an instrument, engrossed in parchment under his hand and seal, whereby, with the advice of his council of officers, he did devolve and entrust the supreme authority of this Commonwealth into the hands of those persons therein mentioned, and declared that they, or any 40 of them, were to be held and acknowledged the supreme authority of the nation, to which all persons within the same and the territories thereunto belonging were to yield obedience and subjection to the 3rd day of the month of November, which should be in the year 1654, which was about a year and 3 months from the time that he spoke to them, and 3 months before the time prescribed should expire, they were to make choice of other persons to succeed them, whose power and authority should not exceed 1 year, and when they were likewise to provide and take care for a like succession in the government. Being thus invested with this authority, they repaired to the Parliament House, and made choice of one Rouse to be their speaker, an old gentleman of Devonshire, who had been a member of the former Parliament, and in that time been preferred and made provost of the College of Eton, whose office he then enjoyed, with an opinion of having some knowledge in the Latin and Greek tongues, of a very mean understanding, but thoroughly engaged in the guilt of the times. At their first coming together, some of them had the modesty to doubt that they were not in many respects so well qualified as to take upon them the style and title of a parliament. But that modesty was quickly subdued, and they were easily persuaded to assume that title, and to consider themselves as the supreme authority in the nation. These men, thus brought together, continued in this capacity near 6 months, to the amazement and even mirth of the people, in which time they never entered upon any grave and serious debate that might tend to any settlement, but generally expressed great sharpness and animosity against the clergy, and against all learning, out of which they thought the clergy had grown, and still would grow. There were now no bishops for them to be angry with. They had already reduced all that order to the lowest beggary. But their quarrel was against all who had called themselves ministers, and who, by being called so, received tithes and respect from their neighbors. They resolved the function itself to be anti-Christian, and the persons to be burdensome to the people, and the requiring and payment of tithes to be absolute Judaism, and they thought fit that they should be abolished altogether, and that there might not for the time to come be any race of people who might revive those pretenses. They thought fit that all lands belonging to the universities and colleges in those universities might be sold, and the moneys that should arise thereby be disposed for the public service and to ease the people from the payment of taxes and contributions. When they had tired and perplexed themselves so long in such debates, as soon as they were met in the morning upon the 12th of December, and before many of them were come who were like to dissent from the motion, one of them stood up and declared that he did believe they were not equal to the burden that was laid upon them, and therefore that they might dissolve themselves and deliver back their authority into the hands from whom they had received it, which being presently consented to, their speaker, with those who were of that mind, went to Whitehall, and redelivered to Cromwell the instrument they had received from him, acknowledged their own impotency, and besought him to take care of the Commonwealth. By this frank donation, he and his council of officers were once more possessed of the supreme power of the nation, and in a few days after, his council were too modest to share with him in this royal authority, but declared that the government of the Commonwealth should reside in a single person, that person should be Oliver Cromwell, Captain General of all the forces in England, Scotland, and Ireland, and that his title should be Lord Protector of the Commonwealths of England, Scotland, and Ireland, and of the dominions and territories thereunto belonging, and that he should have a council of 21 persons to be assistant to him in the government. End of section 14. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 15 of England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. Read for LibriVox.org by Aaron Grassi. Cromwell Visiting Milton by David Neal. American artist, 1837. Painting, page 74. Several years before the breaking out of the Civil War, Milton had already planned his Paradise Lost, but he gave this up for the time and devoted himself heart and mind to the cause of the Puritans. Save for an occasional sonnet, he wrote prose only, but prose which is often of rare eloquence and harmony. His best-known work of this period is the Areopagitica, a plea for liberty of the press. After the execution of Charles I, Milton stood boldly on the side of the Puritans. He was soon made Latin or Foreign Secretary to the Commonwealth. 3 years later, he had become entirely blind because of the overwork which his devotion to the state had brought upon his eyes. Of them he writes, "What supports me, dost thou ask? The conscience, friend, to have lost them overplied in liberty's defense, my noble task." It was not until some years after the Restoration that he produced his wonderful epic, Paradise Lost. This was followed by Paradise Regained and Samson Agonistes. 3 years after the publication of these latter works, Milton died. In this picture, Cromwell is seen in the house of his Latin secretary, whom he has come to consult, probably on some business of state. The stern warrior has entered unannounced, but has paused in Milton's study to listen to the music of a spinet played by the great poet in an adjoining alcove. End of section 15. This recording is in the public domain. Section 16 of England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. Read for LibriVox.org by Aaron Grassi. England, Part 3. From the Restoration to the House of Hanover. Historical note. Cromwell died in 1658. His son succeeded him, but was not strong enough to fill his father's place, and resigned at the request of the army. England had wearied of the strict rule of the Puritans, and in 1660, Charles II, son of Charles I, was invited to return. Now came reaction, and at first the country could not do enough for this witty, good-humored sovereign, but it was soon evident that he cared for nothing but his own pleasure. His court was the home of dissoluteness and profligacy. At the death of Charles II in 1685, he was succeeded by his brother James. This new ruler had learned nothing from the fate of Charles I, but proceeded to rule as he chose, without regard to the wishes of his subjects. Moreover, he was a Roman Catholic, and was determined to re-establish that form of faith in England. The result was that he was forced to flee from the kingdom, and the throne was given by Parliament to Mary, daughter of James, together with her husband William of Orange. Parliament took advantage of this bloodless revolution and increased its power at the expense of the throne by enacting a Bill of Rights. This provided that henceforth the cabinet should be responsible to Parliament instead of to the king. On the death of William of Orange in 1702, Anne, second daughter of James II, became queen. Her lack of brilliancy of intellect apparently had no effect upon the march of events, for her reign was marked both by brilliant military achievements and by the excellence of its literature. In her first year on the throne, England, Germany, and Holland united in a war against France, known as the War of the Spanish Succession, in which the Duke of Marlborough won victory after victory for his country, and under Sir Cloudesley Shovel, Gibraltar was taken. By the treaty closing the war, England gained in America Nova Scotia, Newfoundland, and a vast area of land about Hudson Bay. In 1707, Scotland and England were united under the name of Great Britain. End of section 16. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 17 of England, Scotland, Ireland and Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sonia. The World's Story, Volume 10. England, Scotland, Ireland and Wales. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 17. In the Days of the Plague, 1665, by Daniel Defoe. In 1665, a terrible plague swept over England. The most vivid of all the accounts of this awful visitation was written by Daniel Defoe. He was a boy of 5 at the time of the pestilence, but his descriptions are so realistic that his work has often been accepted for what it claims to be, namely a diary of the times. The Editor. It is incredible and scarcely to be imagined how the posts and corners of streets were plastered over with doctors' bills, and papers of ignorant fellows quacking and tampering in physic, inviting the people to come to them for remedies, which invitation was generally set off with such flourishes as these, viz., infallible preventive pills against the plague, never-failing preservatives against the infection, sovereign cordials against the corruption of the air, exact regulations for the conduct of the body in case of an infection, anti-pestilential pills, incomparable drink against the plague, never found out before, a universal remedy for the plague, the only true plague water, the royal antidote against all kinds of infection, and such a number more that I cannot reckon up, and if I could, it would fill a book of themselves to set them down. Others set up bills to summon people to their lodgings for directions and advice in the case of infection. These had specious titles also, such as these: An eminent High Dutch physician, newly come over from Holland, where he resided during all the time of the Great Plague, last year in Amsterdam, and cured multitudes of people that actually had the plague upon them. An Italian gentlewoman, just arrived from Naples, having a choice secret to prevent infection, which she found out by her great experience, and did wonderful cures with it in the late plague there, wherein there died 20,000 in one day. An ancient gentlewoman, having practised with great success in the late plague in this city, anno 1636, gives her advice only to the female sex, to be spoken with, etc. An experienced physician, who has long studied the doctrine of antidotes against all sorts of poison and infection, has, after 40 years' practice, arrived to such skill as may, with God's blessing, direct persons how to prevent their being touched by any contagious distemper whatever. He directs the poor, gratis. I take notice of these by way of specimen. I could give you 2 or 3 dozen of the like, and yet have abundance left behind. 'Tis sufficient from these to apprise any one of the humour of those times, and how a set of thieves and pickpockets not only robbed and cheated the poor people of their money, but poisoned their bodies with odious and fatal preparations, some with mercury, and some with other things as bad, perfectly remote from the thing pretended to, and rather hurtful than serviceable to the body, in case an infection followed. I cannot omit a subtlety of one of those quack operators, with which he gulled the poor people to crowd about him, but did nothing for them without money. He had, it seems, added to his bills which he gave about the streets, this advertisement in capital letters, viz., "He gives advice to the poor for nothing." Abundance of poor people came to him accordingly, to whom he made a great many fine speeches, examined them to the state of their health, and of the constitution of their bodies, and told them many good things for them to do, which were of no great moment, but the issue and conclusion of all was, that he had a preparation which, if they took such a quantity of every morning, he would pawn his life they should never have the plague. No, though they lived in a house with people that were infected. This made the people all resolve to have it, but then the price of that was so much, I think 'twas 1/2 crown. But, sir, says one poor woman, I am a poor almswoman, and am kept by the parish, and the bills say you give the poor your help for nothing. Ay, good woman, says the doctor, so I do as I publish there. I give my advice to the poor for nothing, but not my physic. Alas, sir, says she, that is a snare laid for the poor then, for you give them your advice for nothing, that is to say, you advise them gratis to buy your physic for their money, so does every shopkeeper with his wares. Here the woman began to give him ill words, and stood at his door all that day, telling her tale to all the people that came, till the doctor, finding she turned away his customers, was obliged to call her upstairs again, and give her his box of physic for nothing, which perhaps, too, was good for nothing when she had it. But to return to the people, whose confusion fitted them to be imposed upon by all sorts of pretenders, and by every mountebank. There is no doubt but these quacking sorts of fellows raised great gains out of the miserable people, for we daily found the crowds that ran after them were infinitely greater, and their doors were more thronged than those of Dr. Brooks, Dr. Upton, Dr. Hodges, Dr. Berwick, or any, though the most famous men of the times, and I was told that some of them got 5 pounds a day by their physic. But there was still another madness beyond all this, which may serve to give an idea of the distracted humour of the poor people at that time, and this was their following a worse sort of deceivers than any of the above, for these petty thieves only deluded them to pick their pockets and get their money, in which their wickedness, whatever it was, lay chiefly on the side of the deceivers deceiving, not upon the deceived. But in this part I am going to mention, it lay chiefly on the people deceived, or equally in both, and this was in wearing charms, philters, exorcisms, amulets, and I know not what preparations, to fortify the body with them against the plague, as if the plague was not the hand of God, but a kind of possession of an evil spirit, and that it was to be kept off with crossings, signs of the zodiac, papers tied up with so many knots, and certain words or figures written on them, as particularly the word abracadabra, formed in triangle or pyramid, thus: abracadabra, abracadabr, abracadab, abracada, abracad, abraca, abrac, abra, abr, ab, a. Others had the Jesuits' mark in a cross, I-H-S. Others nothing but this mark, thus. I might spend a great deal of time in my exclamations against the follies, and indeed the wickedness of those things, in a time of such danger, in a matter of such consequences as this of a national infection. But my memorandums of these things relate rather to take notice only of the fact, and mention only that it was so. How the poor people found the insufficiency of those things, and how many of them were afterwards carried away in the dead carts, and thrown into the common graves of every parish, with these hellish charms and trumpery hanging about their necks, remains to be spoken of as we go along. All this was the effect of the hurry the people were in after the first notion of the plague being at hand was among them, and which may be said to be from about Michaelmas, 1664, but more particularly after the 2 men died in St. Giles, in the beginning of December, and again after another alarm in February, for when the plague evidently spread itself, they soon began to see the folly of trusting to those unperforming creatures who had gulled them of their money, and then their fears worked another way, namely to amazement and stupidity, not knowing what course to take, nor what to do, either to help or relieve themselves, but they ran about from one neighbour's house to another, and even in the streets from one door to another, with repeated cries of, "Lord, have mercy upon us, what shall we do?" Indeed, the poor people were to be pitied in one particular thing, in which they had little or no relief, and which I desire to mention with a serious awe and reflection, which perhaps every one that reads this may not relish, namely, that whereas death now began not, as we may say, to hover over everyone's head only, but to look into their houses and chambers, and stare in their faces, though there might be some stupidity and dullness of the mind, and there was so a great deal, yet there was a great deal of just alarm, sounded in the very inmost soul, if I may so say, of others. Many consciences were awakened, many hard hearts melted into tears, and many a penitent confession was made of crimes long concealed. It would have wounded the soul of any Christian to have heard the dying groans of many a despairing creature, and none durst come near to comfort them. Many a robbery, many a murder was then confessed aloud, and nobody surviving to record the accounts of it. People might be heard even in the streets as we passed along, calling upon God for mercy through Jesus Christ, and saying, "I have been a thief, I have been a murderer," and the like, and none durst stop to make the least inquiry into such things, or to administer comfort to the poor creatures that in the anguish both of soul and body thus cried out. Some of the ministers did visit the sick at first and for a little while, but it was not to be done. It would have been present death to have gone into some houses. The very buriers of the dead, who were the most hardened creatures in town, were sometimes beaten back and so terrified that they durst not go into the houses where whole families were swept away together, and where the circumstances were most particularly horrible, as some were. But this was, indeed, at the first heat of the distemper. Time inured them to it all, and they ventured everywhere afterwards without hesitation, as I shall have occasion to mention at large hereafter. I am supposing now the plague to be begun, as I have said, and that the magistrates began to take the condition of the people into their serious consideration. What they did as to the regulation of inhabitants and of infected families I shall speak to by itself, but as to the affair of health, it is proper to mention it here, that having seen the foolish humour of the people in running after quacks and mountebanks, wizards and fortune-tellers, which they did as above even to madness, the Lord Mayor, a very sober and religious gentleman, appointed physicians and surgeons for the relief of the poor, I mean the diseased poor, and in particular ordered the College of Physicians to publish directions for cheap remedies for the poor in all circumstances of the distemper. This indeed was one of the most charitable and judicious things that could be done at that time, for this drove the people from haunting the doors of every dispenser of bills, and from taking down blindly and without consideration poison for physic, and death instead of life. End of section 17. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 18 of England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. The World's Story, Volume 10, England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 18, The Fall of King Monmouth, 1685, by Charles Dickens. James II was a Roman Catholic, and the country preferred to have a Protestant ruler. Some were eager to give the crown to the Duke of Monmouth, an illegitimate son of Charles II, who was a Protestant. King Monmouth, as he was called by his supporters, came over from Holland fully expecting to be made sovereign of England. The Editor. He immediately set up his standard in the marketplace, and proclaimed the king a tyrant and a popish usurper, and I know not what else, charging him not only with what he had done, which was bad enough, but with what neither he nor anybody else had done, such as setting fire to London and poisoning the late king. Raising some 4,000 men by these means, he marched on to Taunton, where there were many Protestant dissenters who were strongly opposed to the Catholics. Here both the rich and poor turned out to receive him. Ladies waved a welcome to him from all the windows as he passed along the streets. Flowers were strewn in his way, and every compliment and honor that could be devised was showered upon him. Among the rest, 20 young ladies came forward in their best clothes and in their brightest beauty, and gave him a Bible ornamented with their own fair hands, together with other presents. Encouraged by this homage, he proclaimed himself king and went on to Bridgewater. But here the government troops, under the Earl of Feversham, were close at hand, and he was so dispirited at finding that he made but few powerful friends after all, that it was a question whether he should disband his army and endeavour to escape. It was resolved, at the instance of that unlucky Lord Grey, to make a night attack on the king's army, as it lay encamped on the edge of a morass called Sedgemoor. The horsemen were commanded by the same unlucky lord, who was not a brave man. He gave up the battle almost at the first obstacle, which was a deep drain, and although the poor countrymen who had turned out for Monmouth fought bravely with scythes, poles, pitchforks, and such poor weapons as they had, they were soon dispersed by the trained soldiers and fled in all directions. When the Duke of Monmouth himself fled was not known in the confusion, but the unlucky Lord Grey was taken early next day, and then another of the party was taken, who had confessed that he had parted from the Duke only 4 hours before. Strict search being made, he was found disguised as a peasant, hidden in a ditch under fern and nettles, with a few peas in his pocket which he had gathered in the fields to eat. The only other articles he had upon him were a few papers and little books, one of the latter being a strange jumble in his own writing of charms, songs, recipes, and prayers. He was completely broken. He wrote a miserable letter to the king, beseeching and entreating to be allowed to see him. When he was taken to London and conveyed bound into the king's presence, he crawled to him on his knees, and made a most degrading exhibition. As James never forgave or relented towards anybody, he was not likely to soften towards the issuer of the Lyme proclamation, so he told the suppliant to prepare for death. On the 15th of July, 1685, this unfortunate favourite of the people was brought out to die on Tower Hill. The crowd was immense, and the tops of all the houses were covered with gazers. He had seen his wife, the daughter of the Duke of Buccleuch, in the Tower, and had talked much of a lady whom he loved far better, the Lady Harriet Wentworth, who was one of the last persons he remembered in this life. Before laying his head upon the block he felt the edge of the axe, and told the executioner that he feared it was not sharp enough, and that the axe was not heavy enough. On the executioner replying that it was of the proper kind, the Duke said, "I pray you have a care, and do not use me so awkwardly as you used my Lord Russell." The executioner, made nervous by this, and trembling, struck once, and merely gashed him in the neck. Upon this, the Duke of Monmouth raised his head and looked to the man reproachfully in the face. Then he struck twice, then thrice, and then threw down the axe and cried out in a voice of horror that he could not finish the work. The sheriffs, however, threatening him with what should be done to himself if he did not, he took it up again and struck a fourth and a fifth time. Then the wretched head at last fell off, and James, Duke of Monmouth, was dead in the 36th year of his age. He was a showy, graceful man with many proper qualities, and had found much favour in the open hearts of the English. The atrocities committed by the government, which followed this Monmouth rebellion, form the blackest and most lamentable page in English history. The poor peasants having been dispersed with great loss, and their leaders having been taken, one would think that the implacable king might have been satisfied. But no, he let loose upon them, among other intolerable monsters, a Colonel Kirke, who had served against the Moors, and whose soldiers, called by the people Kirke's lambs because they bore a lamb upon their flag as the emblem of Christianity, were worthy of their leader. The atrocities committed by these demons in human shape are far too horrible to be related here. It is enough to say that besides most ruthlessly murdering and robbing them, and ruining them by making them buy their pardons at the price of all they possessed, it was one of Kirke's favourite amusements, as he and his officers sat drinking after dinner and toasting the king, to have batches of prisoners hanged outside the windows for the company's diversion, and that when their feet quivered in the convulsions of death, he used to swear that they should have music to their dancing, and would order the drums to beat and the trumpets to play. The detestable king informed him, as an acknowledgment of these services, that he was very well satisfied with his proceedings. But the king's great delight was in the proceedings of Jeffreys, now a peer, who went down into the West with 4 other judges to try persons accused of having had any share in the rebellion. The king pleasantly called this Jeffreys' campaign. The people down in that part of the country remember it to this day as the Bloody Assize. It began at Winchester, where a poor deaf old lady, Mrs. Alicia Lyle, The widow of one of the judges of Charles I, who had been murdered abroad by some royalist assassins, was charged with having given shelter in her house to 2 fugitives from Sedgemoor. 3 times the jury refused to find her guilty, until Jeffreys bullied and frightened them into that false verdict. When he had extorted it from them, he said, "Gentlemen, if I had been one of you and she had been my own mother, I would have found her guilty," as I dare say he would. He sentenced her to be burned alive that very afternoon. The clergy of the cathedral and some others interfered in her favor, and she was beheaded within a week. As a high mark of his approbation, the king made Jeffreys Lord Chancellor, and he then went on to Dorchester, to Exeter, to Taunton, and to Wells. It is astonishing when we read of the enormous injustice and barbarity of this beast to know that no one struck him dead on the judgment seat. It was enough for any man or woman to be accused by an enemy before Jeffreys to be found guilty of high treason. One man who pleaded not guilty, he ordered to be taken out of court upon the instant and hanged, and this so terrified the prisoners in general that they mostly pleaded guilty at once. At Dorchester alone, in the course of a few days, Jeffreys hanged 80 people, besides whipping, transporting, imprisoning, and selling as slaves great numbers. He executed in all 250 or 300. These executions took place among the neighbors and friends of the sentenced, in 36 towns and villages. Their bodies were mangled, steeped in cauldrons of boiling pitch and tar, and hung up by the roadsides, in the streets, over the very churches. The sight and smell of heads and limbs, the hissing and bubbling of the infernal cauldrons, and the tears and terrors of the people were dreadful beyond all description. One rustic, who was forced to steep the remains in the black pot, was ever afterwards called Tom Boilman. The hangman has ever since been called Jack Ketch, because a man of that name went hanging and hanging all day long in the train of Jeffreys. You will hear much of the horrors of the great French Revolution. Many and terrible they were, there is no doubt, but I know of nothing worse done by the maddened people of France in that awful time than was done by the highest judge in England with the express approval of the King of England in the bloody assize. Nor was even this all. Jeffreys was as fond of money for himself as of misery for others, and he sold pardons wholesale to fill his pockets. The king ordered at one time 1,000 prisoners to be given to certain of his favorites, in order that they might bargain with them for their pardons. The young ladies of Taunton who had presented the Bible were bestowed upon the maids of honor at court, and those precious ladies made very hard bargains with them indeed. When the bloody assize was at its most dismal height, the king was diverting himself with horse races in the very place where Mrs. Lisle had been executed. When Jeffreys had done his worst and came home again, he was particularly complimented in the Royal Gazette, and when the king heard that through drunkenness and raging he was very ill, his odious majesty remarked that such another man could not easily be found in England. Besides all this, a former sheriff of London named Cornish was hanged within sight of his own house after an abominably conducted trial, for having had a share in the Rye House plot, on evidence given by Rumsey, which that villain was obliged to confess was directly opposed to the evidence he had given on the trial of Lord Russell. And on the very same day, a worthy widow named Elizabeth Gaunt was burned alive at Tyburn for having sheltered a wretch who himself gave evidence against her. She settled the fuel about herself with her own hands, so that the flames should reach her quickly, and nobly said with her last breath that she had obeyed the sacred command of God to give refuge to the outcast, and not to betray the wanderer. End of section 18. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 19 of England, Scotland, Ireland and Wales. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. The Song of the Western Men, 1688, by Robert Stephen Hawker. James II, in his determination to restore the Roman Catholic Church in England, issued a declaration granting religious freedom to all, and ordered that it be read in every church in the land. Even those who would have rejoiced to have such a law knew that laws must be made not by the king but by Parliament. The Archbishop of Canterbury and 6 other bishops protested and were thrown into prison. Among them was Trelawney, a popular Cornishman. The Editor. A good sword and a trusty hand, a merry heart and true, King James's men shall understand what Cornish lads can do. And have they fixed the where and when, and shall Trelawney die? Here's 20,000 Cornish men will know the reason why. Outspake their captain brave and bold, a merry wight was he. If London Tower were Michael's hold, we'll set Trelawney free. We'll cross the Tamar land to land, the Severn is no stay, with one and all and hand in hand, and who shall bid us nay? And when we come to London Wall, a pleasant sight to view, come forth, ye cowards all, here's men as good as you. Trelawney, he's in keep and hold, Trelawney, he may die, but here's 20,000 Cornish bold will know the reason why. End of section 19. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 20 of England, Scotland, Ireland and Wales. Read for LibriVox.org by Aaron Grassi. James II, Receiving the News of the Landing of the Prince of Orange. By Edward Matthew Ward. English artist, 1816 to 1879. Painting, page 92. England had borne with James II in the expectation that before many years he would be succeeded by his daughter. But at the announcement that a son had been born to him, the country was in despair and invited William of Orange, husband of James's daughter Mary, to come and lead a rising against the king. The illustration pictures the dismay of James on hearing of the welcome received by William on his arrival. The letter making the announcement is falling from his hand. Back of him is the execrable Judge Jeffreys. Beside him is the Queen, who points to the baby prince, as if to arouse James to defend the future of his son. Behind the screen is the Lord-in-Waiting, who has brought the letter. Apparently he surmises its contents, and is intently listening to observe their effect. The scene is laid in the royal apartment at Whitehall Palace. William of Orange landed on November 5th, 1688. On December 11th, James, realizing that resistance was hopeless, fled without hazarding a blow. He was captured and brought back to London, but escaped to France, where he was given a home and a pension by King Louis XIV. End of section 20. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 21 of England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Julie Burks. The World's Story, Volume 10, England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 21, A Campaign Under Marlborough, by William Makepeace Thackeray. John Churchill, Duke of Marlborough, one of the greatest as well as one of the most unscrupulous figures of the period, was born in 1650 and educated as a soldier. He attained a high position under James II, but was one of the first to desert that monarch on the landing of William of Orange, by whom he was created Earl. His wife Sarah was the favorite and virtual ruler of the Princess Anne, and on Anne's accession to the throne, Marlborough was given command of the united armies of England, Holland, and Germany in the War of the Spanish Succession against Louis XIV of France. He proved to be the most brilliant general of his age, winning every battle in which he commanded. but at home his wife's influence was slowly undermined by the Duke's enemies. In 1711, the Duchess was superseded by a new favourite. Marlborough, left at the mercy of his rivals, was accused of peculation and dismissed from all offices, and the war was ended by the Peace of Utrecht, 1713. The Editor. His Grace, the Captain-General, went to England after Bonn, and our army fell back into Holland where, in April 1704, His Grace again found the troops embarking from Harwich and landing at Maesland-Sluis. Thence His Grace came immediately to The Hague, where he received the foreign ministers, general officers, and other people of quality. The greatest honours were paid to His Grace everywhere, at The Hague, Utrecht, Roermond, and Maastricht. The civil authorities coming to meet his coaches, salvos of cannon saluting him, canopies of state being erected for him where he stopped, and feasts prepared for the numerous gentlemen following in his suite. His Grace reviewed the troops of the States General between Liège and Maastricht, and afterwards the English forces under the command of General Churchill near Bois-le-Duc. Every preparation was made for a long march, and the army heard, with no small elation, that it was the commander-in-chief's intention to carry the war out of the Low Countries and march on the Moselle. Before leaving our camp at Maastricht, we heard that the French, under the Marshal Villeroy, were also bound towards the Moselle. Towards the end of May, the army reached Koblenz, and next day His Grace, and the generals accompanying him, went to visit the Elector of Treves at his castle of Einbrechtstein, the horse and dragoons passing the Rhine, whilst the Duke was entertained at a grand feast by the Elector. All as yet was novelty, festivity, and splendour, a brilliant march of a great and glorious army through a friendly country, and sure through some of the most beautiful scenes of nature which I ever witnessed. The foot and artillery, following after the horse as quick as possible, crossed the Rhine under Einbrechtstein, and so to Castel, over against Mainz, in which city His Grace, his generals, and his retinue were received at the landing place by the Elector's coaches, carried to His Highness's palace amidst the thunder of cannon, and then once more magnificently entertained. Gidlingen, in Bavaria, was appointed as the general rendezvous of the army, and thither, by different routes, the whole forces of English, Dutch, Danes, and German auxiliaries took their way. The foot and artillery under General Churchill passed the Neckar at Heidelberg, and Esmond had an opportunity of seeing that city and palace, once so famous and beautiful, though shattered and battered by the French under Turenne in the late war, where his grandsire had served the beautiful and unfortunate Electress Palatine, the first King Charles's sister. At Mindelsheim, the famous Prince of Savoy came to visit our commander, all of us crowding eagerly to get a sight of that brilliant and intrepid warrior, and our troops were drawn up in battalia before the prince, who was pleased to express his admiration of this noble English army. At length we came in sight of the enemy between Dillingen and Lawinge, the Brent's line between the two armies. The Elector, judging that Donauwort would be the point of His Grace's attack, sent a strong detachment of his best troops to Count Dargos, who was posted at Schellenberg, near that place, where great entrenchments were thrown up, and thousands of pioneers employed to strengthen the position. On the 2nd of July, His Grace stormed the post, with what success on our part need scarce be told. His Grace advanced with 6,000 foot, English and Dutch, 30 squadrons, and 3 regiments of imperial cuirassiers, the Duke crossing the river at the head of the cavalry. Although our troops made the attack with unparalleled courage and fury, rushing up to the very guns of the enemy and being slaughtered before their works, we were driven back many times, and should not have carried them, but that the Imperialist came up under the Prince of Baden, when the enemy could make no head against us. We pursued him into the trenches, making a terrible slaughter there, and into the very Danube, where a great part of his troops, following the example of their generals, Count Darcos and the Elector himself tried to save themselves by swimming. Our army entered Donauwort, which the Bavarians evacuated, and where 'twas said the Elector purposed to give us a warm reception by burning us in our beds, the cellars of the houses, when we took possession of them, being found stuffed with straw. But though the links were there, the link boys had run away. The townsmen saved their houses, and our general took possession of the enemy's ammunition in the arsenals, his stores and magazines. 5 days afterward a great Te Deum was sung in Prince Louis's army, and a solemn day of thanksgiving held in our own. The Prince of Savoy's compliments coming to his Grace, the Captain General, during the day's religious ceremony, and concluding, as it were, with an amen. And now, having seen a great military march through a friendly country, the pomp and festivities of more than one German court, the severe struggle of a hotly contested battle, and the triumph of victory, Mr. Esmond beheld another part of military duty, our troops entering the enemy's territory, and putting all around them to fire and sword, burning farms, wasted fields, shrieking women, slaughtered sons and fathers, and drunken soldiery, cursing and carousing in the midst of tears, terror, and murder. Why does the stately muse of history, that delights in describing the valor of heroes and the grandeur of conquest, leave out these scenes, so brutal, mean, and degrading, that yet form by far the greater part of the drama of war? You, gentlemen of England, who live at home at ease and compliment yourselves in the songs of triumph with which our chieftains are bepraised, you, pretty maidens, that come tumbling down the stairs when the fife and drum call you, and huzzah for the British grenadiers, do you take account that these items go to make up the amount of the triumph you admire, and form part of the duties of the heroes you fondle? Our chief, whom England and all Europe, saving only the Frenchmen, worshipped almost, had this of the godlike in him, that he was impassible before victory, before danger, before defeat, before the greatest obstacle or the most trivial ceremony, before 100,000 men drawn in battalia, or a peasant slaughtered at the door of his burning hovel, before a carouse of drunken German lords, or a monarch's court, or a cottage table where his plans were laid, or an enemy's battery, vomiting flame and death, and strewing corpses around about him. He was always cold, calm, resolute, like fate. He performed a treason or a court bow. He told a falsehood as black as Styx, as easily as he paid a compliment or spoke about the weather. He betrayed his benefactor, and supported him, or would have murdered him, with the same calmness always, and having no more remorse than Clotho when she weaves the thread, or Lycasus when she cuts it. In the hour of battle I have heard the Prince of Savoy's officers say, the prince became possessed with a sort of warlike fury. His eyes lighted up, he rushed hither and thither raging, he shrieked curses and encouragement, yelling and harking his bloody war-dogs on, and himself always at the front of the hunt. Our Duke was as calm at the mouth of the cannon as at the door of the drawing-room. Perhaps he could not have been the great man he was, had he had a heart either for love or hatred, or pity or fear, or regret or remorse. He achieved the highest deed of daring, or deepest calculation of thought, as he performed the very meanest action of which a man is capable, told a lie, or cheated a fond woman, or robbed a poor beggar of a halfpenny, with a like awful serenity and equal capacity of the highest and lowest acts of our nature. His qualities were pretty well known in the army, where there were parties of all politics, and of plenty of shrewdness and wit, but there existed such a perfect confidence in him as the first captain of the world, and such a faith and admiration in his prodigious genius and fortune, that the very men whom he notoriously cheated of their pay, the chiefs whom he used and injured, for he used all men, great and small, that came near him, as his instruments alike, and took something of theirs, either some quality or some property, the blood of a soldier it might be, or a jewelled hat, or 100,000 crowns from a king, or a portion out of a starving sentinel's 3 farthings, or, when he was young, a kiss from a woman and the gold chain off her neck, taking all he could from woman or man, and having, as I have said, this of the godlike in him, that he could see a hero perish or a sparrow fall, with the same amount of sympathy for either. Not that he had no tears. He could always order up this reserve at the proper moment to battle. He could draw upon tears or smiles alike, and whenever need was for using this cheap coin, he would cringe to a bootblack as he would flatter a minister or a monarch, be haughty, be humble, threaten, repent, weep, grasp your hand, or stab you whenever he saw occasion. But yet those of the army who knew him best and had suffered most from him admired him most of all, and as he rode along the lines to battle, or galloped up in the nick of time to a battalion reeling from before the enemy's charge or shot, the fainting men and officers got new courage as they saw the splendid calm of his face and felt that his will made them irresistible. After the great victory of Blenheim, the enthusiasm of the army for the Duke, even of his bitterest personal enemies in it, amounted to a sort of rage. Nay, the very officers who cursed him in their hearts were among the most frantic to cheer him. Who could refuse his meed of admiration to such a victory and such a victor? Not he who writes. A man may profess to be ever so much a philosopher, but he who fought on that day must feel a thrill of pride as he recalls it. The French right was posted near to the village of Blenheim on the Danube, where the Marshal Tallard's quarters were, their line extending through, it may be 1.5 leagues, before Lutzingen, and up to a woody hill, round the base of which, and acting against the Prince of Savoy, were 40 of his squadrons. Here was a village which the Frenchmen had burned, the wood being, in fact, a better shelter and easier of guard than any village. Before these 2 villages and the French lines ran a little stream, not more than 2 foot broad, through a marsh that was mostly dried up from the heats of the weather. And this stream was the only separation between the 2 armies, ours coming up and ranging themselves in the line of battle before the French at 6 o'clock in the morning, so that our line was quite visible to theirs, and the whole of this great plain was black and swarming with troops for hours before the cannonading began. On one side and the other, this cannonading lasted many hours, the French guns being in position in front of their line and doing severe damage among our horse especially, and on our right wing of Imperialists, under the Prince of Savoy, who could neither advance his artillery nor his lines, the ground before him being cut up by ditches, morasses, and very difficult of passage for the guns. It was past midday when the attack began on our left, where Lord Cutts commanded, the bravest and most beloved officer in the English army, and now, as if to make his experience in war complete, our young aide-de-camp, having seen 2 great armies facing each other in line of battle, and had the honor of riding with orders from one end to the other of the line, came in for a not uncommon accompaniment of military glory, and was knocked on the head, along with many hundred of brave fellows, almost at the very commencement of this famous day of Blenheim. A little after noon, the disposition for attack being completed with much delay and difficulty, and under a severe fire from the enemy's guns, that were better posted and more numerous than ours, a body of English and Hessians, with Major General Wilkes commanding at the extreme left of our line, marched upon Blenheim, advancing with great gallantry, the Major General on foot with his officers at the head of the column, and marching with his hat off intrepidly in the face of the enemy, who was pouring in a tremendous fire from his guns and musketry, to which our people were instructed not to reply, except with pike and bayonet, when they reached the French palisades. To these Wilkes walked intrepidly and struck the woodwork with his sword before our people charged it. He was shot down at the instant, with his colonel, major, and several officers, and our troops, cheering and huzzaing and coming on as they did, with immense resolution and gallantry, were nevertheless stopped by the murderous fire from behind the enemy's defences, and then attacked in flank by a furious charge of French horse, which swept out of Blenheim and cut down our men in great numbers. 3 fierce and desperate assaults of our foot were made and repulsed by the enemy, so that our columns of foot were quite shattered and fell back, scrambling over the little rivulet which we had crossed so resolutely an hour before, and pursued by the French cavalry, slaughtering us and cutting us down. And now the conquerors were met by a furious charge of English horse under Esmond's general, General Lumley, behind whose squadrons the flying foot found refuge and formed again, whilst Lumley drove back the French horse, charging up to the village of Blenheim and the palisades where Wilkes and many hundred more gallant Englishmen lay in slaughtered heaps. Beyond this moment and of this famous victory, Mr. Esmond knows nothing, for a shot brought down his horse, and our young gentleman on it, who fell crushed and stunned under the animal, and came to his senses he knows not how long after, only to lose them again from pain and loss of blood. A dim sense as of people groaning round about him, a wild incoherent thought or two for her who occupied so much of his heart now, and that here his career, and his hopes and misfortunes were ended. He remembers in the course of these hours. When he woke up, it was with a pang of extreme pain. His breastplate was taken off. His servant was holding his head up. The good and faithful lad of Hampshire was blubbering over his master, whom he found and had thought dead, and a surgeon was probing a wound in his shoulder, which he must have got at the same moment when his horse was shot and fell over him. The battle was over at this end of the field by this time. The village was in possession of the English, its brave defenders prisoners or fled or drowned, many of them in the neighboring waters of Danow. End of section 21. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 22 of England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Story, Volume 10, England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 22, The Government in Quest of a Poet, by William Makepeace Thackeray. In 1704, the government set out in quest of a poet to compose a poem on Marlborough's victory at Blenheim. Someone recommended a young man named Joseph Addison, and he was chosen. In the poem which he produced there were 2 lines that especially delighted the government and the people. In these he compared Marlborough to an angel who pleased the Almighty's orders to perform, rides on the whirlwind, and directs the storm. Addison was given one office after another, and he won both political and literary glory. In the following extract he is pictured as in the act of composing this poem. The editor. Quitting the guard table one Sunday afternoon, when by chance Dick Richard Steele had a sober fit upon him, he and his friend were making their way down Germain Street, and Dick all of a sudden left his companion's arm and ran after a gentleman who was poring over a folio volume at the bookshop near St. James's Church. He was a fair, tall man in a snuff-colored suit, with a plain sword, very sober and almost shabby in appearance, at least when compared to Captain Steele, who loved to adorn his jolly round person with the finest of clothes, and shone in scarlet and gold lace. The captain rushed up then to the student of the bookstall, took him in his arms, hugged him, and would have kissed him, for Dick was always hugging and bussing his friends. But the other stepped back with a flush on his pale face, seeming to decline this public manifestation of Steele's regard. "My dearest Joe, where hast thou hidden thyself this age?" cries the captain, still holding his friend's hands. "I've been languishing for thee this fortnight." "A fortnight is not an age, Dick," says the other, very good-humoredly. He had light blue eyes, extraordinary bright, and a face perfectly regular and handsome, like a tinted statue. "And I've been hiding myself. Where do you think?" "What, not across the water, my dear Joe?" says Steele, with a look of great alarm. "Thou knowest I have always—" "No," says his friend, interrupting him with a smile. "We are not come to such straits as that, Dick. I have been hiding, sir, at a place where people never think of finding you, at my own lodgings, whither I am going to smoke a pipe now, and drink a glass of sack. Will your honour come?" "Harry Esmond, come hither," cries out Dick. "Thou hast heard me talk over and over again of my dearest Joe, my guardian angel." "Indeed," says Mr. Esmond, with a bow, "it is not from you only that I have learned to admire Mr. Addison. We loved good poetry at Cambridge as well as at Oxford, and I have some of yours by heart, though I have put on a red coat. O qui canoro blandius Orfeo vocale ducis Carmen." "Shall I go on, sir?" says Mr. Esmond, who indeed had read and loved the charming Latin poems of Mr. Addison, as every scholar of that time knew and admired them. "This is Captain Esmond, who was at Blenheim," says Steele. "Lieutenant Esmond," says the other, with a low bow, "at Mr. Addison's service." "I've heard of you," says Mr. Addison with a smile, as indeed everybody about town had heard that unlucky story about Esmond's dowager aunt and the Duchess. "We were going to the George to take a bottle before the play," says Steele. "Wilt thou be one, Joe?" Mr. Addison said his own lodgings were hard by, where he was still rich enough to give a good bottle of wine to his friends, and invited the two gentlemen to his apartment in the Haymarket, whither we accordingly went. "I shall get credit with my landlady," says he with a smile, "when she sees two such fine gentlemen as you come up my stair." And he politely made his visitors welcome to his apartment, which was indeed but a shabby one, though no grandee of the land could receive his guests with a more perfect and courtly grace than this gentleman. A frugal dinner, consisting of a slice of meat and a penny loaf, was awaiting the owner of the lodgings. "My wine is better than my meat," says Mr. Addison. "My Lord Halifax sent me the Burgundy." And he set a bottle and glasses before his friends, and ate his simple dinner in a very few minutes, after which the three fell to and began to drink. "You see," says Mr. Addison, pointing to his writing table, whereon was a map of the action at Hochstedt, and several other gazettes and pamphlets relating to the battle, "that I, too, am busy about your affairs, Captain. I'm engaged as a poetical gazetteer, to say truth, and am writing a poem on the campaign." So Esmond, at the request of the host, told him what he knew about the famous battle, drew the river on the table aliquo mero, with a little wine, and with the aid of some bits of tobacco pipe, showed the advance of the left wing, where he had been engaged. A sheet or two of the verses lay already on the table beside our bottles and glasses, and Dick, having plentifully refreshed himself from the latter, took up the pages of manuscript, writ out with scarce a blot or correction, in the author's slim, neat handwriting, and began to read therefrom with great emphasis and volubility. At pauses of the verse, the enthusiastic reader stopped and fired off a great salvo of applause. Esmond smiled at the enthusiasm of Addison's friend. "You are like the German burghers," says he, "and the princes on the Moselle. When our army came to a halt, they always sent a deputation to compliment the chief, and fired a salute with all their artillery from their walls." "And drunk the great chief's health afterward, did not they?" says Captain Steele, gaily filling up a bumper. He never was tardy at that sort of acknowledgment of a friend's merit. "And the Duke, since you will have me act his Grace's part," says Mr. Addison with a smile and something of a blush, "pledged his friends in return. Most serene Elector of Covent Garden, I drink to your Highness's health," and he filled himself a glass. Joseph required scarce more pressing than Dick to that sort of amusement, but the wine never seemed at all to fluster Mr. Addison's brains. It only unloosed his tongue, whereas Captain Steele's head and speech were quite overcome by a single bottle. No matter what the verses were, and, to say truth, Mr. Esmond found some of them more than indifferent, Dick's enthusiasm for his chief never faltered, and in every line from Addison's pen Steele found a master stroke. By the time Dick had come to that part of the poem wherein the bard describes as blandly as though he were recording a dance at the opera or a harmless bout of bucolic cudgelling at a village fair, that bloody and ruthless part of our campaign, with the remembrance whereof every soldier who bore a part in it must sicken with shame, when we were ordered to ravage and lay waste the Elector's country, and with fire and murder, slaughter and crime, a great part of his dominion was overrun, when Dick came to the lines, "In vengeance roused the soldier, fills his hand with sword and fire, and ravages the land. In crackling flames 1,000 harvests burn, 1,000 villages to ashes turn. To the thick woods the woolly flocks retreat, and mixed with bellowing herds confusedly bleat. Their trembling lords the common shade partake, and cries of infants sound in every brake. The listening soldier, fixed in sorrow, stands, loath to obey his leader's just commands. The leader grieves, by generous pity swayed, to see his just commands so well obeyed." By this time wine and friendship had brought poor Dick to a perfectly maudlin state, and he hiccuped out the last line with a tenderness that set one of his auditors a-laughing. "I admire the license of your poets," says Esmond to Mr. Addison. Dick, after reading of the verses, was fain to go off, insisting on kissing his two dear friends before his departure, and reeling away with his periwig over his eyes. "I admire your art. The murder of the campaign is done to military music, like a battle at the opera, and the virgins shriek in harmony as our victorious grenadiers march into their villages. Do you know what a scene it was?" By this time perhaps the wine had warmed Mr. Esmond's head too. "What a triumph you are celebrating! What scenes of shame and horror were enacted, over which the commander's genius presided, as calm as though he didn't belong to our sphere. You talk of the listening soldier, fixed in sorrow, the leader's grief, swayed by generous pity. To my belief the leader cared no more for bleeding flocks than he did for infants' cries, and many of our ruffians butchered one or the other with equal alacrity. I was ashamed of my trade when I saw those horrors perpetrated which came under every man's eyes. You hew out of your polished verses a stately image of smiling victory. I tell you, 'tis an uncouth, distorted, savage idol, hideous, bloody, and barbarous. The rites performed before it are shocking to think of. You great poets should show it as it is, ugly and horrible, not beautiful and serene. Oh, sir, had you made the campaign, believe me, you would never have sung it so." During this little outbreak Mr. Addison was listening, smoking out of his long pipe, and smiling very placidly. "What would you have?" says he. "In our polished days, and according to the rules of art, 'tis impossible that the muse should depict tortures or begrime her hands with the horrors of war. These are indicated rather than described, as in the Greek tragedies that I dare say you have read, and sure there can be no more elegant specimens of composition. Agamemnon is slain, or Medea's children destroyed away from the scene, the chorus occupying the stage and singing of the action to pathetic music. Something of this I attempt, my dear sir, in my humble way. 'Tis a panegyric I mean to write, and not a satire. Were I to sing as you would have me, the town would tear the poet in pieces, and burn his book by the hands of the common hangman. Do you not use tobacco? Of all the weeds grown on earth, sure the nicotine is the most soothing and salutary. We must paint our great Duke, Mr. Addison went on, not as a man, which no doubt he is, with weaknesses like the rest of us, but as a hero. 'Tis in a triumph, not a battle, that your humble servant is riding his sleek Pegasus. We college poets trot, you know, on very easy nags. It hath been time out of mind part of the poet's profession to celebrate the actions of heroes in verse, and to sing the deeds which you men of war perform. I must follow the rules of my art, and the composition of such a strain as this must be harmonious and majestic, not familiar or too near the vulgar truth. Si parva licet, footnote, si parva licet componere magnus, if it is allowable to compare small things with great. End of footnote. If Virgil could invoke the divine, Augustus, a humbler poet from the banks of the Isis, may celebrate a victory and a conqueror of our own nation, in whose triumphs every Briton has a share, and whose glory and genius contributes to every citizen's individual honor. When hath there been, since our Henry's and Edward's days, such a great feat of arms as that from which you yourself have brought away marks of distinction? If 'tis in my power to sing that song worthily, I will do so, and be thankful to my muse. If I fail as a poet, as a Briton at least, I will show my loyalty, and fling up my cap and huzzah for the conqueror. Reni pacator et istri, omnes in hoc uno varius discordia cessit, ordinibus laetatur equus plauditque senator, votaque patricio certant plebea favori. There were as brave men on that field, says Mr. Esmond, who never could be made to love the Duke of Marlborough, nor to forget those stories which he used to hear in his youth regarding that great chief's selfishness and treachery. There were men at Blenheim as good as the leader, whom neither knights nor senators applauded, nor voices plebeian favored, and who lie there forgotten under the clods. What poet is there to sing them? To sing the gallant souls of heroes sent to Hades, says Mr. Addison with a smile. Would you celebrate them all? If I may venture to question anything in such an admirable work, the catalogue of the ships in Homer hath always appeared to me as somewhat wearisome. What had the poem been, supposing the writer had chronicled the names of captains, lieutenants, rank and file? One of the greatest of a man's qualities is success. 'Tis the result of all the others. 'Tis a latent power in him which compels the favor of the gods and subjugates fortune. Of all his gifts I admire that one in the great Marlborough. To be brave, every man is brave, but in being victorious as he is, I fancy there is something divine. In presence of the occasion, the great soul of the leader shines out, and the god is confessed. Death itself respects him, and passes by him to lay others low. War and carnage flee before him to ravage other parts of the field, as Hector from before the divine Achilles. You say he hath no pity. No more have the gods, who are above it and superhuman. The fainting battle gathers strength at his aspect, and wherever he rides, victory charges with him. A couple of days after, when Mr. Esmond revisited his poetic friend, he found this thought struck out in the fervor of conversation, improved and shaped into those famous lines, which are in truth the noblest in the poem of the Campaign. As the two gentlemen sat engaged in talk, Mr. Addison solacing himself with his customary pipe, the little maid-servant that waited on his lodging came up, preceding a gentleman in fine laced clothes that had evidently been figuring at court or a great man's levee. The courtier coughed a little at the smoke of the pipe, and looked round the room curiously, which was shabby enough, as was the owner in his worn snuff-coloured suit and plain tie-wig. "How goes on the magnum opus, Mr. Addison?" says the court gentleman, on looking down at the papers that were on the table. "We were but now over it," says Addison. The greatest courtier in the land could not have had a more splendid politeness or greater dignity of manner. "Here is the plan," says he, on the table. "Hoc ibit Simois." Footnote: there flowed the Simois. End of footnote. Here ran the little river Nebel. Hic est Sigean Tullus. Footnote: here is the Sigean country. End of footnote. Here are Towler's quarters at the bowl of this pipe, at the attack of which Captain Esmond was present. I have the honour to introduce him to Mr. Boyle, and Mr. Esmond was but now depicting aliquo prelia mixta mero when you came in. In truth, the two gentlemen had been so engaged when the visitor arrived, and Addison, in his smiling way, speaking of Mr. Webb, colonel of Esmond's regiment, who commanded a brigade in the action and greatly distinguished himself there, was lamenting that he could find never a suitable rhyme for Webb, otherwise the brigade should have had a place in the poet's verses. "And for you are but a lieutenant," says Addison, "and the Muse can't occupy herself with any gentleman under the rank of a field officer." Mr. Boyle was all impatient to hear, saying that my Lord Treasurer and my Lord Halifax were equally anxious, and Addison, blushing, began reading of his verses, and I suspect knew their weak parts as well as the most critical hearer. When he came to the lines describing the angel that inspired repulsed battalions to engage, and taught the doubtful battle where to rage, he read with great animation, looking at Esmond, as much as to say, "You know where that simile came from our talk and our bottle of Burgundy the other day." The poet's two hearers were caught with enthusiasm, and applauded the verses with all their might. The gentleman of the court sprang up in great delight. "Not a word more, my dear sir," says he. "Trust me with the papers. I'll defend them with my life. Let me read them over to my Lord Treasurer, whom I am appointed to see in half an hour. I venture to promise the verses shall lose nothing by my reading, and then, sir, we shall see whether Lord Halifax has a right to complain that his friend's pension is no longer paid." And without more ado, the courtier in lace seized the manuscript pages, placed them in his breast, with his ruffled hand over his heart, executed a most gracious wave of the hat with the disengaged hand, and smiled and bowed out of the room, leaving an odour of pomander behind him. "Does not the chamber look quite dark?" says Addison, surveying it, "after the glorious appearance and disappearance of that gracious messenger? Why, he illuminated the whole room. Your scarlet, Mr. Esmond, will bear any light, but this threadbare old coat of mine, how very worn it looked under the glare of that splendor. I wonder whether they will do anything for me," he continued. "When I came out of Oxford into the world, my patrons promised me great things, and you see where their promises have landed me, in a lodging up 2 pairs of stairs, with a 6-penny dinner from the cook's shop. Well, I suppose this promise will go after the others, and fortune will jilt me, as the jade has been doing any time these 7 years. I puff the prostitute away," says he, smiling, and blowing a cloud out of his pipe. "There is no hardship in poverty, Esmond, that is not bearable, no hardship even in honest dependence that an honest man may not put up with. I came out of the lap of Alma Mater, puffed up with her praises of me, and thinking to make a figure in the world with the parts and learning, which had got me no small name in our college. The world is the ocean, and Isis and Charwell are but little drops of which the sea takes no account. My reputation ended a mile beyond Magdalen Tower. No one took note of me, and I learned this at least, to bear up against evil fortune with a cheerful heart. Friend Dick hath made a figure in the world, and has passed me in the race long ago. What matters a little name or a little fortune? There is no fortune that a philosopher cannot endure. I've been not unknown as a scholar, and yet forced to live by turning bear leader and teaching a boy to spell. What then? The life was not pleasant, but possible. The bear was bearable. Should this venture fail, I will go back to Oxford, and some day when you are a general, you shall find me a curate in a cassock and bands, and I shall welcome your honour to my cottage in the country, and to a mug of penny ale. 'Tis not poverty that's the hardest to bear, or the least happy lot in life, says Mr. Addison, shaking the ash out of his pipe. See, my pipe is smoked out. Shall we have another bottle? I have still a couple in the cupboard, and of the right sort. No more? Let us go abroad, and take a turn on the Mall, or look in at the theatre, and see Dick's comedy. 'Tis not a masterpiece of wit, but Dick is a good fellow, though he doth not set the Thames on fire. Within a month after this day, Mr. Addison's ticket had come up a prodigious prize. In the lottery of life, all the town was in an uproar of admiration of his poem. The campaign, which Dick Steele was spouting at every coffee house in Whitehall and Covent Garden. The wits on the other side of Temple Bar saluted him at once as the greatest poet the world had seen for ages. The people huzzaed for Marlborough and for Addison, and more than this, the party in power provided for the meritorious poet, and Mr. Addison got the appointment of Commissioner of Excise, which the famous Mr. Locke vacated, and rose from this place to other dignities and honours, his prosperity from henceforth to the end of his life being scarce even interrupted. But I doubt whether he was not happier in his garret in the Haymarket than ever he was in his splendid palace at Kensington. End of Section 22. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 23 of England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. The World's Story, Volume 10. England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 23. Sunday with Sir Roger, by Joseph Addison. The reign of Anne is known as the Augustan age of English literature. Then, for the first time, authorship became a recognized calling instead of an occasional occupation. This was due partly to the increase of wealth and leisure, and partly to governmental encouragement. Pope was the greatest of the poets. Addison, Swift, Steele, and Bolingbroke stood first among the writers of prose. The famous Spectator was the production of Addison and Steele. Its entertaining essays and sketches professed to be written by a club, of which Sir Roger de Coverley was the chief character. The editor. My friend Sir Roger, being a good churchman, has beautified the inside of his church with several texts of his own choosing. He has likewise given a handsome pulpit cloth and railed in the communion table at his own expense. He has often told me that at his coming to his estate he found his parishioners very irregular, and that in order to make them kneel and join in the responses, he gave every one of them a hassock and a common prayer book, and at the same time employed an itinerant singing master who goes about the country for that purpose to instruct them rightly in the tunes of the psalms, upon which they now very much value themselves, and indeed outdo most of the country churches that I have ever heard. As Sir Roger is landlord to the whole congregation, he keeps them in very good order, and will suffer nobody to sleep in it besides himself. For if by chance he has been surprised into a short nap at sermon, upon recovering out of it he stands up and looks about him, and if he sees anybody else nodding, either wakes them himself or sends his servants to them. Several other of the old knight's particularities break out upon these occasions. Sometimes he will be lengthening out a verse in the singing psalms half a minute after the rest of the congregation have done with it. Sometimes, when he is pleased with the matter of his devotion, he pronounces Amen 3 or 4 times to the same prayer, and sometimes stands up when everybody else is upon their knees to count the congregation, or see if any of his tenants are missing. I was yesterday very much surprised to hear my old friend in the midst of the service calling out to one John Matthews to mind what he was about and not disturb the congregation. This John Matthews, it seems, is remarkable for being an idle fellow, and at the time was kicking his heels for his diversion. This authority of the knight, though exerted in that odd manner which accompanies him in all circumstances of life, has a very good effect upon the parish, who are not polite enough to see anything ridiculous in his behavior. Besides, that the general good sense and worthiness of his character make his friends observe these little singularities as foils that set off rather than blemish his good qualities. As soon as the sermon is finished, nobody presumes to stir till Sir Roger is gone out of the church. The knight walks down from his seat in the chancel between a double row of his tenants, that stand bowing to him on each side, and every now and then inquires how such an one's wife or mother or son or father do, whom he does not see at church, which is understood as a secret reprimand to the person that is absent. The chaplain has often told me that upon a catechizing day, when Sir Roger has been pleased with a boy that answers well, he has ordered a Bible to be given him next day for his encouragement, and sometimes accompanies it with a flitch of bacon to his mother. Sir Roger has likewise added £5 a year to the clerk's place, and that he may encourage the young fellows to make themselves perfect in the church service, has promised upon the death of the present incumbent, who is very old, to bestow it according to merit. The fair understanding between Sir Roger and his chaplain, and their mutual concurrence in doing good, is the more remarkable because the very next village is famous for the differences and contentions that rise between the parson and the squire, who live in a perpetual state of war. The parson is always preaching at the squire, and the squire, to be revenged on the parson, never comes to church. The squire has made all his tenants atheists and tithe-stealers, while the parson instructs them every Sunday in the dignity of his order, and insinuates to them in almost every sermon that he is a better man than his patron. In short, matters are come to such an extremity that the squire has not said his prayers either in public or private this half year, and that the parson threatens him, if he does not mend his manners, to pray for him in the face of the whole congregation. Feuds of this nature, though too frequent in the country, are very fatal to the ordinary people, who are so used to be dazzled with riches that they pay as much deference to the understanding of a man of an estate as of a man of learning, and are very hardly brought to regard any truth, how important soever it may be, that is preached to them when they know there are several men of 500 a year who do not believe it. End of section 23. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 24 of England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales, read for LibriVox.org by Aaron Grassi. England, Part 4, England under the first 3 Georges. Historical note. Queen Anne died in 1713, having outlived all of her 17 children, and was succeeded by George I, Elector of Hanover, great-grandson of James I. As King George was more interested in his German principality than in his newly acquired kingdom, he gave his cabinet practically a free hand in England, a policy that led to a gradual shifting of executive power from the king to the prime minister. In 1720, a mania for stock speculation swept over England, leaving ruin in its wake. But under the long and peaceful administration of Sir Robert Walpole, the country recovered its prosperity. During the reign of George II, 1727 to 1760, England was drawn into 2 wars with France, the War of the Austrian Succession and the 7 Years' War. In the latter, under the vigorous leadership of William Pitt, England completely humbled her ancient rival, and by seizing French possessions in Canada and India, laid the foundations of her vast colonial empire. George III, 1760 to 1820, was determined to destroy the party system and restore royal authority. The oppressive measures directed by his favorite minister, Lord North, against the American colonies resulted in the American Revolution, whereby England lost her most important overseas territory. End of section 24. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 25 of England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Fournier, Marshall, Virginia, USA. The World's Story, Volume 10. England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 25. The Vicar of Bray, author unknown. It is said that a certain vicar of Bray, named Simon Simmons, changed his theology with each change of sovereign, and that, when reproached for inconsistency, he declared that he was perfectly consistent, for he had ever been true to a single aim, and that was to remain Vicar of Bray. The Editor. In good King Charles's golden days, when loyalty no harm was meant, a zealous high churchman was I, and so I got preferment. To teach my flock I never missed. Kings were by God appointed, and lost are those that dare resist or touch the Lord's anointed. And this is law that I'll maintain until my dying day, sir, that whatsoever king shall reign, still I'll be the Vicar of Bray, sir. When Royal James possessed the crown, and popery grew in fashion, the penal laws I hooted down, and read the Declaration. The Church of Rome I found would fit full well my constitution, and I had been a Jesuit but for the Revolution. And this is law that I'll maintain until my dying day, sir, that whatsoever king shall reign, still I'll be the Vicar of Bray, sir. When William was our king declared, to ease the nation's grievance, with this new wind about I steered, and swore to him allegiance. Old principles I did revoke, set conscience at a distance. Passive obedience was a joke, a jest was non-resistance. And this is law that I'll maintain until my dying day, sir, that whatsoever king shall reign, still I'll be the Vicar of Bray, sir. When Royal Anne became our queen, the Church of England's glory, another face of things was seen, and I became a Tory. Occasional conformists base, I blamed their moderation, and thought the Church in danger was by such prevarication. And this is law that I'll maintain until my dying day, sir, that whatsoever king shall reign, still I'll be the Vicar of Bray, sir. When George in pudding time came o'er, and moderated men looked big, sir, my principles I changed once more, and so became a Whig, sir. And thus preferment I procured from our new faith's defender, and almost every day abjured the Pope and the Pretender. And this is law that I'll maintain until my dying day, sir, that whatsoever king shall reign, still I'll be the Vicar of Bray, sir. The illustrious House of Hanover and Protestant succession, to these I do allegiance swear, while they can keep possession. For in my faith and loyalty I never more will falter, and George my lawful king shall be, until the times do alter. And this is law that I'll maintain until my dying day, sir, that whatsoever king shall reign, still I'll be the Vicar of Bray, sir. End of section 25. This recording is in the public domain. Section 26 of England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Fournier, Marshall, Virginia, USA. The World's Story, Volume 10, England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. Edited by Eva March Tappan, Section 26. The Bubbles of the Reign of King George I, 1720, by Charles Mackay. The greatest and most calamitous of the bubbles was the South Sea Company, with its scheme for paying off the national debt by trading in the South Sea. The company set wild stories afloat of the enormous fortunes that might be made by this trade, and at the office in Exchange Alley, people strove with one another for an opportunity to purchase its stock. A ballad of the day declares, "Then stars and garters did appear among the meaner rabble, to buy and sell, to see and hear, the Jews and Gentiles squabble. The greatest ladies hither come, and plied their chariots daily, or pawned their jewels for a sum to venture in the alley." When the speculative mania was at its height, the chairman and some of the chief directors sold out their interests at an enormous profit. Then came the crash, and thousands of families were made beggars. Parliament investigated, and eventually the stockholders received nearly 1/3 of the money which they had so foolishly invested. The Editor. Innumerable joint stock companies started up everywhere. They soon received the name of bubbles, the most appropriate that imagination could devise. The populace are often most happy in the nicknames they employ. None could be more apt than that of bubbles. Some of them last for a week or a fortnight and were no more heard of, while others could not even live out that short span of existence. Every evening produced new schemes, and every morning new projects. The highest of the aristocracy were as eager in this hot pursuit of gain as the most plodding jobber in Cornhill. The Prince of Wales became governor of one company, and is said to have cleared £40,000 by his speculations. The Duke of Bridgewater started a scheme for the improvement of London and Westminster, and the Duke of Chandos another. There were nearly 100 different projects, each more extravagant and deceptive than the other. To use the words of the political state, they were, quote, "set on foot and promoted by crafty knaves, then pursued by multitudes of covetous fools, and at last appeared to be, in effect, what their vulgar appellation denoted them to be, bubbles and mere cheats." End quote. It was computed that near 1.5 million sterling was won and lost by these unwarrantable practices, to the impoverishment of many a fool and the enrichment of many a rogue. Some of these schemes were plausible enough, and, had they been undertaken at a time when the public mind was unexcited, might have been pursued with advantage to all concerned. But they were established merely with the view of raising the shares in the market. The projectors took the first opportunity of a rise to sell out, and next morning the scheme was at an end. Maitland, in his History of London, gravely informs us that one of the projects which received great encouragement was for the establishment of a company to make deal boards out of sawdust. This is no doubt intended as a joke, but there is abundance of evidence to show that dozens of schemes, hardly a whit more reasonable, lived their little day, ruining hundreds ere they fell. One of them was for a wheel of perpetual motion. Capital, 1 million. Another was for encouraging the breed of horses in England, and improving of glebe and church lands, and repairing and rebuilding parsonage and vicarage houses. Why the clergy, who were so mainly interested in the latter clause, should have taken so much interest in the first, is only to be explained on the supposition that the scheme was projected by a knot of the fox-hunting parsons, once so common in England. The shares of this company were rapidly subscribed for. But the most absurd and preposterous of all, and which showed, more completely than any other, the utter madness of the people, was one started by an unknown adventurer entitled, "A Company for Carrying on an Undertaking of Great Advantage, but Nobody to Know What It Is." Were not the fact stated by scores of witnesses, It would be impossible to believe that any person could have been duped by such a project. The man of genius who essayed this bold and successful inroad upon public credulity merely stated in his prospectus that the required capital was £500,000 in 5,000 shares of £100 each, deposit £2 per share. Each subscriber, paying his deposit, would be entitled to £100 per annum per share. How this immense profit was to be obtained, he did not condescend to inform them at that time, but promised that in a month full particulars should be duly announced, and a call made for the remaining £98 of the subscription. Next morning at 9 o'clock, this great man opened an office in Cornhill. Crowds of people beset his door, and when he shut up at 3 o'clock, he found that no less than 1,000 shares had been subscribed for, and the deposits paid. He was thus, in 5 hours, the winner of £2,000. He was philosopher enough to be contented with this venture, and set off the same evening for the Continent. He was never heard of again. Well might Swift exclaim, comparing Exchange Alley to a gulf in the South Sea, "Subscribers here by thousands float, and jostle one another down, each paddling in his leaky boat. And here they fish for gold and drown, now buried in the depths below. Now mounted up to heaven again, they reel and stagger to and fro, at their wits' end, like drunken men. Meantime, secure on Garraway cliffs, a savage race, by shipwrecks fed, lie waiting for the foundered skiffs, and strip the bodies of the dead." Another fraud that was very successful was that of the globe permits, as they were called. They were nothing more than square pieces of playing cards, on which was the impression of a seal, in wax, bearing the sign of the Globe Tavern, in the neighborhood of Exchange Alley, with the inscription of "Sailcloth Permits." The possessors enjoyed no other advantage from them than permission to subscribe at some future time to a new sailcloth manufactory, projected by one who was then known to be a man of fortune, but who was afterwards involved in the peculation and punishment of the South Sea directors. These permits sold for as much as 60 guineas in the alley. Persons of distinction, of both sexes, were deeply engaged in all these bubbles. Those of the male sex going to taverns and coffee-houses to meet their brokers, and the ladies resorting for the same purpose to the shops of milliners and haberdashers. But it did not follow that all these people believed in the feasibility of the schemes to which they subscribed. It was enough for their purpose that their shares would, by stock-jobbing arts, be soon raised to a premium, when they got rid of them with all expedition to the really credulous. So great was the confusion of the crowd in the alley that shares in the same bubble were known to have been sold at the same instant 10% higher at one end of the alley than at the other. Sensible men beheld the extraordinary infatuation of the people with sorrow and alarm. There were some, both in and out of Parliament, who foresaw clearly the ruin that was impending. Mr. Walpole did not cease his gloomy forebodings. His fears were shared by all the thinking few, and impressed most forcibly upon the government. On the 11th of June, the day the Parliament rose, the King published a proclamation, declaring that all these unlawful projects should be deemed public nuisances, and prosecuted accordingly, and forbidding any broker, under a penalty of £500, from buying or selling any shares in them. Notwithstanding this proclamation, roguish speculators still carried them on, and the deluded people still encouraged them. On the 12th of July, an order by the Lords Justices assembled in Privy Council was published, dismissing all the petitions that had been presented for patents and charters, and dissolving all the bubble companies. End of section 26. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 27 of England, Scotland, Ireland and Wales, read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. When George II Became King, by William Makepeace Thackeray. On the afternoon of the 14th of June, 1727, 2 horsemen might have been perceived galloping along the road from Chelsea to Richmond. The foremost, cased in the jack-boots of the period, was a broad-faced, jolly-looking, and very corpulent cavalier, but by the manner in which he urged his horse you might see that he was a bold as well as a skilful rider. Indeed, no man loved sport better, and in the hunting fields of Norfolk, no squire rode more boldly after the fox, or cheered Ringwood or Sweetlips more lustily, than he who now thundered over the Richmond road. He speedily reached Richmond Lodge, and asked to see the owner of the mansion. The mistress of the house and her ladies, to whom our friend was admitted, said he could not be introduced to the master, however pressing the business might be. The master was asleep after his dinner. He always slept after his dinner, and woe be to the person who interrupted him. Nevertheless, our stout friend of the jack-boots put the affrighted ladies aside, opened the forbidden door of the bedroom, wherein upon the bed lay a little gentleman, and here the eager messenger knelt down in his jack-boots. He on the bed started up, and with many oaths and a strong German accent asked who was there, and who dared to disturb him. "I am Sir Robert Walpole," said the messenger. The wakened sleeper hated Sir Robert Walpole. "I have the honour to announce to your Majesty that your royal father, King George I, died at Osnaburg on Saturday last, the 10th instant." "That is one big lie!" roared out His Sacred Majesty, King George II. But Sir Robert Walpole stated the fact, and from that day until 33 years after, George, the second of the name, ruled England. How the king made way with his father's will under the astonished nose of the Archbishop of Canterbury, how he was a choleric little sovereign, how he shook his fists in the face of his father's courtiers, how he kicked his coat and wig about in his rages, and called everybody thief, liar, rascal with whom he differed, you will read in all the history books, and how he speedily and shrewdly reconciled himself with the bold minister, whom he had hated during his father's life, and by whom he was served during 15 years of his own with admirable prudence, fidelity, and success. End of section 27. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 28 of England, Scotland, Ireland and Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 10. England, Scotland, Ireland and Wales, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 28. The Funeral of George II, 1760. By Horace Walpole, Earl of Orford. Horace Walpole, son of the famous statesman Sir Robert Walpole, was the author of a number of literary works. Best known of all these are his letters, fascinating pictures of the fashionable life of his day, not always to be trusted indeed in matters of bare fact, but captivating nevertheless, and vivid and delightful. The Editor. Do you know, I had the curiosity to go to the burying t'other night. I had never seen a royal funeral. Nay, I walked as a rag of quality which I found would be, and so it was, the easiest way of seeing it. It is absolutely a noble sight. The prince's chamber hung with purple and a quantity of silver lamps, the coffin under a canopy of purple velvet, and 6 vast chandeliers of silver on high stands, had a very good effect. The ambassador from Tripoli and his son were carried in to see that chamber. The procession, through a line of foot guards, every 7th man bearing a torch, the horse guards lining the outside, their officers with drawn sabres and crape sashes on horseback, the drums muffled, the bells tolling, and minute guns. All this was very solemn. But the charm was the entrance of the abbey, where we were received by the dean and chapter in rich robes, the choir, and almsmen bearing torches, the whole abbey so illuminated that one saw it to greater advantage than by day. The tombs, long aisles and fretted roof, all appearing distinctly, and with the happiest chiaroscuro. They wanted nothing but incense, and little chapels here and there with priests saying mass for the repose of the defunct. Yet one could not complain of its not being Catholic enough. I had been in dread of being coupled with some boy of 10 years old. The heralds were not very accurate, and I walked with George Grenville, taller and older, to keep me in countenance. When we came to the chapel of Henry VII, all solemnity and decorum ceased. No order was observed. People sat or stood where they could or would. The yeomen of the guard were crying out for help, oppressed by the immense weight of the coffin. The bishop read sadly and blundered in the prayers. The fine chapter, "Man that is born of a woman," was chanted, not read, and the anthem, besides being immeasurably tedious, would have served as well for a nuptial. The real serious part was the figure of the Duke of Cumberland, heightened by 1,000 melancholy circumstances. He had a dark brown Adonis, and a cloak of black cloth with a train of 5 yards. Attending the funeral of our father could not be pleasant. His leg extremely bad, yet forced to stand upon it nearly 2 hours, his face bloated and distorted with his late paralytic stroke, which has affected too one of his eyes, and placed over the mouth of the vault, into which in all probability he must himself so soon descend. Think how unpleasant a situation. He bore it all with a firm and unaffected countenance. This grave scene was fully contrasted by the burlesque Duke of Newcastle. He fell into a fit of crying the moment he came into the chapel, and flung himself back in a stall, the Archbishop hovering over him with a smelling bottle. But in 2 minutes his curiosity got the better of his hypocrisy, and he ran about the chapel with his glass to spy upon who was or was not there, spying with one hand and mopping his eyes with the other. Then returned the fear of catching cold, and the Duke of Cumberland, who was sinking with heat, felt himself weighed down, and turning round found it was the Duke of Newcastle standing on his train to avoid the chill of the marble. It was very theatrical to look down into the vault where the coffin lay, attended by mourners with lights. Clavering, the groom of the bedchamber, refused to sit up with the body and was dismissed by the King's order. End of section 28. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 29 of England, Scotland, Ireland and Wales, read for LibriVox.org by Aaron Grassi. Dr. Johnson in the Anteroom of Lord Chesterfield, by E. M. Ward, English artist, 1816 to 1879. Painting, page 136. Dr. Johnson was one of the greatest English essayists and critics of the 18th century, and the author of a monumental dictionary of the English language. His early life was passed in dire poverty, and his greatest work, Rasselas, was written in the evenings of 1 week to pay the expenses of his mother's funeral. In 1762, he received a pension of £300 a year from the government, and from that time until his death he was the foremost figure in English literature. Dr. Johnson was even more celebrated as a talker than as a writer, and many of his conversations with Oliver Goldsmith, Edmund Burke, Sir Joshua Reynolds, and other members of the brilliant literary club of which he was the leading member have been preserved in Boswell's famous biography. One of the doctor's most prominent contemporaries was Lord Chesterfield. He had held several positions of state, and he was known as a man of wealth and of fine literary taste. In those times, it was desirable to dedicate a new literary work to some well-known man who was expected, in return for the compliment, to take an interest, generally financial, in the book. When Dr. Johnson set to work on his dictionary, he addressed the prospectus to Lord Chesterfield, was thanked for the courtesy, and that was all. According to the custom, Johnson continued to call upon the Earl until it was too plain to be disregarded that his lordship did not care to receive the awkward, clumsy scholar among his fashionable guests. The scene of the illustration is the Earl's anteroom. Dr. Johnson sits cane in hand, a sturdy, indignant figure, and casts a glance of scorn at a lady of fashion who has been admitted to the august presence of Chesterfield, while he himself is refused an audience. Chesterfield realized too late what an honor the dedication of the dictionary would be to him, and warmly praised the forthcoming book. But the dictionary came out without a dedication, and its author sent to his recreant patron a letter scornfully refusing his belated offer of help. End of section 29. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 30 of England, Scotland, Ireland and Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Story, Volume 10, England, Scotland, Ireland and Wales, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 30, William Pitt and the Stamp Act, 1766, by George Bancroft. William Pitt, the first Earl of Chatham, was a famous English statesman and orator. In 1756, he entered the cabinet, and from that time until his death in 1778, he was the greatest figure in English politics. He was a strong friend to the American colonies, in that he opposed their taxation by England. But in 1778, he opposed with equal strength the acknowledgment of their independence. The Editor. On the 20th of February, while the newspapers of New York were that very morning reiterating the resolves of the Sons of Liberty that they would venture their lives and fortunes to prevent the Stamp Act from taking place, that the safety of the colonies depended on a firm union of the whole, the ministers at a private meeting of their supporters settled the resolutions of repeal which even Charles Townshend was present to accept, and which, as Burke believed, he intended to support by a speech. Early the next day, every seat in the House of Commons had been taken. Between 400 and 500 members attended. Pitt was ill, but his zeal was above disease. "I must get up to the House as I can," said he. "When in my place, I feel I am tolerably able to remain through the debate and cry aye to the repeal with no sickly voice." And he hobbled into the House on crutches, swathed in flannels, huzza'd as he passed through the lobby by almost all the persons there. Conway moved for leave to bring in a bill for the repeal of the American Stamp Act. It had interrupted British commerce, jeoparded debts to British merchants, stopped 1/3 of the manufactures of Manchester, increased the rates on land by throwing thousands of poor out of employment. The Act, too, breathed oppression. It annihilated juries, and gave vast power to the Admiralty courts. The lawyers might decide in favor of the right to tax, but the conflict would ruin both countries. In 3,000 miles of territory, the English had but 5,000 troops, the Americans 150,000 fighting men. If they did not repeal the act, France and Spain would declare war and protect the Americans. The colonies, too, would set up manufactures of their own. Why then risk the whole for so trifling an object as this act modified? Jenkinson, on the other side, moved, instead of the repeal, a modification of the Stamp Act, insisting that the total repeal, demanded as it was with menaces of resistance, would be the overthrow of British authority in America. In reply to Jenkinson, Edmund Burke spoke in a manner unusual in the House, fresh as from a full mind, connecting the argument for repeal with a new kind of political philosophy. About 11, Pitt rose. With suavity of manner, he conciliated the wavering by allowing good ground for their apprehensions, but calmly and with consummate and persuasive address, he argued for the repeal, with eloquence which expressed conviction, and which yet could not have offended even the sensitive self-love of the warmest friends of the act. He acknowledged his own perplexity in making an option between two ineligible alternatives, pronounced, however, for repeal, as due to the liberty of unrepresented subjects, and in gratitude to their having supported England through 3 wars. "The total repeal," replied Greenwell, "will persuade the colonies that Great Britain confessed itself without the right to impose taxes on them and is reduced to make this confession by their menaces. Jews and merchants insist that debts to the amount of 3 millions will be lost, and all fresh orders countermanded. Do not injure yourselves from fear of injury. Do not die from the fear of dying. The merchants may sustain a temporary loss, but they and all England would suffer much more from the weakness of Parliament and the impunity of the Americans. With a little firmness it will be easy to compel the colonists to obedience. The last advices announce that a spirit of submission is taking the place of the spirit of revolt. Americans must learn that prayers are not to be brought to Caesar through riot and sedition. Between 1 and 2 o'clock on the morning of the 22nd of February, the division took place. Only a few days before, Bedford had confidently predicted the defeat of the ministry. The king, the queen, the princess dowager, the Duke of York, Lord Bute desired it. The scanty remains of the old Tories, all the followers of Bedford and Greenville, the king's friends, every Scottish member, except Sir Alexander Gilmore and George Dempster, Lord George Sackville, whom this ministry had restored and brought into office, Oswald, Sackville's colleague, as Vice-Treasurer for Ireland, Barrington, the paymaster of the navy, were all known to be in the opposition. The lobbies were crammed with upwards of 300 men, representing the trading interests of the nation, trembling and anxious, and waiting almost till the winter morning's return of light, to learn their fate from the resolution of the House. Presently it was announced that 275 had voted for the repeal of the Act, against 167 for softening and enforcing it. The roof of St. Stephen's rang with the loud shouts and long cheering of the victorious majority. When the doors were thrown open and Conway went forth, there was an involuntary burst of gratitude from the grave multitude which beset the avenues. They stopped him. They gathered round him as children round a parent, as captives round a deliverer. The pure-minded man enjoyed the triumph, and while they thanked him, Edmund Burke, who stood near him, declares that his face was as if it had been the face of an angel. As Greenville moved along, swelling with rage and mortification, they pressed on him with hisses. But when Pitt appeared, the whole crowd reverently pulled off their hats, and the applauding joy uttered around him touched him with tender and lively delight. Many followed his chair home with benedictions. He felt no illness after his immense fatigue. It seemed as if what he saw and what he heard, the gratitude of rescued people, and the gladness of thousands, now become his own, had restored him to health. But his heartfelt and solid delight was not perfect till he found himself in his own house, with the wife whom he loved, and the children, for whom his fondness knew no restraint or bounds, and who all partook of the overflowing pride of their mother. This was the first great political lesson received by his second son, then not quite 7 years old, the eager and impetuous William, who, flushed with patriotic feeling, rejoiced that he was not the eldest born, but could serve his country in the House of Commons, like his father. End of section 30. This recording is in the public domain. Section 31 of England, Scotland, Ireland and Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Story, Volume 10, England, Scotland, Ireland and Wales, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 31. The Quarrel of Squire Bull and His Son, 1775 to 1783, by James Kirk Paulding. John Bull was a choleric old fellow who held a good manor in the middle of a great mill pond, on which, by reason of its being quite surrounded by water, was generally called Bullock Island. Bull was an ingenious man, an exceedingly good blacksmith, a dexterous cutler, and a notable weaver and pot-baker besides. He also brewed capital porter ale and small beer, and was in fact a sort of jack of all trades, and good at each. In addition to these, he was a hearty fellow, and excellent bottle companion, and passably honest as times go. But what tarnished all these qualities was a quarrelsome, overbearing disposition, which was always getting him into some scrape or other. The truth is, he never heard of a quarrel going on among his neighbours, but his fingers itched to be in the thickest of them, so that he hardly ever was seen without a broken head, a black eye, or a bloody nose. Such was Squire Bull, as he was commonly called by the country people his neighbours, one of those odd, testy, grumbling, boasting old codgers that never get credit for what they are, because they are always pretending to be what they are not. The squire was as tight a hand to deal with indoors as out, sometimes treating his family as if they were not the same flesh and blood when they happened to differ with him in certain matters. One day he got into a dispute with his youngest son Jonathan, who was familiarly called Brother Jonathan, about whether churches ought to be called churches or meeting-houses, and whether steeples were not an abomination. The squire, either having the worst of the argument, or being naturally impatient of contradiction, I can't tell which, fell into a great passion, and swore he would physic such notions out of the boy's noddle. So he went to some of his doctors and got them to draw up a prescription made up of 39 different articles, many of them bitter enough to some palates. This he tried to make Jonathan swallow, and finding he made villainous wry faces and would not do it, fell upon him and beat him like fury. After this, he made the house so disagreeable to him that Jonathan, though as hard as a pine knot and as tough as leather, could bear it no longer. Taking his gun and his axe, he put himself in a boat and paddled over the mill pond to some new land, to which the squire pretended some sort of claim, intending to settle there and build a meeting-house without a steeple as soon as he grew rich enough. When he got over, Jonathan found that the land was quite in a state of nature, covered with wood, and inhabited by nobody but wild beasts. But being a lad of mettle, he took his axe on one shoulder and his gun on the other, marched into the thickest of the wood, and clearing a place, built a log hut. Pursuing his labours, and handling his axe like a notable woodman, he in a few years cleared the land, which he laid out into 13 good farms, and building himself a fine farmhouse, about half finished, began to be quite snug and comfortable. But Squire Bull, who was getting old and stingy, and besides was in a great want of money on account of his having lately to pay swingeing damages for assaulting his neighbours and breaking their heads. The squire, I say, finding Jonathan was getting well-to-do in the world, began to be very much troubled about his welfare, so he demanded that Jonathan should pay him a good rent for the land, which he had cleared and made good for something. He trumped up I know not what claim against him, and under different pretences managed to pocket all Jonathan's honest gains. In fact, the poor lad had not a shilling left for holiday occasions, and had it not been for the filial respect he felt for the old man, he would certainly have refused to submit to such impositions. But for all this, in a little time, Jonathan grew up to be very large of his age, and became a tall, stout, double-jointed, broad-footed cub of a fellow, awkward in his gait and simple in his appearance, but showing a lively, shrewd look, and having the promise of great strength when he should get his full growth. He was rather an odd-looking chap in truth, and had many queer ways, but everybody that had seen John Bull saw a great likeness between them, and swore he was John's own boy, and a true chip of the old block. Like the old squire, he was apt to be blustering and saucy, but in the main was a peaceable sort of careless fellow, that would quarrel with nobody if you would only let him alone. He always wore a linsey woolsey coat, the sleeves of which were so short that his hand and wrist came out beyond them, looking like a shoulder of mutton, all of which was in consequence of his growing so fast that he outgrew his clothes. While Jonathan was outgrowing his strength in this way, Bull kept on picking his pockets of every penny he could scrape together, till at last one day, when the squire was even more than usually pressing in his demands, which he accompanied with threats, Jonathan started up in a furious passion, and threw the tea-kettle at the old man's head. The choleric Bull was hereupon exceedingly enraged, and after calling the poor lad an undutiful, ungrateful, rebellious rascal, seized him by the collar, and forthwith a furious scuffle ensued. This lasted a long time, for the squire, though in years, was a capital boxer and of most excellent bottom. At last, however, Jonathan got him under, and before he would let him up, made him sign a paper giving up all claim to the farms, and acknowledging the fee simple to be in Jonathan forever. End of section 31. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 32 of England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 10, England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 32. A Maid of Honor at the Court of George III, 1786, by Madame d'Arblay. Madame d'Arblay, or Frances Burney, was the author of Evelina, the bestseller of the day. She became maid of honor to the Queen, and the following extract is from the journal that she kept. The editor. I rise at 6 o'clock, dress in a morning gown and cap, and wait my first summons, which is at all times from 7 to near 8, but commonly in the exact half hour between them. The Queen never sends for me till her hair is dressed. This, in a morning, is always done by her wardrobe woman, Mrs. Thielke, a German, but who speaks English perfectly well. Mrs. Swellenberg, since the first week, has never come down in the morning at all. The Queen's dress is finished by Mrs. Thielke and myself. No maid ever enters the room while the Queen is in it. Mrs. Thielke hands the things to me, and I put them on. 'Tis fortunate for me I have not the handing them. I should never know which to take first, embarrassed as I am, and should run a prodigious risk of giving the gown before the hoop and the fan before the neckerchief. By 8 o'clock, or a little after, for she is extremely expeditious, she is dressed. She then goes out to join the King, and be joined by the princesses, and they all proceed to the King's chapel in the castle, to prayers, attended by the governesses of the princesses, and the King's equerry. Various others at times attend, but only these indispensably. I then return to my own room to breakfast. I make this meal the most pleasant part of the day. I have a book for my companion, and I allow myself an hour for it. My present book is Gilpin's description of the lakes of Cumberland and Westmoreland. Mrs. Delany has lent it me. It is the most picturesque reading I ever met with. It shows me landscapes of every sort, with tints so bright and lively, I forget I am but reading, and fancy I see them before me, colored by the hand of nature. At 9 o'clock I send off my breakfast things, and relinquish my book. to make a serious and steady examination of everything I have upon my hands in the way of business, in which preparations for dress are always included, not for the present day alone, but for the court days which require a particular dress, for the next arriving birthday of any of the royal family, every one of which requires new apparel, for Kew, where the dress is plainest, and for going on here, where the dress is very pleasant to me, requiring no show nor finery, but merely to be neat, not inelegant, and moderately fashionable. That over, I have my time at my own disposal till 12:15, except on Wednesdays and Saturdays, when I have it only to 11:15. My rummages and business sometimes occupy me uninterruptedly to those hours. When they do not, I give till 10 to necessary letters of duty, ceremony, or long arrears. And now, from 10 to the times I have mentioned, I devote to walking. These times mentioned call me to the irksome and quick-returning labors of the toilet. The hour advanced on the Wednesdays and Saturdays is for curling and craping the hair, which it now requires twice a week. 1:15 is the usual time for the Queen to begin dressing for the day. Mrs. Schwellenberg then constantly attends. So do I. Mrs. Thielke, of course, at all times. We help her off with her gown, and on with her powdering things, and then the hairdresser is admitted. She generally reads the newspapers during that operation. When she observes that I have run to her, but half dressed, she constantly gives me leave to return, and finish as soon as she is seated. If she is grave and reads steadily on, she dismisses me, whether I am dressed or not. But at all times she never forgets to send me away while she is powdering, with the consideration not to spoil my clothes, that one would not expect belonged to her high station. Neither does she ever detain me without making a point of reading, here and there, some little paragraph aloud. When I return, I finish, if anything is undone, my dress, and then take Baretti's Dialogues, my dearest Freddy's tablet of memory, or some such disjointed matter for the few minutes that elapse ere I am again summoned. I find her then always removed to her state dressing-room, if any room in this private mansion can have the epithet of state. There, in a very short time, her dress is finished. She then says she won't detain me, and I hear and see no more of her till bedtime. It is commonly 3:00 when I am thus set at large, and I have then 2 hours quite at my own disposal, but in the natural course of things not a moment after. Those dear and quiet 2 hours, my only quite sure and undisturbed time in the whole day, after breakfast is over, I shall henceforth devote to thus talking with my beloved Susan, my Freddy, my other sister, my dear father, or Miss Cambridge, with my brothers, cousins, Mrs. Ord, and other friends, in such terms as these 2 hours will occasionally allow me. Henceforward, I say, for hitherto dejection of spirits, with uncertainty how long my time might last, have made me waste moment after moment as sadly as unprofitably. At 5 we have dinner. Mrs. Schwellenberg and I meet in the eating-room. We are commonly tete-a-tete. When there is anybody at it, it is from her invitation only. Whatever right my place might afford me of also inviting my friends to the table, I have now totally lost by want of courage and spirits to claim it originally. When we have dined, we go upstairs to her apartment, which is directly over mine. Here we have coffee till the terracing is over. This is at about 8:00. Our tete-a-tete then finishes, and we come down again to the eating-room. There the equerry, whoever he is, comes to tea constantly, and with him any gentleman that the king or queen may have invited for the evening. And when tea is over, he conducts them and goes himself to the concert-room. This is commonly about 9:00. From this time, if Mrs. Schwellenberg is alone, I never quit her for a minute, till I come to my little supper at near 11. Between 11 and 12 my last summons usually takes place, earlier and later occasionally. 20 minutes is the customary time then spent with the Queen. Half an hour, I believe, is seldom exceeded. I then come back, and after doing whatever I can to forward my dress for the next morning, I go to bed, and to sleep too, believe me. The early rising and a long day's attention to new affairs and occupations cause a fatigue so bodily that nothing mental stands against it, and to sleep I fall the moment I have put out my candle and laid down my head. Such is the day to your F.B. and her new situation at Windsor. Such, I mean, is its usual destination and its intended course. I make it take now and then another channel, but never stray far enough not to return to the original stream after a little meandering around and about it. I think now you will be able to see and to follow me pretty closely. With regard to those summonses I speak of, I will explain myself. My summons upon all regular occasions, that is, morning, noon, and night toilets, is neither more nor less than a bell. Upon extra occasions, a page is commonly sent. At first I felt inexpressibly discomfited by this mode of call. A bell, it seemed so mortifying a mark of servitude. I always felt myself blush, though alone, with conscious shame at my own strange degradation. But I have philosophized myself now into some reconcilement with this manner of summons, by reflecting that to have some person always sent would be often very inconvenient, and that this method is certainly less an interruption to any occupation I may be employed in than the entrance of messengers so many times a day. It is, besides, less liable to mistakes. So I have made up my mind to it as well as I can, and now I only feel that proud blush when somebody is by to revive my original dislike of it. End of section 32. This recording is in the public domain. Section 33 of England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 10, England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 33. The Royal Visit to Oxford, 1786, by Madame D'Arblay. The success of Madame D'Arblay's novels had been so pronounced that, as Macaulay says, she was on the highest pinnacle of fame. But when she became an attendant upon the Queen, the pleasures and rewards of literary work were no longer for her. Macaulay pictures the honours which would have been bestowed upon her at Oxford if she had come as Frances Burney. But now she was merely an adjunct to the royal train, and, as he says, she had the honour of entering Oxford in the last of a long train of carriages which formed the royal procession, of walking after the Queen all day through refectories and chapels, and of standing half dead with fatigue and hunger, while her august mistress was seated at an excellent cold collation. The following is Frances Burney's own account of the closing hours of the visit. The Editor. At Christ Church College, where we arrived at about 3 o'clock, in a large hall there was a cold collation prepared for their Majesties and the Princesses. It was at the upper end of the hall. I could not see of what it consisted, though it would have been very agreeable, after so much standing and sauntering, to have given my opinion of it in an experimental way. Their Majesties and the Princesses sat down to this table, as well satisfied, I believe, as any of their subjects so to do. The Duchess of Ancaster and Lady Harcourt stood behind the chairs of the Queen and the Princess Royal. There were no other ladies of sufficient rank to officiate for Princess Augusta and Elizabeth. Lord Harcourt stood behind the King's chair, and the Vice-Chancellor and the Head-Master of Christ Church, with salvers in their hands, stood near the table and ready to hand to the 3 noble waiters whatever was wanted, while the other reverend doctors and learned professors stood aloof, equally ready to present to the Chancellor and the Master whatever they were to forward. We, meanwhile, untitled attendants, stood at the other end of the room, forming a semicircle, and all strictly facing the royal collationers. We consisted of the Miss Vernons, thrown out here as much as their humble guests, Colonel Fairlie, Major Price, General Harcourt, and, though I know not why, Lady Charlotte Bertie, with all the inferior professors in their gowns, and some too much frightened to advance of the upper degrees. These, with Miss Planta, Mr. Haggett, and myself, formed this attendant semicircle. The time of this collation was spent very pleasantly, to me at least, to whom the novelty of the scene rendered it entertaining. It was agreed that we must all be absolutely famished, unless we could partake of some refreshment, as we had breakfasted early, and had no chance of dining before 6 or 7 o'clock. A whisper was soon buzzed through the semicircle of the deplorable state of our appetite apprehensions, and presently it reached the ears of some of the worthy doctors. Immediately a new whisper was circulated, which made its progress with great vivacity, to offer us whatever we would wish, and to beg us to name what we chose. Tea, coffee, and chocolate were whispered back. The method of producing and the means of swallowing them were much more difficult to settle than the choice of what was acceptable. Major Price and Colonel Fairlie, however, seeing a very large table close to the wainscot behind us, desired our refreshments might be privately conveyed there, behind the semicircle, and that, while all the group back very near it, one at a time might feed, screened by all the rest from observation. I suppose I need not inform you, my dear Susan, that to eat in presence of any of the royal family is as much hors d'usage as to be seated. This plan had speedy success, and the very good doctors soon, by slight degrees and with watchful caution, covered the whole table with tea, coffee, chocolate, cakes, and bread and butter. The further plan, however, of one at a time feasting, and the rest fasting and standing sentinels, was not equally approved. There was too much eagerness to seize the present moment, and too much fear of a sudden retreat, to give patience for slow a proceeding. We could do no more, therefore, than stand in a double row, with one to screen one throughout the troop, and in this manner we were all very plentifully and very pleasantly served. The Duchess of Lancaster and Lady Harcourt, as soon as the first serving attendance was over, were dismissed from the royal chairs, and most happy to join our group and partake of our repast. The Duchess, extremely fatigued with standing, drew a small body of troops before her, that she might take a few minutes' rest on a form by one of the doors, and Lady Charlotte Bertie did the same to relieve an ankle which she had unfortunately sprained. "Poor Miss Burney!" exclaimed the good-natured Duchess. "I wish she could sit down, for she is unused to this work. She does not know yet what it is to stand for 5 hours, following, as we do, the beautiful window of Sir Joshua Reynolds and Mr. Jervis in New College, would alone have recovered me, had my fatigue been infinitely more serious. In one of the colleges I stayed so long in an old chapel, lingering over antique monuments, that all the party were vanished before I missed them, except doctors and professors, for we had a train of those everywhere, and I was then a little surprised by the approach of one of them, saying, 'You seem inclined to abide with us, Miss Burney,' and then another, in an accent of facetious gallantry, cried, 'No, don't let us shut up Miss Burney among old tombs. No, no.' After this, many of the good doctors occasionally spoke to me when there happened to be an opportunity. How often did I wish my dear father amongst them! They considered me as a doctor's daughter, and were almost excessively courteous, handing and pointing and showing me about as much as possible. In another college, while Miss Planta and myself were hanging a little back at the entrance into a small cedar chapel that would not much more than hold the royal family and their immediate suite, the Duchess of Lancaster, who took every opportunity to show me civilities and distinguish me, came down the steps and made me ascend them to return with her, when she called to her daughter, and in the most obliging terms introduced me to her, with many kind speeches of her wish that we should cultivate much acquaintance. Lady Charlotte is very handsome and has a very good figure. She unfortunately lisps very much, which at first never prejudices in favor of the understanding, but I have conversed with her too little to know anything more of her than that she is well bred and seems to have a large portion internally of the good-natured and obliging disposition of her mother. At the town hall an address was presented by the mayor and corporation of the city of Oxford to the king, which the mayor read. The king took off his hat and bowed, and received the address after hearing it, but returned no answer. Nor has his majesty made any except to the Oxford University, though they have since poured in upon him from every part of the kingdom. The mayor was then knighted. I think it was in Trinity College that we saw the noblest library I've ever happened to enter, for 'tis but little, my dear Susan, I've seen of sights. Here we had now court scenery, in which I acted but an uncourtier-like part. The queen and princesses had seats prepared for them, which after a stroll up and down the library, they were glad, I believe, to occupy. The ladies of their suite were then graciously ordered by her majesty to be seated, as there was not here the state or public appearance that was observed at the theatre and in the college, where the refreshments were given. As to the poor men, they must never sit in the presence of the queen, be they whom they will or what they will, so they were fain to stand it out. Miss Planta glided away behind a pillar, and being there unseen was able to lounge a little. She was dreadfully tired. So was everybody but myself. For me, my curiosity was so awake to everything that I seemed insensible to all inconvenience. I could not in such a library prevail with myself to so modest a retirement as Miss Planta's. I considered that the queen had herself ordered my attendance in this expedition, and I thought myself very well privileged to make it as pleasant as I could. I therefore stole softly down the room to the farther end, and there amused myself with examining what books were within reach of my eyes, and with taking down and looking into all such as were also within reach of my understanding. This was very pleasant sport to me, and had we stayed there till midnight would have kept me from weariness. In another college we saw so many, and in such quick succession, that I recollect not any by name, though all by situation. I saw a performance of courtly etiquette by Lady Charlotte Bertie, that seemed to me as difficult as any feat I ever beheld, even at Astley's or Hughes's. It was in an extremely large, long, spacious apartment. The king always led the way out as well as in, upon all entrances and exits, but here, for some reason that I know not, the queen was handed out first, and the princesses and the aide-de-camp and equerry followed. The king was very earnest in conversation with some professor. The attendants hesitated whether to wait or follow the queen, but presently the Duchess of Ancaster, being near the door, slipped out, and Lady Harcourt after her. The Miss Vernons, who were but a few steps from them, went next, but Lady Charlotte, by chance, happened to be very high up in the room and near to the king. Had I been in her situation, I had surely waited till his majesty went first, but that would not, I saw upon this occasion, have been etiquette. She therefore faced the king, and began a march backwards, her ankle already sprained, and to walk forward, and even leaning upon an arm, was painful to her. Nevertheless, back she went, perfectly upright, without one stumble, without ever looking once behind to see what she might encounter, and with as graceful a motion, and as easy an air, as I ever saw anybody enter a long room. She retreated, I am sure, full 20 yards backwards out of one. For me, I was also, unluckily, at the upper end of the room, looking at some portraits of founders, and one of Henry VII in particular, from Holbein. However, as soon as I perceived what was going backward rather, I glided near the wainscot. Lady Charlotte, I should mention, made her retreat along the very middle of the room, and having paced a few steps backwards, stopped short to recover, and while I seemed examining some other portrait, disentangled my train from the heels of my shoes, and then proceeded a few steps only more, and then observing the king turn another way, I slipped a yard or two at a time forwards, and hastily looked back, and then was able to go again according to rule, and in this manner, by slow and varying means, I at length made my escape. Miss Planta stood upon less ceremony, and fairly ran off. Since that time, however, I have come on prodigiously by constant practice in the power and skill of walking backwards without tripping up my own heels, feeling my head giddy, or treading my train out of the Platts, accidents very frequent among novices in that business. And I have no doubt but that in the course of a few months I shall arrive at all possible perfection in the true court retrograde motion. In another college, in an old chapter house, I had the opportunity to see another court scene. It was nearly round in shape and had various old images and ornaments. We were all taken in by the doctor's attendant, and the party, with doctors and all, nearly filled it. But, finding it crowded, everybody stood upon the less ceremony, and we all made our examinations of the various contents of the room quite at our ease, till suddenly the king and queen, perceiving two very old-fashioned chairs were placed at the head of the room for their reception, graciously accepted them and sat down. Nothing could exceed the celerity with which all confusion instantly was over, and the most solemn order succeeded to it. Chairs were presented to the three princesses by the side of the queen, and the Duchess of Lancaster and Lady Harcourt planted themselves at their backs, while Lady Charlotte instantly retreated close to the wall, and so did every creature else in the room, all according to their rank or station, and the royal family remained conspicuous and alone, all crowd dispersed, and the space of almost the whole room unoccupied before them. So close to the walls did everybody respectfully stand. The last college we visited was Cardinal Wolsey's, an immense fabric. While roving about a very spacious apartment, Mr. F. came behind me and whispered that I might easily slip into a small parlour to rest a little while, almost everybody else having taken some opportunity to contrive themselves a little sitting but myself. I assured him very truly I was too little tired to make it worth while, but poor Miss Planter was so woefully fatigued that I could not on her account refuse to be of the party. He conducted us into a very neat little parlour, belonging to the master of the college, and Miss Planter flung herself on a chair half dead with weariness. Mr. F. was glad of the opportunity to sit for a moment also. For my part, I was quite alert. Alas, my dear Susan, 'tis my mind that is so weak, and so open to disorder. My body, I really find, when it is an independent person, very strong, and capable of much exertion, without suffering from it. Mr. F. now produced from a paper repository concealed in his coat pocket some apricots and bread, and insisted upon my eating, but I was not inclined to the repast, and saw he was half famished himself. So was poor Miss Planter. However, he was so persuaded I must both be as hungry and as tired as himself, that I was forced to eat an apricot to appease him. Presently, while we were in the midst of this regale, the door suddenly opened, and the queen came in, followed by as many attendants as the room would contain. Up we all started, myself alone not discountenanced, for I really think it quite respect sufficient never to sit down in the royal presence without aiming at having it supposed that I have stood bolt upright ever since I have been admitted to it. Quick into our pockets was crammed our bread, and close into our hands was squeezed our fruit, by which I discovered that our appetites were to be supposed annihilated at the same time that our strength was to be invincible. Very soon after this we were joined by the king, and in a few minutes we all paraded forth to the carriages and drove back to Newnham. End of section 33. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 34 of England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales, read for LibriVox.org by Aaron Grassi. England, Part 5. The Napoleonic Wars. Historical note. Throughout Napoleon's career, he had in England a persistent and uncompromising enemy that steadily thwarted his dream of European supremacy. On the continent, he was invincible, but the ocean was England's, and try as he would, he could not wrest it from her. And not content with defending her shores, England revived again and again the drooping spirits of the continental powers in their life and death struggle with the French emperor, and by scattering subsidies and forming coalitions kept alive the spirit that at last gathered strength to pull down the great adventurer from his imperial throne and sent him forth to die on a desolate island of the Atlantic. The three dominant figures in England's long struggle with Napoleon were William Pitt the Younger, son of the Earl of Chatham, Prime Minister in 1783 at the age of 24, died in 1806. Admiral Nelson, whose great victories at the Nile and Trafalgar secured the safety of England and her colonies, and Sir Arthur Wellesley, afterwards the Duke of Wellington, hero of the Peninsular War in Spain and of the Battle of Waterloo. By the Treaty of Vienna, 1815, England gained Cape Colony, South Africa, Ceylon, British Guiana, Malta, and other important territories. But the long struggle had been won at an enormous cost. From 1793 to 1815, the national debt increased from 250 to 850 million pounds. To the popular discontent resulting from the hard times that followed are chiefly due to the far-reaching reforms of the 19th century. End of section 34. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 35 of England, Scotland, Ireland and Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Thomas Peter. The World Story Volume 10. England, Scotland, Ireland and Wales. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 35. The Battle of the Baltic, 1801. By Thomas Campbell. During the struggle with Napoleon, England declared a blockade against the French ports. The Baltic countries united to oppose this. Early in 1801, the British fleet entered the harbour of Copenhagen and opened fire. After the victory of the English, Nelson was so kind to his wounded foes that when he landed in Denmark, he was received with shouts of applause. The Editor. Of Nelson and the North, sing the glorious day's renown, when to battle fierce came forth all the might of Denmark's crown, and her arms along the deep proudly shone. By each gun the lighted brand, and a bold determined hand, and the prince of all the land led them on. Like leviathans afloat lay their bulwarks on the brine, while the sign of battle flew on the lofty British line. It was 10 of April morn by the chime. As they drifted on their path, there was silence deep as death, and the boldest held his breath for a time. But the might of England flushed to anticipate the scene, and her van the fleeter rushed o'er the deadly space between. "Hearts of oak!" our captains cried, when each gun from its adamantine lips spread a death shade round their ships, like the hurricane eclipse of the sun. Again, 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 and the havoc did not slack, till a feeble cheer the Dane to our cheering sent us back. Their shots along the deep slowly boom, then ceased, and all is wail, as they strike the shattered sail, or in conflagration pale light the gloom. Out spoke the victor then, as he hailed them o'er the wave, "Ye are brothers, ye are men, and we conquer but to save. So peace instead of death let us bring, but yield, proud foe, thy fleet, and make submission meet to our king." Then Denmark blessed our chief, that he gave her wounds repose, and the sounds of joy and grief from her people wildly rose, as death withdrew his shades from the day, while the sun looked smiling bright o'er a wide and woeful sight, where the fires of funeral light died away. Now joy, old England, raise, for the tidings of thy might, by the festal city's blaze, whilst the wine-cup shines in light. And yet amidst that joy and uproar, let us think of them that sleep, full many a fathom deep, by thy wild and stormy steep, Elsinore. Brave hearts, to Britain's pride, once so faithful and so true, on the deck of fame that died, with a gallant good Riou. Soft sigh the winds of heaven o'er their grave, while the billow mournful rolls, and the mermaid's song condoles, singing glory to the souls of the brave. End of section 35. This recording is in the public domain. Section 36 of England, Scotland, Ireland and Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Thomas Peter. The World Story Volume 10, England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 36, Trafalgar, 1805, by William C. Bennett. Northwest the wind was blowing, our good ships running free. 7 leagues lay Cape Trafalgar, away upon our lee. 'Twas then, as broke the morning, the Frenchman was descried. East away, there they lay, that day that Nelson died. That was a sight to see, boys, on which that morning shone. We counted 33, Mounseer and stately Don, and plain their great 3-deckers amongst them was descried. Safe, we said, for Spithead, that day that Nelson died. Then Nelson spoke to Hardy, upon his face the smile, the very look he wore when we beat them at the Nile. We must have 20, Hardy, 'twas thus the hero cried, and we had 20 lads, that day that Nelson died. Up went his latest signal. Ah, well, my boys, he knew that not a man among us but would his duty do. And as the signal flew, boys, with shouts each crew replied, how we cheered as we neared the foe when Nelson died. We led the weather column, but Collingwood ahead, a mile from all, the lee line right through the Frenchmen led. And what would Nelson give to be here with us, he cried, as he bore through their roar, that day that Nelson died. Well, on the Victory stood, boys, with every sail full spread, and as we neared them slowly, there was but little said. There were thoughts of home amongst us, and as their line was eyed, here and there, perhaps, a prayer, that day that Nelson died. A gun, the Bucentaur first, began with us the game. Another, then their broadsides from all sides through us came. With men fast falling round us, while not a gun replied, with sails rent, on we went, that day that Nelson died. Steer for their admiral's flag, boys, but where it flew none knew. Then make for that 4-decker, said Nelson, men she'll do. So at their Trinidada, to get we straightway tried, as we broke through their smoke, that day that Nelson died. 'Twas where they clustered thickest, that through their line we broke, and to their Bucentaur first our thundering broadside spoke. We shaved her, as our shots, boys, crashed through her shattered side. She could feel how to keel, that day that Nelson died. Into the Don's 4-decker our larboard broadsides pour, though all we well could spare her, when to the Bucentaur. Locked to another Frenchman, our starboard fire we plied, gun to gun, till we won, that day that Nelson died. They've done for me at last, friend, 'twas thus they heard him say. But I die as I would die, boys, upon this glorious day. I've done my duty, Hardy, he cried, and still he cried, as below, sad and slow, we bore him as he died. Unwounded and undying, the cockpit's lamp shone dim, but many a groan we heard, lads, less for themselves than him, and many a one among them had given, and scarcely sighed, a limb to save him, who there in glory died. As slowly life ebbed from him, his thoughts were still the same. How many have we now, boys? Still faint, and fainter came. As ship on ship struck to us, his glazing eyes with pride, as it seemed, flashed and gleamed, as he knew he conquering died. We beat them, how you know, boys, yet many an eye was dim, and when we talked of triumph, we only thought of him. And still, though 50 years, boys, have gone, who without pride names his name, tells his fame, who at Trafalgar died. End of section 36. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 37 of England, Scotland, Ireland and Wales. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. The Burial of Sir John Moore, 1809, by Charles Wolfe. In 1808, Spain rose against Napoleon and was promptly assisted by England. Sir John Moore, the English general, was unexpectedly forced to fight with a much larger force than his own. He was victorious, but fell in the very hour of his victory. The Editor. Not a drum was heard, not a funeral note, as his corpse to the rampart we hurried. Not a soldier discharged his farewell shot, or the grave where our hero we buried. We buried him darkly at dead of night, the sods with our bayonets turning, by the struggling moonbeams' misty light, and the lantern dimly burning. No useless coffin enclosed his breast, not in sheet or in shroud we wound him, but he lay like a warrior taking his rest, with his martial cloak around him. Few and short were the prayers we said, and we spoke not a word of sorrow, but we steadfastly gazed on the face that was dead, and we bitterly thought of the morrow. We thought as we hollowed his narrow bed, and smoothed down his lonely pillow, that the foe and the stranger would tread o'er his head, and we far away on the billow. Lightly they'll talk of the spirit that's gone, and o'er his cold ashes upbraid him, but little he'll reck if they let him sleep on, in the grave where a Briton has laid him. But half of our heavy task was done, when the clock struck the hour for retiring, and we heard the distant and random gun that the foe was sullenly firing. Slowly and sadly we laid him down, from the field of his fame fresh and gory. We carved not a line, and we raised not a stone, but we left him alone with his glory. End of section 37. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 38 of England, Scotland, Ireland and Wales. Read for LibriVox.org by Aaron Grassi. Wellington's March from Quatre Bras to Waterloo by Ernest Crofts, English painter, 1847. Painting, page 174. While Napoleon was organizing his troops after his return from Elba, Wellington with an English army and Blücher with the Prussians proceeded to Belgium, where it was evident an encounter would take place. Wellington, with many of his officers, was at a ball when word was brought that the Emperor was at hand. Drums beat, bugles sounded, and in 1 hour the troops were on the march to Quatre Bras, where on June 16, 1815, 2 days before the struggle at Waterloo, a desperate battle was fought in which the English were victorious. On the same day, the Prussians were defeated by the French under Marshal Grouchy, and in order to keep in communication with his allies, Wellington was forced to retire from Quatre Bras toward Brussels. For several days it had rained furiously, and the roads were overflowed with water or deep in mud. Wellington, falling back from Quatre Bras in the midst of a heavy thunderstorm, halted on the evening of the 17th at Waterloo, where he determined to make a final stand against the French, and sent dispatches to Blücher to hasten to his support. Napoleon, too, in pursuit of Wellington, came to Waterloo in the storm and darkness, and sent word to Grouchy to advance with all speed, as it was evident that on the morrow a decisive conflict would take place. In this picture, Wellington is seen riding at the head of his soldiers and cheered by a cavalry regiment that has been ordered back to protect the English rear. End of section 38. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 39 of England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 10, England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 39. Just Before Waterloo, 1815, by William Makepeace Thackeray. On the 15th of June, 1815, a magnificent ball was given at Brussels, at which the Duke of Wellington was a guest. In the midst of the revelry, a courier announced to him that the troops of Napoleon had crossed the boundary and were near Quatre Bras. The news quickly ran through the ballroom, through the city. The bugles sounded, the drums beat, and within an hour Wellington and the English forces were on the march. This election opens while the people of Brussels are still ignorant of the result of the encounter at Quatre Bras. There are wild rumors of the coming of the French, and hosts of people are trying to escape from Brussels. Rebecca, the adventuress of the book, has worked upon the timidity of Amelia's brother Jos, and induced him to pay her an exorbitant price for her horses. George is the husband of Amelia. The Battle of Waterloo took place on the 18th of June. The Editor. Though midnight has long passed, there was no rest for the city, Brussels. The people were up, the lights in the houses flamed, crowds were still about the doors, and the streets were busy. Rumors of various natures went still from mouth to mouth. One report averred that the Prussians had been utterly defeated, another that it was the English who had been attacked and conquered, a third that the latter had held their ground. This last rumor gradually got strength. No Frenchmen had made their appearance. Stragglers had come in from the army bringing reports more and more favorable. At last an aide-de-camp actually reached Brussels with dispatches from the commandant of that place, who placarded presently through the town an official announcement of the success of the Allies at Quatre Bras, and the entire repulse of the French under Ney after a 6 hours' battle. The aide-de-camp must have arrived some time while Jos and Rebecca were making their bargain together, or the latter was inspecting his purchase. When he reached his own hotel, he found a score of its numerous inhabitants on the threshold discoursing of the news. There was no doubt as to its truth, and he went up to communicate it to the ladies under his charge. He did not think it was necessary to tell them how he had intended to take leave of them, how he had bought horses, and what a price he had paid for them. But success or defeat was a minor matter to them, who had only thought for the safety of those they loved. Amelia, at the news of the victory, became still more agitated even than before. She was for going that moment to the army. She besought her brother with tears to conduct her thither. Her doubts and terrors reached their paroxysm, and the poor girl, who for many hours had been plunged into stupor, raved and ran hither and thither in hysteric insanity, a piteous sight. No man writhing in pain on the hard-fought field 15 miles off, where lay, after their struggles, so many of the brave, no man suffered more keenly than this poor harmless victim of the war. Jos, could not bear the sight of her pain. He left his sister in the charge of her stouter female companion, and descended once more to the threshold of the hotel, where everybody still lingered and talked and waited for more news. It grew to be broad daylight as they stood here, and fresh news began to arrive from the war, brought by men who had been actors in the scene. Wagons and long country carts laden with wounded came rolling into the town. Ghastly groans came from within them, and haggard faces looking up sadly from out of the straw. Jos Sedley was looking at one of these carriages with a painful curiosity. The moans of the people within were frightful. The wearied horses could hardly pull the cart. "Stop! Stop!" a feeble voice cried from the straw, and the carriage stopped opposite Mr. Sedley's hotel. "It is George, I know it is," cried Amelia, rushing in a moment to the balcony, with a pallid face and loose flowing hair. It was not George, however, but it was the next best thing. It was news of him. It was poor Tom Stubble, who had marched out of Brussels so gallantly 24 hours before, bearing the colours of the regiment, which he had defended very gallantly upon the field. A French lancer had speared the young ensign in the leg, who fell, still bravely holding to his flag. At the conclusion of the engagement, a place had been found for the poor boy in a cart, and he had been brought back to Brussels. "Mr. Sedley! Mr. Sedley!" cried the boy faintly, and Jos came up almost frightened at the appeal. He had not at first distinguished who it was that called him. Little Tom Stubble held out his hot and feeble hand. "I am to be taken in here," he said. "Osborne and Dobbin said I was, and you are to give the man 2 Napoleons. My mother will pay you." This young fellow's thoughts during the long feverish hours passed in the cart had been wandering to his father's parsonage, which he had quitted only a few months before, and he had sometimes forgotten his pain in that delirium. The hotel was large, and the people kind, and all the inmates of the cart were taken in and placed on various couches. The young ensign was conveyed upstairs to Osborne's quarters. Amelia and the major's wife had rushed down to him when the latter had recognized him from the balcony. You may fancy the feelings of these women when they were told that the day was over and both their husbands were safe. In what mute rapture Amelia fell on her good friend's neck and embraced her. In what a grateful passion of prayer she fell on her knees and thanked the power which had saved her husband. There was only one man in the army for her, and as long as he was well, it must be owned that its movement interested her little. All the reports which Jos brought from the street fell very vaguely on her ears, though they were sufficient to give that timorous gentleman and many other people then in Brussels every disquiet. The French had been repulsed, certainly, but it was after a severe and doubtful struggle, and with only a division of the French army. The Emperor, with the main body, was away at Ligny, where he had utterly annihilated the Prussians, and was now free to bring his whole force to bear upon the Allies. The Duke of Wellington was retreating upon the capital, and the great battle must be fought under its walls probably, of which the chances were more than doubtful. The Duke of Wellington had but 20,000 British troops on whom he could rely, for the Germans were raw militia, the Belgians disaffected, and with his handful his Grace had to resist 150,000 men that had broken into Belgium under Napoleon. Under Napoleon! What warrior was there, however famous and skilful, that could fight at odds with him? Jos thought of all these things and trembled. So did all the rest of Brussels, where people felt that the fight of the day before was but the prelude to the greater combat which was imminent. One of the armies opposed to the emperor was scattered to the winds already. The few English that could be brought to resist him would perish at their posts, and the conqueror would pass over their bodies into the city. Woe be to those whom he found there. Addresses were prepared, public functionaries assembled and debated secretly, apartments were got ready, and tricolored banners and triumphal emblems manufactured to welcome the arrival of His Majesty the Emperor and King. The immigration still continued, and wherever families could find means of departure, they fled. The 18th was a Sunday, and Mrs. Major O'Dowd had the satisfaction of seeing both her patients refreshed in health and spirits by some rest which they had taken during the night. She herself had slept on a great chair in Amelia's room, ready to wait upon her poor friend or the ensign, should either need her nursing. When morning came, this robust woman went back to the house where she and her major had their billet, and here performed an elaborate and splendid toilet befitting the day. And it is very possible that whilst alone in that chamber which her husband had inhabited, and where his cap still lay on the pillow, and his cane stood in the corner, one prayer at least was sent up to heaven for the welfare of the brave soldier, Michael O'Dowd. When she returned, she brought her prayer book with her, and her uncle, the Dean's famous book of sermons, out of which she never failed to read every Sabbath. Not understanding all, haply, not pronouncing many of the words aright, which were long and abstruse, for the Dean was a learned man and loved long Latin words, but with great gravity, vast emphasis, and with tolerable correctness in the main. How often has my Mick listened to these sermons, she thought, and me reading in the cabin of a calm. She proposed to continue this exercise on the present day with Amelia and the wounded ensign for a congregation. The same service was read on that day in 20,000 churches at the same hour, and millions of British men and women on their knees implored protection of the Father of all. They did not hear the noise which disturbed our little congregation at Brussels, much louder than that which had interrupted them 2 days previously, as Mrs. O'Dowd was reading the service in her best voice. The cannon of Waterloo began to roar. All that day, from morning until past sunset, the cannon never ceased to roar. It was dark when the cannonading stopped all of a sudden. All of us have read of what occurred during that interval. The tale is in every Englishman's mouth, and you and I, who were children when the great battle was won and lost, are never tired of hearing and recounting the history of that famous action. Its remembrance rankles still in the bosoms of millions of the countrymen of those brave men who lost the day. They pant for an opportunity of revenging that humiliation, and if a contest ending in a victory on their part should ensue, elating them in their turn and leaving its cursed legacy of hatred and rage behind to us, there is no end to the so-called glory and shame, and to the alternations of successful and unsuccessful murder, in which two high-spirited nations might engage. Centuries hence, we Frenchmen and Englishmen might be boasting and killing each other, still carrying out bravely the devil's code of honor. All our friends took their share and fought like men in the great field, all day long, while the women were praying 10 miles away. The lines of the dauntless English infantry were receiving and repelling the furious charges of the French horsemen. Guns which were heard at Brussels were ploughing up their ranks, and comrades falling, and the resolute survivors closing in. Towards the evening, the attack of the French, repeated and resisted so bravely, slackened in its fury. They had other foes besides the British to engage, or were preparing for a final onset. It came at last. The columns of the Imperial Guard marched up the hill of Saint-Jean, at length and at once to sweep the English from the height which they had maintained all day, in spite of all, unscared by the thunder of the artillery, which hurled death from the English line. The dark, rolling column pressed on and up the hill. It seemed almost to crest the eminence when it began to waver and falter. Then it stopped, still facing the shot. Then, at last, the English troops rushed from the post from which no enemy had been able to dislodge them, and the guard turned and fled. No more firing was heard at Brussels. The pursuit rolled miles away. Darkness came down on the field and city, and Amelia was praying for George, who was lying on his face, dead, with a bullet through his heart. End of section 39, read by Mark Cholsky. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 40 of England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by April 6090, California, United States of America. The World's Story, Volume 10, England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 40. Waterloo, 1815. By Douglas Brooke Wilton Sladen. The Battle of Waterloo was fought on a glorious day in June, a Sabbath day, clear and warm after the heavy rain of the night, which had entirely ceased ere the roar of battle began. At home, mothers and sisters and sweethearts were praying for the safety of those dear to them who were about to engage in deadly combat. It was while these loved ones were engaged in their devotions at church that the battle commenced, and from many a maiden's heart in Kent and elsewhere went out a fervent petition, asking divine protection for the one dearer to her than life, and many a noble boy fought better and died more heroically that awful day knowing that such a woman was praying for him. "What struck? 10:30. As over his saddle bow he bent, he thought of the village church in Kent, and said, "She'll be kneeling soon to pray, perhaps for me on this Sabbath day." Ping, ping, hark the bullets wing. Their cuirassiers sweep across the plain. "Charge them, our life guards!" They turn again, while English beauty is on its knees for English valor across the seas. "There goes the vanguard of the foes! They've taken the wood by Hougoumont, Coldstreams and Fusiliers to the front. Taken again, lads, that's not amiss. Your sweethearts at home will boast of this." Pell-mell, bullet, shot, and shell rained on our infantry thick and fast. Many a stout heart will beat its last. Blue eyes will moisten many a day, for good lives lightly given away. Crash, clash, like a torrent's dash, lancer and cuirassier leap on the square. Scarcely a third of the bayonets there. Ye who would look on old England again, now must ye prove yourselves Englishmen. Stamp, stamp, with its even tramp, rolls uphill the invincible guard. Falters it at the 50th yard? Weak, worn, and oft assaulted the foe, yet never its heart misgave it so. On, and the fight is won. Shot-stricken linesmen and thrice-charged guard glare at them lion-like, hungry and hard. His waiting is done, his hour has come. Pent-up fierceness drives bayonets home. On, lifeguard and dragoon, in English charge and a red right hand, will bring fair years to your fair old land. With riven corselet and shivered lance is reft and shivered the pride of France. Still, in the moonlight chill, a dying dragoon looks up to a friend. Tell her I did my part to the end. Tell her I died as any Englishman should, and give her her handkerchief. It is my blood. There went from a church in Kent in eager and anxious prayer to God, for lovers, brothers, and sons abroad. The fairest and noblest prayed for one, neither lover nor brother nor son. A calm, after hymn and psalm, the preacher's silent thought is bowed. Ere he gives out the biting prayer aloud, hark! What can that long dull booming be, swept by the east wind across the sea? Boom, boom, like the voice of doom. The preacher has fought and knows full well the message that booming has to tell, and gives out his text, "Let God arise, and he shall scatter our enemies." One night in two memories bright, one golden hour unwatched at a ball, a kerchief taken or given was all. Off to the war tomorrow, goodbye, I'll carry it with me until I die. He is dead, you have come, she said, to bring me tidings of him I loved? Your face has told me your tale, he proved worthy the name I did not know, the man that I thought him a year ago. He died with stern English pride, but lived to fight the great battle through. His last words were of England and you. He died as an English gentleman should, and sent you your handkerchief, rich with his blood. Ah me, life is sad, moaned she, when all the sun in its sky hath flown, and one loving bosom is very lone, and, oh, if I might lie by you, in your soldier's grave at Waterloo. End of section 40. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 41 of England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. Read for LibriVox.org by Devorah Allen. Scotland Forever by Lady Butler, Elizabeth Thompson. English artist, 1844. Painting, page 186. On the afternoon of the 18th of June, the 92nd Regiment, which was then reduced to 200 men, found it necessary to charge a column of the enemy, which was coming down upon them, numbering nearly 3,000. The Scots Greys had been placed to the left in reserve. Their duty was clear. They joined in the charge, passing through the ranks of the Highland infantry as best they could, receiving from their countrymen as they passed an enthusiastic welcome, and joining with them in the shout of Scotland forever. The French column they charged was enveloped in smoke, which had in no degree cleared when the Greys dashed into the mass, which yielded to the furious onset, and was hurled back in confusion by the impetus of the shock, for it was not imagined that cavalry were near. It was infantry only by which the enemy thought, by the sound of the musketry, they were threatened, and they were lost in amazement at the suddenness and fury of the charge. The Scots Greys were almost annihilated in this charge. End of section 41. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 42 of England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. Read for LibriVox.org by Aaron Grassy. England, Part 6. The Last 100 Years in England. Historical Note. George IV, 1820 to 1830, was succeeded by William IV, on whose death in 1837 Queen Victoria ascended the throne. During the last 100 years, England has waged wars in China, India, Russia, and South Africa. It is not, however, for its wars that this century of her history will be remembered, but rather for the steady growth of democracy at home and for the development of England into a great colonial empire abroad. A list of the more important reforms will show how far England has advanced in less than a century. In 1823, the criminal law was reformed, the death penalty being abolished for some 200 offenses. In 1829, the Catholic Emancipation Act made it possible for Roman Catholics to enter Parliament. In 1832, the rotten boroughs, that is, the electoral districts in which the population had become very small, were abolished, and their seats distributed among the great new manufacturing centers, thus transferring the balance of power to the middle classes. In 1833, slavery was abolished in the colonies, and in the same year the first Factory Act was passed, limiting the labor of children to 8 hours a day. In 1867, the suffrage was extended to all householders in towns. In 1868, imprisonment for debt was abolished. In 1870, compulsory education was established. In 1884, male suffrage was made practically universal. In 1888, local self-government was granted. In 1907, old age pensions were inaugurated, and in 1911, the power of the House of Lords was curtailed. Queen Victoria died in 1901. During her reign, the longest in English history, England's population doubled, her wealth increased threefold, and her trade sixfold. Her colonial possessions were vastly increased, and the colonies of Canada, Australia, Cape Colony, and New Zealand were granted home rule. Victoria was succeeded by her son Edward VII, who was followed in 1910 by George V. End of section 42. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 43 of England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 10, England, Scotland, Ireland and Wales, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 43. When Victoria became Queen, 1837, by Benjamin Disraeli, Earl of Beaconsfield. The daily bulletins became more significant. The crisis was evidently at hand. A dissolution of Parliament at any time must occasion great excitement. Combined with a new reign, it inflames the passions of every class of the community. Even the poor begin to hope. The old, wholesome superstition that the sovereign can exercise power still lingers, and the suffering multitude are fain to believe that its remedial character may be about to be revealed in their instance. As for the aristocracy in a new reign, they are all in a flutter. a bewildering vision of coronets, stars, and ribbons, smiles, and places at court, haunts their noontide speculations and their midnight dreams, then we must not forget the numberless instances in which the coming event is deemed to supply the long-sought opportunity of distinction, or the long-dreaded cause of utter discomfiture. The hundreds, the thousands, who mean to get into Parliament, the units who dread getting out. What a crashing change from lounging in St. James's Street to sauntering on Boulogne Pier, or after dining at Brooks and supping at Crookford's, to be saved from destruction by the friendly interposition that sends you in an official capacity to the marsupial sympathies of Sydney or Swan River. Now is the time for the men to come forward who have claims for spending their money, which nobody asked them to do, but which, of course, they only did for the sake of the party. They never wrote for their party, or spoke for their party, or gave their party any other vote than their own, but they urged their claims to something, a commissionership of anything, or a consulship anywhere. If no place to be had, they are ready to take it out in dignities. They once looked to the Privy Council, but would now be content with an hereditary honour. If they can have neither, they will take a clerkship in the Treasury for a younger son. Perhaps they may get that in time. At present they go away growling with a gorgership, or having with a desperate dexterity at length contrived to transform a tide-waiter into a land-waiter. But there is nothing like asking, except refusing. Hark! It tolls. All is over. The great bell of the Metropolitan Cathedral announces the death of the last son of George III, who probably will ever reign in England. He was a good man, with feelings and sympathies, deficient in culture rather than ability, with a sense of duty, and with something of the conception of what should be the character of an English monarch. Peace to his manes. We are summoned to a different scene. In a palace, in a garden, not in a haughty keep, proud with the fame, but dark with the violence of ages, not in a regal pile, bright with the splendour, but soiled with the intrigues of courts and factions. In a palace, in a garden, meet scene for youth and innocence and beauty, came a voice that told the maiden that she must ascend her throne. The Council of England is summoned for the first time within her bowers. There are assembled the prelates and captains and chief men of her realm, the priests of the religion that consoles, the heroes of the sword that had conquered, the votaries of the craft that had decided the fate of empires, men grey with thought and fame and age, who are the stewards of divine mysteries, who have toiled in secret cabinets, who have encountered in battle the hosts of Europe, who have struggled in the less merciful strife of aspiring senates, men, too, some of them lords of 1,000 vassals and chief proprietors of provinces, yet not one of them whose heart does not at this moment tremble as he awaits the first presence of the maiden who must now ascend her throne. A hum of half-suppressed conversation, which would attempt to conceal the excitement, which some of the greatest of them have since acknowledged, fills that brilliant assemblage, that sea of plumes and glittering stars and gorgeous dresses. Hush! The portals open. She comes. The silence is as deep as that of a noontide forest, attended for a moment by her royal mother and the ladies of her court, who bow and then retire. Victoria ascends her throne, a girl, alone and for the first time amid an assemblage of men, in a sweet and thrilling voice, and with a composed mien which indicates rather the absorbing sense of august duty than an absence of emotion. The Queen announces her ascension to the throne of her ancestors, and her humble hope that divine providence will guard over the fulfilment of her lofty trust. The prelates and captains and chief men of her realm then advance to the throne, and kneeling before her, pledge their troth, and take the sacred oaths of allegiance and supremacy. allegiance to one who rules over the land that the great Macedonian could not conquer, and over a continent of which even Columbus never dreamed, to the Queen of every sea and of nations in every zone. End of section 43.
Section 44 of England, Scotland, Ireland and Wales. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. The Charge of the Light Brigade, 1854, by Alfred Lord Tennyson. Half a league, half a league, half a league onward, all in the valley of death, rode the 600. Forward the Light Brigade, charge for the guns, he said, into the valley of death, rode the 600. Forward the Light Brigade, was there a man dismayed? Not though the soldier knew someone had blundered. Theirs not to make reply, theirs not to reason why, theirs but to do and die. Into the valley of death rode the 600. Cannon to right of them, cannon to left of them, cannon in front of them, volleyed and thundered, stormed at with shot and shell, boldly they rode and well, into the jaws of death, into the mouth of hell, rode the 600. Flashed all their sabres bare, flashed as they turned in air, sabring the gunners there, charging an army, while all the world wondered. Plunged in the battle smoke, right through the line they broke, Cossack and Russian reeled from the sabre stroke, shattered and sundered. Then they rode back, but not the 600. Cannon to right of them, cannon to left of them, cannon behind them, volleyed and thundered, stormed at with shot and shell, while horse and hero fell. They that had fought so well came through the jaws of death, back from the mouth of hell. All that was left of them, left of 600. End of section 44. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 45 of England, Scotland, Ireland and Wales. Read for LibriVox.org by Aaron Grassi. Balaclava by Lady Butler, Elizabeth Thompson. English artist, 1844. Painting, page 194. In 1854, England and France supported Turkey, which had been attacked by Russia, and their armies invaded the Crimea, laying siege to the great Russian fortress of Sebastopol. It was at the Battle of Balaclava in this war that the Light Brigade made their famous charge. When the command to charge across a mile of open ground to the Russian batteries was given, there were, as Tennyson says, cannon in front of them. There was a battery in front and on each flank, and Russian riflemen on both sides. Every soldier realized the hopelessness of the charge and knew that someone had blundered. But military discipline prevailed, and without a moment's hesitation, the hopeless charge was made. Out of the 670, the killed, wounded, and missing numbered 300. There has been much dispute on the question of the responsibility for giving the order, whether a command was misunderstood and the matter was purely a blunder, or whether the drunkenness of an officer was the cause, will perhaps never be fully established. This picture shows the survivors staggering back from the bullet-swept plain into the ranks of the British Army. End of section 45. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 46 of England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 10, England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales, edited by Eva March Tappan, section 46, Santa Filomena, 1854 to 1856, by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. In the Crimean War, the arrangements for the care of the soldiers were so inadequate that 9/10 of the men brought to the hospitals died. Florence Nightingale was begged to go and bring order out of chaos. Unlimited authority was given her, and what many looked upon as the wild experiment of putting a woman in charge of a military hospital of 10,000 men proved to be a great success. As she walked, lamp in hand, from room to room, the wounded soldiers kissed her very shadow as it fell upon their beds of suffering. It is of her that Longfellow wrote the following poem. The Editor. Whene'er a noble deed is wrought, whene'er is spoken a noble thought, our hearts in glad surprise to higher levels rise. The tidal waves of deeper souls into our inmost being rolls, and lifts us unawares out of all meaner cares. Honor to those whose words or deeds thus help us in our daily needs, and by their overflow raise us from what is low. Thus thought I, as by night I read of the great army of the dead, the trenches cold and damp, the starved and frozen camp, the wounded from the battle plain in dreary hospitals of pain, the cheerless corridors, the cold and stony floors. Lo, in that house of misery, a lady with a lamp I see pass through the glimmering gloom and flit from room to room. And slow, as in a dream of bliss, the speechless sufferer turns to kiss her shadow as it falls upon the darkening walls. As if a door in heaven should be opened and then closed suddenly, the vision came and went, the light shone and was spent. On England's annals through the long hereafter of her speech and song, that light its rays shall cast from portals of the past. A lady with a lamp shall stand in the great history of the land, a noble type of good, heroic womanhood, nor even shall be wanting here the palm, the lily, and the spear, the symbols that of yore Saint Philomena bore. End of section 46. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 47 of England, Scotland, Ireland and Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 10, England, Scotland, Ireland and Wales, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 47. Benjamin Disraeli, 1804 to 1881, by L. F. Jennings. Benjamin Disraeli, Earl of Beaconsfield, was born in 1804. Before he was 22 years of age, he had become well known as a writer, but his ambition was political, and he had succeeded in entering Parliament. He manifested such talent and ability that he was made Chancellor of the Exchequer and, in 1868, Premier. He soon lost this office, but returned to power in 1874, and for 4 years his strong will skillfully guided the foreign policy of Great Britain. In 1881 he died. Disraeli was a thoroughgoing imperialist, the champion of the aristocracy. Nevertheless, in practice he was liberal, and went so far as to urge establishing the Church of Rome in Ireland, besides advocating several almost revolutionary reforms in England. He was a brilliant orator, always clear and dignified, and witty withal. The Editor. There is no more difficult body of men to lead in the world than those who constitute the House of Commons, and when it has fallen to Mr. Disraeli's lot to lead them, he has done it with incomparable tact. He never scolds or lectures them, as if they were a pack of naughty children who ought to be whipped and sent to bed. This is Mr. Gladstone's method of managing his fellow members, and it partly accounts for the success with which he turns a majority for him into a majority against him. Mr. Disraeli, on the other hand, deals patiently with the House, humours it in its fits of petulance or anger, and often recalls it to a sense of its duty by a few words of good-humoured remonstrance. Once, when he had suffered a great defeat, and the House was wild with excitement, and everybody looked to him for a violent speech, he rose calmly and said, "I think the best thing is always to put a good face upon a disagreeable state of affairs, and take that sensible view which may be taken even of the most distressing and adverse occurrences, if you have a command over your temper and your head." In the same way, his trenchant replies to attacks on himself or his party are always free from malevolence, while at the same time they pierce the tenderest points of his antagonists. He fastens some epithet upon a man which sticks to him for the remainder of his life. Mr. Horsman will always be the superior person of the House of Commons. No one who sees Mr. Beresford's Hope rise to make a speech will forget his Batavian grace. Lord Salisbury will be remembered for his power of spontaneous aversion. Mr. Lowe is the inspired schoolboy. When Mr. Gladstone professed to disestablish the Irish Church, after supporting the cause of Church and State all his life, Mr. Disraeli had the opportunity of pointing out a real case of inconsistency, and he did not fail to use it. He taunted the Liberal leader with endeavouring to reverse the solemn muniments of the nation at 8 days' notice, and with having come forward like a thief in the night to make the enormous sacrifice of all the convictions of his life. His sketch of the eternal Irish difficulty is worth reading, even though it suffers much through being detached from a great speech. I never liked the emigration from Ireland. I have deplored it. I know that the finest elements of political power are men, and therefore I have not sympathized with the political economists who would substitute entirely for men animals of a lower organization. I am not conscious that I have ever been deficient in sympathy for the Irish people. They have engaging qualities which I think every man who has any heart must respect. But I must say, nothing surprises me more than the general conduct of the Irish people on the subject of sentimental grievances. They are brave, lively, very imaginative, and therefore very sanguine. But going about the world announcing that they are a conquered race, they do appear to me the most extraordinary people in the universe. Every one of us, nations and individuals, is said to have a skeleton in the house. I hope I have not. If I had, I would turn the key upon him. But why do they go about ostentatiously declaring themselves to be a conquered race? If they really were a conquered race, they are not the people who ought to announce it. It is the conquerors from whom we should learn the fact, for it is not the conquered who go about the world and announce their shame and humiliation. Cheers! But I entirely deny that the Irish are a conquered race. I deny that they are more a conquered race than the people of any other nation. Therefore, I cannot see that there is any real ground for the doleful tone in which they complain that they are the most disgraced of men, and make that the foundation for the most unreasonable requests. Ireland is not one whit more conquered than England. They are always telling us that the Normans conquered Ireland. Well, I have heard the Normans conquered England too. Laughter. And the only difference between the two conquests is that while the conquest of Ireland was only partial, that of England was complete. Renewed laughter. Then they tell us that a long time ago there was that dreadful conquest by Cromwell, when Cromwell not only conquered but plundered the people. But Cromwell conquered England. Great laughter. He conquered the House of Commons. Renewed laughter. He ordered that bauble to be taken away, in consequence of which an honourable member, I believe, of very advanced liberal opinions, the other night proposed that we should raise a statue to his memory. Laughter and cheers. Well, sir, Then we are told that the Dutch conquered Ireland, but unfortunately they conquered England too. They marched from Devonshire to London through the midst of a grumbling population. But the Irish fought like gentlemen for their sovereign, and there was no disgrace in the Battle of the Boyne, nor does any shame attach to the conduct of those who were defeated. Hear, hear! I wish I could say as much for the conduct of the English leaders at that time. Hear, hear! Therefore, the story of the Irish coming forward on all occasions to say that they are a conquered race, and in consequence of their being a conquered race, to wish to destroy the English institutions, is the most monstrous thing I have ever heard of. Laughter. Lightness and gaiety often appear in Mr. Disraeli's speeches when all things seem to be going against him. It is his courage and unfailing good humour which make him many personal friends, even among his bitter political foes. If a man is doomed to be beaten, it is well to see him taking his punishment with a serene countenance and a cheerful air. Throughout the long and stormy period during which Mr. Disraeli was compelled to remain in the cold shade of opposition, he never betrayed signs of a failing heart. The determined and the persevering, as he says in Lothair, need never despair of gaining their object in this world, and this principle is the keynote to his own life. He allied himself very early with a declining party, and he has remained steadfast to it through almost unexampled vicissitudes. There was a grudge against it in the minds of the people, and he never had a chance of taking up a popular question. All the fruit on the tree fell to the Liberals. Nothing would have been more natural, according to the ordinary behaviour of men, than for Mr. Disraeli to have broken down during his long and arduous struggle against a victorious party. He had sat for 15 years in Parliament before the smallest prospect appeared of his enjoying the solace of office. His party was scattered, demoralised, and cast down. It had no policy before it. Its former long lease of power had rendered the people tired of it, and it had fallen out of accord with the spirit of the age. Younger men and younger ideas were needed in it. Mr. Disraeli was abundantly able to supply ideas, but the very sound of the words change or progress scared the country party. They distrusted the unknown man who was at their head in the lower house. He was much too clever for them. He had a head full of ideas. That was decidedly un-English. He had written in newspapers, and could not tell the weight of a bullock by pinching it in the rear. Nothing much worse could be said of a man. The old squires looked askance at the young man with a Hebrew type of face, who suddenly appeared among them. He had no land and no money, no family, and no titled kinsfolk. To move a stubborn, inert mass, such as the Tory party then was, might have defied the strength of 20 men. The task fell to the adventurer, and he had to address himself to it while the party was in deep adversity. The lot of a leader in opposition is at the best never an enviable one. His followers are eager for office, and if he cannot bring them to the desired haven, they reproach him for his want of capacity and enterprise. If he makes a dash at power and fails, they accuse him of foolhardiness and stupidity. Anybody, they will say, might have seen that failure was inevitable, though they may all the time have been inciting him to make the attempt. If he goes fast, he is hot-brained. If he is slow, he is faint-hearted. Mr. Disraeli tried hard for years to bring his party out of the slough of despond, and was resisted chiefly by that party itself. It was not until 1852 that he was first called to office as Chancellor of the Exchequer. Twice afterwards he was compelled to take the same post, with a minority at his back. At length still greater responsibilities were pressed upon him. In the early part of 1868, Lord Derby, under whom Mr. Disraeli had so often served, found his health rapidly declining. He retired from office, and Mr. Disraeli received the commands of the Queen to form a cabinet. When he went down to the House of Commons on the night of March 5th, 1868, everybody expected a memorable speech. The House was crowded, and the new Premier was vehemently cheered as he passed through Westminster Hall. In the House itself, he was received with equal warmth. The galleries were filled with people eager to hear the great speech. But Mr. Disraeli does not care to surprise people, at least not in the way they expect. He delivered a short and modest address, and instantly applied himself to the practical work of the House, work which few Prime Ministers have ever managed so well. The interest felt by the public in his accession to power was not unnatural. Since Mr. Disraeli had entered Parliament more than 30 years before, only 5 men had succeeded in climbing before him to the chief place in the country: Peel, Aberdeen, Russell, Palmerston, and Derby. He had beaten his rival Gladstone in the race. Many great men had come and gone during those 30 years, and had missed the chief mark. Sir George Cornwall Lewis, Sir James Graham, Arthur Buller, the Duke of Newcastle, were men of great influence and abilities. But the unknown member, whose faith was that all things in his life will fall to those who wait and persevere, achieved the distinction which they failed to reach. He had fought out his struggle with a grand courage which would alone render him a man memorable in history. He set himself to accomplish his purpose, not in a feverish or impulsive spirit, but with a heroic patience, an indomitable endurance, and a splendid self-reliance which enabled him to face all antagonists, to rise again and again from repeated reverses and blows, to mock at all difficulties, and finally to vanquish every obstacle which was thrust in his path. He had no intimate friends, outside a very small circle of men with whom he has been acting for years. He began as a solitary man in the waste of London, with the chances of success incalculably against him. He sought no help from outside. He paid court to no man, and what must be the strangest thing of all to aspiring politicians, to no newspaper. Social prejudices stood in front of him like a wall of iron. Not the least of those prejudices was that which related to the race from which he sprang. His family traced its descent from the pure Sephardim stock. They were Hebrews of the Hebrews. For 2 generations, at least, they had been Christians, but still the favourite taunt level of Mr. Disraeli was founded on his Jewish origin. These reproaches, as usual, he met with defiance. So far from repudiating his race, he has always gloried in it. He fought its battles in the House of Commons, and to him fell the honour of completing the removal of Jewish disabilities. He succeeded in gaining for Jews the right to sit in the House of Commons, and he has done more to break down the unjust prejudice against them than any man of his generation. He has made people at last understand that they do not insult him by calling him a Jew, they only pay him a compliment. End of section 47. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 48 of England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 10, England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 48. Gladstone's Fight for Home Rule, 1893, from the Atlantic Monthly. William Ewart Gladstone, 1809 through 1898, was the son of a wealthy merchant of Liverpool. He entered Parliament at the age of 23, the follower of Sir Robert Peel, and rose from one position to another. From the beginning he manifested unusual ability in finance. He professed Tory principles, but in 1866 he supported Lord Russell's bill for the extension of suffrage and the redistribution of seats in the House of Commons. In 1867 he became the leader of the Liberal Party. The following year he was made Prime Minister. He succeeded in bringing about the disestablishment of the Irish Church and in winning some measure of reform in the Irish land system. He was made Premier 4 times. In 1894 he gave up political office, and in 1898 he died. Gladstone's only rival was Disraeli, but Disraeli's sparkling oratory was more than balanced by Gladstone's solid principles. Disraeli was ambitious and ready to adopt new standards that promised preferment. Gladstone changed his opinions more than once in the course of his career, but never to win a personal success. His place in history is that of a reformer in finance and a defender of the rights of the English people of all classes. The Editor. And now came the part of Mr. Gladstone's public life which brought both his statesmanship and his character most seriously and most bitterly into dispute. Called again for the third time to be Prime Minister of England, he accepted the great office virtually at the hands of the Irish party, without whose support it could not be held, and with it he accepted their programme of Home Rule for Ireland. The wisdom of Mr. Gladstone's course is more questionable than the sincerity of it. The subject on that side is too large for this article, yet a few words must be said. In his first plan, submitted to Parliament on the 8th of April, 1886, he proposed to give Ireland a distinct legislature, with substantial independence in the control of its domestic affairs, but to silence its voice in the larger affairs of the United Kingdom by taking its representation in the Imperial Parliament entirely away. The Liberal party was broken by the startling proposition. 85 of its members seceded and joined the Conservatives to defeat the bill. Mr. Gladstone appealed by a dissolution, and was beaten in the country overwhelmingly. The seceding Liberals, taking the name of Unionists, formed a coalition with the Conservatives in a ministry which held the government under Lord Salisbury for 6 years, until the Parliament expired. Then Mr. Gladstone, still full of vigour and firm in his resolution to give Home Rule to Ireland, renewed his appeal to the people. The elections of 1892 went against him in England, but favourably in Scotland and Wales, and strongly favourable in Ireland, of course. Without the Irish members he would be heavily outvoted in the House. With them he had a majority of 42. On this dubious verdict he undertook his fourth ministry, and brought forward his second Home Rule Bill. It was radically different from the first in plan, giving Ireland 80 members in the House of Commons at London, with no vote there on matters affecting Great Britain alone, and a domestic legislature of 2 houses at Dublin. The Commons passed the bill, and the Lords, as expected, threw it out. Mr. Gladstone saw the uselessness of a dissolution or of agitation against the peers. He went stoutly through other business of the session to the end, and even to April of the following year. Then he resigned. He had finished his political career. In these Home Rule measures, Mr. Gladstone had set his hand for the first time to an important undertaking of constructive statesmanship, and the verdict must be that he was not equal to it. His life work has been in reforming statesmanship, in that he has had no peer. He has been, we may say, the greatest of those peaceful revolutionists who lift and carry nations forward out of old conditions into new, who reconcile their institutions with advancing time and make them participants in the progress of the world. But this reparative work, most useful, perhaps, that true statesmanship can do, wins commonly less of the admiration of mankind than the framing of political systems and the building of states. Bismarck and Cavour, among Gladstone's contemporaries, are more than likely to rank above him in present and in future opinion, as belonging to an order of statesmanship that is superior in its kind. The justice of that opinion is far from sure. It turns mostly upon a question of weight and moral qualities that are widely opposed, but the fact of it is to be recognized, and so too is the fact that when Gladstone attempted a serious work of constructive statesmanship, he failed. A grievous ending for so great and so noble a career. It ought to have been ended for him in the serene contentment of some crowning success, in no procession of noisy triumph, but by some flower-strewn and beautiful way he should have gone to his retirement with a happily satisfied heart. He had done so much for England, for Britain, for Ireland. He had laboured so long, so hopefully, so valiantly, so hard. He had struck without favour or fear at so many wrongs. He had remembered so faithfully the whole people, and borne so calmly the selfish resentments of a selfish class. He had warmed the very heart of the world so often with his generous enthusiasms. He had been for half a century so inspiring a figure in the eyes of all mankind, so chivalrous in standing for right. One feels that there might fitly have been a trooping of all the people of British race to say hail and farewell to him when he went out of public life. Gladstone's place in English history will be high, and it will be quite apart from any other. He will have no near companionship in his fame. It will be, we think, an eminence assigned to moral qualities more than to intellectual powers. The very sincerity that his enemies have denied to him will be counted perhaps the loftiest of his claims. It will be seen that few men of brilliant gifts and great ambitions have sought with his earnestness for the right in which they did, or have stood with his courage by what they found it to be. When he braved the scorn and anger of the Church, which has always been more to him than to most of its priests, and challenged by the same act his own past in order to do justice to the people of another creed, and when he made a righteous peace with the Boers in the face of a storm of English wrath, he rose to a greatness in character that will be measured in future time with clearer eyes than now. The persuasive witchery of his eloquence will be poorly understood by generations to come. It is not found in the word, the phrase, the argument, or the thought. It came for the most part from the spirit that warmed the breath of the man, sounded in his voice, looked out of his eyes. It was personal to him, largely drawn from the moral qualities that seemed to be his greater distinction. No man of his day has had such power of persuasion as he. It may not be too bold to say that no man of any time has surpassed him in that power. Yet he was never logically strong. His argumentative writings, the most carefully and deliberately composed, show defects of reasoning that are marked. From controversy with an antagonist like Professor Huxley, he was sure to come with wounds. Yet his masterful influence over minds of every class is a certain fact. It was once said by somebody that Gladstone could persuade anybody to anything, himself included, and no doubt the epigram carries a significant truth. Fashion a man finely and largely, and make him to be tensely strong in every part of his whole nature, but inject a little, barely a little, excess on the moral and emotional side, a little more of feeling, with pressure of conscience behind it, than logical judgment can quite control, and we shall have the persuasive man who is over-persuasive sometimes to himself. On the great scale, as in Gladstone, it produces a rare and splendid power for the kind of work he had to do, a rare and splendid character for the delight and admiration of mankind. It kept him in the strength and beauty of youth till he died. It did more, for he was younger in spirit, younger in the generosities and hospitalities of his mind when his work was finished than when it began. He, at least, in this questioning 19th century, found wellsprings of faith in both God and man, and drank of them to the end. End of section 48.
Section 49 of England, Scotland, Ireland and Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Thomas Peter. The World Story Volume 10, England, Scotland, Ireland and Wales, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 49, The Latest English Revolution, 1911, from The Outlook. In 1906, the Liberals came into power. This party is opposed to continuing the special privileges which place political power in the hands of powerful families and classes. In 1911, it brought about what had been called the Bloodless Revolution, that is, the taking from the House of Lords of the power to veto a bill passed in 3 successive sessions by the House of Commons. The Editor. What has really happened is that the House of Lords can no longer interpose a veto to the will of the people, as expressed by the House of Commons, although, in order to make effective any expression of that will in opposition to the wish of the peers, the House of Commons must pass any measure 3 separate times, covering a period of not less than 2 years, which seems to be far enough from permitting the government majority to exercise a snap judgment as the result of sudden popular excitement. The thing that impressed the spectator as most significant during the nearly 3 weeks which intervened between the formal announcement of the Prime Minister that the royal prerogative would be invoked if needful, and the passage of the Parliament Bill by a majority of 17 in the House of Lords, was that the people of England did not seem to care a rap about the real revolution that was going on. No one on the streets was talking about it. There were no gatherings to discuss it, except here and there a conference between peers of varying views. The tram-cars, the barber shops, the hotel lobbies, the smoking rooms were as phlegmatic and uninterested as though the matter of mending or ending had been settled long before, as in effect it had been, at the last 2 popular elections, when excitement had not been wanting. The people had decided, and having commissioned their elected rulers to act for them, They had gone about their business of farming and trading with a confidence entirely calm, and perhaps a little grim, that the work would be efficiently accomplished. The humour of the closing drama was supplied by the bluff and venerable Lord Halsbury, who, at the age of more than 80 years, flung his gauntlet into the arena, called about him 100 peers who declined to follow the prudent counsel of the Unionist leader, Lord Lansdowne, and announced that, as for himself and his followers, they would never yield, even if the House of Lords were swamped by 500 newly created Liberal peers and its ancient Conservative prestige abolished forever. These fighting lords came to be known as the diehards, and sometimes as the ditchers, from their desire to occupy the last ditch in their demise, while the peers who followed Lord Lansdowne in recognizing in advance their defeat and proposed to abstain from voting on the final division were called hedgers. The real tragedy of the event seems to have been the disappointment of the 500 Liberal candidates for the peerage, who had, it is understood, been carefully chosen, and of course were at least tacitly pledged to the Liberal programme. For so large a number of ambitious men, with equally ambitious wives and daughters, to get so near that height of privilege, and then have their aspirations dashed to earth, implies an aggregate of disappointment that cannot be contemplated without a shudder. End of section 49. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 50 of England, Scotland, Ireland and Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 10. England, Scotland, Ireland and Wales, edited by Eva March Tappan, Section 50. Coronation of George V, 1911, by Sidney Brooks. A grey, windy day, and none the less British for being so. All London pouring Abbeywards. The cars and the underground trains splashed with the unwonted blaze of admirals, generals, and privy councillors' uniforms. Hordes of sightseers with luncheon bags and baskets. Much tripping over swords and earnest gazing at gold braid and scarlet tunics and silk knee breeches. Amid a torrent of festive, inconsequential talk as the train speeds on. The whole of Victoria Street, one solid mass of motors, peers' coaches, taxicabs and broughams, each with its vision of nodding plumes and gleaming jewels and resplendent masculinity within. The Abbey, as one draws near it, greyer, more venerable and reposeful than one has ever known it, the fit hearthstone for a worldwide race. A glimpse of stands and tiers multitudinously crowded, of garlands, poles, bunting, and glittering emblems, of windows and roofs alive with faces. Then the turning into Dean's Yard, usually the quietest of all the little havens in which London abounds, but now bustling and brilliant with troops and guests and officials, women in court dresses with gorgeous trains carried over the arms, naval and military men, judges and officers of the court, and so into the cloisters, till I am directed for the entrance I want, and mount up and around the 700-year-old corkscrewy stone staircase, till I am drawn through an arch by a courteous and bespangled usher, and find myself in the south triforium, 60 feet or so above the nave. It is 8 o'clock. The royal guests are not due to leave Buckingham Palace till 9:30, and the King and Queen will not reach the Abbey before 11, so there is plenty of time to look around. The triforium itself is mainly given up to journalists, but among them are not a few Army and Navy officers and their wives, for whom seats could not be found elsewhere, and also a gathering of white-robed scholars from Westminster School, come to assert their historic privilege of acclaiming the King. One wanders about, sampling one coign of advantage after another, and finding each different and each superb. The arch nearest to the western door, by which the royal guests, the princes and princesses of the blood royal, and their majesties are to enter later on, and through which already is pouring a stream of peers and peeresses, offers perhaps the best view of all. Craning over its edge and looking down on the floor below and up the whole length of the Abbey, what does one see? What will be the sight that will greet the king and queen on their entrance? First, a rich blue worsted carpet stretching along the vista to the carven height of the choir screen, on which are massed the orchestra and trumpeters round the scarlet, conspicuous robes of Sir Frederick Bridge, the conductor. On either side of the carpet runs a wide border of softer blued-grey up to the edge of the partitions, 3 feet or so in height, that wall off the seats from the abbey floor. The partitions are hung with silver brocade, heavily stamped with patterns in royal blue. Behind them, row upon row, tier upon tier, ascend the seats, their straight lines of pale blue merging exquisitely with the sombre grey of the walls and arches. Even at this early hour they are well filled, and every movement sees a new arrival. One looks down on a rippling sea of colour. Admirals in golden blue coats over white breeches and stockings, army officers in scarlet and gold, Scottish chieftains in flowing dark green tartans, the mayors of the great cities in scarlet cloaks, edged with minever and hung with gold badges. Here a jumble of shimmering hues, a great glittering splash, that resolves itself under opera glasses into oriental potentates, with flashing turbans and ropes of jewels. There the Earl Marshal's officers showing people to their places, with crimson gold-tipped staves, and mingling with all the white plumes of the women and their dresses of white or softest blue, or heliotrope, or pink, or lightest green. Medals and ribbons and orders and clasps and jewels twinkle up at one. Only the yellow-grey pillars of the abbey and the busbit grenadiers who alternate with the yeomen of the guard seem motionless. All else goes billowing and sparkling in long harmonies of shade and light. No stage effect ever began to compare with this. Eyes and brain ache with the ever-moving gorgeousness of it all. Stroke follows upon stroke. Gem is added to gem. One watches a peeress, coronet in hand, moving with resplendent grace up the nave and through the arch of the choir screen, a crimson fan-shaped train, edged with ermine, spreading luxuriously behind her, or borne by a page all exquisite in cream and gold and ruffles and long sword, or a prelate in scarlet and lawn, or an Indian visitor, a walking column of jewels, or an ambassador ablaze with stars, or a judge in full glory of wig and scarlet mantle, or a knight in a brilliant cloak of his order. And they enter not in 2s or 3s, but in dozens, till, for sheer relief, one is forced to rest one's eyes on the arching roof of the abbey and its cool and tranquil vistas. The more distinguished among them, and those higher in rank, pass, as I said, under the arch of the choir screen that spans the nave, beneath the orchestra and the royal trumpeters, who are to sound the fanfares on silver trumpets, and who stand out gorgeously in their murrey and gold. The screen makes an excellent break as one's eye sweeps up the length of the abbey, but those who are to the westward of it, perhaps half the total number present, find that it blocks their view of the coronation ceremonies, and except the entrance of the guests and the processions, they can see little or nothing of all that makes up the splendour of the occasion. But being in the triforium, with a liberty of movement, I can pass to a point beyond the choir screen, to the very angle, indeed, of the nave and transepts, look down on the altar, the thrones, the coronation chair, the very scene of the king's sacring. Just beyond the screen are the choir stalls, soon to be occupied by the royal guests and representatives in their suites. Above them are tiers upon tiers of seats. Then come the transepts, the north being occupied by the peeresses and the south by the peers, and above them both run vast galleries up to the level of the triforium itself for members of Parliament and their wives. Beyond the transepts, one's eye travels over galleries splashed with the red of judges, the blue and white of admirals, the scarlet and gold of army officers, interspersed with the gleam of women's necks and arms, the shimmer of their dresses and the flash of jewels, past the royal boxes reserved for the kings and queens and for Queen Alexandra's private friends, till it rests on the glittering cream and gold of the altar, laden with the sacred vessels. In the space between the two transepts, called the theatre, stand the two thrones, in crimson damask, facing the altar, and set on a dais, the king's being to the right, the queen's to the left and lower down. A few yards further on, still facing the altar, is the historic chair of St. Edward, the coronation seat of centuries of English kings. To the right of it, but some little distance, almost indeed under the shadow of an arch, stand two recognition chairs, facing northwards, with fold stools in soft light blue before them. Down from the altar, over the blue carpet, ripples the sheen of magnificent Persian rugs. One has not time to take in even one half the values of the general setting before the preliminaries begin. From St. Edward's Chapel, behind the sanctuary screen, the regalia brought forth, laid on the altar, are dedicated. A procession forms, headed by the trumpeters, followed by the choir, the subdean of Westminster, and the prebendaries in their crimson robes. Out bursts the splendid hymn, O God, our help in ages past, and with slow ecclesiastical pomp, the regalia are borne down the nave and into the tapestried annex, there to await the coming of the king and queen. Hardly are they deposited before the royal guests arrive. To name them would be to simply give a list of all the reigning families and of all the nations on earth. Nothing that has gone before equals the splendour of their approach, as, headed by the German crown prince and princess, they sweep up the nave in a profusion of varied magnificence, a flowing opalescent stream of dancing lights, and take their places in the choir stalls. No sooner are they seated than, to the blare of silver trumpets, and preceded by pursuivants in medieval bravery, the Prince of Wales enters, a wholesome, unaffected, boyish figure, in the mantle of the garter, bearing a vast plumed hat. He is escorted to a seat in the south transept, just in front of the peers' benches. All who are bound for the royal boxes pass before him, and all as they pass curtsy or bow, and the prince acknowledges the salutation with a pleasing, because natural, jerk of his head and shoulders. He is kept for a while quite busy. His three brothers and his sister, and after them a long train of princes and princesses of the blood royal, each with an attendant, page or officer or lady-in-waiting, make their obeisance on their way to the royal boxes. It is the last of the preliminaries before the arrival of the king and queen. Every seat is taken. The whole massed effect of stateliness and brilliance is at its highest point. All Europe, America, Africa, and the Orient, 400 millions of British subjects, and the best of English beauty, valour, and worth, are represented there in those valiant 7,000 personages, awaiting the coming of the king and queen. They come at last. One hears the booming of the guns, the faint echo of cheering without. There is not today the feeling of anxious tension that there was 9 years ago, when no one knew whether King Edward could stand the strain of the long and arduous ceremony. But there is the universal emotion of expectancy, fed by all that has gone before, and charged with the sense of the full significance of an occasion that is a religious rite and a political sacrament, as well as a spectacular pageant. All eyes and ears are turned to the west door. Slowly the procession enters. First the abbey beadle, in robes of silk and blue. Then the 10 chaplains in ordinary scarlet, hooded. After them the domestic chaplains, the sacrist bearing the cross of Westminster, followed by more ecclesiastics. Then the pursuivants, all gold and murrey, and the officers of the orders of knighthood in mantles of glimmering hues, heralds in blazoned coats, household officials, great nobles bearing the standards of the British dominions, India, Ireland, Scotland, England, and the United Kingdom. Lord Lansdowne holding aloft the royal standard. The 4 knights of the Order of the Garter are appointed to hold the canopy for the king's anointing. Great political dignitaries, chancellors and lord chamberlains, the Archbishop of Canterbury, more pursuivants, the bearers of the Queen's regalia, and then the Queen herself, pale and tense with emotion, but splendidly dignified. Her stupendous train, borne by 8 ladies in snowy white, followed by double dazzling lines of attendant retinue. It is an incomparable moment as the procession flashes onwards, and the organ and choir burst into the noble anthem, I was glad when they said unto me, we will go into the house of the Lord. And the Westminster boys fling out their greeting, Vivat Regina Maria! Vivat, vivat, vivat! There is a pause of but a moment, and the final procession enters the abbey. One watches the passing of the king's regalia with a certain impatience, even though Lord Roberts and Lord Kitchener are among the sword-bearers, and the golden orb and the sceptre with the dove and St. Edward's crown are among the precious treasures. At last, firm and upright, in his crimson robe of state, flanked by 2 bishops and an array of gentlemen at arms, followed by his train-bearers in red and white, attended by a glowing company of officials and yeomen of the guard, comes the king, while the anthem swells to its second movement, and the vivats of the Westminster boys crash out again. The service begins at once, that unique and noble service, a tissue of medieval mysticism, chivalry, feudalism, ecclesiasticism and politics, blending the sacred and the secular into a pact between the king and his God, and the people and their sovereign. The anointing with oil, the solemn benedictions, many times multiplied, the investiture of the sovereign with quasi-sacerdotal robes, delivery to him of the regalia with prayers and injunctions, make it, in certain aspects, predominantly an ecclesiastical ceremony. On the other hand, the fourfold recognition with which the service opens, and in which the Archbishop, turning to the 4 points of the compass, asks the people whether they are willing to do their homage and service to the king, recalls the time when monarchy was elective or rested on the fortunes of war, and the administration of the oath emphasizes its secular and political side. Then again, the touching of the king's heels with golden spurs, the girding on of the sword, the presentation of the glove, and the homage of the bishops, princes, and peers recall the ideas and practices of feudalism and chivalry, and the whole of this curious service, except the recognition, is embedded in the communion service of the Church of England, at which king and queen themselves devoutly communicate. Is this amazing and yet moving medley, written in the noblest language, and with no part of it that does not bear the seal and warrant of the centuries, destined, I wonder, in the quick-moving times that lie ahead, to be the enduring form which the covenant between the English monarch and his people is destined to assume? But there is scant leisure or inclination for such questionings while the service itself proceeds, while one's ears and mind and heart are filled and stirred by the chanting of the litany, while beneath one's eyes the solemn coronation oath is administered, and the king is seen to kiss the Bible and sign the roll, while the full highest of English noblemen hold the gleaming canopy of gold over his head, and the Archbishop anoints him, while the chivalric investiture is in progress, and while, when the crowning is accomplished, the peers with a blinding simultaneous movement put on their coronets, and God Save the King resounds through the abbey, and the trumpets blare, and far off one hears the cannon thundering the glad tidings to the world. Each one of these separate ceremonies has its unforgettable moments, when everything that colour, music, the utmost splendour of costume and of language, and the solemnities and mysteries of religion can do to flood the emotions and dazzle and beguile the senses, is done with superb and compelling effect. The passage of the regalia from throne to altar, the assumption of the emblems of temporal power, the first moment when the crowned and anointed king turns round to face his subjects, the helping of the king onto his throne, in reminiscence of the days when the monarch was lifted shield high for his people to see, the thrilling flavour of 1,000 years of kingship in the words and acts of homage, the coming and going of magnificent dignitaries with emblems whose significance is woven with the earliest annals of English nationality, the unrobing of the monarch at this moment in obedience to hallowed forms, his investment at that moment still in accordance with traditions and meanings that were ancient 500 years ago, the bowings and kneelings, the prayers and oblations, the crowning of the Queen, and the culminating scene when King and Queen and bishops kneel at the altar rails to receive the communion, while the tremendous words of the Anglican service roll in beauty through the listening abbey. These are episodes that must surely, in their union of the deepest messages with the most gorgeous of pageants, stay printed on the mind for ever. It is over. The benediction has been pronounced. The Te Deum is ringing out. The King and Queen have passed into St. Edward's Chapel behind the altar. In a few moments they reappear. The processions are reformed, the Queen bearing in her right hand her sceptre and the cross, and in her left the ivory rod with the dove, and wearing her crown, passes through the choir and down to the west door, the central and most imposing figure in a long line of beauty and splendour. 2 minutes later the King, wearing the imperial crown, in his right hand the sceptre with the cross, emblem of kingly power and justice, in his left hand the orb, follows in the midst of his retinue. The organ peals "God save the King," and cheer after cheer breaks from the brilliant ranks of guests and spectators. Without a hitch, and with every circumstance of historic pomp, the great ceremony is consummated, and as we leave the abbey there are borne to our ears the thunderous cheers of the multitude without, acclaiming their crowned and anointed sovereigns. End of section 50. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 51 of England, Scotland, Ireland and Wales. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. Scotland, Part 1. Ballads and Legends of Early Scotland. Historical Note. At the time of the Roman occupation of Britain, Scotland was inhabited by Celtic tribes, chiefly Picts, so wild and savage that in spite of expeditions and fortifications they remained unconquered. Not many years after the Romans had left Britain forever, the Scots, a people from northern Ireland, invaded the north of Scotland and settled on the western coast. These are the folk who showed themselves the strongest race and who gave the country its name. They also gave it its religion, for St. Columba and other missionaries from Ireland made their abode on the Isle of Iona and preached the Christian faith in the land. In the 9th century, the country north of the Forth and the Clyde was ruled by one king, a Scot, and was called Alban. A century later, its name had become Scotland. Not all strangers came with such peaceful intent as St. Columba and his companions, for the horrors of Danish invasions continued from the 9th century to the 11th, and to this day there is more Scandinavian blood in the lowlands of Scotland than in any other part of Great Britain. Even in the 13th century a bold attempt was made by the Norse, but Alexander III was so successful at the Battle of Largs that King Haakon was glad to start for home with his damaged vessels. This ended the invasions of the Northmen. A treaty was made by the two rulers, and 3 years later the daughter of the King of Scotland married the son of the King of Norway. The child of this marriage, the little Princess Margaret, became Queen of Scotland on the death of Alexander III, but on the way to her kingdom she died. End of section 51. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 52 of England, Scotland, Ireland and Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Story Volume 10, England, Scotland, Ireland and Wales, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 52. Legends of St. Columba, 563, by Adamnan, 9th Abbot of the Ionian Monastery. St. Columba is said to have been born in Ireland, and to have come in 563 with 12 companions to the island of Iona. There he and his brethren built huts for themselves, and also a little church. Around the tiny settlement they raised a wall of turf. But these earnest men were not satisfied to live quietly in their own houses, and before long Columba with some of his followers set out to see Praed, king of the Picts, who lived near, where Inverness now stands, to tell him about the Christian faith and try to persuade him to accept it. They were successful, and the Picts became Christians. A large monastery was built on Iona, and the island was regarded as so holy a place that for a long while the bodies of the kings of Ireland, Scotland, and even Denmark were brought there for burial. The Editor. How Saint Columba overcame the Druid Broichan. On a certain day Broichan, whilst conversing with the saint, said to him, "Tell me, Columba, when dost thou propose to set sail?" The saint replied, "I intend to begin my voyage after 3 days, if God permits me, and preserves my life." Broichan said, "On the contrary, thou shalt not be able, for I can make the winds unfavourable for thy voyage, and cause a great darkness to envelop you in its shade." Upon this the saint observed, "The almighty power of God ruleth all things, and in his name, and under his guiding providence, all our movements are directed." What more need I say? That same day the saint, accompanied by a large number of followers, went to the long lake of the river Nessa, Loch Ness, as he had determined. Then the Druids began to exult, seeing that it had become very dark, and that the wind was very violent and contrary. Our Columba, therefore, seeing that the sea was violently agitated, and that the wind was most unfavourable for his voyage, called on Christ the Lord, and embarked in his small boat, and whilst the sailors hesitated, he the more confidently ordered them to raise the sails against the wind. No sooner was this order executed, while the whole crowd was looking on, than the vessel ran against the wind with extraordinary speed, and after a short time the wind, which hitherto had been against them, veered round to help them on their voyage, to the intense astonishment of all. And thus, throughout the remainder of that day, the light breeze continued most favourable, and the skiff of the blessed man was carried safely to the wished-for haven. Saint Columba and the White Horse. In the end of this same week, that is, on the day of the Sabbath, the venerable man and his pious attendant Diarmid went to bless the barn, which was near at hand. When the saint had entered it and blessed it and 2 heaps of winnowed corn that were in it, he gave expression to his thanks in these words, saying, "I heartily congratulate my beloved monks, that this year also, if I am obliged to depart from you, you will have a sufficient supply for the year." On hearing this, Diarmid, his attendant, began to feel sad, and said, "This year at this time, father, thou very often vexest us by so frequently making mention of thy leaving us." But the saint replied to him, "I have a little secret address to make to thee, and if thou wilt promise me faithfully not to reveal it to any one before my death, I shall be able to speak to thee with more freedom about my departure." When his attendant had on bended knees made the promise as the saint desired, the venerable man thus resumed his address. "This day in the Holy Scriptures is called the Sabbath, which means rest, and this day is indeed a Sabbath to me, for it is the last day of my present laborious life, and on it I rest after the fatigues of my labours, and this night at midnight, which commences the solemn Lord's Day, I shall, according to the sayings of Scripture, go the way of our fathers. For already my Lord, Jesus Christ, deigneth to invite me, and to him, I say, in the middle of this night shall I depart, at his invitation, for so it has been revealed to me by the Lord himself." The attendant, hearing these sad words, began to weep bitterly, and the saint endeavoured to console him as well as he could. After this, the saint left the barn, and in going back to the monastery, rested halfway at a place where a cross, which was afterwards erected, and is standing to this day, fixed into a millstone, may be observed on the roadside. While the saint, as I have said, bowed down with old age, sat there to rest a little, behold, there came up to him a white pack-horse, the same that used as a willing servant to carry the milk vessels from the cowshed to the monastery. It came up to the saint, and, strange to say, laid its head on his bosom, inspired, I believe, by God to do so, as each animal is gifted with the knowledge of things according to the will of the Creator, and knowing that its master was soon about to leave it, and that it would see him no more, began to utter plaintive cries, and like a human being, to shed copious tears on the saint's bosom, foaming and greatly wailing. The attendant, seeing this, began to drive the weeping mourner away, but the saint forbade him, saying, "Let it alone, as it is so fond of me. Let it pour out its bitter grief into my bosom. Lo, thou, as thou art a man and hast a rational soul, canst know nothing of my departure hence, except what I myself have just told you. But to this brute beast, devoid of reason, the Creator himself has evidently in some way made it known that its master is going to leave it." And saying this, the saint blessed the workhorse, which turned away from him in sadness. The stake which was blessed by the saint. At another time there came to St. Columba a very poor peasant, who lived in the district which borders the shores of the Aporic lake, Lochaber. The blessed man, taking pity on the wretched man, who had not wherewithal to support his wife and family, gave him all the alms he could afford, and then said to him, "Poor man, take a branch from the neighbouring wood and bring it to me quickly." The wretched man brought the wood as he was directed, and the saint, taking it in his own hand, sharpened it to a point like a stake, and blessing it, gave it back to the destitute man, saying, "Preserve this stake with great care, and it, I believe, will never hurt man or cattle, but only wild beasts and fishes. And as long as thou preservest this stake, thou shalt never be without abundance of venison in thy house." The wretched beggar, upon hearing this, was greatly delighted, and returning home fixed the stake in a remote place, which was frequented by the wild beasts of the forest, and when that next night was past, he went at early morning dawn to see the stake, and found a stag of great size that had fallen upon it and been transfixed by it. Why should I mention more instances? Not a day could pass, so the tradition goes, in which he did not find a stag, or hind, or some other wild beast fixed upon the stake. And his whole house being thus filled with the flesh of the wild beasts, he sold to his neighbours all that remained after his own family was supplied. But as in the case of Adam, the envy of the devil found out this miserable man also through his wife, who, not as prudent matron, but rather like one infatuated, thus spoke to her husband, "Remove the stake out of the earth, for if men or cattle perish on it, then thou and I and our children shall be put to death or led into captivity." To these words her husband replied, "It will not be so, for when the holy man blessed the stake, he said it would never injure men or cattle." Still the miserable man, after saying this, yielded to his wife, and taking the stake out of the earth, like a man deprived of his reason, brought it into the house and placed it against the wall. Soon after his house dog fell upon it and was killed, and on its death his wife said to him, "One of thy children will fall upon it and be killed." At these words of his wife he removed the stake out of the house, and having carried it to a forest, placed it in the thickest brushwood, where, as he thought, no animal could be hurt by it. But upon his return the following day, he found a roe had fallen upon it and perished. He then took it away and concealed it by thrusting it under the water in the edge of the river, which may be called in Latin Nigra Dea. On returning the next day he found transfixed and still held by it a salmon of extraordinary size, which he was scarcely able by himself to take from the river and carry home. At the same time, he took the stake again back with him from the water, and placed it outside on the top of his house, where a crow, having soon after lighted, was instantly killed by the force of the fall. Upon this, the miserable man, yielding again to the advice of his foolish wife, took down the stake from the housetop, and taking an axe, cut it in many pieces, and threw them into the fire. Having thus deprived himself of this effectual means of alleviating his distress, he was again, as he deserved to be, reduced to beggary. End of section 52. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 53 of England, Scotland, Ireland and Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sonia as the narrator,
Sandra Schmidt as the first witch,
Devorah Allen as the second witch,
Monica is the third witch,
Alan Mapstone as Macbeth,
Thomas Peter as Banquo,
Nemo as Ross,
Todd as Angus,
Jim Locke as Duncan,
Sarah Hale as Malcolm,
Eva Davis as Lady Macbeth,
Adrian Stevens as Messenger,
and April 6090 as Philance.
The World's Story, Volume 10, England, Scotland, Ireland and Wales, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 53. The Murder of King Duncan, 1040, by William Shakespeare. The historical facts concerning Duncan and Macbeth are as follows. Duncan was king of Moray and Ross, but Macbeth's family, of which Macbeth was the head, also claimed the throne. Rebellion rose, and in battle King Duncan was defeated and slain. Macbeth became king of Scotland, and reigned 17 years. Then Duncan's son Malcolm raised an army of Scots and English, and slew Macbeth, and so won back his father's crown. The Editor. Act 1, Scene 3. A heath near Forres. Thunder. Enter the three witches.
Where hast thou been, sister?
Killing swine.
Sister, where thou?
A sailor's wife had chestnuts in her lap, and munched, and munched, and munched. Give me, quoth I. Around thee, witch, the rump-fed Runyon cries. Her husband's to Aleppo gone, master of the tiger, but in a sieve I'll thither sail, and like a rat without a tail, I'll do, and I'll do.
I'll give thee a wind.
Thou art kind.
And I another.
I myself have all the other. And the very ports they blow, all the quarters that they know, its shipment's cart. I'll drain him dry as hay, sleep shall neither night nor day hang upon his penthouse lid. He shall live a man forbid. Weary Senites 9 times 9 shall he dwindle, peak and pine. Though his bark cannot be lost, yet it shall be tempest-tossed. Look what I have.
Show me, show me.
Here I have a pilot's thumb, wrecked as homeward he did come.
Drums within.
Drums! Drums! Macbeth has come!
The weird sisters, hand in hand, posters of the sea and land, thus do go about, thrice to thine, and thrice to mine, and thrice again, to make up 9. Peace, the charms wound up.
Enter Macbeth and Banquo.
So foul and fair a day I have not seen.
How forests call to forests? What are these so withered and so wild in their attire that look not like the inhabitants of the earth, and yet are on't? Live you, or are you aught that man may question? Ye seem to understand me, by each at once her chappy finger laying upon her skinny lips. Ye should be women, and yet your beards forbid me to interpret that you are so.
Speak, if you can. What are you?
All hail, Macbeth! Hail to thee, Thane of Glamis!
All hail, Macbeth! Hail to thee, Thane of Cawdor!
All hail, Macbeth, that shalt be king hereafter!
Good sir, why do you start, and seem to fear things that do sound so fair?
To the witches.
In the name of truth, are ye fantastical, or that indeed which outwardly ye show? My noble partner, you greet with present grace and great prediction of noble having and of royal hope, that he seems rapt withal. To me you speak not. If you can look into the seeds of time, and see which grain will grow and which will not, speak then to me, who neither beg nor fear your favours, nor your hate.
Hail!
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 Lesser than Macbeth, and greater.
Not so happy, yet much happier.
Thou shalt get kings, though thou be none. So all hail, Macbeth and Banquo.
Banquo and Macbeth, all hail.
Stay, you imperfect speakers. Tell me more. By Sinel's death, I know I am Thane of Glamis. But how of Cawdor? The Thane of Cawdor lives, a prosperous gentleman, and to be king stands not within the prospect of belief, no more than to be Cawdor. Say from whence you owe this strange intelligence, or why upon this blasted heath you stop our way with such prophetic greeting. Speak, I charge you.
Witches vanish.
The earth hath bubbles, as the water has, and these are of them. Whither are they vanished?
Into the air, and what seemed corporal melted as breath into the wind. Would they had stayed.
Were such things here as we do speak about? Or have we eaten on the insane root that takes the reason prisoner?
Your children shall be kings.
You shall be king.
And Thane of Cawdor too. Went it not so?
To the self-same tune and words. Who's here?
Enter Ross and Angus.
The king hath happily received, Macbeth, the news of thy success, and when he reads thy personal venture in the rebels' fight, his wonders and his praises do contend which should be thine or his. Silenced with that, in viewing o'er the rest of the selfsame day, he finds thee in the stout Norwegian ranks, nothing afeard of what thyself didst make. Strange images of death, as thick as tale, came post with post, and every one did bear thy praises in his kingdom's great defence, and poured them down before him.
We are sent to give thee from our royal master thanks, only to herald thee into his sight, not pay thee.
And, for an earnest of a greater honour, he bade me from him call thee Thane of Cawdor, in which addition, hail, most worthy Thane, for it is thine.
Banquo aside.
What? Can the devil speak true?
The Thane of Cawdor lives. Why do you dress me in borrowed robes?
Who was the Thane lives yet, but under heavy judgment bears that life which he deserves to lose. Whether he was combined with those of Norway, or did line the rebel with hidden help and vantage, or that with both he laboured in his country's wrack, I know not. But treason's capital, confessed and proved, have overthrown him.
Macbeth aside.
Glamis and Thane of Cawdor. The greatest is behind.
To Ross and Angus.
Thanks for your pains.
To Banquo.
Do you not hope your children shall be kings, when those that gave the Thane of Cawdor to me promise no less to them?
That trust at home might yet enkindle you unto the crown, besides the Thane of Cawdor. But 'tis strange, and oftentimes to win us to our harm, the instruments of darkness tells us truths, Win us with honest trifles to betray us in deepest consequence. Cousins, a word, I pray you.
Macbeth aside.
2 truths were told, as happy prologues to the swelling act of the imperial theme. I thank you, gentlemen.
Aside.
This supernatural soliciting cannot be ill, cannot be good. If ill, why hath it given me earnest of success, commencing in a truth? I'm Thane of Cawdor. If good, why do I yield to that suggestion whose horrid image doth unfix my hair and make my seated heart knock at my ribs against the use of nature? Present fears are less than horrible imaginings. My thought, whose murder yet is but fantastical, shakes so my single state of man that function is smothered in surmise, and nothing is but what is not.
Look how our partner's wrapped.
Macbeth aside.
If chance will have me king, why, chance may crown me. Without my stir.
New honours come upon him, like our strange garments, cleave not to their mould, but with the aid of use.
Macbeth aside.
Come what come may, time and the hour runs through the roughest day.
Worthy Macbeth, we stay upon your leisure.
Give me your favour. My dull brain was wrought with things forgotten. Kind gentlemen, your pains are registered where every day I turn the leaf to read them. Let us toward the king. Think upon what has chanced, and at more time, the interim having weighed it, let us speak our free hearts to each other.
Very gladly.
Till then, enough. Come, friends.
Exeunt. Scene 4. Forres, the palace. Flourish. Enter Duncan, Malcolm, Donalbain, Lennox, and attendants.
Is execution done on Cawdor? Are not those in commission yet returned?
My liege, they are not yet come back. But I have spoke with one that saw him die, who did report that very frankly he confessed his treasons, implored your highness' pardon, and set forth a deep repentance. Nothing in his life became him like the leaving it. He died as one that had been studied in his death to throw away the dearest thing he owed. It were a careless trifle.
There's no art to find the mind's construction in the face. He was a gentleman on whom I built an absolute trust.
Enter Macbeth, Banquo, Ross, and Angus.
O worthiest cousin, the sin of my ingratitude even now was heavy on me. Thou art so far before that swiftest wind of recompense is slow to overtake thee. Would thou hadst less deserved, that the proportion both of thanks and payment might have been mine. Only I have left to say, more is thy due, than more than all can pay.
The service and the loyalty I owe, in doing it, pays itself. Your highness' part is to receive our duties, and our duties are to your throne and state children and servants, which do but what they should by doing everything safe toward your love and honour.
Welcome hither. I have begun to plant thee, and will labour to make thee full of growing. Noble Banquo, that hast no less deserved, nor must be known no less to have done so, let me enfold thee, and hold thee to my heart.
There, if I grow, the harvest is your own.
My plenteous joys, wanton in fullness, seek to hide themselves in drops of sorrow. Sons, kinsmen, thanes, and you whose places are the nearest, know we will establish our estate upon our eldest, Malcolm, whom we name hereafter the Prince of Cumberland, which honour must not unaccompanied invest him only, but signs of nobleness like stars shall shine on all deservers. From hence to Inverness, and bind us further to you.
The rest is labour, which is not used for you. I'll be myself the harbinger, and make joyful the hearing of my wife with your approach. So humbly take my leave.
My worthy Cawdor.
Macbeth aside.
The Prince of Cumberland. That is a step on which I must fall down, or else or leap, for in my way it lies. Stars, hide your fires, let not light see my black and deep desires. The eye wink at the hand, yet let that be which the eye fears when it is done to see.
Exit.
True, worthy Banquo, he is full so valiant, and in his commendations I am fed. It is a banquet to me. Let's after him, whose care is gone before to bid us welcome. It is a peerless kinsman.
Flourish. Exeunt. Scene 5. Inverness. Macbeth's castle. Enter Lady Macbeth, reading a letter. Lady Macbeth reads.
They met me in the day of success, and I have learned, by the perfectest report, they have more in them than mortal knowledge. When I burned in desire to question them further, they made themselves air, into which they vanished. Whilst I stood wrapped in the wonder of it, came missives from the king, who all hailed me Thane of Cawdor, by which title before these weird sisters saluted me, and referred me to the coming on of time, with Hail, king that shall be! This have I thought good to deliver thee, my dearest partner of greatness, that thou mightst not lose the dues of rejoicing by being ignorant of what greatness is promised thee. Lay it to thy heart, and farewell. Glamis, thou art, and Cawdor, and shalt be what thou art promised. Yet do I fear thy nature. It is too full of the milk of human kindness to catch the nearest way. Thou wouldst be great, art not without ambition, but without the illness should attend it. What thou wouldst highly, that wouldst thou holily, wouldst not play false, and yet wouldst wrongly win. Thou'dst have a great Glamis, that which cries, thus thou must do if thou have it, and that which rather thou dost fear to do than wishes should be undone. Hie thee hither, that I may pour my spirits in thine ear, and chastise with the valour of my tongue all that impedes thee from the golden round, which fate and metaphysical aid does seem to have thee crowned withal.
Enter a messenger.
What is your tidings?
The king comes here tonight.
Thou art mad to say it. Is not thy master with him? Who wert so would have informed for preparation?
So please you, it is true. Our Thane is coming. One of my fellows had the speed of him, who, almost dead for breath, had scarcely more than would make up his message.
Give him tending. He brings great news.
Exit messenger.
The raven himself is hoarse, that croaks the fatal entrance of Duncan under my battlements. Come, you spirits that tend on mortal thoughts, unsex me here, and fill me from the crown to the toe, top full of direst cruelty. Make thick my blood, stop up the access and passage to remorse, that no compunctious visitings of nature shake my fell purpose, nor keep peace between the effect and it. Come to my women's breasts, and take my milk for gall, you murthering ministers, wherever in your sightless substances you wait on nature's mischief. Come, thick night, and pall thee in the dunnest smoke of hell, that my keen knife see not the wound it makes, nor heaven peep through the blanket of the dark to cry, hold, hold.
Enter Macbeth.
Great Glamis, worthy Cawdor,
greater than both, by the all-hail hereafter, thy letters have transported me beyond this ignorant present, and I feel now the future in the instant.
My dearest love, Duncan comes here tonight.
And when goes hence?
Tomorrow, as he purposes.
Oh, never shall sun that morrow see. Your face, my Thane, is as a book where men may read strange matters. To beguile the time, look like the time, bear welcome in your eye, your hand, your tongue, look like the innocent flower, but be the serpent under it. He that's coming must be provided for, and you shall put this night's great business into my dispatch, which shall to all our nights and days to come give solely sovereign sway and masterdom.
We will speak further.
Only look up clear. To alter favour ever is to fear. Leave all the rest to me.
Exeunt. Scene 6. Before Macbeth's castle. Hautboys and torches. Enter Duncan, Malcolm, Donalbain, Banquo, Lennox, Macduff, Ross, Angus, and attendants.
This castle hath a pleasant seat. The air nimbly and sweetly recommends itself unto our gentle senses.
This guest of summer, the temple-haunting martlet, does approve by his loved masonry that the heaven's breath it smells wooingly here. No jutty frieze, buttress, nor coign of vantage, but this bird hath made his pendant bed and procreant cradle. Where they most breed and hunt, I have observed the air is delicate.
Enter Lady Macbeth.
See, our honoured hostess. The love that follows us sometime is our trouble, which still we thank is love. Herein I teach you how you shall bid God ild us for your pains, and thank us for your trouble.
All our service, in every point, twice done, and then done double, were poor and single business to contend against those honours deep and broad, wherewith your majesty loads our house. For those of old, and the late dignities heaped up to them, we rest your hermits.
Where's the Thane of Cawdor? We coursed him at the heels, and had a purpose to be his purveyor. But he rides well, and his great love, sharp as his spur, hath holp him to his home before us. Fair and noble hostess, we are your guests to-night.
Your servants ever have theirs, themselves, and what is theirs, and comped, to make their audit at your highness's pleasure, still to return your own.
Give me your hand, and conduct me to mine host. We love him highly, and shall continue our graces towards him, by your leave, hostess.
Kissing her. Exeunt. Scene 7. Corridor in Macbeth's castle. Hautboys and torches. Enter a sewer and divers servants with dishes and service, and pass over the stage. Then enter Macbeth.
If it were done when 'tis done, then 'twere well it were done quickly. If the assassination could trammel up the consequence, and catch with his surcease success, that but this blow might be the be-all and the end-all here. But here, upon this bank and shoal of time, we jump the life to come. But in these cases we still have judgment here, that we but teach bloody instructions which, being taught, return to plague the inventor. This even-handed justice commends the ingredients of our poisoned chalice to our own lips. He's here in double trust. First, as I am his kinsman and his subject, both strong against the deed. Then as his host, who should against his murderer shut the door, not bear the knife myself. Besides, this Duncan hath borne his faculties so meek, hath been so clear in his great office, that his virtues will plead like angels, trumpet-tongued against the deep damnation of his taking off, and pity, like a naked new-born babe striding the blast, or heaven's cherubim horsed upon the sightless couriers of the air, shall blow the horrid deed in every eye, that tears shall drown the wind. I have no spur to prick the sides of my intent, but only vaulting ambition, which o'erleaps itself and falls on the other.
Enter Lady Macbeth.
How now? What news?
He has almost slept. Why have you left the chamber?
Hath he asked for me?
Know you not he has?
We will proceed no further in this business. He hath honoured me of late, and I have bought golden opinions from all sorts of people, which would be worn now in their newest gloss, not cast aside so soon.
Was the hope drunk wherein you dressed yourself? Hath it slept since, and wakes it now, to look so green and pale at what it did so freely? From this time, such I account thy love. Art thou afeard to be the same in thine own act and valour as thou art in desire? Wouldst thou have that which thou esteemest the ornament of life, and live a coward in thine own esteem, letting I dare not wait upon I would, like the poor cat in the adage?
Prithee, peace. I dare do all that may become a man. Who dares do more is none.
What beast was't then that made you break this enterprise to me? When you durst do it, then you were a man, and to be more than what you were, you would be so much more the man. Nor time, nor place did then adhere, and yet you would make both. They have made themselves, and that their fitness now does unmake you. I have given suck, and know how tender it is to love the babe that milks me. I would, while it was smiling in my face, have plucked my nipple from his boneless gums, and dashed the brains out, had I so sworn as you have done to this.
If we should fail?
We fail. But screw your courage to the sticking place, and will not fail. When Duncan is asleep, whereto the rather shall his day's hard journey soundly invite him, his 2 chamberlains will I with wine and wassail so convince that memory, the warder of the brain, shall be a fume, and the receipt of reason a limbeck only, when in swinish sleep their drenched natures lies in the death. What cannot you and I perform upon the unguarded Duncan? What not put upon his spongy officers? Who shall bear the guilt of our great quell?
Bring forth men, children only, for thy undaunted mettle should compose nothing but males. Will it not be received when we have marked with blood those sleepy 2 of his own chamber, and used their very daggers, that they have done't?
Who dares receive it other, as we shall make our griefs and clamour roar upon his death?
I am settled, and bend up each corporal agent to this terrible feat. Away, and mock the time with fairest show. False face must hide what the false heart doth know.
Exeunt. Act 2, Scene 1. Court within Macbeth's castle. Enter Banquo and Fleance, bearing a torch before him.
How goes the night, boy?
The moon is down. I have not heard the clock.
And she goes down at 12.
I take it 'tis later, sir.
Hold. Take my sword. There's husbandry in heaven. Their candles are all out. Take thee that too. A heavy summons lies like lead upon me, and yet I would not sleep. Merciful powers, restrain in me the cursed thoughts that nature gives way to in repose.
Enter Macbeth and the servant with a torch.
Give me my sword. Who's there?
A friend.
What, sir, not yet at rest? The king's a-dead? He hath been in unusual pleasure, and sent forth great largesse to your offices. This diamond he greets your wife withal, by the name of most kind hostess, and shut up in measureless content.
Being unprepared, our will became the servant to defect, which else should free have wrought.
All's well. I dreamt last night of the 3 weird sisters. To you they have showed some truth.
I think not of them. Yet When we can entreat an hour to serve, we would spend some time in words upon that business, if you would grant the time.
At your kind's leisure.
If you shall cleave to my consent, when 'tis, it shall make honour for you.
So I lose none in seeking to augment it, but still keep my bosom franchise and allegiance clear. I shall be counselled.
Good repose the while.
Thanks, sir. The like to you.
Exeunt Banquo and Fleance.
Go, bid thy mistress, when my drink is ready, she strike upon the bell. Get thee to bed.
Exit Servant.
Is this a dagger which I see before me, the handle toward my hand? Come, let me clutch thee. I have thee not, and yet I see thee still. Art thou not fatal vision, sensible to feeling as to sight? Or art thou but a dagger of the mind, a false creation proceeding from the heat-oppressed brain? I see thee yet, in form as palpable as this which now I draw. Thou marshallest me the way that I was going, and such an instrument I was to use. Mine eyes are made the fools of the other senses, or else worth all the rest. I see thee still, and on thy blade and dudgeon gouts of blood, which was not so before. There's no such thing. It is the bloody business which informs thus to mine eyes. Now o'er the one half world nature seems dead, and wicked dreams abuse the curtain's sleep. Now witchcraft celebrates pale Hecate's offerings, and withered murder, alarmed by his sentinel the wolf, whose howls his watch, thus with his stealthy pace, with Tarquin's ravishing strides, towards his design moves like a ghost. Thou sure and firm set earth, hear not my steps which way they walk, for fear the very stones prate of my whereabouts, and take the present horror from the time which now suits with it. Whiles I threat, he lives. Words to the heat of deeds too cold breath gives.
A bell rings.
I go, and it is done. The bell invites me. Hear it not, Duncan, for it is the knell that summons thee to heaven or to hell.
Exit. Scene 2. Enter Lady Macbeth.
That which has made them drunk hath made me bold. What hath quenched them hath given me fire. Hark! Peace. It was the owl that shrieked, the fatal bellman which gives the sternest good night. He is about it. The doors are open, and the surfeited grooms do mock their charge with snores. I have drugged their possets, that death and nature do contend about them, whether they live or die.
Macbeth within.
Who's there? What ho?
Alack, I am afraid they have awaked, and 'tis not done. The attempt, and not the deed, confounds us. Hark! I laid their daggers ready. He could not miss them. Had he not resembled my father as he slept? I had done it.
Enter Macbeth.
My husband.
I have done the deed. Didst thou not hear a noise?
I heard the owl scream and the crickets cry. Did you not speak?
When?
Now.
As I descended?
Aye.
Hark! Who lies in the second chamber?
Donalbain.
Macbeth looking on his hands.
This is a sorry sight.
A foolish thought to say a sorry sight.
There's one did laugh in his sleep, and one cried murder, that they did wake each other. I stood and heard them, but they did say their prayers, and address them again to sleep.
There are two lodged together.
One cried, God bless us, and amen the other, as they had seen me with these hangman's hands, listening their fear. I could not say amen when they did say, God bless us.
Consider it not so deeply.
But wherefore could I not pronounce amen? I had most need of blessing, and amen stuck in my throat.
These deeds must not be thought of after these ways, so it will make us mad.
Methought I heard a voice cry, Sleep no more, Macbeth doth murder sleep. The innocent sleep, sleep that knits up the ravelled sleeve of care. The death of each day's life, sore labour's bath, balm of hurt minds, great nature's second course, chief nourisher in life's feast.
What do you mean?
Still it cried, Sleep no more, to all the house. Glamis hath murdered sleep, and therefore Cawdor shall sleep no more. Macbeth shall sleep no more.
Who was it that thus cried? Why, worthy Thane, you do unbend your noble strength to think so brain-sickly of things. Go, get some water, and wash this filthy witness from your hand. Why did you bring these daggers from the place? They will lie there. Go carry them, and smear the sleepy grooms with blood.
I'll go no more. I am afraid to think what I have done. Look upon it again I dare not.
Infirm of purpose! Give me the daggers. The sleeping and the dead are but as pictures. 'Tis the eye of childhood that fears a painted devil. If ye do bleed, I'll gild the faces of the grooms withal, for it must seem their guilt.
Exit. Knocking within.
Whence is that knocking? How is it with me when every noise appalls me? What hands are here? They pluck out mine eyes. Will all great Neptune's ocean wash this blood clean from my hand? No, this my hand will rather the multitudinous sea incarnadine, making the green one red.
Re-enter Lady Macbeth.
My hands are of your colour, but I shame to wear hearts so white.
Knocking within.
I hear knocking at the south entry. Retire us to our chamber. A little water clears us of this deed. How easy it is then. Your constancy hath left you unattended.
Knocking within.
Hark, more knocking. Get on yon nightgown lest occasion call us, and show us to be watchers. Be not lost so poorly in your thoughts.
To know my deed, 'twere best not to know myself.
Knocking within.
Wake Duncan with thy knocking. I would thou couldst.
Exeunt. End of section 53. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 54 of England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 10, England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 54, The Invasion of the Norsemen. 1263, by Charles Mackay. Hakon, King of Norway, called his men of might, sea captains and Vikinger, his veterans in fight, and set sail for Scotland's coast with a well-apparelled host, full 20,000 strong, when the summer days grew long, in the fairest fleet that ever the North Sea billows bore, to harry it, and pillage it, and hold it evermore. Mile on mile extended, o'er the ocean blue, sailed the ships of battle, white and fair to view, running races on the sea, with their streamers waving free. From their saucy bows all day dashed up the scornful spray, and leaving far behind them in the darkness of the night, unborrowed from the firmament, long tracks of liquid light. Past the Isles of Shetland lay the monarch's path, round the Isles of Orkney and the Cape of Wrath, mid the islands of the west that obeyed his high behest, the Lewis and Ist and Skye, and the countless isles that lie between the wide Atlantic and Albion's mountains brown, and paid him homage duly, and fealty to his crown. Music and rejoicing followed on their way, drinking and carousing nightly till the day. Every sailor in the fleet felt his heart with pleasure beat, every soldier in the ships had a smile upon his lips, as he drank and saw in fancy reeking sword and flaring brand, and the rapine and the violence, and the carnage of the land. Not amid the mountains of the rugged north would the mighty Hakon send his legions forth. Not by highland loch or glen would he land his eager men. Not on banks of moorland stream were their thirsty swords to gleam, but further to the southward, from the rocks of bare Argyle, to the sloping hills of Renfrew, and the grassy meads of Kyle. In the vales of Carrick, smiling by the sea, in the woods of Lennox, in the Lothians 3, there was fatness all the year, there were sheep and fallow deer, there was mead to fill the horn, there were kye and there was corn. There was food for hungry Norsemen, with spoil to last them long, and lordly towers to revel in, with music and with song. Like scarts upon the wing, by the hope of plunder led, passed the ships of Hakon, with sails like pinions spread. But the tidings went before, to the inland from the shore, and from crag to mountain crag, at the terror of his flag, arose a cry of warning, and a voice of loud alarm, that called the startled multitudes to gather and to arm. Every mountain summit had its heel fire bright, all Argyle ere sunset crowned its hills with light, and from Morven to Cantyre lit the chain of signal fire, from Cantyre to Cowell's coast blazed a warning of the host, of savage north invaders that to spoil and harry came, with their lust and with their hunger, with the sword and with the flame. Glen called out to mountain, mount to moorland brown, village called to village, town gave voice to town, and the bells in every tower rang the tocsin hour by hour, till old Dunedin heard, and the Lothians 3 was stirred, and sent their yeomen westward to struggle hand to hand, for their wives and for their children, for their homes and native land. Wives had no endearment for a laggard lord, maidens had no love looks and no kindly word, for the lover who was slow to march out against the foe. Even maids themselves put on coats of mail and habergon, threw the snood off of the helmet, left the distaff for the spear, to die for sake of Scotland, with a sire or lover dear. Young King Alexander marched his legions forth, from eastward to the westward, from southward to the north. High his flashing falchion gleamed, in his blue eye valor beamed, in his heart high courage glowed, as in pride of youth he rode, with the flower of Scotland's people to defend her sacred soil, and repel the Norse marauders that came down for blood and spoil. With him rode the Comyn, grown in battles grey, with 1,000 bowmen, ready for the fray, with a tongue to give command, and a rough untiring hand, with a cheek in battle scarred, and a soul to pity hard. When he drew his sword for battle, and flung away the sheath, it was death to him who struggled in the combe of Monteith. And the Bishop of St. Andrews, a priest but in his name, in his heart a soldier, with all his warriors came, and the stalwart Earl of Fife led his vassals to the strife, full 1,000 fighting men, strong of hand and sharp of ken, and ready each to die at the bidding of his lord, but readier still for Scotland to draw the avenging sword. From the northern mountains and his lochs afar marched the Earl of Caithness, ready aye for war, with his pitchfork sounding shrill to his clansmen of the hill, and the Earl of March, due wed, left his happy bridal bed at the first war cry of danger that broke upon his ears, and joined King Alexander with twice 1,000 spears. Thirsting for the conquest, eager for the fray, Haakon sailed by Ireton at the dawn of day. But as up the firth of Clyde he came proudly with the tide, rose a storm upon the deep, and with wild and fitful sweep howled aloft amid the rigging, while the sun looked pale and wan.
through the clouds and driving vapours as the tempest hurried on. To the ship of Hakon came his staunchest men, Holder, Sweno, Ratho, Hingst, and Innisfin, Irminsul and Lok and Har, each a chieftain fierce in war, in the foray, hand to hand, on the sea or on the land, loving fighting more than counsel, blazing torch than morning shine, the foremost in the battle, and the hindmost at the wine. Short was Hakon's counsel, and the signal flew from captain on to captain, from crew again to crew, that by logs ere noon of day they should land within the bay, and through all the ships there ran a rejoicing, man with man, that the hour had come at last when the sword should leave its sheath, and the cloth-yard shaft its quiver, for the revelry of death. Scotland's king was ready, Scotland's patriot men, marshalled round their monarch from mountain, strath, and glen, and from every height around seemed to issue from the ground 30,000 men that day met the Norsemen in the bay, and fought, but not for pillage, nor for glory in the strife, but for God and for their country, for their freedom and their life. Loud the shock resounded on the battlefield, clink of sword and buckler, clang of spear and shield, whir of arrows in the blast, on their errand flying fast, and a shouting loud and high, and a shrill continuous cry, from either side arising, as impetuous legions met, and the green fresh sward was trodden deep, and dank, and gory wet. Loud the voice of Hakon sounded mid the fray, Alexander's louder cheered the Scots that day, and the kings pressed on to meet, through the arrows thick as sleet, through the living and the dead, holding high the dauntless head, to fight in single combat and to struggle hand to hand, for the glory of the battle and the mastery of the land. And the fierce Earl Comyn sought the Norseman Har, the bishop single Ratho from the ranks of war, and the Earls of March and Fife in the sharp contested strife fought with Immersul and Lok, thrust for thrust and stroke for stroke, and the Earl of Cathans drove the mighty Innisfin back again into the ocean with 100 of his men. Har fell wounded by the Comyn's blade, Ratho fell to seaward, faint and sore dismayed, while Lok with mortal wound fell exhausted on the ground, and Hingst sat down to rest with a death shaft in his breast. But a sudden panic seized the whole Norwegian foe, and they fled like flying dust when the northern tempests blow. Down upon them, swooping in their sudden rout, came King Alexander with exulting shout, crying, "Strike for Scotland's sake, and a bloody vengeance take, for the insult borne too long, for the centuries of wrong, for the murder and the ravage they have done within our lands. Down upon them, Scottish hearts, strike and spare not Scottish hands." Fighting, flying, struggling, with his scattered host, Hakon saw despairing that the day was lost. Of his 20,000 men, not a third were left him then, the fearful tale to tell of the slaughter that befell. And Hakon, iron-hearted, who had never wept before, with his hands his pale face covered, and sobbed upon the shore. Flying their pursuers, faint with pallid lips, Hakon and his captains staggered to their ships, and ere nightfall many a one, that had sailed when day begun, as if life were in her sides to defy the winds and tides, was driven before the tempest, her tall mast snapped in twain, a helpless wreck on Arran, ne'er to sail the seas again. Through the Kyles, storm-battered, Hakon led his way, by Cantyre and Esleigh on to Colonsay, and when dawned the morning light, not a vessel was in sight, but his own ship scudding by on the gloomy shore of Skye, dismantled mid the hurricane that still around him blew, with danger all around him and a spirit-broken crew. Thus he sailed to Orkney, but by night nor day to his men around him did one word betray all the anguish of his heart, though at times a sudden start and a short uneasy pace in the flushing of his face showed the grief and rage within him as he mourned with silent lips for his hope of conquest lost, for his sailors and his ships. In the bay of Kirkwell, sheltered from the gale, his sad crew dropped their anchor and furled the tattered sail, and the king was led on shore, weak and faint and spirit sore, seeing, heeding, knowing not, but his own despairing thought, a thought of bitter shame that he had not died that day, with his face towards the mountains in the thickest of the fray. To his couch they led him, once so bold and strong, and they watched beside him tenderly and long. But all human care was vain to relieve him of his pain. So the mighty Hakon died in his sorrow and his pride, and they buried him in Orkney, and Norsemen nevermore set sail to harry Scotland, or plunder on her shore. End of section 54. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Todd.
Section 55 of England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. The World Story, Volume 10. England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 55. Sir Patrick Spens, an Old Ballad. It was planned to marry the little Princess Margaret, the Maid of Norway, to the son of Edward I of England, but she died on the voyage from Norway to Scotland. The following ballad may possibly be connected with this voyage. The Editor. The king sits in Dunfermline town, drinking the blood-red wine. Oh, where will I get a skeely skipper to sail this new ship of mine? Oh, up and spake an Eldon knight, sat at the king's right knee. Sir Patrick Spens is the best sailor that ever sailed the sea. Our king has written a broad letter, and sealed it with his hand, and sent it to Sir Patrick Spens, was walking on the strand. To Norroway, to Norroway, to Norroway o'er the foam, the king's daughter in Norroway, 'tis thou maun bring her home. The first word that Sir Patrick read, sae loud, loud laughed he. The next word that Sir Patrick read, the tear blinded his eye. Oh, who is this has done this deed, and told the king of me, to send us out at this time of the year, to sail upon the sea? Be it wind, be it wet, be it hail, be it sleet, our ship must sail the foam. The king's daughter in Norroway, 'tis we must fetch her home. They hoisted their sails on Monday morn, with all the speed they may. They ha' landed in Norroway upon a Wednesday. They hadna been a week in Norroway but 2, when that the lords in Norroway began aloud to say, Ye Scottishmen spend all our king's gold, and all our queen's fee. Ye lie, ye liars loud, full loud I hear ye lie. For I brought as much white money as gen my men and me, and I brought a half full good red gold out o'er the sea with me. Make ready, my merry men all, our good ship sails the morn. Now ever a lake, my master dear, I fear a deadly storm. I saw the new moon, late yestreen, with the old moon in her arm, and if we gang to sea, master, I fear we'll come to harm. They had not sailed a league but barely 3, when the lift grew dark, and the wind blew loud, and gurly grew the sea. The anchors brake, and the topmasts lap, it was sic a deadly storm, and the waves came o'er the broken ship, till all her sides were torn. Oh, where will I get a good sailor, to take my helm in hand, till I can get up to the tall topmast, to see if I can spy land? Oh, here am I, a sailor good, to take the helm in hand, till you go up to the tall topmast, but I fear you'll ne'er spy land. He had not gone a step, but barely one, when a boat flew out of our goodly ship, and the salt sea it came in. Go fetch a web of the silken cloth, another of the twine, and wap them into our ship's side, and let not the sea come in. They fetched a web of the silken cloth, another of the twine, and they wapped them round that good ship's side, but still the sea came in. Oh, loath were our good Scots lords to wet the cork-heeled shoon, but long o'er all the play was played, they wet their hats aboon. And many was the feather bed that flattered on the foam, and many was the good lord's son that never mair came home. The ladies wrang their fingers white, the maidens tore their hair, all for the sake of their true loves, for them they'll see no mair. Oh, long, long may the ladies sit, with their fans into their hand, before they see Sir Patrick Spens come sailing to the strand. And long, long may the maidens sit, with their gold combs in their hair, all waitin' for their own dear loves, for them they'll see no mair. Oh, 40 miles off Aberdeen, 'tis 50 fathoms deep, and there lies good Sir Patrick Spens, with the Scots lords at his feet. End of section 55. Section 56 of England, Scotland, Ireland and Wales, read for LibriVox.org by Devorah Allen. Scotland Part 2. Two Scottish Heroes. Historical note. The death of the Maid of Norway was the cause of many years of warfare, for there were no less than 13 claimants to the crown of Scotland. Edward I of England was asked to decide which one had the best right, and he seized the opportunity to declare himself suzerain of the kingdom. He gave the crown to John Balliol, but this new ruler was less obedient than Edward had expected, and therefore he was taken to England as a prisoner. Edward then subdued Scotland, as he thought. If the Scots had only been united, years of struggle and bloodshed might have been prevented. But while, as a whole, the folk of Scottish blood sought freedom from England, the Norman nobles, a powerful class, favoured Edward. The first to raise the Scots against Edward was William Wallace, who led a popular uprising, and in the Battle of Stirling destroyed a strong English force. In 1298, Edward again invaded Scotland with a great army, and defeated Wallace at the Battle of Falkirk. 5 years later, Wallace was captured and executed. In 1306, the banner of revolt was again raised, this time by Robert Bruce, a distant heir to the throne of Scotland. He was at first unsuccessful, and was compelled to leave the country, but soon returned, and within 2 years had freed Scotland from English rule. In 1314, King Edward II invaded Scotland with a great army, but was totally defeated at the Battle of Bannockburn. 14 years later, after another unsuccessful invasion, England acknowledged Bruce as King of Scotland, and relinquished all claims to that country. End of section 56. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 57 of England, Scotland, Ireland and Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avai in February 2020. The World's Story, Volume 10, England, Scotland, Ireland and Wales, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 57. The Capture of William Wallace, 1305, by Jane Porter. According to tradition, Wallace was given up to the English by a fellow countryman called Sir John Monteith. As King Edward looked upon it, Wallace was a traitor, and he was first hanged, then beheaded. His head was put up on a pole on London Bridge. His body was quartered, and each of the 4 parts was sent to a town in Scotland, that the Scots might fear to resist the might of England. The Editor. A chieftain on horseback suddenly emerged from the trees which led to the castle, and drew to their side. Edwin was wrapped in his plaid, and, cautiously concealing his face, that no chance of his recognition might betray his companion, he walked briskly on without any shade over the noble contour of a form which for majesty and grace was unequalled in Scotland, and could not be mistaken. He, too, moved swiftly forward. The horseman spurred after him. Perceiving himself pursued and therefore known, and aware that he must be overtaken, he suddenly stopped. Edwin drew his sword and would have given it into the hand of his friend, but Wallace, putting it back, rapidly answered, "Leave my defence to this unweaponed arm. I would not use steel against my countrymen, but none shall take me while I have a sinew to resist." The chieftain now checked his horse in front of Wallace, and respectfully raising his visor, discovered Sir John Monteith. At sight of him, Edwin dropped the point of his yet uplifted sword, and Wallace, stepping back, "Monteith," said he,
I am sorry for this encounter. If you would be safe from the destiny which pursues me, you must retire immediately and forget that we have met." "Never," cried Monteith. "I know the ingratitude of an envious country drives the bravest of her champions from our borders, but I also know what belongs to myself, to serve you at all hazards. And by conjuring you to become my guest in my castle on the Firth of Clyde, I would demonstrate my grateful sense of the dangers you once incurred for me, and I therefore thank fortune for this re-encounter." In vain Wallace expressed his determination not to bring peril on any of his countrymen by sojourning under any roof till he was far away from Scotland. In vain he urged to Monteith the outlawry which would await him should the infuriated Aphthanes discover that he had given shelter to the man whom they had chosen to suppose a traitor and denounce as one. Footnote: Superior Thanes or Gentry. End of footnote. Monteith, after equally unsuccessful persuasion on his side, at last said that he knew a vessel was now lying at Newark, near his castle, in which Wallace might immediately embark, and he implored him, by past friendship, to allow him to be his guide to its anchorage. To enforce this supplication he threw himself off his horse, and, with the protestations of a fidelity that trampled on all dangers, entreated even with sobs not to be refused the last comfort he should ever know in his now degraded country. Once I saw Scotland's steady champion, the brave Douglas, rifled from her shores. Do not then doom me to a second grief, bitterer than the first. Do not you yourself drive me from the side of her last hero. Ah, let me behold you, companion of my school days, friend, leader, benefactor, till the sea rests you forever from my eyes." Exhausted and affected, Wallace gave his hand to Monteith. The tear of gratitude stood in his eye. He looked affectionately from Monteith to Edwin, from Edwin to Monteith. "Wallace shall yet live in the memory of the trustee of this land. You, my friend, prove it. I go richly forth, for the hearts of good men are my companions." As they journeyed along the devious windings of the Clyde, and saw at a distance the aspiring turrets of Rutherglen, Edwin pointed out to them, and said, "From that church a few months ago did you dictate a conqueror's terms to England." "And now that very England makes me a fugitive," returned Wallace. "Oh, not England," interrupted Edwin. "You bow not to her. It is blind, mad Scotland who thus thrusts her benefactor from her." "Ah, then, my Edwin," rejoined he, "read in me the history of thousands. So various is the fate of a people's idol. Today he is worshipped as a god, tomorrow cast into the fire." Monteith turned pale at this conversation, and quickening his steps, hurried in silence past the opening of the valley, which presented the view of Rutherglen. Night overtook the travellers near the little village of Lumloch, about 2 hours' journey from Glasgow. Here a storm coming on, Monteith advised his friends to take shelter and rest. "As you object to implicate others," said he, "you may sleep secure in an old barn which at present has no ostensible owner. I remarked it while passing this way from Newark. But I rather wish you would forget this too chary regard for others, and lodge with me in the neighbouring cottage." Wallace was insensible to the pelting of the elements. His unsubdued spirit wanted rest for neither mind nor body, but the broken voice and lingering step of the young Edwin, who had severely sprained his foot in the dark, penetrated his heart, and, notwithstanding that the resolute boy, suddenly rallying himself, declared that he was neither weary nor in pain, Wallace, seeing that he was both, yielded a sad consent to be conducted from the storm. "But not," said he, "to the house. We will go into the barn, and there, on the dry earth, my Edwin, We may gratefully repose." Monteith did not oppose him further, and, pushing open the door, Wallace and Edwin entered. Their conductor soon after followed with a light from the cottage, and, pulling down some heaped straw, strewed it on the ground for a bed. "Here I shall sleep like a prince," cried Edwin, throwing himself along the scattered truss. "But not," returned Monteith, "till I have disengaged you from your wet garments, and preserved your arms and brigandine from the rust of this night." Edwin, sunk in weariness, said little in opposition, and, having suffered Monteith to take away his sword, and to unbrace his plaited vest, dropped at once on the straw in a profound sleep. Wallace, that he might not disturb him by debate, yielded to the request of Monteith, and having resigned his armour also, waved him a good night. Monteith nodded the same, and closed the door upon his victims. From Rutherglen to Lumloch no place had presented itself in which Monteith thought he could so judiciously plant an ambuscade to surprise the unsuspecting Wallace. And in this village he had stationed so large a force of ruthless savages, brought for the occasion by Haliburton from the Irish island of Rathlin, that their employer had hardly a doubt of this night being the last of his too trusting friend's existence. These Rathliners knew of neither Wallace nor his exploits, but the lower order of Scots, however they might fear to succour his distress, loved his person, and felt so bound to him by his actions that Monteith durst not apply to any one of them to second his villainy. The hour of midnight passed, and yet he could not summon courage to lead his men to their nefarious attack. Twice they urged him before he arose from his affected sleep, for sleep he could not. Guilt had murdered sleep, and he lay awake restless and longing for the dawn, and yet ere that dawn the deed must be accomplished. A cock crew from a neighbouring farm. "That is the sign of morning, and we have done nothing," exclaimed a surly ruffian, who leaned on his battle-axe in an opposite corner of the apartment. "No, it is the signal of our enemy's captivity," cried Monteith. "Follow me, but gently. If he speak a word or a single target rattle before you all fall upon him, we are lost. It is a being of supernatural might, and not a mere man whom you go to encounter. He that first disables him shall have a double reward." "Depend upon us," returned the sturdiest ruffian, and stealing cautiously out of the cottage, the party advanced with noiseless steps toward the barn. Monteith paused at the door, making a sign to his men to halt while he listened. He put his ear to a crevice. Not a murmur was within. He gently raised the latch, and, setting the door wide open, with his finger to his lip, beckoned his followers. End of section 57. Section 58 of England, Scotland, Ireland and Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avai in February 2020. The World's Story, Volume 10. England, Scotland, Ireland and Wales. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 58. The Coronation of Robert Bruce, 1306, by Grace Aguilar. Robert Bruce, who had had a good claim to the throne in the days of Balliol, had left a grandson of the same name, and this second Robert Bruce now became King of Scotland, provided he could win back his kingdom from the English. His coronation took place at Scone, but the famous stone of Scone, on which other kings had sat to be crowned, had been carried to England by Edward. Whoever laid the crown upon the head of Bruce would run the risk of a traitor's death. The Earl of Fife, to whom the duty belonged, was a friend to the English, but the Earl's place was filled by his courageous sister, the Countess of Buchan. The Editor. Brightly and blithely dawned the 26th of March, 1306, for the loyal inhabitants of Scone. Few who might gaze on the olden city, and marked the flags and pennons waving gaily and proudly on every side, the rich tapestry flung over balconies or hung from the massive windows in every street, the large branches of oak and laurel, festooned with gay ribbons, that stood beside the entrance of every house which boasted any consequence, the busy citizens in goodly array, with their wives and families, bedecked to the best of their ability, all as inspired by one spirit, hurrying in the direction of the abbey yard, joining the merry clamour of eager voices to the continued peal of every bell of which the old town could boast, sounding loud and joyously even above the roll of the drum or the shrill trumpet call. Those who marked these things might well believe Scotland was one again the same free land which had hailed in the same town the coronation of Alexander III some years before. Little would they deem that the foreign foemen still thronged her feudal halls and cottage homes, that they waited but the commands of their monarch to pour down on all sides upon the daring individual who thus boldly assumed the state and solemn honour of a king, and, armed but by his own high heart and a handful of loyal followers, prepared to resist, depend, and free, or die for Scotland. There was silence, deep, solemn, yet most eloquent silence, reigning in the abbey church of Scone. The sun shining in that full flood of glory we sometimes find in the infant spring, illumined as with golden lustre the long, narrow casements, falling thence in flickering brilliance on the pavement floor, its rays sometimes arrested, to revolve in heightened lustre from the glittering sword or the suit of half-mail of one or other of the noble knights assembled there. The rich plate of the abbey, all at least which had escaped the cupidity of Edward, was arranged with care upon the various altars. In the centre of the church was placed the abbot's oaken throne, which was to supply the place of the ancient stone, the coronation seat of the Scottish kings, no longer there, its absence felt by one and all within that church as the closing seal to Edward's infamy, the damning proof that as his slave, not as his sister kingdom, he sought to render Scotland. From the throne to the high altar, where the king was to receive the Eucharist, a carpet of rich brocaded Genoa velvet was laid down. A cushion of the same elegantly wrought material marked the place beside the spot where he was to kneel. Priests in their richest vestments officiated at the high altar. 6 beautiful boys, bearing alternately a large waxen candle and the golden censers filled with the richest incense, stood beside them, while opposite the altar and behind the throne, in an elevated gallery, were ranged the 70 choristers of the abbey, 30 of whom were youthful novices. Behind them a massive screen or curtain of tapestry concealed the organ, and gave a yet more startling and thrilling effect to its rich, deep tones, thus bursting, as it were, from spheres unseen. The throne was already occupied by the patriot king, clothed in his robes of state. His inner dress was a doublet and vest of white velvet, slashed with cloth of silver. His stockings, fitting tight to the knee, were of the finest woven white silk, confined where they met the doublet with a broad band of silver. His shoes of white velvet, broidered with silver, in unison with his dress. A scarf of cloth of silver passed over his right shoulder, fastened there by a jewelled clasp, and, crossing his breast, secured his trusty sword to his left side. His head, of course, was bare, and his fair hair, parted carefully on his arched and noble brow, descended gracefully on either side. His countenance was perfectly calm, unexpressive of aught save of a deep sense of the solemn service in which he was engaged. There was not the faintest trace of either anxiety or exultation, naught that could shadow the brows of his followers, or diminish by one particle the love and veneration which in every heart were rapidly gaining absolute dominion. On the right of the king stood the Abbot of Scone, the Archbishop of St. Andrews, and the Bishop of Glasgow, all of which venerable prelates had instantaneously and unhesitatingly declared for the Bruce. Ranged on either side of the throne, according more to seniority than rank, were seated the brothers of the Bruce and the loyal barons who had joined his standard. Names there were already famous in the annals of patriotism: Fraser, Lennox, Athol, Hay, whose stalwart arms had so nobly struck for Wallace, whose steady minds had risen superior to the petty emotions of jealousy and envy which had actuated so many of similar rank. These were true patriots, and gladly and freely they once more rose for Scotland. Sir Christopher Seaton, brother-in-law to the Bruce, Somerville, Keith, St. Clair, the young Lord Douglas, and Thomas Randolph, the king's nephew, were the most noted of those now around the Bruce. Yet on that eventful day no more than 14 barons were mustered round their sovereign, exclusive of his 4 gallant brothers, who were in themselves a host. All these were attired with the care and gallantry their precarious situation permitted, half armour, concealed by flowing scarfs and graceful mantles, or suits of gayer seeming among the younger knights, for those of the barons' followers of gentle blood and chivalric training were also admitted within the church, forming a goodly show of gallant men. Behind them, on raised seats, which were divided from the body of the church by an open railing of ebony, sat the ladies of the court, the seat of the queen distinguished from the rest by its canopy and cushion of embroidered taffeta, and among those gentle beings fairest and loveliest shone the Maiden of Buchan, as she sat in smiling happiness between the youthful daughter of the Bruce, the Princess Marjorie, and his niece, the Lady Isoline, children of 10 and 14, who already claimed her as their companion and friend. The colour was bright on the soft cheek of Agnes, the smile laughed alike in her lip and eye, for ever and anon, from amid the courtly crowd beneath, the deep blue orb of Nigel Bruce met hers, speaking in its passionate yet respectful gaze all that could whisper joy and peace unto a heart young, loving, and confiding as that of Agnes. The evening previous he had detached the blue ribbon which confined her flowing curls, and it was with a feeling of pardonable pride she beheld it suspended from his neck, even in that hour when his rich habiliments and the imposing ceremony of the day marked him the brother of a king. Her brother, too, was at his side, gazing upon his sovereign with feelings whose index, marked as it was on his brow, gave him the appearance of being older than he was. It was scarcely the excitement of a mere boy, who rejoiced in the state and dignity around him. The emotion of his mother had sunk into his very soul, subduing the wild buoyancy of his spirit, and bidding him feel deeply and sadly the situation in which he stood. It seemed to him as if he had never thought before, and now that reflection had come upon him, it was fraught with a weight and gloom he could not remove and could scarcely comprehend. He felt no power on earth could prevent his taking the only path which was open to the true patriot of Scotland, and in following that path he raised the standard of revolt, and enlisted his own followers against his father. Till the moment of action he had dreamed not of these things, but the deep anxieties, the contending feelings of his mother, which, despite her controlled demeanour, his heart perceived, could not but have their effect, and premature manhood was stealing fast upon his heart. Upon the left of the king, and close beside his throne, stood the Countess of Buchan, attired in robes of the darkest crimson velvet, with a deep border of gold which swept the ground, and long falling sleeves with a broad fringe. A thick cord of gold and tassels confined the robe around the waist, and thence fell, reaching to her feet, and well nigh concealing the inner dress of white silk, which was worn to permit the robes falling easily on either side, and thus forming a long train behind. Neither gem nor gold adorned her beautiful hair. A veil was twisted in its luxuriant tresses, and served the purpose of the matron's coif. She was pale and calm, but such was the usual expression of her countenance, and perhaps it accorded better with the dignified majesty of her commanding figure than a greater play of feature. It was not the calmness of insensibility, of vacancy, it was the still reflection of a controlled and chastened soul, of one whose depth and might was known but to herself. The pealing anthem for a while had ceased, and it was as if that church was desolate, as if the very hearts that throbbed so quickly for their country and their king were hushed awhile and stilled, that every word which passed between the sovereign and the primate should be heard. Kneeling before him, his hands placed between those of the archbishop, the king, in a clear and manly voice, received, as it were, the kingdom from his hands, and swore to govern according to the laws of his ancestors, to defend the liberties of his people alike from the foreign and the civil foe, to dispense justice, to devote life itself to restoring Scotland to her former station in the scale of kingdoms. Solemnly, energetically, he took the required vows. His cheek flushed, his eye glistened, and ere he rose he bent his brow upon his spread hands, as if his spirit supplicated strength, and the primate, standing over him, blessed him in a loud voice, in the name of him whose lowly minister he was. A few minutes, and the king was again seated on his throne, and from the hands of the Bishop of Glasgow the Countess of Buchan received a simple coronet of gold, which had been hastily made to supply the place of that which Edward had removed. It was a moment of intense interest. Every eye was directed toward the king and the dauntless woman by his side, who, rather than the descendant of Malcolm Sean Moore, should demand in vain the service from the descendants of the brave Macduff, exposed herself to all the wrath of a fierce and cruel king, the fury of an incensed husband and brother, and in her own noble person represented that ancient and most loyal line. Were any other circumstance needed to enhance the excitement of the patriots of Scotland, they would have found it in this. As it was, a sudden, irrepressible burst of applause broke from many eager voices, as the bishop placed the coronet in her hands, but one glance from those dark, eloquent eyes sufficed to hush it on the instant into stillness. Simultaneously all within the church stood up, and, gracefully and steadily, with a hand which trembled not, even to the observant and anxious eyes of her son, Isabella of Buchan placed the sacred symbol of royalty on the head of Scotland's king, and then arose, as with one voice, the wild enthusiastic shout of loyalty, which, bursting from all within the church, was echoed again and again from without, almost drowning the triumphant anthem which, at the same moment, sent its rich, hallowed tones through the building, and proclaimed Robert Bruce indeed a king. Again and yet again the voice of triumph and of loyalty arose hundred-tongued, and set its echo even to the English camp, and when it ceased, when slowly, and as it were reluctantly, it died away, it was a grand and glorious sight to see those stern and noble barons one by one approach their sovereign's throne and do him homage. It was not always customary for the monarchs of those days to receive the feudal homage of their vassals the same hour of their coronation. It was in general a distinct and almost equally gorgeous ceremony, But in this case both the king and barons felt it better policy to unite them. The excitement attendant on the one ceremonial, they felt, would prevent the deficiency of numbers in the other being observed, and they acted wisely. There was a dauntless firmness in each baron's look, in his manly carriage and unwavering step, as one by one he traversed the space between him and the throne, seeming to proclaim that in himself he held indeed a host. To adhere to the usual custom of paying homage to the suzerain bareheaded, barefooted, and unarmed, the embroidered slipper had been adopted by all instead of the iron boot, and as he knelt before the throne, the Earl of Lennox, for first in rank he first approached his sovereign, unbuckled his trusty sword, laid it, together with his dagger, at Robert's feet, and, placing his clasped hands between those of the king, repeated, in a deep, sonorous voice, the solemn vow, to live and die with him against all manner of men. Athol, Fraser, Seaton, Douglas, Hay, gladly and willingly followed his example, and it was curious to mark the character of each man, proclaimed in his mean and hurried step. The calm, controlled, and somewhat thoughtful manner of those grown wise in war, their bold spirits feeling to the inmost soul the whole extent of the risk they ran, scarcely daring to anticipate the freedom of their country, the emancipation of their king from the heavy yoke that threatened him, and yet so firm in the oath they pledged, that had destruction yawned before them ere they reached the throne, they would have dared it rather than turned back. And then again those hot and eager youths, feeling, knowing but the excitement of the hour, believing but as they hoped, seeing but a king, a free and independent king, bounding from their seats to the monarch's feet, regardless of the solemn ceremonial in which they took a part, desirous only, in the words of their oath, to live and die for him, caused a brighter flush to mantle on Robert's cheek, and his eyes to shine with new and radiant light. None knew better than himself the perils that encircled him, yet there was a momentary glow of exultation in his heart as he looked on the noble warriors, the faithful friends around him, and felt that they, even they, representatives of the oldest, the noblest houses in Scotland, men famed not alone for their gallant bearing in war, but their fidelity and wisdom, and unstained honour and virtue in peace, even they acknowledged him their king, and vowed him that allegiance which was never known to fail. Alan of Buchan was the last of that small yet noble train who approached his sovereign. There was a hot flush of impetuous feeling on the boy's cheek, an indignant tear trembled in his dark flashing eye, and his voice, sweet, thrilling as it was, quivered with the vain effort to restrain his emotion. "Sovereign of Scotland," he exclaimed, "descendant of that glorious line of kings to whom my ancestors have until this dark day vowed homage and allegiance, sovereign of all good and faithful men on whose inmost souls the name of Scotland is so indelibly writ that even in death it may there be found, refuse not thou my homage. I have but my sword, not e'en a name of which to boast, yet hear me swear," he raised his clasped hands toward heaven, "swear that for thee, for my country, for thee alone will I draw it, alone shall my life be spent, my blood be shed. Reject me not because my name is common, because I alone am here of that once loyal house. Oh, condemn me not, reject not untried a loyal heart and trusty sword." "Reject thee," said King Robert, laying his hand kindly on the boy's shoulder. "Reject thee, young soldier," he said cheeringly. "In Alan of Buchan we see but the noble son of our right noble countrywoman, the Lady Isabella. We see in him but a worthy descendant of Macduff, the noble scion, though but by the mother's side, of the loyal house of Fife. Young as thou art, we ask of thee but the heart and sword which thou hast so earnestly proffered, nor can we, son of Isabella of Fife, doubt their honesty and truth. Thou shalt earn a loyal name for thyself, and till then, as the brother in arms, the chosen friend of Nigel Bruce, all shall respect and trust thee. We confer knighthood on 20 of our youthful warriors 7 days hence. Prepare thyself to receive it with your brother, enough for us to know thou hast learned the art of chivalry at thy mother's hand. Dazzled, bewildered by the benign manner, and yet more gracious words of his sovereign, the young heir of Buchan remained kneeling for a brief space, as if rooted to the ground. But the deep, earnest voice of his mother, the kind greeting of Nigel Bruce as he grasped his arm and hailed him companion in arms, roused him at once, and he sprung to his feet. The despondency, shame, doubt, anxiety, which like lead had weighed down his heart before, dissolved before the glad, buoyant spirit, the bright, free, glorious hopes and dreams and visions which are known to youth alone. Stentorian and simultaneous was the eager shout that hailed the appearance of the newly anointed king, as he paused a moment on the great stone staircase, leading from the principal doors of the abbey to the abbey yard. For miles round, particularly from those counties which were but thinly garrisoned by the English, the loyal Scots had poured at the first rumour of the Bruce's rising, and now a rejoicing multitude welcomed him with one voice, the execrations against their foes forgotten in this outpouring of the heart toward their native prince. Inspired by this heartfelt greeting, the king advanced a few paces on the stone terrace and raised his right hand as if about to speak. On the instant every shout was hushed, and silence fell upon that eager multitude, as deep and voiceless as if some mighty magic chained them spellbound where they stood, their very breathing hushed, fearful to lose one word. Many an aged eye grew dim with tears as it rested on the fair and graceful form, the beautifully expressive face of him who, with eloquent fervour, referred to the ancient glory of their country. Tears of joy, for they felt that they looked upon the good genius of their land, that she was raised from her dejected stupor to sleep a slave no more, and the middle-aged and the young, with deafening shouts and eager gestures, swore to give him the crown, the kingdom he demanded, free, unshackled as his ancestors had borne them, or die around him to a man. And blessings and prayers in woman's gentler voice mingled with the swelling cry, and little children called the Bruce's name and bade God bless him, and others equally impetuous shouted, Bruce and freedom. Love, obey, follow me for Scotland's sake, noble or gentle, let all private feud be forgotten in this one great struggle for liberty or death. Thus, he concluded, united and faithful, the name of Wallace on each lip, the weal of Scotland in each heart, her mountains our shield, her freedom our sword. Shall we? Can we fail? No, no, Scotland shall be free, or her green sod and mountain flowers shall bloom upon our graves. I have no crown save that which Scotland gives, no kingdom save what your swords shall conquer and your hearts bestow. With you I live and die. End of section 58.
Section 59 of England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 10. England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 59. Bruce at Bannockburn, 1314, by P. Hume Brown. At the end of 7 years after Bruce had landed at Turnberry, Almost every place in Scotland was taken from the English except Stirling Castle, and that castle was now besieged by Bruce's brother Edward. He made a bargain with the English commander of the castle, whose name was Sir Philip Mowbray, that the Scots should get the castle if within a year King Edward did not send an army to fight for it. When Bruce heard of this bargain he was not pleased, as he could not raise nearly such a large army as the English. But his brother's answer was, "Let the King of England bring all the men he has. We will fight them in Moor." "Be it so," was Bruce's answer. "We will abide the battle like men." It was a rash bargain that Edward Bruce had made, but it was to end in the most famous day in the history of Scotland. The King of England was to come and fight for Stirling Castle not later than Midsummer Day, that is, the 24th of June. And he kept his word, for the very day before he and his army came to the place where Bruce was waiting for them. As Stirling Castle was the place for which the two armies were to fight, Bruce had chosen his ground not far from the castle, so that the English would have to fight him before they could reach it. So on the long summer evening of the 23rd of June, Bruce and his men saw the English host draw near them, and a splendid sight it must have been. Edward's army was the largest that a king of England had ever led. It was said that he had 100,000 men, of whom 40,000 were horsemen. It was, indeed, what the Bible calls an army terrible with banners, and many of Bruce's men, as they saw it come on, must have wondered if they could ever hope to win the victory over such a mighty host. Though Scotland was now a united country, Bruce could not, of course, raise such a great army as Edward, since England had far more inhabitants than Scotland. Indeed, though Bruce did his best to raise a strong army, he had only about half the number of men who followed Edward, so that in the battle that was to be fought, there would be 2 Englishmen against every Scotsman. However, the Scots had this great advantage, that their king was a great general, while the King of England was not. And before the battle, Bruce showed how skillful he was by the way he arranged his men. The place where he arranged them was on the banks of the little stream called the Bannock Burn, and about 3 miles to the south of Stirling Castle. On one side of his army was the stream which the English would have to cross before they could make their attack, and in other places there were bogs which lay between the two armies. And where there was firm ground between them, Bruce took care that it should not be easy for the English to ride over. He dug pits, and then covered them with turf, so that they should not be seen, and all over the ground he put steel spikes called calthrops, which would lame the English horses and break the ranks of the cavalry when they charged. In this way, therefore, the English knights were prevented from riding all at once upon the Scots, as they would have done had the ground between the two armies been perfectly smooth and open. Bruce divided his army into 4 parts, the largest part being made up of the footmen with long spears. He had only a very few horse soldiers, but we shall see what a good use he made of them. He had also some good archers, though not nearly so many nor so skillful as the English, for the Scots never cared for archery and always liked best to fight with their spears and axes. When the English came up, it was too late to fight that day, and so both armies lay in sight of each other, waiting for the morrow's battle. But in the evening 2 things happened which must have put heart into the Scots for the coming fight. An English lord named Clifford rode at the head of 300 horsemen in the direction of Stirling Castle to carry assistance to it. Now Bruce had told Randolph this should be prevented, and when he saw Clifford riding to Stirling, he turned to Randolph and said, "Randolph, a rose has fallen from your chaplet," meaning that he had failed in his duty. But Randolph at once put himself at the head of a troop of foot soldiers armed with spears, and caught Clifford on the way. At first it seemed as if Randolph were to be beaten, and Douglas asked leave of Bruce to go to his assistance. Bruce refused his permission, but Douglas could not bear to see his friend defeated and perhaps slain, and in spite of Bruce's refusal, he rode off at the head of his men to give help. Before he reached the place of fighting, however, the English were seen to flee, and then he ordered his men to return, so that Randolph might have all the honor of the victory. This was one event that was lucky for the Scots, and the other was this. During the evening, Bruce was riding in front of his army on a pony, and had only a battle-axe in his hand. An English knight, named Sir Henry de Bohun, knew him by the gold coronet he wore on his helmet, and thought that if he could slay him, he would put both an end to the war and win great glory for himself. So, on his great war-horse, and with his lance couched, he rode full speed upon Bruce. Just as he drew near, however, Bruce made his pony turn aside, and avoided the thrust of the lance. Then in an instant he rose in his stirrups to his full height, and with one blow of his battle-axe on David Hume's helmet, felled him to the ground. The Scottish leaders who were near Bruce blamed him for risking his life when so much depended upon him, but he only said, "I have broken my good battle-axe." As soon as the sun rose the next morning, the two armies prepared for battle. Before it began, the Scots went down on their knees to pray, and when King Edward saw this, he said to an English lord near him, "See, they are kneeling to ask for pardon." "Yes," was the answer, "they are asking for pardon, but from God, and not from us. Yon men will conquer or die." Then the fight began, the English knights riding against the Scottish spearmen, who were all on foot, and this was the fiercest part of the battle. At the beginning the English archers bent their bows and sent their arrows among the Scots as thick as snowflakes. Had this gone on long, the same thing would have happened as had taken place at Falkirk, when Wallace's spearmen were shot down by the English arrows, and the battle was lost. But Bruce had thought of this beforehand. At his command, the Scottish mounted men rode against the English archers, who were, of course, all on foot. Their bows were of no use in a close fight, and soon they were either slain or put to flight. For hours the battle went on, but, as we know, the English were not on ground where they could fight their best. Their horses had not room to move about, so that they got mixed up among each other. Then the boggy ground and steel spikes prevented the horsemen from riding quickly, and when a horse soldier is brought to a standstill in a crowd, a soldier on foot, armed with a spear, is more than a match for him, as he can kill the horse and slay the rider before the latter can free himself from his stirrups. And this was what happened to thousands of the English horsemen. When their horses were slain, they were either trampled to death or pierced by a Scottish spear. And so the battle raged, till a thing happened that decided which side was to win. From a hill near at hand, afterwards called the Gillies Hill, what looked like another Scottish army was seen to descend. It was only the servants or gillies who attended on Bruce's camp, and a number of men who lived in the neighborhood. But as they came in a body and with banners flying, the English thought they were really another army, and then they lost their heart and began to give way. When the Scottish spearmen saw this, they fought all the harder, and soon the enemy was fleeing in all directions. When King Edward saw that the battle was lost, he at first rode to Stirling Castle, thinking that he would be safe there. But Sir Philip Mowbray, the commander of the castle, told him that by the bargain he had made with Edward Bruce, he would have to surrender it the next day. So there was nothing for it but that the beaten king should try to reach his own kingdom if he could. And a narrow escape he had, for Douglas rode after him as far as Dunbar, a distance of 60 miles, when Edward got into a boat and sailed to Berwick, where he was safe. This was the greatest victory that the Scots ever gained, and the English thought it was such a disgrace to themselves that they said it was a punishment for their sins. So much booty fell into the hands of the Scots that it made Scotland a richer country. Precious garments, jewels, and plate, which Edward and his knights had brought with them, were all taken, and many of the chief men of the English were made prisoner and had to pay great sums of money to be allowed to go home. But the chief thing to be remembered about the Battle of Bannockburn is that it made Scotland again a free country, and that it made Scotsmen feel more than ever they had done before that they were one people and one nation. End of section 59. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 60 of England, Scotland, Ireland and Wales. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. Scots Way Hey by Robert Burns. This is the supposed address of Robert Bruce to his army before the Battle of Bannockburn. The Editor. Scots way hey, way Wallace bled, Scots wham Bruce has often led. Welcome to your gory bed, or to victory. Now's the day and now's the hour, see the front, O battle hour, see approach proud Edward's power, chains and slavery. Wha will be a traitor knave? Wha can fill a coward's grave? Wha sae base as be a slave? Let him turn and flee. Wha for Scotland's king and law freedom's sword will strongly draw? Freeman stand or freeman fall? Let him follow me. By oppression's woes and pains, by your sons in servile chains, we will drain our dearest veins, but they shall be free. Lay the proud usurpers low, tyrants fall in every foe, liberties in every blow, let us do or die. End of section 60. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 61 of England, Scotland, Ireland and Wales. Read for LibriVox.org by Sarah Hale. Scotland, Part 3. To the Death of Mary. Historical Note. Scotland was still a scene of warfare and struggle. Several kings succeeded to the throne as minors. The nobles were exceedingly powerful, and whenever any of them became dissatisfied, they were always ready to enter into schemes with England. In the times of Henry VII of England, there was hope of peace, for his daughter became the wife of the Scottish king. In the very next reign, however, the friendship between the Scots and the French led to a Scottish invasion of England, and a total defeat of the Scots at Flodden Field in 1513. Soon after Elizabeth became Queen of England, the ideas of the Reformation, interpreted by the fiery preaching of John Knox, swept over the land, and Presbyterianism became established. This helped to make the support of the Catholic Mary, Queen of Scots, only half-hearted. She fled to the protection of Elizabeth, and after being kept as a prisoner for many years, she was executed on a charge of conspiracy against the crown. On the death of Queen Elizabeth, Mary's son, James VI of Scotland, became James I of England, and thus the two countries fell under one king, although the separate governments were maintained. End of section 61. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 62 of England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 10. England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 62. The Beer Rite, latter part of the 14th century, by Sir Walter Scott. The husband of Magdalen Proudfoot has been slain, and it is suspected that some one of the followers of Sir John Ramorne was his murderer. The test of beer right has been decided upon. That is, every member of Sir John's household must kneel beside the bier and take a solemn oath of his own innocence. It was a belief of the time that if this oath was false, the wounds of the murdered man would straightway burst open and begin to bleed afresh. The Editor. It was, therefore, after High Mass had been performed with the greatest solemnity of which circumstances rendered the ceremony capable, and after the most repeated and fervent prayers had been offered to heaven by the crowded assembly, that preparations were made for appealing to the direct judgment of heaven on the mysterious murder of the unfortunate bonnet-maker. The scene presented that effect of imposing solemnity which the rites of the Catholic Church are so well qualified to produce. The eastern window, richly and variously painted, streamed down a torrent of checkered light upon the high altar. On the bier placed before it were stretched the mortal remains of the murdered man, his arms folded on his breast, and his palms joined together, with the fingers pointed upwards, as if the senseless clay was itself appealing to heaven for vengeance against those who had violently divorced the immortal spirit from its mangled tenement. Close to the bier was placed a throne which supported Robert of Scotland and his brother Albany. The prince sat upon a lower stool beside his father, an arrangement which occasioned some observation, as, Albany's seat being little distinguished from that of the king, the heir apparent, though full of age, seemed to be degraded beneath his uncle in the sight of the assembled people of Perth. The bier was so placed as to leave the view of the body it sustained open to the greater part of the multitude assembled in the church. At the head of the bier stood the knight of Kinbones, the challenger, and at the foot the young Earl of Crawford, as representing the defendant. The evidence of the Duke of Rothesay and expurgation, as it was termed, of Sir John Ramorney had exempted him from the necessity of attendance as a party subjected to the ordeal, and his illness served as a reason for his remaining at home. His household, including those who, though immediately in waiting upon Sir John, were accounted the prince's domestics, and had not yet received their dismissal, amounted to 8 or 10 persons, most of them esteemed men of profligate habits, and who might therefore be deemed capable, in the riot of a festival evening, of committing the slaughter of the bonnet-maker. They were drawn up in a row on the left side of the church, and wore a species of white cassock, resembling the dress of a penitentiary. All eyes being bent on them, several of this band seemed so much disconcerted as to excite among the spectators strong prepossessions of their guilt. The real murderer had a countenance incapable of betraying him, a sullen, dark look, which neither the feast nor wine-cup could enliven, and which the peril of discovery and death could not render dejected. We have already noticed the posture of the dead body. The face was bare, as were the breast and arms. The rest of the corpse was shrouded in a winding sheet of the finest linen, so that if blood should flow from any place which was covered, it could not fail to be instantly manifest. High Mass having been performed, followed by a solemn invocation to the deity that he would be pleased to protect the innocent and make known the guilty, Eviat, Sir John Ramorney's page, was summoned to undergo the ordeal. He advanced with an ill-assured step. Perhaps he thought his internal consciousness that Bonthron must have been the assassin might be sufficient to implicate him in the murder, though he was not directly accessory to it. He paused before the bier, and his voice faltered, as he swore by all that was created in 7 days and 7 nights, by heaven, by hell, by his part of paradise, and by the God and author of all, that he was free and sackless of the bloody deed done upon the corpse before which he stood, and on whose breast he made the sign of the cross, in evidence of the appeal. No consequences ensued. The body remained stiff as before. The curdled wounds gave no sign of blood. The citizens looked on each other with faces of blank disappointment. They had persuaded themselves of Eviat's guilt, and their suspicions had been confirmed by his irresolute manner. Their surprise at his escape was therefore extreme. The other followers of Ramorney took heart and advanced to take the oath with a boldness which increased as one by one they performed the ordeal and were declared by the voice of the judges free and innocent of every suspicion attaching them on the account of the death of Oliver Proudfoot. But there was one individual who did not partake that increasing confidence. The name of Bonthron, Bonthron, sounded 3 times through the aisles of the church. But he who owned it acknowledged the call no otherwise than by a sort of shuffling motion with his feet, as if he had been suddenly affected with a bit of palsy. "Speak, dog," whispered Eviat, "or prepare for a dog's death." But the murderer's brain was so much disturbed by the sight before him, that the judges, beholding his deportment, doubted whether to ordain him to be dragged before the bier or to pronounce judgment in default. and it was not until he was asked for the last time whether he would submit to the ordeal that he answered with his usual brevity, "I will not. What do I know what juggling tricks may be practised to take a poor man's life? I offer the combat to any man who says I harmed that dead body." And according to usual form, he threw his glove upon the floor of the church. Henry the Smith stepped forward, amidst the murmured applauses of his fellow citizens, which even the august presence could not entirely suppress, and, lifting the ruffian's glove, which he had placed in his bonnet, laid down his own in the usual form, as a gage of battle. But Bonthron raised it not. "He is no match for me," growled the savage, "nor fit to lift my glove. I follow the Prince of Scotland in attending on his master of horse. This fellow is a wretched mechanic." Here the prince interrupted him. "Thou follow me, caitiff. I discharge thee from my service on the spot. Take him in hand, Smith, and beat him as thou didst ever thump an anvil. The villain is both guilty and recreant. It sickens me to even look at him. And if my royal father will be ruled by me, he will give the parties 2 handsome Scottish axes, and we will see which of them turns out the best fellow before the day is half an hour older." This was readily assented to by the Earl of Crawford and Sir Patrick Charteris, the godfathers of the parties, who, as the combatants were men of inferior rank, agreed that they should fight in steel caps, buff jackets, and with axes, and that as soon as they could be prepared for the combat. The lists were appointed at the Skinner's Yards, a neighbouring space of ground occupied by the corporation from which it had the name, and who quickly cleared a space of about 30 feet by 25 for the combatants. Thither thronged the nobles, priests, and commons, all excepting the old king, who, detesting such scenes of blood, retired to his residence, and devolved the charge of the field upon the Earl of Errol, Lord High Constable, to whose office it more particularly belonged. The Duke of Albany watched the whole proceeding with a close and wary eye. His nephew gave the scene the heedless degree of notice which corresponded with his character. When the combatants appeared in the lists, nothing could be more striking than the contrast betwixt the manly, cheerful countenance of the smith, whose sparkling eye seemed already beaming with the victory he had hoped for, and the sullen, downcast aspect of the brutal Bonthron, who looked as if there were some obscene bird driven into sunshine out of the shelter of its darksome haunts. They made oath severally, each to the truth of his quarrel, a ceremony which Henry Gow performed with a serene and manly confidence, Bonthron with a dogged resolution which induced the Duke of Rothesay to say to the High Constable, "Didst thou ever, my dear Earl, behold such a mixture of malignity, cruelty, and I think fear, as in that fellow's countenance?" "He is not comely," said the Earl, "but a powerful knave, as I have seen. I'll gauge a hogshead of wine with you, my good lord, that he loses the day. Henry the armourer is as strong as he, and much more active. And then look at his bold bearing. There is something in that other fellow that is loathsome to look upon. Let them yoke presently, my dear constable, for I am sick of beholding him." The High Constable then addressed the widow, who in her deep weeds, and having her children still beside her, occupied a chair within the lists. "Woman, do you willingly accept of this man, Henry the Smith, to do battle as your champion in this cause?" I do, most willingly," answered Magdalen Proudfoot, "and may the blessing of God and St. John give him the strength and fortune, since he strikes for the orphan and the fatherless." "Then I pronounce this a fenced field of battle," said the constable aloud. "Let no one dare, upon peril of his life, to interrupt this combat by word, speech, or look. Sound trumpets and fight, combatants." The trumpets flourished, and the combatants, advancing from opposite ends of the lists, with a steady and even pace, looked at each other attentively, well skilled in judging from the motion of the eye the direction in which a blow was meditated. They halted opposite to and within reach of each other, and in turn made more than one feint to strike, in order to ascertain the activity and vigilance of the opponent. At length, whether weary of these manoeuvres, or fearing lest in a contest so conducted his unwieldy strength would be foiled by the activity of the smith, Bonthron heaved up his axe for a downright blow, adding the whole strength of his sturdy arms to the weight of the weapon in its descent. The smith, however, avoided the stroke by stepping aside, for it was too forcible to be controlled by any guard which he could have interposed. Ere Bonthorn recovered guard, Henry struck him a sidling blow on the steel headpiece, which prostrated him on the ground. "Confess or die," said the victor, placing his foot on the body of the vanquished, and holding to his throat the point of the axe, which terminated in a spike or poniard. "I will confess," said the villain, glaring wildly upward on the sky. "Let me rise." "Not till you have yielded," said Harry the smith. "I do yield," again murmured Bonthron, and Henry proclaimed aloud that his antagonist was defeated. The Dukes of Rothesay and Albany, the High Constable, and the Dominican Prior now entered the lists, and, addressing Bonthron, demanded if he acknowledged himself vanquished. "I do," answered the miscreant. "And guilty of the murder of Oliver Proudfoot?" "I am." End of section 62. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 63 of England, Scotland, Ireland and Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Piotr Natter. The World's Story, Volume 10, England, Scotland, Ireland and Wales, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 63. How the Scots lived while James I was king. 1422 to 1437, by P. Hume Brown. In James I's reign, there came a foreigner to Scotland who wrote about what he saw there. This visitor was an Italian. His name was Aeneas Sylvius, and he afterwards became Pope, Pius II, so that he was a very important person. On his voyage to Scotland, his ship was nearly wrecked, and during the storm he vowed a vow that from wherever he landed he would walk barefoot to the nearest church to give thanks to God for having saved him from drowning. When he landed, he found that the nearest church was at Wettkirk, 6 miles from North Berwick. So, as it was winter at the time, he had to trudge these 6 miles with bare feet on the frozen ground, and the result was that he caught such a cold that he had rheumatism for the rest of his life. Here are some of the things which he tells us. He went to see King James, whom he describes as a robust-looking man, but very fat. As for the palaces in which the King of Scots lived, he says that they were not so very well furnished as the houses of rich merchants in Germany. What he thought very strange was that the towns had no walls round them, which all the towns on the continent had. He also thought it odd that the houses in the towns were built of stone, without lime. The houses in the country, he says, were built of turf, and the poorer ones had the hide of an ox hung up instead of a door. The common people were very poor, but at the same time they ate more meat and fish than was good for them, though bread was so scarce that it was looked on as a dainty. One thing astonished him very much, and that was that the people burned stone instead of wood. Of course the stone was coal, which Aeneas seems never to have seen in other countries. At the church doors he noticed many beggars who went away with glad faces when these stones were put into their hands. These are some of the things that Aeneas tells us about Scotland, but we must remember that he came from Italy, which was a rich and beautiful country, so that he could not help thinking that Scotland was a poor place compared with it, as indeed it was. But we know a good deal more about Scotland in the reign of James I than Aeneas Sylvius tells us, and this we learn from the laws James passed. For example, we know that there must then have been a great many wolves in the country, though Aeneas says there were none. Every baron in the kingdom was commanded to kill all the wolves' whelps he could find, and to give 2d to anyone who brought a whelp's head to him. 4 times every year also the baron was to have a great wolf hunt, and all his farmers with their servants were to join him in the hunt, and if they did not, they had to give a sheep to the baron as a fine. This proves that there must have been many wolves in the land, or such a law would not have been passed. There must also have been great number of crows in Scotland in those days, as a very curious law shows us. Every landlord was commanded to kill the young crows every year, as, when they grew up, they did so much damage to the crops. If the landlord did not obey this law, then the tree in which the crows had built their nest was to be taken from him by the king. If the landlord liked, however, he could fell the tree and pay a fine of 5 shillings. Such a law as this could never be passed nowadays, but in those days it was thought to be quite right that such laws should be made. There were laws about buying and selling which seem very strange to us. No one was allowed to send a horse to any foreign country unless it were more than 3 years old. No one could buy cloth or any other goods from an Englishman who came to Scotland, and no Englishman was allowed to sell anything in Scotland unless he got special permission. Another law declared that no one was to send any gold or silver out of the country. What was the meaning of those laws which seem so odd to us? It was that people then thought that the country would soon be ruined if the people bought things made in other countries, and that if money went out of the country it would never come back again. For a long time afterwards, people in other countries besides Scotland believed this, and the result was that the trade could not grow, nor the people become rich. However, even in those days there must have been well-to-do people in Scotland, as another law shows us. By this law it was commanded that no one except a lord or a knight was to wear silk or furs, or to have pearls or any kind of trimming on his clothes. In the towns no persons except the magistrates and their wives were to wear furs. The farmers also were told that they were not to wear colour clothes, but plain ones made at home. Now, when such laws are made, it means that many people must have had money to spare, and that they spent it on fine clothes and dressed themselves above their station. For in those days it was thought right that all classes of the people should each have a dress of its own, so that it might be known at once whether a man was a lord, or a knight, or a magistrate, or a craftsman, or a farmer. There was one thing about which the kings and the Parliament were very anxious, and about which many laws were made, and that was that every Scotsman should be trained to fight. So the law was that every man from the age of 16 to 60 should possess weapons according to his rank. To make sure that everyone had these weapons, there were to be 4 meetings, or wapinshaws, each year, to which all the men in town and country were to come, and if they did not have the right weapons, they were to be fined. What should we think nowadays if a boy or a man were fined 4d every time he plays at football? Yet such a law was really passed by James and his Parliament, and for the following reason. It was the English archers, as we know, that had gained so many victories over the Scots, and so it was very necessary that the Scots should try to become as good archers as the English. Laws were therefore passed which forbade playing at football, as being of no use, and which ordered that near every parish church there should be a target and a shooting ground. On every holiday, and there were about 60 holidays in the year, every male person from 12 years old was to shoot at least 3 arrows at the mark, and if he did not, he was to give a sheep as a fine. In spite of these laws, however, the Scots never became good archers, and they always preferred to fight with lances and axes. There was a class of people who gave a great deal of trouble in Scotland and in other countries at that time, and indeed for a long while afterwards. These were the beggars, who in those days did not go about alone, but in great bands, so that they were a terror to everybody. It was not safe to travel about the country by yourself, for if you met one of these gangs they would take everything you had, and perhaps ill-use you besides. Some of the beggars were quite well off, and actually rode on horseback, so that the old rhyme is really true. Quote, "Hark, hark, the dogs do bark, the beggars are coming to town, some in rags and some on nags, and one in a velvet gown." A gang of these beggars would often come to the house of a clergyman or a farmer, where they thought they would get plenty to eat, and compel the owner of the house to give them a night's lodging. There were great numbers of them in all the towns, and when the king and his courtiers travelled, they would often be surrounded by beggars crying for alms. In almost every reign laws were passed to put down these troublesome and dangerous beggars, but these laws never seemed to do any good. Every person between the ages of 14 and 70 were forbidden to beg, and if he were caught doing so, his cheeks were to be burnt with a red-hot iron, and he was then to be banished from the country. Before anyone was allowed to beg, he had to get a license, or to wear a badge on his clothes to show that he was a lawful beggar. And even stricter laws than these were passed, but they were never really carried out, and so the number of beggars went on increasing rather than getting fewer. Another law passed in James's reign shows how different this country was then from what it is now. Every agricultural labourer, if he was not rich enough to buy an ox to plough, for in those days it was oxen that drew the plough and not horses, had to dig up a piece of ground 7 feet long and 6 feet broad on every working day. And why was such a law made? It was because a great deal of land which might have been used for growing crops was not cultivated, but was left to itself, and so was of no use to the people who lived on it. So by such a law as this, more ground came to be cultivated, and more food was got for the people. From all these laws we see how differently people then lived from the way in which we do now. But there is one thing that must not be forgotten about these laws. They were very seldom carried out. And it was the same in other countries besides Scotland, and the reason is that the persons who should have enforced them either had not the power to do so, or had other things to attend to. However, even when the laws were not obeyed, they at least showed what was the right thing to be done, and no doubt many people did obey them. End of section 63. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 64 of England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 10, England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 64, On the Field of Flodden, 1513, by Sir Walter Scott. Margaret Tudor, sister of Henry VIII of England, became the wife of James IV of Scotland. Now there were certain jewels which were to be given to Margaret, but Henry refused to send them to her. Naturally, that aroused the wrath of King James. Moreover, although the two countries were at peace, the Lord High Admiral of England seized 2 Scottish ships, and Henry refused to pay for their loss. Again, Henry was about to make war on France, and as France and Scotland were good friends, James stood by France. He crossed the border and captured some English castles. At last, in September 1513, the Scots and English met at Flodden Field. The Editor. But see, look up, on Flodden bent, the Scottish foe has fired his tent. And sudden as he spoke, from the sharp ridges of the hill, all downward to the banks of Till, was wreathed in sable smoke. Volumed and vast and rolling far, the cloud enveloped Scotland's war, as down the hill they broke. Nor martial shout nor minstrel tone announced their march, their tread alone, at times one warning trumpet blown. At times a stifled hum told England from his mountain throne, King James did rushing come. Scarce could they hear or see their foes, until at weapon point they close. They close in clouds of smoke and dust, with swords sway and with lances thrust. And such a yell was there, of sudden and portentous birth, as if men fought upon the earth and fiends in upper air. Long looked the anxious squires, their eye could in the darkness naught descry. At length the freshening western blast aside the shroud of battle cast, and first the ridge of mingled spears above the brightening cloud appears, and in the smoke the pennons flew, as in the storm the white sea mew. Then marked they, dashing broad and far, the broken billows of the war, and plumed crests of chieftains brave, floating like foam upon the wave. But naught distinct they see, Wide raged the battle on the plain, spears shook and falchions flashed amain. Fell England's arrow flight like rain, crests rose and stooped and rose again, wild and disorderly. Amid the scene of tumult high they saw Lord Marmion's falcon fly, and stainless Tunstall's banner white, and Edmund Howard's lion bright, still bear them bravely in the fight. Although against them come of gallant Gordons many a one, and many a stubborn Highland man, and many a rugged border clan, with Huntley and with Home. Far on the left, unseen the while, Stanley broke Lennox and Argyle, though there the western mountaineer rushed with bare bosom on the spear, and flung the feeble targe aside, and with both hands the broadsword plied. 'Twas vain, but fortune on the right, with fickle smile, cheered Scotland's fight. Then fell that spotless banner white. The Howard's lion fell, yet still Lord Marmion's falcon flew with wavering flight, while fiercer grew around the battle yell. The border slogan rent the sky. "A home! A Gordon!" was the cry. Loud were the clanging blows. Advanced, forced back, now low, now high. The pennon sank and rose, as bends the bark's mast in the gale. When rent are rigging, shrouds and sail, it wavered mid the foes. But as they left the darkening heath, more desperate grew the strife of death. The English shafts and volleys hailed, in headlong charge their horse assailed. Front, flank, and rear the squadrons sweep to break the Scottish circle deep that fought around their king. But yet, though thick the shafts as snow, though charging knights like whirlwinds go, though billmen ply the ghastly blow, unbroken was the ring. The stubborn spearmen still made good their dark impenetrable wood, each stepping where his comrade stood the instant that he fell. No thought was there of dastard flight, linked in the serried phalanx tight. Groom fought like noble, squire like knight, as fearlessly and well, till utter darkness closed her wing o'er their thin host and woundy king. Then skilful Surrey's sage commands led back from strife his shattered bands, and from the charge they drew, as mountain waves from wasted lands sweep back to ocean blue. Then did their loss his foemen know, their king, their lords, their mightiest low. They melted from the field as snow, when streams are swoln and south winds blow, dissolves in silent dew. Tweed's echoes heard the ceaseless plash, while many a broken band, disordered, through her currents dash to gain the Scottish land, to town and tower, to down and dale, to tell Red Flodden's dismal tale, and raise the universal wail. Tradition, legend, tune, and song shall many an age that wail prolong. Still from the sire the son shall hear of the stern strife and carnage drear of Flodden's fatal field, where shivered was fair Scotland's spear, and broken was her shield. End of section 64. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 65 of England, Scotland, Ireland and Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 10, England, Scotland, Ireland and Wales, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 65, Edinburgh after Flodden Field, 1513, by William E. Ireton. News of battle, news of battle. Hark, it's ringing down the street, and the archways and the pavement by the clang of hurrying feet. News of battle, who hath brought it? News of triumph, who should bring? Tidings from our noble army, greetings from our gallant king. All last night we watched the beacons blazing on the hills afar, each one bearing, as it kindled, message of the opened war. All night long the northern streamers shot across the trembling sky, fearful lights that never beckon, save when kings or heroes die. News of battle, who hath brought it? All are thronging to the gate. Warder, warder, open quickly. Man, is this a time to wait? And the heavy gates are opened, then a murmur long and loud. and a cry of fear and wonder burst from out the bending crowd. For they see in battered harness only one hard-stricken man, and his weary steed is wounded, and his cheek is pale and wan. Spearless hangs a bloody banner in his weak and drooping hand. God, can that be Randolph Murray, captain of the city band? Round him crush the people, crying, "Tell us all, oh tell us true, where are they who went to battle, Randolph Murray, sworn to you? Where are they, our brothers, children? Have they met the English foe? Why art thou alone, unfollowed? Is it weal or is it woe?" Like a corpse the grisly warrior looks from out his helm of steel, but no word he speaks in answer, only with his armed heel. Chides his weary steed, and onward up the city streets they ride, fathers, sisters, mothers, children, shrieking, praying by his side. "By the God that made thee, Randolph, tell us what mishands hath come." Then he lifts his riven banner, and the asker's voice is dumb. The elders of the city have met within their hall, the men whom good King James had charged to watch the tower and wall. "Your hands are weak with age," he said, "your hearts are stout and true, so bide ye in the maiden town, while others fight for you. My trumpet from the border sides shall send a blast so clear, that all who wait within the gate that stirring sound may hear. Or, if it be the will of heaven that back I never come, and if, instead of Scottish shouts, ye hear the English drum, then let the warning bells ring out, then gird you to the fray. Then man the walls like burghers stout, and fight what fight you may. It were better that in fiery flame the roof should thunder down, than that the foot of foreign foe should trample in the town." Then in came Randolph Murray, his step was slow and weak, and, as he doffed his dinted helm, the tears ran down his cheek. They fell upon his corslet and on his mailed hand, as he gazed around him wistfully, leaning sorely on his brand. And none who then beheld him but straight were smote with fear, for a bolder and a sterner man had never couched a spear. They knew so sad a messenger some ghastly news must bring, and all of them were fathers, and their sons were with the king. And up then rose the provost, a brave old man was he, of ancient name and knightly fame and chivalrous degree. Oh, woeful now was the old man's look, and he spoke right heavily. "Now, Randolph, tell thy tidings, however sharp they be. Woe is written on thy visage, death is looking from thy face. Speak, though it be of overthrow, it cannot be disgrace." Right bitter was the agony that wrung that soldier proud. Thrice did he strive to answer, and thrice he groaned aloud. Then he gave the riven banner to the old man's shaking hand, saying, "That is all I bring ye from the bravest of the land. Ay, ye may look upon it, it was guarded well and long, by your brothers and your children, by the valiant and the strong. One by one they fell around it, as the archers laid them low, grimly dying, still unconquered, with their faces to the foe. Ay, ye well may look upon it, there is more than honour there, else be sure I had not brought it from the field of dark despair. Never yet was the royal banner steeped in such a costly dye, it hath lain upon a bosom where no other shroud shall lie. Sirs, I charge you keep it holy, keep it as a sacred thing, for the stain ye see upon it was the life-blood of your king." Woe, woe, and lamentation, what a piteous cry was there! Widows, maidens, mothers, children, shrieking, sobbing in despair. Oh, the blackest day for Scotland that she ever knew before! Oh, our king, the good and noble, shall we never see him more? Woe to us, and woe to Scotland! Oh, our sons and men! Surely some have escaped the Southron, surely some will come again, till the oak that fell last winter shall uprear its shattered stem. Wives and mothers of Dunedin, you may look in vain for them. End of section 65. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 66 of England, Scotland, Ireland and Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Piotr Natter. The World's Story, Volume 10, England, Scotland, Ireland and Wales. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 66. The Good Man of Ballingeich. Between 1513 and 1542, by Sir Walter Scott. James V had a custom of going about the country disguised as a private person, in order that he might hear complaints which might not otherwise reach his ears, and perhaps that he might enjoy amusements which he could not have partaken of in his avowed royal character. This is also said to have been a custom of James IV, his father, and several adventures are related of what befell them on such occasions. When James V travelled in disguise, he used a name which was known only to some of his principal nobility and attendants. He was called the Goodman, the tenant that is, of Ballingeich. Ballingeich is a steep pass which leads down behind the castle of Stirling. Once upon a time, when the court was feasting in Stirling, the king sent for some venison from the neighbouring hills. The deer was killed and put on horse's back to be transported to Stirling. Unluckily, they had to pass the castle gates of Arnprior, belonging to a chief of the Buchanans, who chanced to have a considerable number of guests with him. It was late, and the company was rather short of victuals, though they had much more than enough of liquor. The chief, seeing so much fat venison passing his very door, seized on it, and to the expostulations of the keepers, who told him that it belonged to King James, he answered insolently that if James was King of Scotland, he, Buchanan, was king in Kippen, being the name of the district in which the castle of Arnprior lay. On hearing what had happened, the king got on horseback and rode instantly from Stirling to Buchanan's house, where he found a strong, fierce-looking Highlander with an axe on his shoulder, standing sentinel at the door. This grim warden refused the king admittance, saying Laird of Arnprior was at dinner, and would not be disturbed. "Yet go up the company, my good friend," said the king, "and tell him that the good man of Ballingeich is come to feast with the king of Kippen." The porter went grumbling into the house and told his master that there was a fellow with a red beard at the gate who called himself the good man of Ballingeich, and said he was come to dine with the king of Kippen. As soon as Buchanan heard these words, he knew that the king was come in person, and hastened down to kneel at James's feet, and to ask his forgiveness for his insolent behaviour. But the king, who only meant to give him a fright, forgave him freely, and going into the castle, feasted on his own venison, which Buchanan had intercepted. Buchanan of Arnprior was ever afterwards called the King of Kippen. Upon another occasion, King James, being alone and in disguise, fell into a quarrel with some gipsies, or other vagrants, and was assaulted by 4 or 5 of them. This chanced to be very near the bridge of Cramont, so the king got on the bridge, which, as it was high and narrow, enabled him to defend himself with his sword against the number of persons by whom he was attacked. There was a poor man thrashing corn in a barn near by, who came out on hearing the noise of the scuffle, and seeing one man defending himself against numbers, gallantly took the king's part with his flail to such a good purpose that the gipsies were obliged to fly. The husbandman then took the king into the barn, brought him a towel and water to wash the blood from his hands and face, and finally walked with him a little way towards Edinburgh, in case he should be again attacked. On the way the king asked his companion what and who he was. The labourer answered that his name was John Howison, and that he was a bondsman on the farm of Braehead near Cramont, which belonged to the King of Scotland. James then asked the poor man if there was any wish in the world which he would particularly desire should be gratified, and honest John confessed he should think himself the happiest man in Scotland were he but the proprietor of the farm on which he wrought as a labourer. He then asked the king, in turn, who he was, and James replied, as usual, that he was the good man of Ballengeich, a poor man who had a small appointment about the palace, but he added that if John Howison would come to see him on the next Sunday, he would endeavour to repay his manful assistance, and at least give him the pleasure of seeing the royal apartments. John put in his best clothes, as you may suppose, and appearing at a postern gate of the palace, inquired for the good man of Ballengeich. The king had given orders that he should be admitted, and John found his friend, the goodman, in the same disguise which he had formerly worn. The king, still preserving the character of an inferior officer of the household, conducted John Howison from one apartment of the palace to another, and was amused with his wonder and his remarks. At length James asked his visitor if he should like to see the king, to which John replied nothing would delight him so much if he could do so without giving offence. The goodman of Ballengeich of course undertook that the king would not be angry. "But," said John, "how am I to know his grace from the nobles who will be all about him?" "Easily," replied his companion, "all the others will be uncovered. The king alone will wear his hat or bonnet." So speaking, King James introduced the countryman into a great hall, which was filled by the nobility and officers of the crown. John was a little frightened, and drew close to his attendants, but was still unable to distinguish the king. "I told you that you should know him by his wearing his hat," said the conductor. "Then," said John, after he had again looked around the room, "it must be either you or me, for all but us two are bareheaded." The king laughed at John's fancy, and that the good yeoman might have occasion for mirth also, he made him a present of the farm of Praed, which he had wished so much to possess, on condition that John Howison, or his successor, should be ready to present an ewer and basin for the king to wash his hands when his Majesty should come to Holyrood Palace, or should pass the bridge of Cramont. Accordingly, in the year 1822, when George IV came to Scotland, the descendant of John Howison of Praed, who still possessed the estate which was given to his ancestor, appeared at a solemn festival, and offered his Majesty water from a silver ewer that he might perform the service by which he held his lands. James V was very fond of hunting, and when he pursued that amusement in the Highlands, he used to wear the peculiar dress of that country, having a long and wide Highland shirt, and a jacket of tartan velvet, with plaid hose, and everything else corresponding. The accounts for these are in the books of his Chamberlain, still preserved. On one occasion, when the king had an ambassador of the Pope along with him, with various foreigners of distinction, they were splendidly entertained by the Earl of Atholl in the huge and singular rustic palace. It was built of timber, in the midst of a great meadow, and surrounded by moats or fosses, full of the most delicate fish. It was enclosed and defended by towers, as if it had been a regular castle, and had within it many apartments, which were decked with flowers and branches, so that in treading them one seemed to be in a garden. Here were all kinds of game, and other provisions in abundance, with many cooks to make them ready, and plenty of the most costly spices and wines. The Italian ambassador was greatly surprised to see, among rocks and wilderness which seemed to be the very extremity of the world, such good lodgings, and so magnificent an entertainment. But what surprised him most of all was to see the Highlanders set fire to the wooden castle as soon as the hunting was over, and the king in the act of departing. "Such is the constant practice of our Highlanders," said James to the ambassador. "However well they may be lodged overnight, they always burn their lodgings before they leave it." By this the king intimated the predatory and lawless habits displayed by these mountaineers. The reign of James V was not alone distinguished by his personal adventures and pastimes, but is honourably remembered on account of wise laws made for the government of his people, and for restraining the crimes and violence which were frequently practised among them, especially those of assassination, burning of houses, and driving of cattle, the usual means and remedy by which powerful chiefs avenged themselves of their feudal enemies. End of section 66. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 67 of England, Scotland, Ireland and Wales, read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. John Knox preaching before the Lords of the Congregation, by Sir David Wilkie, English artist, 1785 to 1841. Painting, page 334. John Knox, the Scottish reformer, took refuge from his enemies in a castle which soon fell into the hands of the French. At the request of Edward VI, he was released and became one of the chaplains of that monarch. On the accession of Mary, he was obliged to leave England and withdrew to Geneva. In 1559 he returned to Scotland and was promptly declared to be an outlaw and rebel. Nevertheless, he went on fearlessly to Dundee, to Perth, and then to St. Andrews. The Protestants were called the Congregation. The laymen, who were their leaders, were chiefly noblemen, and these were known as the Lords of the Congregation. To them Knox declared that he intended to preach in the cathedral church. The archbishop threatened and his friends pleaded, but he was as little affected by the one as by the other, and preached on 4 successive days. His sermons must have been powerful, for provosts, bailies, and inhabitants determined to set up the reformed worship in their town. By way of preparation, they tore away the images and pictures in the church and levelled the monasteries. In 1561, Mary, Queen of Scots, returned from France and met in many violent interviews the belligerent reformer. Knox was the leading spirit in the Reformation in Scotland, and it is chiefly to him that the establishment of the Scottish Kirk is due. End of section 67. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 68 of England, Scotland, Ireland and Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Obadiah in March 2020. The World's Story, Volume 10. England, Scotland, Ireland and Wales. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 68. The Flight of Mary, Queen of Scots, to England, 1568, by Sir Walter Scott. In 1565, Mary, Queen of Scots, married her cousin Lord Darnley, but his debauchery soon aroused her regret for the act. 2 years later, the house in which he lodged was blown up, and his lifeless body was found. There is little question that the Earl of Bothwell was the murderer. The favour that Mary had shown him, and the fact that she married him almost immediately after his divorce from his young wife, aroused suspicion that she was privy to the murder. The Scottish nobles rose against her, and she was taken to Edinburgh, and thence to an island in Loch Leven. Her escape from this place to England is described in the following extract. The Editor. "May I crave to know," said Roland, "whether, if your grace were beyond the walls of the castle, you could find means of conveyance to the firm land, and protection when you are there?" "Trust us for that, Roland," said the Queen, "for to that point our scheme is indifferent well laid." "Then, if your grace will permit me to speak my mind, I think I could be of some use in this matter." "As how, my good youth? Speak on," said the Queen, "and fearlessly." "My patron, the Knight of Avenel, used to compel the youth educated in his household to learn the use of axe and hammer, and working in wood and iron. He used to speak of old northern champions who forged their own weapons, and of the Highland captain Donald Nan Ord, or Donald of the Hammer, whom he himself knew, and who used to work at the anvil with a sledge-hammer in each hand. Some said he praised this art because he himself was of Charles' blood. However, I gained some practice in it, as the Lady Catherine Seyton partly knows, for since we were here I wrought her a silver brooch." "Aye," replied Catherine, "but you should tell her grace that your workmanship was so indifferent that it broke to pieces next day, and I flung it away." "Believe her not, Roland," said the Queen. "She wept when it was broken and put the fragments into her bosom. But for your scheme, could your skill avail to forge a second set of keys?" "No, madam, because I know not the wards. But I am convinced I could make a set so like that hateful bunch which the lady bore off even now, that, could they be exchanged against them by any means, she would never dream she was possessed of the wrong. "And the good dame, thank heaven, is somewhat blind," said the Queen. "But then for a forge, my boy, and the means of labouring unobserved?" "The armourer's forge, at which I used sometimes to work with him, is the round vault at the bottom of the turret. He was dismissed with the warder, for being supposed too much attached to George Douglas. The people are accustomed to see me busy there, and I warrant I shall find some excuse that will pass current with them for putting bellows and anvil to work." "The scheme has a promising face," said the Queen. "About it, my lad, with all speed, and beware the nature of your work is not discovered. Nay, I will take the liberty to draw the bolt against chance visitors, so that I will have time to put away what I am working upon before I undo the door." "Will not that of itself attract suspicion, in a place where it is so current already?" said Catherine. "Not a whit," replied Roland. "Gregory the armourer, and every good hammerman, locks himself in when he is about some masterpiece of craft. Besides, something must be risked." "Part we then to-night," said the Queen, "and God bless you, my children. If Mary's head ever rises above water, you shall all rise along with her." Roland succeeds in making the keys without being discovered. The Queen points out to him a tiny light in the house of one Blinkhooley, a gardener who lives across the lake, and shows him how she can signal to her friends who are there awaiting her. The keys had, with the wonted ceremonial, been presented to the Lady Lochleven. She stood with her back to the casement, which, like that of the Queen's apartment, commanded a view of Kinross, with the church, which stands at some distance from the town, and nearer to the lake, than connected with the town by straggling cottages. With her back to the casement, then, and her face to the table on which the keys lay for an instant, while she tasted the various dishes which were placed there, stood the Lady of Lochleven more provokingly intent than usual, so at least it seemed to her prisoners, upon the huge and heavy bunch of iron, the implements of their restraint. Just when, having finished her ceremonious taster of the Queen's table, she was about to take up the keys, the page, who stood beside her and had handed her the dishes in succession, looked sidewise to the churchyard, and exclaimed he saw corpse candles in the vault. The Lady of Lochleven was not without a touch, though a slight one, of the superstitions of the time. The fate of her sons made her alive to omens, and a corpse light, as it was called, in the family burial place boded death. She turned her head towards the casement, saw a distinct glimmering, forgot her charge for 1 second, and in that second were lost the whole fruits of her former vigilance. The page held the forged keys under his cloak, and with great dexterity exchanged them for the real ones. His utmost address could not prevent a slight clash as he took up the latter bunch. "Who touches the keys?" said the lady, and while the page answered that the sleeve of his cloak had stirred them, she looked round, possessed herself of the bunch, which now occupied the place of the genuine keys, and again turned to gaze at the supposed corpse candles. "I hold these gleams," she said, after a moment's consideration, "to come not from the churchyard, but from the hut of the old gardener Blinkhooley. I wonder what thrift that churl drives, that of late he hath ever had light in his house till the night grew deep. I thought him an industrious, peaceful man. If he turns resetter of idle companions and night-walkers, the place must be rid of him." "He may work his baskets, perchance," said the page, desirous to stop the train of her suspicion. "Or nets, may he not?" answered the lady. "Ay, madam," said Roland, "for trout and salmon." "Or for fools and knaves," replied the lady, "but this shall be looked after tomorrow. I wish your grace and your company a good evening. Randall, attend us." And Randall, who waited in the antechamber after having surrendered his bunch of keys, gave his escort to his mistress as usual, while, leaving the Queen's apartments, she retired to her own. "Tomorrow," said the page, rubbing his hands with glee as he repeated the lady's last words. "Fools look to tomorrow, and wise folk use tonight. May I pray you, my gracious liege, to retire for 1/2 hour until all the castle is composed to rest? I must go and rub with oil these blessed instruments of our freedom. Courage and constancy, and all will go well, provided our friends on the shore fail not to send the boat you spoke of." "Fear them not," said Catherine. "They are true as steel, if our dear mistress do but maintain her noble and royal courage." "Doubt not me, Catherine," replied the Queen. "A while since I was overborne, but I have recalled the spirit of my earlier and more sprightly days, when I used to accompany my armed nobles, and wished to be myself a man, to know what life it was to be in the fields with sword and buckler, jack and knapscap." "Oh, the lark lives not a gayer life, nor sings a lighter and gayer song than the merry soldier," answered Catherine. "Your grace shall be in the midst of them soon, and the look of such a liege sovereign will make each of your host worth 3 in the hour of need. But I must to my task." "We have but brief time," said Queen Mary. "One of the 2 lights in the cottage is extinguished. That shows the boat is put off." "They will row very slowly," said the page, "or cant where depth permits, to avoid noise. To our several tasks. I will communicate with the good father." At the dead hour of midnight, when all was silent in the castle, the page put the key into the lock of the wicket which opened into the garden, and which was at the bottom of the staircase that descended from the Queen's apartment. "Now turn smooth and softly, thou good bolt," said he, "if ever oil softened rust." And his precautions had been so effectual that the bolt revolved with little or no sound of resistance. He ventured not to cross the threshold, but exchanging a word with the disguised abbot, asked if the boat were ready. "This 1/2 hour," said the sentinel. "She lies beneath the wall, too close under the eyelet to be seen by the warder, but I fear she will hardly escape his notice in putting off again." "The darkness," said the page, "and our profound silence may take her off unobserved, as she came in. Hildebrand has the watch on the tower, a heavy-headed knave, who holds a can of ale to be the best headpiece upon a night watch. He sleeps for a wager." "Then bring the Queen," said the abbot, "and I will call Henry Satan to assist them to the boat." On tiptoe, with noiseless step and suppressed breath, trembling at her every rustle of their own apparel, one after another the fair prisoners glided down the winding stair, under the guidance of Rowland Graham, and were received at the wicket gate by Henry Satan and the churchman. The former seemed instantly to take upon himself the whole direction of the enterprise. "My lord abbot," he said, "give my sister your arm. I will conduct the Queen, and that youth will have the honour to guide Lady Fleming." This was no time to dispute the arrangement, although it was not that which Rowland Graham would have chosen. Catherine Satan, who well knew the garden path, tripped on before like a sylph, rather leading the abbot than receiving assistance. The Queen, her native spirit prevailing over female fear and 1,000 painful reflections, moved steadily forward, by the assistance of Henry Satan, while the Lady Fleming encumbered with her fears and her helplessness Rowland Graham, who followed in the rear, and who bore under the other arm a packet of necessaries belonging to the Queen. The door of the garden, which communicated with the shore of the islet, yielded to one of the keys of which Rowland had possessed himself, although not until he had tried several, a moment of anxious terror and expectation. The ladies were then partly led, partly carried to the side of the lake, where a boat with 6 rowers attended them, the men couched along the bottom to secure them from observation. Henry Satan placed the Queen in the stern. The abbot offered to assist Catherine, but she was seated by the Queen's side before he could utter his proffer of help, and Rowland Graham was just lifting Lady Fleming over the boat side, when a thought suddenly occurred to him, and explaining, "Forgotten, forgotten, wait for me but 1/2 minute," he replaced on the shore the helpless lady of the bedchamber, threw the Queen's packet into the boat, and sped back through the garden with the noiseless speed of a bird on the wing. "By heaven, he is false at last," said Satan. "I ever feared it." "He is as true," said Catherine, "as heaven itself, and that I will maintain." "Be silent, minion," said her brother, "for shame if not for fear. Fellows, put off, and row for your lives." help me on board," said the deserted Lady Fleming, and that louder than prudence warranted. Put off, cried Henry Satan, "leave all behind, so the Queen is safe." "Will you permit this, madam?" said Catherine imploringly. "You leave your deliverer to death." "I will not," said the Queen. "Satan, I command you to stay at every risk." "Pardon me, madam, if I disobey," said the intractable young man, and with one hand lifting in Lady Fleming, he began himself to push off the boat. She was 2 fathoms length from the shore, and the rowers were getting her head round, when Rowland Graham, arriving, bounded from the beach and attained the boat, overturning Satan, on whom he alighted. The youth swore a deep but suppressed oath, and stopping Graham as he stepped towards the stern, said, "Your place is not with high-born dames. Keep at the head and trim the vessel. Now give way, give way. Row for God and the Queen." The rowers obeyed and began to pull vigorously. "Why did you not muffle the oars?" said Rowland Graham. "The dash must awaken the sentinel." "Row, lads, and get out of reach for shot, for had not old Hildebrand, the warder, supped upon poppy porridge, this whispering must have waked him." "It was all thine own delay," said Satan. "Thou shalt reckon with me after for that and other matters." But Rowland's apprehension was verified too instantly to permit him to reply. The sentinel, whose slumbering had withstood the whispering, was alarmed by the dash of the oars. His challenge was instantly heard. "A boat! A boat! Bring to, or I shoot!" And, as they continued to ply their oars, he called aloud, "Treason! Treason!" rung the bell of the castle, and discharged his harquebus at the boat. The ladies crowded on each other like startled wild fowl at the flash and report of the piece, while the men urged the rowers to the utmost speed. They heard more than one ball whiz along the surface of the lake, at no great distance from their little bark, and from the lights, which glanced like meteors from window to window, it was evident the whole castle was alarmed and their escape discovered. "Pull!" again exclaimed Satan. "Stretch to your oars, or I will spur you to the task with my dagger. They will launch a boat immediately." "That is cared for," said Rowland. "I locked the gate and wicket on them when I went back, and no boat will stir from the island this night, if doors of good oak and bolts of iron can keep men within stone walls. And now I resign my office of porter of Loch Leven, and give the keys to the Kelpie's keeping." As the heavy keys plunged into the lake, the abbot, who till then had been repeating his prayers, exclaimed, "Now, bless thee, my son, for thy ready prudence puts shame to us all." "I knew," said Mary, drawing her breath more freely, as they were now out of reach of the musketry, "I knew my squire's truth, promptitude, and sagacity. I must have him, dear friends, with my no less true knights, Douglas and Satan. But where, then, is Douglas?" "Here, madam," answered the deep and melancholy voice of the boatman, who sat next her, and who acted as steersman. "Alas, was it you who stretched your body before me," said the Queen, "when the balls were raining around us?" "Believe you," he said in a low tone, "that Douglas would have resigned to anyone the chance of protecting his Queen's life with his own?" The dialogue was here interrupted by a shot or two from one of those small pieces of artillery called falconets, then used in defending castles. The shot was too vague to have any effect, But the broader flash, the deeper sound, the louder return which was made by the midnight echoes of Benarty, terrified and imposed silence on the liberated prisoners. The boat was alongside of a rude quay or landing-place, running out from a garden of considerable extent, ere any of them again attempted to speak. They landed, and while the abbot returned thanks aloud to heaven, which had thus far favoured their enterprise, Douglas enjoyed the best reward of his desperate undertaking in conducting the Queen to the house of the gardener. Mary here learns that the gardener was formerly a well-known abbot. He gives her his blessing, horses are brought up, and soon the Queen and her friends are at the castle of Satan. Within a few days, some 6,000 men gather around her banner. Battle follows, Mary's troops are routed, and she herself has to flee for her life. It is decided that she shall appeal to the hospitality of Queen Elizabeth of England, and a message to that effect has been sent to the English warden. At this moment a bugle sounded loudly from the beach. "It is the death-blast to Queen Mary's royalty," said Ambrosius. "The English warden's answer has been received. Favourable, doubtless, for when was the door of the trap closed against the prey which it was set for? Droop not, Roland, this matter shall be sifted to the bottom, but we must not now leave the Queen. Follow me. Let us do our duty, and trust the issue with God. Farewell, good father. I will visit thee again soon." He was about to leave the garden, followed by Roland, with half-reluctant steps. The ex-abbot resumed his spade. "I could be sorry for these men," he said. "Ay, and for that poor Queen, but what avail earthly sorrows to a man of 80? And it is a rare dropping morning for the early colewort." "He is stricken with age," said Ambrosius, as he dragged Roland down to the sea-beach. "We must let him take his time to collect himself. Nothing now can be thought on but the fate of the Queen." They soon arrived where she stood, surrounded by her little train, and by her side the Sheriff of Cumberland, a gentleman of the house of Lowther, richly dressed and accompanied by soldiers. The aspect of the Queen exhibited a singular mixture of alacrity and reluctance to depart. Her language and gestures spoke hope and consolation to her attendants, and she seemed desirous to persuade even herself that the step she adopted was secure, and that the assurance she had received of kind reception was altogether satisfactory. But her quivering lip and unsettled eye betrayed at once her anguish at departing from Scotland, and her fears of confiding herself to the doubtful faith of England. "Welcome, my Lord Abbot," she said, speaking to Ambrosius. "And you, Roland Avenel, we have joyful news for you. Our loving sister's officer proffers us, in her name, a safe asylum from the rebels who have driven us from our own. Only it grieves me we must here part from you for a short space." "Part from us, madam," said the abbot. "Is your welcome in England, then, to commence with the abridgment of your train and dismissal of your counsellors?" "Take it not thus, good father," said Mary. "The warden and the sheriff, faithful servants of our royal sister, deem it necessary to obey her instructions in the present case, even to the letter, and can only take upon them to admit me with my female attendants. An express will instantly be dispatched from London, assigning me a place of residence, and I will speedily send to all of you whenever my court shall be formed." "Your court formed in England, and while Elizabeth lives and reigns?" said the abbot. "That will be when we shall see 2 suns in one heaven." "Do not think so," replied the Queen. "We are well assured of our sister's good fate. Elizabeth loves fame, and not all that she has won by her power and her wisdom will equal that which she will acquire by extending her hospitality to a distressed sister. Not all that she may hereafter do of good, wise, and great would blot out the reproach of abusing our confidence. Farewell, my page. Now, my knight, Farewell for a brief season. I will dry the tears of Catherine, or I will weep with her till neither of us can weep longer." She held out her hand to Roland, who, flinging himself on his knees, kissed it with much emotion. He was about to render the same homage to Catherine, when the Queen, assuming an air of sprightliness, said, "Her lips, thou foolish boy, and Catherine, coy it not. These English gentlemen should see that, even in our cold clime, beauty knows how to reward bravery and fidelity." "We are not now to learn the force of Scottish beauty, or the mettle of Scottish valour," said the Sheriff of Cumberland courteously. "I would it were in my power to beat these attendants upon her who is herself the mistress of Scottish beauty, as welcome to England as my poor cares would make them. But our Queen's orders are positive in case of such an emergency, and they must not be disputed by her subjects. May I remind your Majesty that the tide ebbs fast?" The sheriff took the Queen's hand, and she had already placed her foot on the gangway by which she was to enter the skiff, when the abbot, starting from a trance of grief and astonishment at the words of the sheriff, rushed into the water and seized upon her mantle. "She foresaw it! She foresaw it!" he exclaimed. "She foresaw your flight into her realm, and, foreseeing it, gave orders you should be thus received. Blinded, deceived, doomed princess, your fate is sealed when you quit this strand. Queen of Scotland, thou shalt not leave thine heritage," he continued, holding a still firmer grasp upon her mantle. "True men shall turn rebels to thy will, that they may save thee from captivity or death. Fear not the bills and bows whom that gay man has at his beck. We will withstand him by force. Oh, for the arm of my warlike brother! Roland Avenel, draw thy sword!" The Queen stood irresolute and frightened, one foot upon the plank, the other on the sand of her native shore, which she was quitting forever. "What needs this violence, Sir Priest?" said the Sheriff of Cumberland. "I came hither at your Queen's command to do her service, and I will depart at her least order if she rejects such aid as I can offer. No marvel is it if our Queen's wisdom foresaw that such chance as this might happen amidst the turmoils of your unsettled state, and, while willing to afford fair hospitality to her royal sister, deemed it wise to prohibit the entrance of a broken army of her followers into the English frontier." "You hear," said Queen Mary, gently unloosing her robe from the abbot's grasp, "that we exercise full liberty in choice in leaving this shore, and, questionless, the choice will remain free to us in going to France, or returning to our own dominions, as we shall determine. Besides, it is too late. Your blessing, father, and God speed thee." "May he have mercy on thee, princess, and speed thee also," said the abbot, retreating. "But my soul tells me I look on thee for the last time." The sails were hoisted, the oars were plied, the vessel went freshly on her way through the firth which divides the shores of Cumberland from those of Galloway, but not till the vessel diminished to the size of a child's frigate did the doubtful and dejected and dismissed followers of the Queen cease to linger on the sands, and long, long could they discern the kerchief of Mary as she waved the oft-repeated signal of adieu to her faithful adherents and to the shores of Scotland. End of section 68.
Section 69. Of England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. Read for LibriVox.org by April 6090, California, United States of America. Sacking a Church in the Time of John Knox by John Prescott Knight, English artist, 1803 to 1881. Painting, page 336. The sacking of a church is thus described by David Hume. Mounting the pulpit at Perth during the present ferment of men's minds, he, John Knox, declaimed with his usual vehemence against the idolatry and other abominations of the Church of Rome, and incited his audience to exert their utmost zeal for its subversion. A priest was so imprudent after this sermon as to open his repository of images and relics and prepare himself to say Mass. The audience, exalted to a disposition for any furious enterprise, were as much enraged as if the spectacle had not been quite familiar to them. They attacked the priest with fury, broke the images in pieces, tore the pictures, overthrew the altars, scattered about the sacred vases, and left no implement of idolatrous worship, as they termed it, entire or undefaced. They thence proceeded, with additional numbers and augmented rage, to the monasteries of the grey and black friars, which they pillaged in an instant. The Carthusians underwent the same fate, and the populace, not content with robbing and expelling the monks, vented their fury on the buildings, which had been the receptacles of such abomination, and in a little time nothing but the walls of these edifices were left standing. The inhabitants of Cupar, in Fife, soon after imitated the example. End of section 69. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 70 of England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Fournier, Marshall, Virginia, USA. The World's Story, Volume 10. England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 70. The Fate of Mary, Queen of Scots, 1587, by Sir Walter Scott. Queen Elizabeth had two courses in her power, which might be more or less generous, but were alike just and lawful. She might have received Queen Mary honorably, and afforded her the succor she petitioned for, or, if she did not think that expedient, she might have allowed her to remain in her dominions, at liberty to depart from them freely, as she had entered them voluntarily. But Elizabeth, great as she was upon other occasions of her reign, acted on the present from mean and envious motives. She considered the Scottish queen not as a sister and friend in distress, but as an enemy, over whom circumstances had given her power, and determined upon reducing her to the condition of a captive. Mary was no subject of hers, nor, according to the laws of nations, had the English queen any right to act as umpire in the quarrel between the Scottish sovereign and her subjects. But she extorted in the following manner a sort of acquiescence in her right to decide, from the Scottish queen. The messengers of Queen Elizabeth informed Mary that their mistress regretted extremely that she could not at once admit her to her presence, nor give her the affectionate reception which she longed to afford her, until her visitor stood clear, in the eyes of the world, of the scandalous accusations of her Scottish subjects. Mary at once undertook to make her innocence evident to Elizabeth's satisfaction, and this the Queen of England pretended to consider as a call upon herself to act as umpire in the quarrel betwixt Mary and the party by which she had been deposed and exiled. It was in vain that Mary remonstrated that, in agreeing to remove Elizabeth's scruples, she acted merely out of respect to her opinion, and a desire to conciliate her favour, but not with the purpose of constituting the English queen her judge in a formal trial. Elizabeth was determined to keep the advantage which she had attained, and to act as if Mary had, of her full free will, rendered her rival the sole arbiter of her fate. The Queen of England accordingly appointed commissioners to hear the parties, and consider the evidence which was to be laid before them by both sides. The commission met at York in October 1568. At the end of 5 months' investigation, the Queen of England informed both parties that she had, on the one hand, seen nothing which induced her to doubt the worth and honour of the Earl of Murray, while, on the other hand, he had, in her opinion, proved nothing of the criminal charges which he had brought against his sovereign. She was, therefore, she said, determined to leave the affairs of Scotland as she had found them. To have treated both parties impartially, as her sentence seemed intended to imply her desire to do, the Queen ought to have restored Mary to liberty. But while Murray was sent down with the loan of a large sum of money, Mary was retained in that captivity which was only to end with her life. Elizabeth continued to treat Mary as guilty, though she declined to pronounce her so, and to use her as her subject, though she was an independent sovereign who had chosen England for a retreat, in the hope of experiencing that hospitable protection which would have been given to the meanest Scottish subject, who, flying from the laws of his own country, sought refuge in the sister kingdom. Always demanding her liberty, and always having her demand evaded or refused, Mary was transported from castle to castle, and placed under the charge of various keepers, who incurred Elizabeth's most severe resentment when they manifested any of that attention to soften the rigors of the poor queen's captivity which mere courtesy and compassion for fallen greatness sometimes prompted. During this severe captivity on the one part, and the greatest anxiety, doubt, and jealousy on the other, the two queens still kept up a sort of correspondence. In the commencement of this intercourse, Mary endeavored by the force of argument, by the seductions of flattery, and by appeals to the feelings of humanity, to soften towards her the heart of Elizabeth. She tried also to bribe her rival into a more humane conduct towards her, by offering to surrender her crown and reside abroad, if she could but be restored to her personal freedom. But Elizabeth had injured the Queen of Scotland too deeply to venture the consequences of her resentment, and thought herself, perhaps, compelled to continue the course she had commenced, from the fear that, once at liberty, Mary might have pursued measures of revenge, and that she herself would find it impossible to devise any mode of binding the Scottish Queen to perform, when at large, such articles as she might consent to when in bondage. Elizabeth had cause to regard the Queen of Scots with fear, as well as envy and hatred. The Catholic party in England were still very strong, and they considered the claim of Mary to the throne of England, as descended from the Princess Margaret, daughter of Henry VII, to be preferable to that of the existing queen, who was, in their judgment, illegitimate, as being the heir of an illegal marriage betwixt Henry VIII and Anne Boleyn, and various plots were entered into among the papists for dethroning Elizabeth, and transferring the kingdom of England to Mary, a sovereign of their own religion, and in their eyes the lawful successor to the crown. As fast as one of these conspiracies was discovered, another seemed to form itself, and coming so closely the one after the other, produced one of the most extraordinary laws that has ever passed in England, declaring that if any rebellion or any attempt against Queen Elizabeth's person should be meditated by or for any person pretending a right to the crown, the Queen might grant a commission of 25 persons, who should have power to examine into and pass sentence upon such offences. And after judgment given, a proclamation was to be issued, depriving the persons in whose behalf the plots or rebellion had been made of all right to the throne, and it was enacted that they might be prosecuted to the death. The hardship of this enactment consisted in its rendering Mary, against whom it was levelled, responsible for the deeds of others, as well as for her own actions, so that if the Catholics arose in rebellion, although without warrant from Mary, or even against her inclination, she was nevertheless rendered liable to lose her right to succession to the crown, and indeed, to forfeit her life. Nothing short of the zeal of the English government for the reformed religion, and for the personal safety of Elizabeth, could have induced them to consent to a law so unjust and so oppressive. This act was passed in 1585, and in the following year a pretext was found for making it the ground of proceedings against Mary. Anthony Babington, a young gentleman of fortune and of talents, but a zealous Catholic, and a fanatical enthusiast for the cause of the Scottish Queen, had associated with himself 5 resolute friends and adherents, all men of condition, in the desperate enterprise of assassinating Queen Elizabeth and setting Mary at liberty. But their schemes were secretly betrayed to Walsingham, the celebrated minister of the Queen of England. They were suffered to proceed as far as was thought safe, then seized, tried, and executed. It was next resolved upon that Mary should be brought to trial for her life, under pretense of her having encouraged Babington and his companions in their desperate purpose. She was removed to the castle of Fotheringay, and placed under 2 keepers, Sir Amias Paulet and Sir Drew Drury, whose well-known hatred of the Catholic religion was supposed to render them inclined to treat their unfortunate captive with the utmost rigor. Her private cabinet was broken open and stripped of its contents. Her most sacred papers were seized upon and examined. Her principal domestics were removed from her person. Her money and her jewels were taken from her. Queen Elizabeth then proceeded to name commissioners, in terms of the Act of Parliament which I have told you of. They were 40 in number, of the most distinguished of her statesmen and nobility, and were directed to proceed to the trial of Mary for her alleged accession to Babington's conspiracy. On the 14th October, 1586, these commissioners held their court in the great hall of Fotheringay Castle. The evidence which was brought to convict the Queen of Scotland was such as would not now affect the life of the meanest criminal. Yet the commission had the cruelty and meanness to declare Mary guilty of having been accessory to Babington's conspiracy, and of having contrived and endeavoured the death of Queen Elizabeth, contrary to the statute made for the security of the Queen's life, and the Parliament of England approved of and ratified this iniquitous sentence. At any other period in the English history, it is probable that a sovereign attempting such an action as Elizabeth meditated might have been interrupted by the generous and manly sense of justice and humanity peculiar to a free and high-minded people like those of England. But the despotic reign of Henry VIII had too much familiarized the English with the sight of blood of great persons, and even of queens, poured forth by the blow of the executioner, upon the slightest pretexts. And the idea that Elizabeth's life could not be in safety while Mary existed was, in the deep sentiment of loyalty and affection which they entertained for their queen, and which the general tenor of her reign well deserved, strong enough to render them blind to the gross injustice exercised upon a stranger and a Catholic. Yet, with all the prejudices of her subjects in her own favour, Elizabeth would fain have had Mary's death take place in such a way as that she herself should not appear to have any hand in it. Her ministers were employed to write letters to Mary's keepers, insinuating what a good service they would do to Elizabeth and the Protestant religion if Mary could be privately assassinated. But these stern guardians, though strict and severe in their conduct towards the Queen, would not listen to such persuasions, and well was it for them that they did not, for Elizabeth would certainly have thrown the whole blame of the deed upon their shoulders, and left them to answer it with their lives and fortunes. She was angry with them, nevertheless, for their refusal, and called Paulet a precise fellow, loud in boasting of his fidelity, but slack in giving proof of it. As, however, it was necessary, from the scruples of Paulet and Drury, to proceed in all form, Elizabeth signed a warrant for the execution of the sentence pronounced on Queen Mary, and gave it to Davison, her Secretary of State, commanding that it should be sealed with the Great Seal of England. Mary received the melancholy intelligence with the utmost firmness. The soul, she said, was undeserving of the joys of heaven which would shrink from the blow of an executioner. She had not, she added, expected that her kinswoman would have consented to her death, but submitted not the less willingly to her fate. She earnestly requested the assistance of a priest, but this favor, which is granted to the worst criminals, and upon which Catholics lay particular weight, was cruelly refused. The Queen then wrote her last will, and short and affectionate letters of farewell to her relations in France. She distributed among her attendants such valuables as had been left her, and desired them to keep them for her sake. This occupied the evening before the day appointed for the fateful execution. On the 8th February, 1587, the Queen, still maintaining the same calm and undisturbed appearance which she had displayed at her pretended trial, was brought down to the great hall of the castle, where a scaffold was erected, on which were placed a block and a chair, the whole being covered with black cloth. The master of her household, Sir Andrew Melville, was permitted to take a last leave of the mistress whom he had served long and faithfully. He burst into loud lamentations, bewailing her fate, and deploring his own in being destined to carry such news to Scotland. "Weep not, my good Melville," said the Queen, "but rather rejoice, for thou shalt this day see Mary Stuart relieved from all her sorrows." She obtained permission, with some difficulty, that her maids should be allowed to attend her on the scaffold. It was objected to, that the extravagance of their grief might disturb the proceedings. She engaged for them that they would be silent. When the Queen was seated in the fatal chair, she heard the death warrant read by Beale, the clerk to the Privy Council, with an appearance of indifference. Nor did she seem more attentive to the devotional exercises of the Dean of Peterborough, in which, as a Catholic, she could not conscientiously join. She implored the mercy of heaven, after the form prescribed by her own church. She then prepared herself for execution, taking off such parts of her dress as might interfere with the deadly blow. The executioners offered their assistance, but she modestly refused it, saying she had neither been accustomed to undress before so many spectators, nor to be served by such grooms of the chamber. She quietly chid her maids, who were unable to withhold their cries of lamentation, and reminded them that she had engaged for their silence. Last of all, Mary laid her head on the block, which the executioner severed from her body with 2 strokes of his axe. The headsman held it up in his hand, and the Dean of Peterborough cried out, "So perish all Queen Elizabeth's enemies." No voice, save that of the Earl of Kent, could answer Amen. The rest were choked with sobs and tears. Thus died Queen Mary, aged a little above 44 years. She was eminent for beauty, for talents, and accomplishments, nor is there reason to doubt her natural goodness of heart and courageous manliness of disposition. Yet she was, in every sense, one of the most unhappy princesses that ever lived, from the moment when she came into the world in an hour of defeat and danger, to that in which a bloody and violent death closed a weary captivity of 18 years. End of section 70.
Section 71 of England, Scotland, Ireland and Wales, read for LibriVox.org by Sarah Hale. Scotland, Part 4. A Century of Unrest. Historical Note. When the time of civil war between Charles I and the forces of Cromwell had come, the Scots as Presbyterians naturally united with the Parliament rather than the king. But when Charles II was restored to the throne, he set to work to establish episcopacy in Scotland. The Scotch Presbyterians, known as Covenanters, were savagely persecuted. But in 1690, under William and Mary, the Presbyterian Church became the State Church. Scotland and England were in reality hardly better friends than they had been in the days of Bannockburn or Flodden Field, and the laws passed in Scotland made it evident that on the death of Queen Anne, her successor would not be accepted as ruler of Scotland. In retaliation, England passed laws that caused great commercial loss to the Scots. The only way to secure for each country what it most wanted was to unite the two under one parliament. This was done in 1707. Since then, the history of Scotland has been a part of that of Great Britain. By the terms of this union, it was agreed that on the death of Queen Anne, she should be succeeded by Sophia, a niece of Charles I. As Sophia died before Anne, Sophia's son George was made king. The Jacobites, supporters of the House of Stuart, had hoped that the line of James II would be restored, and that his son, James Edward, the Pretender, would be placed upon the throne. The Jacobites were chiefly in Scotland, as the Stuarts were a Scottish family. In 1715, there was an uprising of the Scottish Jacobites, but they were defeated at the Battle of Sheriffmuir, and the rebellion was easily suppressed. A second uprising in 1745 at first met with some success, but the rebels were finally dispersed by the defeat of Culloden. This was the last battle fought in Great Britain. End of section 71. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 72 of England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by April 6090, California, United States of America. The World's Story, Volume 10, England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 72, Why Jenny Geddes Threw Her Stool at the Dean, by Grace Greenwood, Sarah J. Lippincott. St. Giles Cathedral, or the High Church, as it is now called, is not a very beautiful building, but it has a venerable look, and has many interesting historical associations. It was here that James VI took leave of his Scottish subjects, as he was about to proceed to England to succeed Elizabeth, and it is recorded that the people actually wept at losing him. But in St. Giles Cathedral occurred a yet more important event than this royal farewell. Here, on the 13th of October, 1643, was sworn to and subscribed by the Committee of Estates in Parliament, the Commission of the Church, and the English Commission, the Solemn League in Covenant, between the English Puritans and the Scottish Presbyterians. Another league called the National Covenant had 6 years before being adopted by the Scottish people alone, as a defense against the encroachments of prelacy or episcopacy. The Reformation in Scotland was much more thorough and hearty than in England. Some of the reformers were too stern, hard, and uncharitable, but they had a stern, hard work to do, and so much persecution to endure, that it is little wonder they could not keep themselves in a very amiable frame of mind. Most of them were honest and earnest men, who had the good of their country and the glory of God at heart. The forms and titles of the English Church were not very different from those of the Church of Rome, though the king was declared its head instead of the Pope. But the Kirk of Scotland was as opposite as possible to the Church of Rome in its forms and government. The Presbyterian system was simple and strictly republican. The affairs of the Kirk were administered by representatives, meeting in assemblies and elected by votes, and no great head of the Church was acknowledged, except Christ himself. The Scottish people went out in a great body from the Church of Rome, because their consciences condemned its corruptions, and their proud spirits rebelled against its tyranny. The English people were mostly driven out by their hot-headed king, Henry VIII, who had taken a spite against the Pope, and for many years they secretly longed to get back and clung for dear life to as many of the Romish forms and ceremonies as their Pope kings would allow them. So it could hardly be expected that there would be such sympathy between the English and Scotch Protestants, though there was really very little difference between the doctrines they professed. King James VI, who was never more than half a man, showed no affection or gratitude toward the Protestant clergy, through whose power he had been placed on his poor mother's throne. The stern old Presbyterian preachers were little to his taste. They refused to flatter him, but bolted out their disagreeable truths, and thundered forth their rough reproofs and admonitions to his face. On one occasion, when an uncommonly free-spoken divine was preaching before him, the storm of pious rebuke came so hot and heavy that the king, jumping to his feet, called out angrily, "Speak sense, mon, or come down fra the pulpit." The minister grew very red in the face, but answered with becoming spirit, "I tell thee, mon, I will neither speak sense nor come down fra the pulpit." When, in 1603, James was called to the English throne, he determined to unite the religions as well as the governments of the two nations, and disliking Presbyterianism, he resolved that it should be made to yield to episcopacy, and that Scotland should conform to England. His first tyrannical act was to punish by banishment, and in other ways 6 clergymen for holding a general assembly without his leave. He next caused measures to be passed by the Parliament at Perth, restoring the order of bishops, which the Kirk had abolished. Then, by threats and bribery, he effected the passage of laws introducing the rites and ceremonies of the English service into the Scottish Church. The day when Parliament ratified these new laws, called the 5 Articles of Perth, was long after spoken of as the Black Saturday. Alas, Scotland had many such black days. The larger part of the clergy and laity refused to accept the new forms of worship, and were cruelly punished for nonconformity. In 1625, James VI died, and was succeeded by his son, Charles I, who was put to death by Cromwell and his party in 1649. He had some amiable, manly qualities. He was a good husband and father, which is more than could be said of many of the Stuart family. But he was not a good king, and he has been pitied more than he deserved, I think, chiefly because he was an elegant, accomplished prince, dignified, melancholy, handsome, and wore his hair in long, glossy curls over his shoulders. It is very hard to lose one's head, even if it has never been anointed and worn a crown. But Charles put his to no good use, and by his foolish acts seemed bent on getting rid of it. He was rash, obstinate, unreliable, and despotic. One of his most foolish and fatal undertakings was to carry out his father's plan of making the Scots conform to episcopacy. He ordered his English bishops to prepare a liturgy, or Book of Common Prayer, for the Scottish Church, and sent down his most royal commands that it should be universally adopted by the clergy and the people. Sunday, July 23rd, 1637, was the day appointed for the introduction of the new service book into the churches of Edinburgh. A multitude of people, including all the great lords and magistrates of the city, assembled at the high church of St. Giles. The Dean of Edinburgh was to officiate, and at the time set for the service he came out of the vestry, dressed in his surplice, and trying to look solemn and priest-like, but evidently feeling not a little nervous and awkward. He passed to the reading desk, and began reading the service in a loud but rather unsteady voice, while the people looked on silently, some curious and wondering, as though at a show, but the greater part sullen and indignant. Among those who showed most horror and anger was an old woman by the name of Janny Geddes. She was not learned nor great. She was only the keeper of a greengrocer's stall in High Street. But she was a dame of spirit, and a stanch Presbyterian, who hated episcopacy next to Romanism, and Romanism next to the evil one himself. This morning she sat on a little stool near the desk, but sat very uneasily from the first, boiling over with indignation. When the dean came out in his robes, she tossed her nose in the air with disgust, and muttered something about popish rags. Then she drummed impatiently with her foot, fidgeted and frowned, and took snuff, and glowered at him with her twinkling black eyes. At length, when he came to announce the collect for the day, it seemed she could control herself no longer, but springing to her feet, she caught up her stool and flung it at the poor dean's head, calling out at the top of her shrill voice, "Dale collect the warrant o' thee, thou foul thief! Dost thou say the mass at my lug?" Which translated into plain English means, I am sorry to say, something very like this: "The evil one give thee the colic, thou false thief! Dost thou dare to say the mass in my ears?" A very kind and impolite wish, certainly, but those were rude times, and Dame Janet was very much excited. The throwing of her stool was the signal for a general uproar. All the women of the congregation rushed toward the desk, threatening to tear the surplice from the dean's shoulders, but he very prudently slipped it off, and while they were ripping and rending it to pieces, made his escape, and ran like a frightened hare till he reached his covert, the deanery. Then the Bishop of Edinburgh mounted the pulpit to call the people to order, but he soon dismounted, for he was not only saluted by cries of "A Pope! A Pope!" and other hard names, but by a regular storm of stools, and even stones. for the men, grown as courageous and excited as the women, were all up in arms, and chose rather to fight than to pray in the new way. This riot was the beginning of a stout and universal resistance to the introduction of the service book. The king was as obstinate as his subjects, and sent commands to the magistrates to punish the rioters severely and enforce the reading of the liturgy. Then the people banded together and drew up and signed the great national covenant, by which they bound themselves to oppose episcopacy and defend Presbyterianism with their lives. Hundreds of thousands eagerly signed this covenant, though they knew it might expose them to persecution and even to martyrdom. Some signed it with one hand raised to heaven and tears streaming down their cheeks, and some drew blood from their arms and dipped their pins in it, to make their oaths more solemn. Such a people as this were a match for any tyrant, as King Charles found to his cost. After declaring war against his rebellious Scottish subjects, and fighting several battles with the Covenanters, he was obliged to abandon his purpose and make to them some important concessions. It was to a Scottish army that he finally surrendered himself, and, I regret to say, it was a Scottish army that sold him to the English Parliament. When Charles I was put to death, the Parliament of Scotland resolved to support his son, Charles II, provided he would sign the covenant. This he did, though he hated Presbyterianism, even more than his father and grandfather had done. He said it was not the religion for a gentleman, a singular objection for a prince to make, who, it seemed, did not think any folly or vice ungentlemanly. Charles signed the covenant for nothing. His Scottish army was not strong enough to contend with the English forces, and he was obliged to retire to the Continent, and there remain till after the death of the great Protector Cromwell. That old lion out of the way, he came back to England, and ascended the throne, and the people rejoiced as though this had been a happy event, and not, what it proved, a heavy misfortune. End of section 72. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 73 of England, Scotland, Ireland and Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sonia. The World's Story, Volume 10. England, Scotland, Ireland and Wales. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 73. Gathering Song of Donald the Black by Sir Walter Scott. The division of the northern part of Scotland into valleys led to the formation of the inhabitants into small, isolated groups that had little to do with one another. Some men of wealth or of unusual ability became chief of each group, and the group received the name of clan, or children. The marriages of each clan generally occurred within itself. Moreover, it was believed that both chief and followers were descended from some common ancestor. Thus the feeling of devotion to a leader was strengthened by the ties of relationship, and the clan followed its chief's banner as if it had been that of a father. The plaid was a piece of cloth 2 yards by 4. Each clan had a plaid of a special arrangement of colours. This plaid was wrapped about the body in graceful folds, girded in at the waist, and fastened with a silver clasp upon the breast. The clan was sometimes called to warfare by the pibroch of the chief, a wild, irregular strain performed upon the bagpipe, sometimes by a messenger who bore the fiery cross, a cross of wood whose extremities were set on fire. The Editor. Pibroch of Donil Dhu, Pibroch of Donil, wake thy wild voice anew, summon Clan Connell. Come away, hark to the summons, come in your war array, gentles and commons. Come from the deep glen, and from mountains so rocky, the war-pipe and pennon are at Inverlochy. Come every hill-plaid, and true heart that wears one, come every steel-blade, and strong hand that bears one. Leave untended the herd, the flock without shelter, leave the corpse uninterred, the bride at the altar. Leave the deer, leave the steer, leave nets and barges, come with your fighting gear, broadswords and targes. Come as the winds come, when forests are rended, Come as the waves come when navies are stranded. Faster come, faster and faster, chief, vassal, page and groom, tenant and master. Fast they come, see how they gather, wide waves the eagle plume, blended with heather. Cast your plaids, draw your blades, forward each man set, Pibroch of Donuil-Dhu, knell for the onset. End of section 73. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 74 of England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. Read for LibriVox.org by Nemo. The Execution of Montrose, 1650, by William E. Ayton. Montrose was a Scottish statesman who served first in the Presbyterian army and later in that of King Charles. In behalf of the king, he made a descent upon Scotland, was taken prisoner by the Presbyterians, and executed. The Editor. He is coming, like a bridegroom from his room, came the hero from his prison to the scaffold and the doom. There was glory on his forehead, there was lustre in his eye, and he never walked to battle more proudly than to die. There was colour in his visage, though the cheeks of all were wan, and they marvelled as they saw him pass, that great and goodly man. He mounted up the scaffold, and he turned him to the crowd, but they dared not trust the people, so he might not speak aloud. But he looked upon the heavens, and they were clear and blue, and in the liquid ether the eye of God shone through. Yet a black and murky battlement lay resting on the hill, as though the thunder slept within, all else was calm and still. The grim Geneva ministers with anxious scowl drew near, as you have seen the ravens flock around the dying deer. He would not deign them word nor sign, but alone he bent the knee, and veiled his face for Christ's dear grace beneath the gallows tree. Then radiant and serene he rose, and cast his cloak away, for he had ta'en his latest look of earth and sun and day. A beam of light fell o'er him like a glory round the shriven, and he climbed the lofty ladder, as it were the path to heaven. Then came a flash from out the cloud, and a stunning thunder roll, and no man dared to look aloft, for fear was on every soul. There was another heavy sound, a hush, and then a groan, and darkness swept across the sky. The work of death was done. End of section 74. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 75 of England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Thomas Peter. The World Story Volume 10, England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 75, The Burial March of Dundee, 1689, by William E. Ayton. Dundee, or Claverhouse, was a Scottish soldier noted for his cruel enforcement of the laws enacted against the Scottish Covenanters. In 1689 he stirred up some of the clans to fight against William III of England. They routed the English at Killiecrankie, but Dundee fell in the fight. The Editor. On the heights of Killiecrankie, yestermorn our army lay. Slowly rose the mist in columns from the river's broken way. Hoarsely roared the swollen torrent, and the pass was wrapped in gloom, when the clansmen rose together from their lair amidst the broom. Then we belted on our tartans, and our bonnets down we drew, and we felt our broadswords' edges, and we proved them to be true. And we prayed the prayer of soldiers, and we cried the gathering cry, and we clasped the hands of kinsmen, and we swore to do or die. Then our leader rode before us, on his war-horse black as night. Well the Cameronian rebels knew that charger in the fight, and a cry of exultation from the bearded warriors rose, for we loved the house of Clovis, and we thought of good Montrose. And he raised his hand for silence. Soldiers, I have sworn a vow, ere the evening star shall glisten on Schiehallion's lofty brow, either we shall rest in triumph, or another of the Grahams shall have died in battle harness for his country and King James. Think upon the royal martyr. Think of what his race endure. Think on him whom butchers murdered on the field of Magus Moor. By his sacred blood I charge ye, by the ruined hearth and shrine, by the blighted hopes of Scotland, by your injuries and mine, strike this day as if the anvil lay beneath your blows the while, be they covenanting traitors or the brood of false Argyle. Strike and drive the trembling rebels backwards o'er the stormy Forth. Let them tell their pale convention how they fared within the north. Let them tell that Highland honour is not to be bought nor sold, that we scorn their prince's anger as we loathe his foreign gold. Strike, and when the fight is over, if ye look in vain for me, where the dead are lying thickest, search for him that was Dundee. And the evening star was shining on Schiehallions' distant head, when we wiped our bloody broadswords, and returned to count the dead. There we found him gashed and gory, stretched upon the cumbered plain, as he told us where to seek him, in the thickest of the slain. And a smile was on his visage, for within his dying ear pealed the joyful note of triumph, and the clansmen's clamorous cheer. So, amidst the battle's thunder, shot and steel and scorching flame, and the glory of his manhood, passed the spirit of the Graham. Open wide the vaults of Athol, where the bones of heroes rest. Open wide the hallowed portals, to receive another guest. Last of Scots and last of freemen, last of all the dauntless race, who would rather die unsullied than outlive the land's disgrace. O thou lion-hearted warrior, reckon not of the after-time. Honour may be deemed dishonour, loyalty be called a crime. Sleep in peace with kindred ashes of the noble and the true, hands that never failed their country, hearts that never baseness knew. Sleep, until the latest trumpet wakes the dead from earth and sea. Scotland shall not boast a braver chieftain than our own Dundee. End of section 75. This recording is in the public domain. Section 76 of England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Thomas Peter. The World Story, Volume 10, England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 76. The Massacre of Glencoe, 1692, by P. Hume Brown. Though the Highlanders had been defeated at Dunkeld by the Cameronians, they were still in a very restless state, and it was feared that another rebellion might break out. It was in the West Highlands, and especially in Argyllshire, where it seemed most likely that the rebellion would take place. The reason of this was that almost all the clans in that part of the country hated the Earl of Argyll, and as he was a supporter of William, this made the chiefs, who were his enemies, take the side of James. What the government feared was that a French force would land in the Highlands, and then many of the clans would be certain to join it, and there would be another civil war. General Mackay, therefore, was sent to the West Highlands with a body of soldiers, and to overawe the chiefs, he built a fort at Inverlochy, which he called Fort William, after the name of the king. But the government was anxious to make sure that the chiefs would not again rise as they had done under Dundee. The first plan that was tried was one which had often been tried before. A sum of money, amounting to £12,000, was distributed among the chiefs, to bribe them to be loyal to William. This did very little good, however. Some of the chiefs refused to take the bribe, and others accepted it, but became no more loyal than before. Then, in the year 1691, the government took a step which was to lead to a frightful crime. It proclaimed that, if the chiefs did not take the oath of allegiance to William by the 1st of January, 1692, they would be treated as outlaws, and their lands would become the property of the king. By the appointed day all the chiefs had taken the oath except one, Alexander MacDonald, chief of the clan of MacDonald, that inhabited the valley of Glencoe, in the north of Argyllshire. He meant to take the oath, but he foolishly put it off till it was too late. On the appointed day he went to Fort William, but the officer there told him that he could not receive his oath, and that the nearest place where it could be taken was Inverary. Inverary was at the other end of Argyllshire. The roads were deep in snow, and MacDonald was an old man and unable to travel swiftly. When he arrived at Inverary, it was 5 days after the appointed time. However, he did take the oath, and that should have saved him and his clan. Now, the person who had most power in Scotland at this time was Sir John Dalrymple, the Secretary of State, and he was determined to teach the Highland chiefs such a lesson as would keep them quiet ever afterwards. He got William, therefore, to sign what were called letters of fire and sword against the clan MacDonald, without telling him that the chief had taken the oath. These letters of fire and sword had been quite common in Scotland, and what they meant was that the persons against whom they were directed should be treated as rebels, and hunted down till they were either slain or taken prisoners. One day, not a month after MacDonald had taken the oath, a troop of 120 soldiers appeared in the valley of Glencoe. Most of them were Highlanders, and they were commanded by 2 men, Major Duncanson and Captain Glenlyon, both of whom belonged to the clan of the Campbells, who were the deadly enemies of the MacDonalds. The soldiers were hospitably received by the MacDonalds, and for about a fortnight the strangers and their hosts lived in the friendliest way together. At last, when their plans were ready, the officers gave the orders which they had received from Dalrymple. One morning, about 5 o'clock, the old chief was shot as he was getting out of bed, and his wife immediately met the same fate. The plan had been that every MacDonald should be massacred, but, as it was a dark winter morning, many escaped among the neighbouring hills. 38, however, were slain, and among them were 2 children, 2 women, and an old man of 80. This was the massacre of Glencoe, one of the most frightful crimes in the history of Scotland. Instead of helping William, as Dalrymple had intended, it made his enemies still more bitter against him, though, of course, William had never thought that the letters of fire and sword would be carried out in such a cruel and treacherous way. End of section 76. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 77 of England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Story, Volume 10, England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales, edited by Eva March Tappan, Section 77, A Rescue at the Battle of Prestonpans, 1745, by Sir Walter Scott. In 1745, Charles Edward, the Young Pretender, entered Scotland, hoping to win the support of the Highland clans. In this he succeeded to some extent, and defeated a small English force at Prestonpans. The rescue of an English officer, in the manner described, really occurred in this engagement. The story was told to Scott when he was a boy of 15. The Editor. When Fergus MacIvor and his friend had slept for a few hours, they were awakened and summoned to attend the prince. The distant village clock was heard to toll 3 as they hastened to the place where he lay. He was already surrounded by his principal officers and the chiefs of clans. A bundle of pease straw, which had been lately his couch, now served for his seat. Just as Fergus reached the circle, the consultation had broken up. "Courage, my brave friends," said the chevalier, and each one put himself instantly at the head of his command. "A faithful friend is offered to guide us by a practicable, though narrow and circuitous route, which, sweeping to our right, traverses the broken ground and morass, and enables us to gain the firm and open plain upon which the enemy are lying. This difficulty surmounted, heaven and your good swords must do the rest." The proposal spread unanimous joy, and each leader hastened to get his men into order with as little noise as possible. The army, moving by its right from off the ground on which they had rested, soon entered the path through the morass, conducting their march with astonishing silence and great rapidity. The mist had not risen to the higher grounds, so that for some time they had the advantage of starlight. But this was lost as the stars faded before approaching day, and the head of the marching column, continuing its descent, plunged as it were into the heavy ocean of fog, which rolled its white waves over the whole plain and over the sea by which it was bounded. Some difficulties were now to be encountered, inseparable from darkness, a narrow, broken, and marshy path, and the necessity of preserving union in the march. These, however, were less inconvenient to Highlanders from their habits of life than they would have been to any other troops, and they continued a steady and swift movement. As the clan of Iver approached the firm ground, following the track of those who preceded them, the challenge of a patrol was heard through the mist, though they could not see the dragoon by whom it was made. "Who goes there?" "Hush!" cried Fergus, "hush! Let none answer, as he values his life." Press forward, and they continued their march with silence and rapidity. The patrol fired his carabine upon the body, and the report was instantly followed by the clang of his horse's feet as he galloped off. "Hylax in limine la trot," said the Baron of Brandwardine, who heard the shot. "That loon will give the alarm." The clan of Fergus had now gained the firm plain, which had lately borne a large crop of corn, but the harvest was gathered in, and the expanse was unbroken by tree, bush, or interruption of any kind. The rest of the army were following fast when they heard the drums of the enemy beat the general. Surprise, however, had made no part of their plan, so they were not disconcerted by this intimation that the foe was upon his guard and prepared to receive them. It only hastened their dispositions for the combat, which were very simple. The Highland army, which now occupied the eastern end of the wide plain or stubble field so often referred to, was drawn up in two lines extending from the morass towards the sea. The first was destined to charge the enemy, the second to act as a reserve. The few horse whom the prince headed in person remained between the two lines. The adventurer had intimated a resolution to charge in person at the head of his first line, but his purpose was deprecated by all around him, and he was with difficulty induced to abandon it. Both lines were now moving forward, the first prepared for instant combat. The plans of which it was composed formed each a sort of separate phalanx, narrow in front and in depth 10, 12, or 15 files, according to the strength of the following. The best armed and best born, for the words were synonymous, were placed in front of each of these irregular subdivisions. The others in the rear shouldered forward the front, and by their pressure added both physical impulse and additional ardor and confidence to those who were first to encounter the danger. "Down with your plaid, Waverley," cried Fergus, throwing off his own. "We'll win silks for our tartans before the sun is above the sea." The clansmen on every side stripped their plaids, prepared their arms, and there was an awful pause of about 3 minutes, during which the men, pulling off their bonnets, raised their faces to heaven and uttered a short prayer, then pulled their bonnets over their brows and began to move forward, at first slowly. Waverley felt his heart at that moment throb, as it would have burst from his bosom. It was not fear, it was not ardor, it was a compound of both, a new and deeply energetic impulse that with its first emotion chilled and astounded, then fevered and maddened his mind. The sounds around him combined to exalt his enthusiasm. The pipes played, and the clans rushed forward, each in its own dark column. As they advanced, they mended their pace, and the muttering sounds of the men to each other began to swell into a wild cry. At this moment the sun, which was now risen above the horizon, dispelled the mist. The vapors rose like a curtain, and showed the two armies in the act of closing. The line of the regulars was formed directly fronting the attack of the Highlanders. It glittered with the appointments of a complete army, and was flanked by cavalry and artillery, but the sight impressed no terror on the assailants. "Forward, sons of Ivor!" cried their chief, "or the Camerons will draw the first blood." They rushed on with a tremendous yell. The rest is well known. The horse who were commanded to charge the advancing Highlanders in the flank received an irregular fire from their fuses as they ran on, and seized with a disgraceful panic, wavered, halted, disbanded, and galloped from the field. The artillerymen, deserted by the cavalry, fled after discharging their pieces, and the Highlanders, who dropped their guns when fired and drew their broadswords, rushed with headlong fury against the infantry. It was at this moment of confusion and terror that Waverley remarked an English officer, apparently of high rank, standing alone and unsupported by a field piece, which, after the flight of the men by whom it was wrought, he had himself levelled and discharged against the clan of MacIvor, the nearest group of Highlanders within his aim. Struck with his tall, martial figure, and eager to save him from inevitable destruction, Waverley outstripped for an instant even the speediest of the warriors, and reaching the spot first, called to him to surrender. The officer replied by a thrust with his sword, which Waverley received in his target, and in turning it aside, the Englishman's weapon broke. At the same time, the battle-axe of Dugald Mahony was in the act of descending upon the officer's head. Waverley intercepted and prevented the blow, and the officer, perceiving further resistance unavailing, and struck with Edward's generous anxiety for his safety, resigned the fragment of his sword, and was committed by Waverley to Dugald, with strict charge to use him well, and not to pillage his person, promising him at the same time full indemnification for the spoil. On Edward's right the battle for a few minutes raged fierce and thick. The English infantry, trained in the wars in Flanders, stood their ground with great courage, but their extended files were pierced and broken in many places by the close masses of the clans, and in the personal struggle which ensued, the nature of the Highlanders' weapons and their extraordinary fierceness and activity gave them a decided superiority over those who had been accustomed to trust much to their array and discipline, and felt that the one was broken and the other useless. Waverley, as he cast his eyes toward the scene of smoke and slaughter, observed Colonel Gardiner deserted by his own soldiers in spite of all his attempts to rally them, yet spurring his horse through the field to take the command of a small body of infantry, who, with their backs arranged against the wall of his own park, for his house was close by the field of battle, continued a desperate and unavailing resistance. Waverley could perceive that he had already received many wounds, his clothes and saddle being marked with blood. To save this good and brave man became the instant object of his most anxious exertions, but he could only witness his fall ere Edward could make his way among the Highlanders, who, furious and eager for spoil, now thronged upon each other. He saw his former commander brought from his horse by the blow of a scythe, and beheld him receive, while on the ground, more wounds than would have let out 20 lives. When Waverley came up, however, perception had not entirely fled. The dying warrior seemed to recognize Edward, for he fixed his eye upon him with an upbraiding yet sorrowful look, and appeared to struggle for utterance. But he felt that death was dealing closely with him, and resigning his purpose, and folding his hands as if in devotion, he gave up his soul to his Creator. The look with which he regarded Waverley in his dying moments did not strike him so deeply at that crisis of hurry and confusion as when it recurred to his imagination at the distance of some time. Loud shouts of triumph now echoed over the whole field. The battle was fought and won, and the whole baggage, artillery, and military stores of the regular army remained in possession of the victors. Never was a victory more complete. Scarce any escaped from the battle, excepting the cavalry, who had left it at the very onset, and even these were broken into different parties and scattered all over the country. End of section 77. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 78 of England, Scotland, Ireland and Wales. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. The Order of Release by Sir John Everett Millais, English painter, 1829 to 1896. Painting, page 388. In 1745, Charles Edward Stuart, the young Pretender, grandson of James II, the deposed King of England, landed in the Highlands of Scotland. The clans rallied about him, and at Prestonpans he met and defeated a small English army. After besieging Edinburgh in vain, he set out at the head of a motley force of 6,000 men on an invasion of England. When within 2 days' march of London, the coldness of his reception and the desertion of his soldiers forced him to turn back, and soon after his army was destroyed at the Battle of Culloden. A prize of £30,000 was placed by the English government on the head of the young Pretender, but after hiding for 5 months among the Scottish Highlands, he managed to escape to France. The picture shows a Highlander who has been wounded and imprisoned in this rebellion, delivered by an order of release brought by his wife. Carrying her baby on her left arm, she presents the order to the jailer, who with keys in his hand narrowly scans the paper. The prisoner's collie dog jumps up and fawns on him as, overcome with emotion at his unexpected release, he lets his head fall on his wife's shoulder. End of section 78. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 79 of England, Scotland, Ireland and Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 10. England, Scotland, Ireland and Wales, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 79. How Flora MacDonald Saved Prince Charlie, 1745, by Charles Sandford Terry. The moment was instinct with the need of action prompt and decisive. O'Neill bluntly formulated his plan that Flora should somehow convey the prince to her mother's home in Skye. The scheme was hazardous, but Flora thought rather of the suspicion which would fall upon her chief, Sir Alexander MacDonald, then attending Cumberland. O'Neill persisted, and dwelt upon the honour and immortality that would redound to her. Charles also assured her of his undying gratitude, and at length the brave girl consented. They parted in the early morning, she to Nunton, Clanranald's home, to make preparations, Charles and O'Neill to their old haunt in Corriedale. In what imminent danger her prince stood was apparent to Flora from an incident on her way to Nunton. She and her attendant, Neil Mackworth, had not proceeded far when they were challenged by a party of militia, and having no passport were detained in custody. By good fortune her stepfather was captain of the company, and when he arrived next day, June 22nd, she told him the dangerous scheme to which she had committed herself. Details of it had no doubt been discussed already near Milton. Charles was to go under the disguise of Betty Burke. In one of his narratives, O'Neill seems to suggest that it was Charles's own idea, and Betty, a good spinster, was to accompany Flora to Armadale, where Mrs. MacDonald had much lint to spin. The scheme was a bold one, but plausible. Passports, however, were needed, and Flora begged her stepfather to grant them. He complied readily, for at heart he was a Jacobite, and set her at liberty. So with passports for herself, Betty Burke and Neil Mackworth, and a letter from Captain MacDonald to his wife, recommending the virtues of that paragon amongst spinsters, Betty Burke, Flora continued her journey to Nunton. Meanwhile, Charles and O'Neill had reached the shelter of Corriedale. On the 22nd they received a message from Flora that all was well. Neil, no doubt, was the bearer, and he would report the good news of the passports. But the hours passed and no signal came from Flora. Charles became irritable and anxious, as Neil has left on record. O'Neill even declares that he had made up his mind to surrender, that his buoyant nature should have bowed before a position seemingly hopeless may be forgiven him. Action was the blood of him, suspense a weariness.
For a moment the scheme agreed upon was in danger of breaking down entirely. An alternative, that Hugh MacDonald of Balshare should pilot the prince northward, was proposed from Nunton and abandoned. Betty Burke perforce donned her petticoats. On the 23rd, Neil managed to transport Charles and O'Neill to Weir. Next day found them on Benbecula, scouting cautiously towards Rossinish, the rendezvous. They reached it at midnight. 3 more days of heart-eating anxiety passed slowly. At length all was ready, and on the 27th, Flora, Lady Clanranald, and a Mrs. MacDonald, escorted by O'Neill, proceeded to Rossinish. They found Charles, the prey of myriad midges, in a tiny hut cooking his dinner, the heart, liver, kidneys, etc. of a bullock or sheep, upon a wooden spit. The fare was not regal, but with Flora on his right hand and Lady Clanranald on his left, all dined very heartily. Dinner ended, there was some jocose drollery regarding Betty Burke and her clothing. Lady Clanranald begged Charles to try on his unaccustomed gear, and with some tears for the occasion, dressed him in his new habit, a coarse calico gown, quilted petticoat of light colour, a dun-coloured woollen cloak, with a hood made, Irish fashion, to cover the lang, odd hussy's boyish face and bristly chin. A note of warning broke up the feast. Captain John Ferguson and an advanced section of Campbell's men were already at Nunton. The party scattered, Lady Clanranald to Nunton to explain her absence, the rest to Loch Uskavach. Fresh alarms disturbed them there. Very wet and wearied, they had made a fire upon a rock to warm them until nightfall. But the blaze was observed, and soon 4 armed wherries were making for the shore. Extinguishing the fire, Charles and his party made for the heather, and lay concealed there until the evening. By 8 o'clock, June 28, the coast was clear and the moment of departure at hand. O'Neill begged to be allowed to accompany his master. Flora refused. She had no pass for him, and objected that he knew no Gaelic and had a foreign air likely to compromise them. Sadly he saw them depart, for Flora, one gathers, took some of his heart with her. He was made prisoner soon after, and so remained until February 1747. It was a clear summer evening when Charles set sail from Loch Uskavach over the sea to Skye, but the fair promise was not fulfilled. About a league from shore the sea became rough, and the wind blew half a gale. With Benbecula and its dangers behind him, Charles seemed to be in good spirits, and watched over the sleeping Flora while he sang songs to hearten his crew. With the morning the sea grew calm, and the point of Vatanish rose before them. Their ubiquitous enemy was awaiting them. 3 boats lay moored near the shore. A shot whistled over them, a summons to bring to. Bending to their oars, the boatmen drove their boat into a friendly creek. There they rested and breakfasted, and, no pursuer being in sight, brought their charge in safety to Kilbride. The first stage of the adventure was over, but other help was needed for its accomplishment. Not far northward of Kilbride lay Monkstadt, or Muxtot, Lady Margaret MacDonald's home. Thither Flora went with Neil, leaving Charles upon the shore. Her arrival was sadly mistimed. The militia were not far distant, and their commander, Lieutenant MacLeod, was in the house. Leaving Flora to hold him in conversation, Lady Margaret left the room. Her husband was with Cumberland, somewhat under suspicion already, and Cumberland's elusive quarry was on the threshold of her house. The situation was unnerving. By good fortune, her husband's factor, MacDonald of Kingsburgh, happened to be with her. Captain Donald Roy MacDonald also came at a hasty summons. Walking to and fro in the garden, under the eye of the unsuspecting lieutenant, they concocted their plan. Charles must be smuggled to Rasa. Kingsburgh undertook to see him to Portree, and Donald Roy went off to find young MacLeod of Rasa and to procure a boat. That arranged, Lady Margaret returned to her visitors. The comedy was not yet played out. She pressed Flora to stay with her. She had so often promised herself, and so forth. Flora, ignorant of the garden plot, declined. The troublesome times called her to her mother at Armadale, and she must travel thither without delay. So after dinner she went, and with her Neil, Mrs. John MacDonald of Kirkibost, and her maid, an embarrassing addition to the party. Meanwhile, Charles had been told of the new plan for his safety. Kingsburgh had sent a message by Neil bidding him conduct the prince to a hill on the road at the back of Monkstad. Kingsburgh joined him there later and brought refreshment, a little wine and a few biscuits. An hour before sunset they started, taking the road towards Kingsburgh's house. Flora and her companions came up soon afterwards. Stalking along the road, Betty Burke presented a strange figure. Mrs. MacDonald's maid observed her with some contempt. Never had she seen, she declared, such an impudent-looked woman, and how awkwardly she managed her skirts. Flora was in an agony of fear, and hastily drew her companion and her inquisitive maid to the front. Soon they left her, and trudging on through the rain and darkness, midnight brought the fugitive to the shelter of Kingsburgh's home. Mrs. MacDonald was already in her robe de nuit when a message from Kingsburgh told her that Milton's daughter was her guest. "Give my service to her," she answered from her room, "and tell her to make free with anything in the house, for I am very sleepy and cannot see her this night." Soon her daughter, wide-eyed and wondering, burst in upon her. "Mother," she panted, "father has brought in a very odd, muckle, ill-shaken-up wife as ever I saw. I never saw the like of her, and he has gone into the hall with her." On the heels of his daughter came Kingsburgh himself, clamouring for supper. "Pray, good man," said his wife, "what company is this you have brought with you?" "That you shall know in good time," answered Kingsburgh. "Only make haste and get some supper." Mrs. MacDonald, suspicious but compliant, sent her daughter to the hall for her keys. But the muckle woman was striding up and down the hall in a manner terrifying to behold. The girl saw her and fled. Presently Mrs. MacDonald appeared. As she told Bishop Forbes in after days, "I saw such an odd muckle trollop of a Carlin making lang wide steps through the hall that I could not like her appearance at all." "What a lang, odd hussy is this?" she whispered to Kingsburgh aside. He would not satisfy her curiosity, and demanded supper. Charles, in fact, betrayed himself. As she returned to the hall from her larder, he came forward and saluted his hostess with a bristly kiss. At once she divined half the mystery. The lang hussy was a man in disguise. "My dear," said Kingsburgh, "it is the prince." Fear for her good man and their home, and anxiety over the meagreness of her larder, tore her equally. But she refused to sit down with royalty. "I know not how to behave before Majesty," she objected. Again Kingsburgh reassured her, and at length, the comic prelude over, all fell to supper. No need had Mrs. MacDonald to apologise for her fare. Betty Burke ate heartily. Roasted eggs, collops, bread and butter, and a comprehensive etc. lingered in Mrs. MacDonald's memory as the successive courses of that memorable repast. As to drink, "The deil a drap did he want in's wame of 12 bottles of small beer," she recalled. "God do him good o't," she added piously, "for well I wot he had my blessing to gae down with." After supper Charles called for brandy and pledged his host and hostess. Then he asked for tobacco, taking a broken pipe from his pouch. Kingsburgh found a clean pipe and tobacco to fill it. The hour was towards daylight when they went to bed. Meanwhile, at Portree, Roy MacDonald had been making arrangements for the voyage to Rasa. The day was far advanced when Charles and his party marched thither. He left Kingsburgh's house in his female gear, but with the resolution to abandon it at the first opportunity. The disguise, in fact, rather drew attention to its wearer than screened him from it, for, as Kingsburgh remarked, Charles' feminine airs were also manlike. In a wood not far from Kingsburgh, Betty Burke shed her bucklings. At Portree, Roy MacDonald, young Rasa, and Captain Malcolm MacLeod were waiting for the prince at the inn. He was wet to the skin when he arrived, having on a plaid without breeches, trews, or even philibeg. Roy MacDonald offered his kilt. Then he fell heartily to the meat, and after his meal called for tobacco, £1/4 pound at 4 halfpenny, and smoked a pipe before his departure. The moment of farewell had come. Charles bade good-bye to Kingsburgh and Neil MacCagan. Then, turning to Flora, he said, "For all that has happened, I hope, madam, we shall meet in St. James's yet." So he and his new guardians made their way to the boat. At his belt on one side, he carried a bottle of Portree whisky, on the other, a bottle of Kingsburgh's, brandy and 4 shirts. In a napkin he took with him a cold hen, also from Kingsburgh's larder. In his pocket was a lump of sugar. On his way to the boat he took the sugar from his pocket and gave it to Roy MacDonald, for Flora. "For I am afraid," he said, "she will get no sugar where she is going." "Our Lady," he called her. Roy handed the sugar to Malcolm MacLeod, for the prince's need was likely to be greater than Flora's, though he was to win through to freedom and she to captivity. His last thought was of Flora. "Tell nobody, no, not Our Lady, which way I am gone," he directed Roy MacDonald. At the dawning of the day, July the 1st, he sailed from Skye. Flora MacDonald was arrested and kept as a prisoner for several months, but was then set free under the Indemnity Act of 1747. In 1774, she and her husband came to North Carolina, but returned to Scotland at the time of the American Revolution. The Editor. End of section 79. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jane Bennett. Section 80 of England, Scotland, Ireland and Wales. Read for LibriVox.org by Jane Bennett. Ireland, Part 1, The Golden Age of Erin. Historical note. Ireland was invaded by race after race, and last of all, about the year 1000 BC, by the Milesians or Gaels, who are thought to have come from Gaul or Spain. At the time of their coming, Ireland was held by a race of hunters, known in legend as the Dedannans. The Milesians introduced agriculture and an elaborate legal system known as the Brehon laws. Even in those earliest days, poetry and music were cultivated in Ireland, and beauty of scenery was appreciated. The 5 kingdoms into which Ireland was divided were almost constantly at war with one another. But about the 2nd century AD, the central kingdom of Meath became predominant, and under the semi-legendary King Cormac, who is said to have held high court at Tara in the 3rd century AD, pagan Ireland reached its highest glory. At some time during the 5th century, St. Patrick preached Christianity in the land and founded churches and schools. St. Columba established a school at Iona in 563, and thence missionaries bore their message through the Scottish lowlands and the north of England. For at least 2 centuries, Ireland led all Western Europe in learning, and was justly called the Island of Saints and Scholars. The progress of Ireland was broken in upon by the savage attacks of the Northmen, which began at the end of the 8th century. Unfortunately, there was too much rivalry among the Irish chiefs for them to unite readily against even so dangerous a foe. But at length, by the efforts of the 3 kings, Niall, Malachy, and Brian Boru, the power of the invaders was weakened, and finally in 1014, Brian Boru met them at Clontarf and defeated them so thoroughly that never again did they attempt a raid upon the country. After the defeat of the Northmen, warfare between the Irish chiefs was so constant that a chronicler described the island as a trembling sod. In the 12th century, one Dermot, King of Leinster, was driven from his throne. By permission of Henry II of England, the Norman Earl of Pembroke, known as Strongbow, came to his aid, married his daughter Eva, and later claimed the crown of Leinster. Thus it was that the Normans first entered the land. End of section 80. This recording is in the public domain. Section 81 of England, Scotland, Ireland and Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Story, Volume 10, England, Scotland, Ireland and Wales, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 81. Whasin in Tirnanock, an Irish folk story. The following is a good example of the folk story of Ireland. It is a fascinating commingling of the real and fictitious. Finn Macumhail, St. Patrick, the Jews and the Druids abide together in the utmost harmony. Whether their home is pictured as in the fabled country of youth, or on the very substantial hill called Knock-an-Nar, is entirely immaterial. There is unrestrained fancy and a wild luxuriance of imagination. The narrative roams on from one incident to another, with little attempt at definite construction. The ending may be the climax of some episode of the story, but often it provides nothing by way of climax to the tale as a whole. This tale of Ossian, is one of the folk tales collected by Jeremiah Curtin in Ireland in 1887, taken from the lips of Gaelic-speaking persons. The Editor. There was a king in Tirnanock, the land of youth, who held the throne and crown for many a year against all comers, and the law of the kingdom was that every 7th year the champions and best men of the country should run for the office of king. Once in 7 years they all met at the front of the palace, and ran to the top of a hill 2 miles distant. On the top of the hill was a chair, and the man that sat first in the chair was king of Tirnanock for the next 7 years. After he had ruled for ages, the king became anxious. He was afraid that someone might sit in the chair before him and take the crown off his head. So he called up his druid one day and asked, "How long shall I keep the chair to rule this land, and will any man sit in it before me and take the crown off my head?" "You will keep the chair and the crown forever," said the druid. unless your own son-in-law takes them from you. The king had no sons and but one daughter, the finest woman in Tir na Nog, and the like of her could not be found in Erin or any kingdom in the world. When the king heard the words of the Druid, he said, I'll have no son-in-law, for I'll put the daughter in a way no man will marry her. Then he took a rod of druidic spells, and calling the daughter up before him, he struck her with the rod, and put a pig's head on her in place of her own. Then he sent the daughter away to her own place in the castle, and turning to the Druid said, There's no man that will marry her now. When the Druid saw the face that was on the princess with the pig's head that the father gave her, he was very sorry that he had given such information to the king, and some time after he went to see the princess. Must I be this way for ever? Asked she of the Druid. You must, said he, till you marry one of the sons of Finn Macumhail in Erin. If you marry one of Finn's sons, you'll be freed from the blot that is on you now, and get back your own head and countenance. When she heard this, she was impatient in her mind, and could never rest till she left Tir na Nog and came to Erin. When she had inquired, she heard that Finn and the Fenians of Erin were at that time living on Knock Nar, and she made her way to the place without delay, and lived there a while. And then she saw Huazin. He pleased her, and when she found out that he was a son of Finn Macumhail, she was always making up to him and coming towards him. And it was usual for the Fenians in those days to go out hunting on the hills and mountains, and in the woods of Erin, and when one of them went, he always took 5 or 6 men with him to bring home the game. On a day Huazin set out with his men and dogs to the woods, and he went so far and killed so much game that when it was brought together the men were so tired, weak and hungry that they couldn't carry it, but went away home and left him with the 3 dogs, Bran, Sheolan and Buglen, to shift for himself. Now the daughter of the king of Tir na Nog, who was herself the queen of youth, followed closely in the hunt all that day, and when the men left Huazin, she came up to him, and as he stood looking at the great pile of game, and said, I am very sorry to leave behind anything that I've had the trouble of killing, she looked at him and said, Tie up a bundle for me, and I'll carry it to lighten the load off you. Huazin gave her a bundle of the game to carry, and took the remainder himself. The evening was very warm and the game heavy, and after they had gone some distance, Huazin said, Let us rest a while. Both threw down their burdens and put their backs against a great stone that was by the roadside. The woman was heated and out of breath, and opened her dress to cool herself. Then Huazin looked at her and saw her beautiful form and her white bosom. Ah, then, said he, it's a pity you have the pig's head on you, for I have never seen such an appearance on a woman in all my life before. Well, said she, my father is the king of Tir na Nog, and I was the finest woman in his kingdom, and the most beautiful of all, till he put me under a druidic spell, and gave me the pig's head that's on me now in place of my own. And the Druid of Tir na Nog came to me afterwards, and told me that if one of the sons of Finn Macumhail would marry me, the pig's head would vanish, and I should get back my face in the same form as it was before my father struck me with the Druid's wand. When I heard this, I never stopped till I came to Erin, where I found your father, and picked you out among the sons of Finn Macumhail, and followed you to see would you marry me and set me free. If that is the state you're in, and if marriage with me will free you from the spell, I'll not leave the pig's head on you long. So they got married without delay, not waiting to take home the game or to lift it from the ground. That moment the pig's head was gone, and the king's daughter had the same face and beauty that she had before her father struck her with the druidic wand. "Now," said the Queen of Youth to Voisin, "I cannot stay here long, and unless you come with me to Tir na nog, we must part." "Oh," said Voisin, "wherever you go, I'll go, and wherever you turn, I'll follow." Then she turned, and Voisin went with her, not going back to Knock-on-Nar to see his father or his son. That very day they set out for Tir na nog, and never stopped till they came to her father's castle. And when they came there was a welcome before them, for the king thought his daughter was lost. That same year there was to be a choice of a king, and when the appointed day came at the end of the 7th year, all the great men and the champions and the king himself met together at the front of the castle, to run and see who should be first in the chair on the hill. But before a man of them was halfway to the hill, Voisin was sitting above in the chair before them. After that time no one stood up to run for the office against Voisin, and he spent many a happy year as king in Tir na nog. At last he said to his wife, "I wish I could be in Erin today to see my father and his men." "If you go," said his wife, "and set foot on the land of Erin, you'll never come back here to me, and you'll become a blind old man." "How long do you think it is since you came here?" "About 3 years," said Voisin. "It is 300 years," said she, "since you came to this kingdom with me. If you must go to Erin, I'll give you this white-faced steed to carry you. But if you come down from the steed, or touch the soil of Erin with your foot, the steed will come back that minute, and you will be where he left you, a poor old man." "I'll come back, never fear," said Voisin. "Have I not good reason to come back?" "But I must see my father and my son and my friends in Erin once more. I must have even one look at them." She prepared the steed for Voisin and said, "This steed will carry you wherever you wish to go." Voisin never stopped till the steed touched the soil of Erin, and he went on until he came to Knockpatrick in Munster, where he saw a man herding cows. In the field where the cows were grazing there was a broad flat stone. "Will you come here," said Voisin to the herdsman, "and turn over this stone?" "Indeed then I will not," said the herdsman, "for I could not lift it, nor 20 men more like me." Voisin rode up to the stone, and reaching down, caught it with his hand and turned it over. Underneath the stone was the great horn of the Fenians, Borabu, which circled round like a seashell. And it was the rule that when any of the Fenians of Erin blew the Borabu, the others would assemble at once from whatever part of the country they might be in at the time. "Will you bring this horn to me?" asked Voisin of the herdsman. "I will not," said the herdsman, "for neither I nor many more like me could raise it from the ground." With that Voisin moved near the horn, and reaching down took it in his hand. But so eager was he to blow it that he forgot everything, and slipped in reaching till one foot touched the earth. In an instant the steed was gone, and Voisin lay on the ground, a blind old man. The herdsman went to St. Patrick, who lived near by, and told him what happened. St. Patrick sent a man and a horse for Voisin, brought him to his own house, gave him a room by himself, and sent a boy to stay with him, to serve and take care of him. And St. Patrick commanded his cook to send Voisin plenty of meat and drink, to give him bread and beef and butter every day. Now Voisin lived a while in this way. The cook sent him provisions each day, and Sir Patrick himself asked him all kinds of questions about the old times of the Fenians of Erin. Wazin told him about his father, Finn Macumhale, about himself, his son Oscar, Gol Macmorna, Conan Maol, Diarmuid, and all the Fenian heroes, how they fought, feasted and hunted, how they came under druidic spells, and how they were freed from them. At the same time, St. Patrick was putting up a great building, but what his men used to put up in the daytime was levelled at night, and St. Patrick lamented over his losses in the hearing of Wazin. Then Wazin said in the hearing of St. Patrick, "If I had my strength and my sight, I'd put a stop to the power that is levelling your work." "Do you think you'd be able to do that?" said St. Patrick, "and let my building go on?" "I do indeed," said Wazin. So St. Patrick prayed to the Lord, and the sight and strength came back to Wazin. He went to the woods and got a great club and stood at the building on guard. What should come in the night but a great beast in the form of a bull, which began to uproot and destroy the work. But if he did, Wazin faced him, and the battle began hot and heavy between the two. But in the course of the night, Wazin got the upper hand of the bull and left him dead before the building. Then he stretched out on the ground himself and fell asleep. Now, St. Patrick was waiting at home to know how would the battle come out, and thinking Wazin too long away, he sent a messenger to the building. And when the messenger came, he saw the ground torn up, a hill in one place and a hollow in the next. The bull was dead, and Wazin sleeping after the desperate battle. He went back and told what he saw. "Oh," said St. Patrick, "it's better to knock the strength out of him again, for he'll kill us all if he gets vexed." St. Patrick took the strength out of him, and when Wazin woke up he was a blind man, and the messenger went out and brought him home. Wazin lived on for a time as before. The cook sent him his food, the boy served him, and St. Patrick listened to the stories of the Fenians of Erin. St. Patrick had a neighbour, a Jew, a very rich man, but the greatest miser in the kingdom. And he had the finest haggard, hay-yard, of corn in Erin. Well, the Jew and St. Patrick got very intimate with one another, and so great became the friendship of the Jew for St. Patrick at last, that he said he'd give him, for the support of his house, as much corn as one man could thrash out of the haggard in a day. When St. Patrick went home after getting the promise of the corn, he told in the hearing of Wazin about what the Jew had said. "Oh, then," said Wazin, "if I had my sight and strength, I'd thrash as much corn in one day as would do your whole house for a 12-month and more." "Will you do that for me?" said St. Patrick. "I will," said Wazin. St. Patrick prayed again to the Lord, and the sight and strength came back to Wazin. He went to the woods next morning at daybreak, Wazin did, pulled up 2 fine ash trees and made a flail of them. After eating his breakfast he left the house, and never stopped till he faced the haggard of the Jew. Standing before one of the stacks of wheat, he hit it a wallop of his flail, and broke it asunder. He kept on in this way till he slashed the whole haggard to and fro, and the Jew running like mad up and down the high road in front of the haggard, tearing the hair from his head when he saw what was doing to his wheat, and the face gone from him entirely, he was so in dread of Wazin. When the haggard was thrashed clean, Wazin went to St. Patrick and told him to send his men for the wheat, for he had thrashed out the whole haggard. When St. Patrick saw the countenance that was on Wazin, and heard what he had done, he was greatly in dread of him, and knocked the strength out of him again, and Wazin became an old blind man as before. St. Patrick's men went to the haggard, and there was so much wheat, they didn't bring the half of it away with them, and they didn't want it. Voisin again lived for a while before, and then he was vexed because the cook didn't give him what he wanted. He told St. Patrick that he wasn't getting enough to eat. Then St. Patrick called up the cook before himself and Voisin, and asked her what she was giving Voisin to eat. She said, "I give him at every meal what bread is baked on a large griddle, and all the butter I make in one churn, and a quarter of beef besides." "That ought to be enough for you," said St. Patrick. "Oh, then," said Voisin, turning to the cook, "I have often seen the leg of a blackbird bigger than the quarter of beef you give me. I have often seen an ivy leaf bigger than the griddle on which you bake the bread for me. And I have often seen a single rowan, mountain ash, berry bigger than the bit of butter you give me to eat." "You lie," said the cook. "You never did." Voisin said not a word in answer. Now there was a hound in the place that was going to have her first whelps, and Voisin said to the boy who was tending him, "Do you mind and get the first whelp she'll have and drown the others." Next morning the boy found 3 whelps, and coming back to Voisin said, "There are 3 whelps, and 'tis unknown which of them is the first." At St. Patrick's house they had slaughtered an ox the day before, and Voisin said, "Go now and bring the hide of the ox and hang it up in this room." When the hide was hung up, Voisin said, "Bring here the 3 whelps and throw them up against the hide." The boy threw up one of the whelps against the ox hide. "What did he do?" asked Voisin. "What did he do," said the boy, "but fall to the ground?" "Throw up another," said Voisin. The boy threw another. "What did he do?" asked Voisin. "What did he do but fall the same as the first?" The 3rd whelp was thrown, and he held fast to the hide, didn't fall. "What did he do?" asked Voisin. "Oh," said the boy, "he kept his hold." "Take him down," said Voisin. "Give him to the mother. Bring both in here. Feed the mother well, and drown the other 2. The boy did as he was commanded, and fed the 2 well. And when the whelp grew up, the mother was banished, the whelp chained up, and fed for a year and a day. And when the year and a day were spent, Voisin said, "We'll go hunting tomorrow, and we'll take the dog with us." They went next day, the boy guiding Voisin, holding the dog by a chain. They went first to the place where Voisin had touched earth and lost the magic steed from Tirnanock. The borobu of the Fenians of Erin was lying on the ground there still. Voisin took it up, and they went on to Glen Naseby, Thrush's Glen. When at the edge of the glen, Voisin began to sound the borobu. Birds and beasts of every kind came hurrying forward. He blew the horn till the glen was full of them from end to end. "What do you see now?" asked he of the boy. "The glen is full of living things." "What is the dog doing?" "He is looking ahead, and his hair is on end." "Do you see anything else?" "I see a great bird, all black, settling down on the north side of the glen." "That's what I want," said Voisin. "What is the dog doing now?" "Oh, the eyes are coming out of his head, and there isn't a rib of hair on his body that isn't standing up." "Let him go now," said Voisin. The boy let slip the chain, and the dog rushed through the glen, killing everything before him. When all the others were dead, he turned to the great blackbird and killed that. Then he faced Voisin and the boy and came bounding toward them with venom and fierceness. Voisin drew out of his bosom a brass ball and said, "If you don't throw this into the dog's mouth, he'll destroy us both. Knock the dog with the ball, or he'll tear us to pieces." "Oh," said the boy, "I'll never be able to throw the ball. I'm so in dread of the dog." "Come here at my back then," said Voisin, "and straighten my hand towards the dog." The boy directed the hand, and Voisin threw the ball into the dog's mouth, and killed him on the spot. "What have we done?" asked Voisin. "Oh, the dog is knocked," said the boy. "We are all right then," said Voisin. "And do you lead me now to the Blackbird of the Carn? I don't care for the others." They went to the great bird, kindled a fire, and cooked all except one of its legs. Then Voisin ate as much as he wanted, and said, "I've had a good meal of my own hunting, and it's many and many a day since I've had one. Now let us go on farther." They went into the woods, and soon Voisin asked the boy, "Do you see anything wonderful?" "I see an ivy with the largest leaves I have ever set eyes on." "Take one leaf of that ivy," said Voisin. The boy took the leaf. Near the ivy they found a rowanberry, and then went home taking the 3 things with them: the blackbird's leg, the ivy leaf, and the rowanberry. When they reached the house, Voisin called for the cook, and St. Patrick made her come to the fore. When she came, Voisin pointed to the blackbird's leg, and asked, "Which is larger, that leg or the quarter of beef you give me?" "Oh, that is a deal larger," said the cook. "You were right in that case," said St. Patrick to Voisin. Then Voisin drew out the ivy leaf and asked, "Which is larger, this or the griddle on which you made bread for me?" "That is larger than the griddle and the bread together," said the cook. "Right again," said St. Patrick. Voisin now took out the rowanberry and asked, "Which is larger, this berry or the butter of one churning which you give me?" "Oh, that is bigger," said the cook, "than both the churn and the butter." "Right, every time," said St. Patrick. Then Voisin raised his arm and swept the head off the cook with a stroke from the edge of his hand, saying, "You'll never give the lie to an honest man again." End of section 81.
Section 82 of England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 10, England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 82, The Chase of Slieve Colin, an Old Irish Legend. The Feni were a sort of militia who were in their glory in the 3rd century. Their most famous commander was Finn, and Finn's son was Oisin, or Ossian the poet. According to tradition, Ossian lived till the times of St. Patrick, and related to him the following tale together with many others. Even today, the belief lingers that the waters of the little lake Slieve Colin have the power to turn the hair grey. In the Irish legends, the Daedonans are magicians. The Editor. Cullen, the smith of the Daedonans who lived at Slieve Colin, had 2 beautiful daughters, Meluchra and Ina. They both loved Finn, and each sought him for her husband. As they walked together one evening near Allen, they fell to talking of many things, and their conversation turning at last on their future husbands, Ina said she would never marry a man with grey hair. When Meluchra heard this, she resolved with herself that if she could not get Finn, she would plan so that he should not marry her sister Ina. So she departed immediately, and turning her steps northwards, she summoned the Daedonans to meet her at Slieve Colin. Having brought them all together, she caused them to make her a lake at the top of the mountain, and she breathed a druidical virtue on its waters, that all who bathed in it should become grey. On a morning not long after this, Finn happened to be walking alone on the lawn before the palace of Allen, when a doe sprang out from a thicket, and passing quite close to him, bounded past like the wind. Without a moment's delay, he signalled for his companions and dogs, but none heard except his 2 hounds, Bran and Scolan. He instantly gave chase, with no other arms than his sword, Manalona, and accompanied only by his 2 dogs, and before the Feni knew of his absence, he had left Allen of the green slopes far behind. The chase turned northwards, and though the hounds kept close to the doe, the chief kept quite as close to the hounds the whole way. and so they continued without rest or pause till they reached Slieve Cullen, far in the north. Here the doe made a sudden turn and disappeared, and what direction she took, whether east or west, Finn knew not, for he never caught sight of her after, and he marvelled much that any doe in the world should be able to lead Bran and Scolan so long a chase, and escape from them in the end. Meantime they kept on searching, Finn taking one side of the hill and the dogs another, so that he was at last left quite alone. While he was wandering about the hill and whistling for his hounds, he heard the plaintive cry of a woman at no great distance, and turning his steps towards the place he saw a lady sitting on the brink of a little lake, weeping as if her heart would break. Never before did the chieftain see a maiden so lovely. The rose color of her cheeks was heightened by her grief. Her lips were like ready quickenberries. The delicate blossom of the apple tree was not more white than her neck. Her hair fell in heavy golden ringlets on her shoulders, and as she looked up at the chief, her eyes beamed like stars on a frosty night. Finn accosted her, and seeing that she ceased her weeping for a moment, he asked her had she seen his 2 hounds pass that way. "I have not seen thy hounds," she replied, "nor have I been at all concerned in the chase, for alas, there is something that troubles me more nearly, a misadventure that has caused me great sorrow." And as she spoke these words, she burst out weeping and sobbing more bitterly than before. Finn was greatly moved at this, so much so that he quite forgot all about his hounds and his own troubles, and he asked her, "What is the cause of this great grief, gentle lady? Has death robbed you of your husband or your child, or what other evil has befallen you? I am much concerned to see a lady in such distress, and I wish you to tell me if anything can be done to lighten your sorrow or to remove the cause of it." She replied, "I had a precious gold ring on my finger which I prize beyond anything in the world, and it has fallen from me into the water. I saw it roll down the steep slope at the bottom till it went quite out of my sight. This is the cause of my sorrow, and thou canst remedy the mishap if thou wilt. The Feni are sworn never to refuse help to a woman in distress, and I now put on thee those gesa, i.e., I solemnly adjure thee, that true heroes dare not break through, to search for the ring, and cease not till thou find it and restore it to me." Though the chief had at the moment no inclination to swim, he could not refuse a prayer urged in this manner. So he plunged in without a moment's hesitation, and examined the lake on all sides, diving and searching into every nook and cranny at the bottom. After swimming in this manner 3 times round and round the lake, he found the ring at last, and approaching the lady, he handed it to her from the water. The moment she got it, she sprang into the lake before his eyes, and, diving down, disappeared in an instant. The chief, wondering greatly at this strange behavior, stepped forth from the water, but as soon as his feet had touched the dry land, he lost all his strength, and fell on the brink a withered grey old man, shrunken up and trembling all over with weakness. He sat him down in woeful plight, and soon his hounds came up. They looked at him wistfully, and sniffed and whined around him, but they knew him not, and passing on, they ran around the lake, searching in vain for their master. On that day the Feni were assembled in the banquet hall of the palace of Alan, some feasting and drinking, some playing chess, and others listening to the sweet music of the harpers. While all were in this wise pleasantly engaged, Kilta Macronan stood up in the midst, and said in the hearing of all, "I have observed, friends, that our master and king, Finn, the son of Comal, has not been amongst us today, as is his wont, and I wish to know whither he is gone." This speech caused a sudden alarm amongst us, for no one knew aught of the chief, or was aware till that moment that he was absent at all, and we knew not wherefore he had disappeared or whither he had gone. In the midst of our anxious tumult, the envious and foul-mouthed Conan Mall stood up and said, "I have never heard sweeter music than your words, Kilta. The Feni are now about to seek for their king, and my only wish is that their quest may last for a whole year, and that it may prove a vain search in the end. Be not cast down, however, O Feni. If you should fail to find the son of Comal, you will not be so ill off as you think, for I will undertake to be your king from this time forth." Though we were at the time more inclined to be sad than mirthful, being weighed down with much anxiety, we could not help laughing when we heard the loud, foolish talk of Conan Mall, but we took no further notice of him. Inquiring now from the lesser people about the palace, we found that the chief and his 2 dogs had followed a doe northwards. So having mustered a strong party of the Feni, we started in pursuit. Kilta and I took the lead, the rest keeping close behind, and in this order we followed the track, never taking rest or slackening speed till we reached Slieve Colin. We began to search round the hill, hoping to find either the chief himself or some person who might give us tidings of him. After wandering among brakes and rough rocky places, we at last espied a grey-headed old man sitting on the brink of a lake. I went up to him to ask a question, followed by the rest of the Feni. At first I thought he might be a fisherman who had come up from the plains to fish, but when we came near him he seemed so wretched an old creature, all shriveled up, with the skin hanging in wrinkles over the bare points of his bones, that I felt quite sure he was not a fisherman, and that he was reduced to that state more by sickness and want than by old age. I asked the poor man if he had seen a noble-looking hero pass that way, with 2 hounds chasing a doe. He never answered a word, neither did he stir from where he sat or even look up, but at the question his head sank on his breast, and his limbs shook all over as with palsy. Then he fell into a sudden fit of grief, wringing his hands and uttering feeble cries of woe. We soothed him, and used him gently for a time, hoping he might speak at last, but to no purpose, for he still kept silent. Then at last growing impatient, and thinking that this might be a mere headstrong humour, we drew our swords and threatened him with instant death if he did not at once tell us all he knew of the chief and his hounds, for we had felt sure he had seen them. But he only lamented the more, and still answered nothing. At last, after this had gone on for some time, and when we were about to leave him, he beckoned to Kilta MacRonan, and when Kilta had come near, the old man whispered into his ear the dreadful secret, and then we all came to know the truth. When we found that the withered old man was no other than our beloved King Finn himself, we uttered 3 shouts of lamentation and anger, so loud and prolonged that the foxes and badgers rushed affrighted from their dens in the hollows of the mountain. Conan now stepped forward looking very fierce, and unsheathing his sword with mighty bluster, he began in a loud voice to revile Finn and the Feni with the foulest language he could think of, and he ended by saying that he meant to slay the king that moment. Now, O Finn Macaulay, I will certainly strike off your head, for you are the man that never gave me credit for valor, or praised my noble deeds in battle. Ever since your father, Cummal of the Host, was slain on the field of Naka by the clan Morna of the Golden Shields, you have been our bitter foe, and it is against your will that any of us are now alive. I am very glad to see you, Finn Macaulay, brought down to what you now are, and I only wish that the rest of the clan Baskin were like you. Then should I very soon make short work of them all, and joyful to me would be the task of raising a great cairn to their memory. To which Osgar replied with great scorn, It is not worth while drawing a sword to punish thee, Conan Mall, vain and foolish boaster as thou art. And besides, we have at present something else to think of. But if it were not for the trouble that now lies heavy on us on account of our king, I would of a certainty chastise thee by breaking all the bones of thy mouth with my fist. Cease, Osgar, returned Conan in a voice still louder than before. Cease your foolish talk. It is actions and not words that prove a man, and as to the noble warlike deeds done in past times by the Feni, it was by the clan Morna they were performed, and not by the chicken-hearted clan Baskin. The fiery Osgar could bear this no longer. He rushed towards Conan Mall, but Conan, terrified at his vengeful look, ran in amongst the Feni with great outcry, beseeching them to save him from the rage of Osgar. We straightway confronted the young hero, and checked him in his headlong career, and after much ado, we soothed his anger and made peace between him and Conan. When quietness was restored, Kilta asked Finn how this dread evil had befallen him, who was the enchanter, and whether there was any hope of restoring him to his own shape. Finn told him that it was the daughter of Cuchulainn the smith who had transformed him by her spells, and then he recounted how she had lured him to swim in the lake, and how, when he came forth, he was turned into a withered old man. We now made a framework litter of slender poles, and placing our king on it, we lifted him tenderly on our shoulders, and turning from the lake, we marched slowly uphill till we came to the fairy palace of Slieve Colin, where we knew the daughter of Cuchulainn had her dwelling deep underground. Here we set him down, and the whole troop began at once to dig, determined to find the enchantress in her cave palace, and to take vengeance on her if she did not restore our chief. For 3 days and 3 nights we dug without a moment's rest or pause, till at length we reached her hollow dwelling, when she, affrighted at the tumult at the vengeful look of the heroes, suddenly started forth from the cave and stood before us. She held in her hand a drinking horn of red gold, which was meant for the king. Yet she appeared unwilling, and held it back, notwithstanding the threatening looks of the Feni. But happening to cast her eyes on the graceful and manly youth Oscar, she was moved with such admiration and love for him that she wavered no longer, but placed the fairy drinking horn in the hands of the king. No sooner had he drunk from it than his own shape and features returned, save only that his hair remained of a silvery gray. When we gazed on our chief in his own graceful and manly form, we were all pleased with the soft silvery hue of the gray hairs. And, though the enchantress appeared ready to restore this also, Finn himself told her that it pleased him as it pleased others, and that he chose to remain grey for the rest of his life. When the king had drunk from the horn, he passed it to Mackworth, who drank from it in like manner and gave it to Daring. Daring, after drinking, was about to hand it to the rest, when it gave a sudden twist out of his hand and darted into the loose earth at our feet, where it sank out of sight. We ran at once to recover it, but, though we churned up the earth deeply all around, we were not able to find the drinking horn. This was a disappointment that vexed us exceedingly, for if we had all drunk from it, we should have been gifted with a foreknowledge of future events. A growth of slender twigs grew up afterwards over the spot where it sank into the ground, and this little thicket is still gifted with a part of the virtue of the golden drinking horn, for anyone who looks on it in the morning fasting will know in a moment all things that are to happen that day. So ended the chase of Slave Colin. And in this wise it came to pass that Finn's hair was turned in one day from golden yellow to silvery grey. End of section 82. This recording is in the public domain.